Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1828 to Chapter 1909. Being the best at stealing doesn't mean that I'm strong. Moreover, I'm not hiding here to live an ignoble life. I'm just keeping a low profile and biding my time. I'm different from the useless hidden dragon clan, the clay bodhisattva explained. This is just an excuse for you to comfort yourself. Guchen shook his head. Let's cut the crap. Are you going to tie yourself up, or do I have to capture you? The clay bodhisattva was infuriated by these words and glared at Guchen. Do you think you have the ability to capture me? Back then, many mighty people attacked me, but in the end, I still managed to escape. In terms of strength, I might not be strong enough, but in terms of escaping, I'm the best in the world. As expected, you're a thief who only knows how to escape. Guchen said contemptuously. Bullsh*T. The clay bodhisattva exploded. He really exploded. All the mud churned and set off huge waves that rushed towards Guchen. Guchen's eyes flickered. In the initial exchange just now, he had already seen the characteristics of this guy's Taoist techniques. The power of his attack was actually not strong and did not cause much damage to his mighty body. However, it was not easy for others to kill this guy. He could turn into mud at any time, making it difficult for most attacks to have any effect on him. What was more troublesome was that if he turned into mud and ran away, it would be difficult to stop him. This was because in that state, he had no breath of life and could not be detected. If it was in other places where there were no swamps, it would not be difficult for some powerful people to kill him. However, this was a swamp. As long as he randomly burrowed into the mud, no one would be able to find him again. Guchen guessed that the mighty person who chased after the clay bodhisattva had failed in this way. Although this guy was a little arrogant, his ability to escape was indeed not simple. I have to catch this guy in one go, or else I won't be able to catch him again. Guchen was thinking of a way to deal with it. Suddenly, from the churning mud, he saw a strange demon god. This god fiend looked somewhat familiar, but it was different from the ones he had seen before. This made him suddenly realize who it was. Tao Spirit. He murmured to himself. He finally understood why the clay bodhisattva's dharma was so strange. It turned out that he had mastered one of the 3,000 minor arts. For some strange reason, the cross rune on Guchen's forehead lit up. The mysterious rope in his left hand materialized and flew out, heading straight for the Tao Spirit. The Tao Spirit had no consciousness. It was just a natural manifestation of the clay bodhisattva when casting the spell. Naturally, it would not dodge and was immediately tied up by the mysterious rope. Bang! Guchen saw with his own eyes that Dao Ling struggled when he was tied up, and then turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated. The waves of muddy water in the surroundings suddenly lost their power. A figure fell from the muddy water and fell flat on his face. Sigh. It hurts. It hurts. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair was rolling on the ground. He had not felt pain in his body for many years. What was even more terrifying than the physical pain was the fear of the unknown. He struggled to get up and stared at Guchen in horror. How did you do it? How could my dharma be broken? He cried out. He had no idea what had just happened. He could not see the mysterious rope, nor could he see his Tao Spirit. He only knew that his technique had suddenly lost its effect. His body could no longer turn into mud. Without this ability, he could not escape easily. His life was under the greatest threat in his life. Guchen looked at the clay bodhisattva who had lost all his dharma and was very surprised. He had only wanted to try it out. He did not expect the mysterious rope to be able to attack the Tao Spirit and make the powerful minor dharma lose its effect. The 3,000 minor dharma techniques each had their own merits and were magical in their own way. It could be said that it was impossible to defend against them. But now, Guchen seemed to have found a way to break them. Guchen was overjoyed, but he did not show it on his face. He walked towards the clay bodhisattva and kicked it. Bang! The clay bodhisattva took a solid kick and flew backward, screaming in pain. Guchen did not stop. He continued to walk forward and beat it up. This guy had blown him up and made him look very pathetic. He was not a magnanimous person. Under Guchen's beating, the clay bodhisattva's face was swollen and bruised. It begged for mercy and lost all its temper. Nemesis. This was the first time in his life that he had such a feeling. The guy in front of him seemed to be able to restrain him. The abilities that he was so proud of were useless in front of him. The clay bodhisattva could not take the beating anymore. With tears and snot, it said excitedly, "Big brother! Great God! The Hidden Dragon Clan is not dead. The Hidden Dragon Clan is not dead. I'll let them go. Please stop beating me." Gu Chen's fist stopped and his face was filled with surprise. "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely." The clay bodhisattva nodded vigorously, afraid that Gu Chen would continue to be ruthless. "Then where are they?" Gu Chen had already observed this underground space. There seemed to be no place to hide. "I can hide people in my body. They are all in my body," the clay bodhisattva hurriedly said. After obtaining Gu Chen's permission, he slightly circulated the Tao energy in his body and turned one of his hands into mud. As the mud flowed, 7 clay puppets quickly slid out. They all looked like hidden dragons. What happened to them? Are they dead or alive? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. "They're not dead. It's just a fake death. These fellows are not easy to deal with. I can only use this method to deal with them," the clay bodhisattva explained. "Then restore them." Gu Chen felt relieved when he heard this. "That won't do, big brother. Once they wake up, I'm afraid they will take my life first. The Hidden Dragon Clan will never allow their secrets to be exposed." "Big brother, what is your relationship with the Hidden Dragon Clan?" "This Hidden Dragon Clan's patriarch is not easy to deal with. Don't be used by them. If they destroy you after crossing the river, you will be finished." The clay bodhisattva looked reluctant and pretended to be kind enough to remind Gu Chen. "Just listen to my orders. Cut the crap," Gu Chen said coldly. The clay bodhisattva's face was filled with struggle. "Why, are you still hesitating?" Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. "If I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather let them die with me. Big brother, you have to promise me that you won't kill me after this." The clay bodhisattva mustered up his courage and said. The failure of the Tao technique made him panic. He did not want to die, so he could only try his best to hold on to his last bargaining chip. "Sure, as long as you are willing to follow me and hand over everything you have stolen, I promise not to kill you." Gu Chen thought for a moment and replied. This clay bodhisattva had cultivated a small Tao technique and was quite powerful. He wanted to recruit him. As his plan unfolded in the future, the more combat power he needed, the better. "Alright, big brother, remember to keep your word." The clay bodhisattva knelt down without hesitation and bowed. "Greetings, big brother." Gu Chen was speechless. He had agreed to take him in as a subordinate, but he did not want to become sworn brothers with him. This fellow's mind worked really fast. After the greeting ceremony, the clay bodhisattva stood up and removed the seal of the 7 hidden dragons in front of Gu Chen. His hands had completely turned into mud, and a large amount of mud covered the 7 clay dolls. When the mud receded and his hands returned to normal, the mud on the 7 hidden dragons' bodies fell off, revealing their original appearances. The 7 hidden dragons showed signs of awakening, and their eyelids trembled slightly. When the clay bodhisattva saw this, he immediately hid behind Gu Chen. "If these guys wake up, they might harm me." "Big brother, we agreed just now that you have to protect me," the clay bodhisattva said nervously. "Didn't you look down on the Hidden Dragon Clan? All of them combined are not your match. What are you afraid of?" Gu Chen mocked. "Big brother, you might not know this, but I'm actually not their match in a head-on battle. I only managed to seal them with the help of a rare treasure. It's very difficult to use the same method a second time." The clay bodhisattva replied awkwardly. "Oh? What kind of rare treasure has such power?" Gu Chen's interest was piqued. The clay bodhisattva's expression stiffened. He could not help but slap himself in the face. Why did he say so much? Now, the treasure was going to be coveted. Gu Chen was indeed interested in some kind of treasure, but there was no time for him to ask. The 7 hidden dragons woke up one after another, and one of them was the first to open his eyes. His eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. Die! He was as fast as a bolt of lightning, and directly charged towards the clay bodhisattva. Fortunately, Gu Chen was already prepared. With a hook of his finger, the mysterious rope that had already wrapped around the other party's body tightened, and the other party's movement stopped. "Who are you?" The old hidden dragon looked at Guchen in surprise and shock. The Tao energy in his body circulated rapidly, trying to break free from Guchen's mysterious rope. Buzz, the mysterious rope had long been refined by Guchen into a solid chain, but at this moment, under the other party's struggle, it quickly collapsed. A sevenfold realm expert. Guchen was shocked. The amount of secret technique energy he could store in his body had already reached the level of 30,000 Tao power. With the special nature of the secret energy rope, he could easily tie up a 5 times realm expert. In a preemptive situation like this, even a 6 times realm expert with millions of Tao power would find it difficult to break free. However, the strength of the energy emanating from the other party's body showed that the Tao force released by the other party had broken through 9 million and was close to 10 million. That was a cultivation that only a 7th-fold stage could possess, considering that it was impossible for the other party to unleash his full cultivation at once. There was no doubt about his cultivation realm, cha-cha-cha. Unable to hold on for even a breath of time, Guchen's secret energy rope broke for the first time, and the secret technique's energy dissipated into the void. The old hidden dragon regained his mobility, but because of the strange binding just now, he was afraid and didn't act hastily. Guchen was only shocked for a moment. He hurriedly said, "Hidden Dragon Clan leader, are you going to repay kindness with enmity?" With such a powerful cultivation and being the first to awaken, Guchen did not doubt the other party's identity. He did not want to fight with such an expert because there was no chance of winning if he did not expose the glorious ancient overlord body, and there was no need to do so in the current situation. Repay kindness with enmity? What do you mean? The Hidden Dragon Clan leader frowned. He quickly calmed down and looked around. He had an impression of this place. His last thought stopped here. He remembered that he had found a strange treasure, but when he touched it, he felt a boundless fear. It was an experience he had never experienced before in his life. Because of that, he was in a daze. At that moment, the clay bodhisattva ambushed him. His body was submerged in mud, and he quickly lost consciousness. When he woke up again, his body had returned to normal, and the clay bodhisattva was hiding behind the human young man in front of him. He remembered the sneak attack of the clay bodhisattva, so he subconsciously wanted to fight back when he woke up. At this moment, after hearing Guchen's words and seeing the 6 elders of the clan beside him, he realized that many things must have happened after he was attacked. The 6 elders woke up one after another and looked at the unfamiliar Guchen in shock. The 7 of you entered the mud cave one after another, but you never came out. Therefore, the Hidden Dragon clan asked me to help. I was the one who subdued the clay bodhisattva and saved all of you. Guchen gave a brief account of what had happened. When the Hidden Dragon clan leader and the 6 elders heard this, they immediately looked at each other with suspicion. Nonsense. Our clan has been isolated from the world for a long time and has no contact with the outside world. Why would we ask for your help? In my opinion, you and the clay bodhisattva are clearly in cahoots, an elder questioned. It was Ninja who personally brought me to the outside of the mud cave. He should still be outside at this moment. If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask him, Guchen replied calmly. Someone invited by Ninja? This time, the elders looked at each other and communicated, and they were a little more convinced. The person was just outside. Once he went out, they would immediately know whether it was true or not. There was not much point in him lying. Moreover, everyone knew about Ninja's experience. He had once entered the world to train and befriended many cultivators. It was indeed possible that he had brought someone over. If that's the case, then you are our benefactor. I was rude just now. The Hidden Dragon clan leader's tone was much more polite. Everyone, don't mind me. Leave this place first. You haven't returned for a long time, and your clansmen are very worried. Guchen smiled, then looked at the clay bodhisattva and asked him to open the passage. The clay bodhisattva smiled bitterly, bent down, and pressed its hands on the ground. The ground, including the surrounding rock walls, turned into a swamp. Everyone fell into the swamp. The clay bodhisattva wrapped around everyone, and the rolling mud passed through the rock layer. Brother Ninja, can that guy successfully save the clan leader and the others? Inside the cave, a hidden dragon asked the ninja in front of him with anticipation and apprehension. Guchen had already been down for more than 2 hours. During this period, more hidden dragons rushed over and surrounded the place. The clan leader and elders had not returned for several months. To be honest, the entire clan was very worried. Therefore, when they heard that reinforcements had arrived, they were more or less filled with anticipation. With the strength of the clan leader and the elders, they were unable to escape unscathed after entering the mud hole. That guy is not worthy of our expectations. Ninja shook his head and said truthfully. He did not expect Guchen to be able to save them at all. The reason why he brought him here was to save him some trouble. The other party's strength was unfathomable. He did not have the confidence to take him down without paying a huge price, so he could only use this mud hole. Didn't the other party say that he wanted to form an alliance with the Hidden Dragon clan? Since that was the case, letting him take the risk to save the clan leader and the elders would be a good test of his sincerity. If he entered the mud hole, it meant that he was sincere. If a miracle happened and he really brought them out, then everyone would be happy. If he couldn't come out, then it would be good. He would save a great enemy. He only needed to focus on dealing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He had already made all the preparations. All the experts in the clan had been transferred here. When he was sure that the guy couldn't come out, he would use the fastest speed to deal with the threat of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bookhouse website, he's out. He's out. While Ning Jin was thinking about the next plan, the clansman beside him suddenly shouted excitedly. A large number of bubbles suddenly appeared in the quagmire ahead, and then a wave of mud rose into the sky, muddy water splashed everywhere, and then many figures landed on the shore, all of whom were familiar to everyone. Clan leader. Ning Jin saw his clan leader at first glance, and his face was full of surprise. He ran over immediately. Many hidden dragons followed closely behind, and they were all overjoyed to see the clan leader and the 6 elders again. For a moment, the shore was noisy. Guchen smiled and brought Clay Bodhisattva to Wuji Tyrant Dragon's side. Master, this guy is. Wuji Tyrant Dragon heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Guchen return safely. He looked at Clay Bodhisattva and asked. A new subordinate. I'll leave him to you to manage from now on, Guchen answered casually. Clay Bodhisattva's eyes widened. What the hell? Letting a mount manage him? He was also an all-powerful figure in the past. How did he end up like this? His eyes rolled. He would rather die than be humiliated. He didn't want to be under someone else's command. He'd better find a chance to escape as soon as possible. Guchen found a dry place and sat down, waiting for the higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon clan to finish speaking. The clan leader and elders of the Hidden Dragon clan wouldn't believe him completely. They needed to understand the ins and outs of the matter from Ning Jin and the others. And Ning Jin would tell them the truth, including his proposal for an alliance. As for what the higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon clan would do after understanding everything, Guchen couldn't predict it. Guchen closed his eyes and seemed to enter a state of cultivation. Clay Bodhisattva's eyes flashed, and he quietly moved away from him. As long as he went back into the quagmire and ran away as fast as he could, the opponent shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Clay Bodhisattva thought of an escape plan, but for some reason, he felt a little guilty. Thinking of how the opponent had inexplicably broken his Taoist techniques, he had deep doubts and worries about the abilities that he was so proud of in the past. In the end, he didn't run away. Now that all the experts of the Hidden Dragon clan were here, it wasn't the right time to escape. Since the opponent had spared his life, he could just wait and see. There was no need to rush. Fool! Who allowed you to contact Modest Pavilion? You're trying to lead the Hidden Dragon clan onto a path of no return. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan found out about Guchen's background. He was furious when he found out that Ninja Hideout had contacted the outside world in order to deal with the Golden Crocodile. Chief, that Golden Crocodile's cultivation has already reached the 6th vehicle realm. I tried to assassinate it, but I failed. Instead, I injured it and caused it to go berserk, scaring the other tribes in the Great Swamp into fleeing. The commotion caused by the race's escape is too great. If we don't take care of that Golden Crocodile soon, it will definitely attract the attention of the outside world. Furthermore, clan leader and you are not here. If an almighty were to enter the swamp to investigate and discover traces of our hidden dragon clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's why I contacted Pavilion of Honesty. If Pavilion of Honesty can deal with the golden crocodile as soon as possible, the crisis can be temporarily resolved. The facts have proven that I was right. Not only did the Pavilion of Innocence deal with that golden crocodile, but their people also saved you and the rest of you. Enduring the scolding from the clan leader, he then defended himself. Many clansmen also spoke up for him. Bullshit. Do you think I'm senile? I don't know your true intentions. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan blew his beard and glared at him. He said exasperatedly, back then, you went out to train and joined that organization. You got to know that fellow, and that fellow had a close relationship with Yi Wunyan. If the old man guessed correctly, Yi Wunyan was also a member of that organization. They schemed to drag the Hidden Dragon clan down with them, but the old man knew that they were just a bunch of desperados. They had no chance of succeeding. Back then, you were bewitched by them. When you returned to the clan, you suggested it to the old man. You only stopped after the old man taught you a lesson. But the old man knew that you never gave up on that idea. This time, something happened to the old man and the elders. Instead of taking care of the clansmen, you actually took the liberty of bringing those people in. Are you really unable to deal with that golden crocodile? Even if you can't do it alone, it won't be a problem at all if you work together with many clansmen. You kept it because you wanted to take the opportunity to establish a cooperative relationship with that organization and tie the Hidden Dragon clan to them. This way, even if the old man and the others luckily came back, what's done can't be undone. They have no choice but to do as you say. Have you considered the risk of the secret being leaked when you do this? If the news that the Hidden Dragon clan is still alive and living in seclusion in the Great Desolate Swamp gets out, do you know how much risk it will bring to us? And how many clansmen will lose their lives because of your stupid idea? The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan scolded loudly. The surrounding elders vigilantly cast spells to prevent Gu Chen and the others, who were far away, from hearing their conversation. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan looked ashamed when his plan was exposed. He gritted his teeth and said, logically, the secret won't be leaked. Yi Wunyan promised that the assassins of the Pavilion of Innocence who carried out the mission wouldn't know the inside story. We originally didn't intend to come into contact with these assassins, so they wouldn't know of our existence during the whole process. But what happened in the end? Smack, the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan directly slapped him. 2 clansmen were captured. That person already knows of our existence and even saved our lives. What should the old man do now? Bite the hand that feeds him and kill him? Even if you kill him, this matter won't end here. You've already let a wolf into the house. Yi Wunyan will make you pay the debt, and that organization won't let this go. Ninjin bit his lip tightly, and his gaze turned fierce. He said resolutely, since this is the case, why don't we cooperate with them? The Hidden Dragon clan has been hiding in this swamp for too many years. He had been holding these words in his heart for a long time, and now he said them without caring about the price, even if he knew that it would make the old clan leader even angrier. You stinking brat, you're going to anger the old man to death. Do you think that just because you have some talent, the old man won't kill you? You've already broken the clan rules. As expected, the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan became even angrier. He was about to hit Ninjin, but the elders beside him hurriedly stopped him. Clan leader, Ninjin is also for the sake of the clan's future. Calm down first. The most important thing right now is how to deal with that person. We must not let others see us as a joke, or even guess our situation. After a series of persuasion from the elders, the clan leader finally calmed down. It was indeed inappropriate to fight with Ninjin here. He had to think about how to deal with his savior first. You said that that person doesn't know about your relationship with Yi Wunyan, is that so? The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan pondered and asked Ninjin. I don't think so. If he was one of Yi Wunyan's men, he wouldn't have not reported his identity and even talked about an alliance. Ninjin hurriedly replied. That's strange. Why does he happen to have the same thoughts as that organization? He also has a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As far as I know, there aren't many Tyrannosaurus Rex left in the world. This person is strange. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan frowned. He felt that the other party was a huge variable. An assassin sent by the Pavilion of Innocence should be Yi Wunyan's trusted subordinate. Proposing an alliance seemed more like Yi Wunyan's idea. However, Ninja said that the assassin didn't know about the relationship between him and Yi Wunyan. This situation was really confusing. Ninja's judgment wasn't necessarily correct. Instead of guessing blindly, it was better to talk to the assassin and test him. Perhaps he would know the answer. Thinking of this, the Hidden Dragon clan leader ordered everyone to clear the area, and then walked towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen sensed something and immediately opened his eyes, standing up to greet him. Clan leader, you must have confirmed that I'm a friend and not an enemy, right? Did Ninja tell you about my suggestion to the nobles? Gu Chen asked with a smile. Suggestion? What suggestion? The clay bodhisattva behind looked at the two curiously, eavesdropping on their conversation. I understand the situation. Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist. The Hidden Dragon clan leader first expressed his gratitude to Gu Chen, and then changed the topic. As for the alliance, it's of great importance. The old man wants to know if you can make the decision on your own. Gu Chen's eyes revealed a strange light. He guessed that the other party was testing him, wanting to know if he had any other forces behind him. If I say that I'm alone, will the Hidden Dragon clan believe me? Gu Chen said calmly. If you are alone, forgive me for being presumptuous, but what benefits does it bring to the Hidden Dragon clan if we form an alliance with you? The Hidden Dragon clan leader had a skeptical look on his face. He did not believe Gu Chen's words at all. No matter how ambitious a person was, they had to have some confidence before they dared to talk about an alliance, right? Moreover, the other party had boasted to Ninja that he would help the Hidden Dragon clan walk out of the great desolate swamp and rise again. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to say such big words. Clan leader, will you believe me even if I promise you some benefits here? How about this? Why don't you treat an alliance with me as an investment? Gu Chen replied with a smile. When he was negotiating with Ninja Hideout, he talked big. The first thing he opened his mouth was to help the Hidden Dragon clan rise. The reason was because he could see that Ninja Hideout was hot-blooded. As a member of the younger generation of the Hidden Dragon clan, Ninja Hideout definitely had the thought of walking out of the Great Marsh. However, the leader of the Hidden Dragon clan was different. With the other party's experience and identity, he would not easily believe in those illusory benefits. Furthermore, he could not bring out any real benefits at the moment. Even if he could, he did not wish for the alliance with the Hidden Dragon clan to be completely based on benefits. The alliance that way would not be stable. Therefore, he chose to use another method to convince the other party. Investment? What do you mean? Gu Chen's answer was out of the Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch's expectations. According to Ren Yin, the other party's tone should be very arrogant. But this aroused his interest. He had lived for a long time, so he really didn't believe in those empty dreams. Gu Chen's words made him want to listen to it. The Hidden Dragon clan does not need to pay any price to form an alliance with me. On the contrary, I promise to keep the secret that the Hidden Dragon clan is hiding in the great desolate marsh. At the same time, I am willing to split the treasures accumulated by the clay bodhisattva 50-50 with the Hidden Dragon clan. As soon as Gu Chen said this, the Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch squinted his eyes. He was a little tempted. Meanwhile, the clay bodhisattva behind him widened his eyes. He had the intention of finding a knife to hack Gu Chen to death. Without even discussing it with him, Gu Chen actually wanted to give half of his wealth to the Hidden Dragon clan. Did this guy know how much wealth that was? The clay bodhisattva's heart was filled with hundreds of thousands of curses, but he felt even more sour. When he surrendered and pledged allegiance to the Hidden Dragon clan, he had agreed to hand over all of his wealth. Therefore, when Gu Chen said this, he did not have any temper at all. If he did not comply, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep his life. He was truly a fish on the chopping block. Is there such a good thing? As the saying goes, when you eat someone, your mouth is soft and your hands are short. In the end, the Hidden Dragon clan has to do something for you, right? The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch's eyes flickered. When the time comes, I will indeed need the Hidden Dragon clan's help. However, patriarch, you have the right to refuse. At that time, if Patriarch feels that the help I ask you for will endanger the safety of the Hidden Dragon clan, you can refuse. I guarantee that I will not have any complaints. Guchen said decisively. It's easy for you to say. What if you threaten to expose the Hidden Dragon clan's secret and force me to help you? The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch questioned. Guchen turned around and pointed at the clay bodhisattva. The enemies that this guy has provoked are not much less than the Hidden Dragon clan. Now that he is with me, if I reveal the Hidden Dragon clan's secret, the Hidden Dragon clan can also reveal the secret that he is with me. The Great Desolate Swamp's environment is complicated, and the Hidden Dragon clan is good at concealment. Even if people know that you are hiding here, they will not be able to do anything to you in a short time. However, I am different. When I travel outside, as long as people know that the clay bodhisattva is by my side, the situation will immediately become extremely dangerous. Let me ask you, with such a weakness in the Hidden Dragon clan's hands, what else does the patriarch have to worry about? Guchen spoke frankly with assurance. The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch thought about it seriously and felt that what he said was right. The clay bodhisattva looked at Guchen in surprise. He somewhat understood why the other party did not kill him. For a troublesome person like him, killing him and robbing him of his treasures was the most efficient and risky choice. However, the other party did not do so. Instead, he used him as a bargaining chip to form an alliance with the Hidden Dragon clan. What was the other party trying to do? Not only did he want to form an alliance with the Hidden Dragon clan, but he also wanted to take him in as a subordinate. The guts and strategy behind this were not simple. What you said makes sense. However, there is no such thing as a wall with a hole in it. This matter concerns the safety of the entire Hidden Dragon clan. Leaving you here seems to be a better choice. As long as I kill you, all the treasures on the clay bodhisattva will belong to the Hidden Dragon clan. There is no need to split it equally with others. The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch's eyes shone brightly as he spoke without concealing it. The corners of the clay bodhisattva's mouth twitched. This old fellow from the Hidden Dragon clan was really ruthless. He had just been saved, yet he could say such ungrateful words without even blushing or panting. Believe me, this is the worst choice. Guchen was not angry at all as he spoke calmly. Why? The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch seemed to be deliberately provoking him. The patriarch and the various elders could not even take down a clay bodhisattva. Furthermore, the clay bodhisattva was easily taken care of by me. The patriarch should know my strength. Let's not talk about whether I can defeat the patriarch. If I want to leave, the patriarch will definitely not be able to stop me. Once the alliance breaks down and I leave the Great Desolate Swamp, the first thing I will do is to reveal the secret of the Hidden Dragon clan. As Guchen spoke, he looked at the clay bodhisattva. Also, if I let him go, do you think you will leak the secret? When the clay bodhisattva saw the Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch look over, he immediately grinned and continued speaking in accordance with Guchen's words. I have never been able to control my big mouth. He clearly knew that Guchen was negotiating with the Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch. If the negotiation failed, he was afraid that he would not have a good ending. Hence, it was better to show his loyalty at this time. The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch's expression was uncertain. The other party was right. Although they had been plotted against by the clay bodhisattva, the fact that the other party could save them from the clay bodhisattva meant that his strength was probably above theirs. As for clay bodhisattva, he was famous for his ability to escape. It was hard to guarantee that he would not escape when he was dealing with Guchen and the Tyrannosaurus Rex at the same time. Their chances of victory were too low if they left all of them here, and the consequences would be unimaginable if they let even one of them escape. It was far better to form an alliance with them. As long as they formed an alliance, they would immediately be able to obtain half of the clay bodhisattva's treasures. Moreover, they would be able to blackmail the other party and would not have to worry about the other party divulging their secrets. In fact, in the long run, having an ally in the outside world was more beneficial than detrimental. Moreover, this ally could not force them to do anything. The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch had to admit that he had been convinced by this human youth in front of him. My words just now offended you, please forgive me, fellow Taoist. One more friend, one more way out. May I know your name? The head of the Hidden Dragon clan cupped his hands towards Guchen and asked politely. His surname is Chen and his name is Yi. Gu Chen smiled, knowing that the alliance was most likely a success. Fellow Daoist Chen, please wait a moment. The old man will discuss it with the clan members. The Hidden Dragon clan's patriarch quickly turned around and walked towards the elders and ninjas. What? Patriarch, you want to form an alliance with that guy? All the elders and ninjas were shocked when they heard the patriarch's words. Weren't they testing the other party just now? Why did they decide to form an alliance so quickly? Previously, the clan leader was still enraged. Suddenly, he decided to take the first step of the Hidden Dragon clan's alliance with the human race. It was truly unbelievable. Now that things have developed to this stage, our Hidden Dragon clan has no choice but to make some choices. Since we're going to be involved with people from the outside world anyway, the old man feels that Chen Yi is a good ally. The Hidden Dragon clan leader sighed. All the elders understood his helplessness and subconsciously looked at Ninjin. This matter was caused by Ninja, because it was difficult for the Hidden Dragon clan to maintain their peaceful and secluded life in the past. Sooner or later, they would be dragged into the whirlpool. Since that was the case, the usually conservative clan leader had no choice but to make changes and prepare for a rainy day. I'm sorry, Chief. Ninja knew that it was her fault, so she lowered her head and apologized. Humph, do you still know that you were wrong? The Hidden Dragon clan's clan leader didn't give him any face at all. Clan leader, if we form an alliance with Chen Yi, what about Yi Wunyan? The forces over there are obviously stronger. Why don't we choose them? Although he was very happy that the clan leader had finally broken the old rules, the target of the alliance was not what he had originally imagined. In his opinion, although Chen Yi was somewhat mysterious, he could not be compared to the organization behind Yi Wunyan. An alliance doesn't have to be as strong as possible. It's more important to be suitable. The patriarch of the Hidden Dragon clan glanced at Ninja and shook his head in his heart. This junior's talent was extremely high, and he wasn't stupid either. However, there were many things that he couldn't understand. Back then, in order to train him, he let him leave the Great Swamp to gain experience, but he didn't expect to join that organization and be influenced by them. He wholeheartedly wanted to lead the Hidden Dragon clan out of the Great Swamp. Although his original intention was good, his thinking was still too childish. He wanted to let him take over the position of clan leader in the future, but given the current situation, he was still far from being able to take on such a heavy responsibility. In this aspect, Chen Yi was different. Although he was also young, he was steady in everything he did. Ninja should really learn from him. I don't know if Chen Yi will be more suitable, but how should we explain to Yi Wunyan? We can't possibly pretend to be deaf and dumb, right? Ninja smiled bitterly. He had already built a bridge between the Hidden Dragon clan and that organization. It would be very difficult for him to go back on his word now. Just drag it out. We won't refuse or promise. The Hidden Dragon clan's clan leader replied. Will this work? They're not fools. Ninja gritted his teeth and said. He didn't understand why the clan leader had such a huge prejudice against that organization. He would rather choose a lone person to cooperate with. Why won't it work? You contacted Yi Wunyan in a roundabout way and asked his Wangwu Pavilion to act instead of asking that organization to act directly. Isn't it so that our clan will gradually accept their existence and naturally form an alliance? Since that's the case, our clan's ability to adapt is relatively slow. Of course we can accept them slowly, in case they make any excessive requests. The Hidden Dragon clan's clan leader's words left Ninja speechless. The elders all nodded, feeling that this was the safest way. Alright, it's settled then. Where are the killers from Wangwu Pavilion? The Hidden Dragon clan leader asked after making the final decision. They're all locked up. They're currently unconscious and don't know of our existence, Ninja answered. When he attacked Tu Xiong, Lady Storm, and householder Peach Blossom, he only knocked them out temporarily and didn't kill them directly. After all, they were sent by Yi Wunyan. As far as he knew, they were all his trusted aides. As long as they didn't know the Hidden Dragon clan's secret, there was no need for him to kill them and destroy their relationship. Are you sure they didn't see you or other clansmen? The Hidden Dragon clan leader asked cautiously. I'm sure, Ninja promised. Alright, then hand them over to Chen Yi to deal with, the Hidden Dragon clan leader said. In that case, won't Chini know of our relationship with Yi Wunyan? Ninja asked in surprise. This was related to the Hidden Dragon clan's secret. He captured the killers from Wangwu Pavilion but didn't kill them directly. Anyone who wasn't stupid would be able to tell that they had something fishy going on with Wangwu Pavilion. We want him to know that he and Yi Wunyan are not the same kind of people. We want to see how he deals with those killers. This will help the old man understand him better. Moreover, as a killer from Wangwu Pavilion, he knows that his pavilion master is related to us. He will be more restrained and won't dare to harm us easily. On the other hand, if we form an alliance with him, we can also learn about Yi Wunyan and the organization's movements from him. This is killing many birds with one stone. The Hidden Dragon clan leader explained. Ninja's eyes lit up and he praised, "Clan leader is brilliant." By letting Chen Yi and Yi Wunyan hinder each other, the Hidden Dragon clan could benefit from both sides. Although it was an alliance, they were in an invincible position. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have thought of doing something like this. After all, the Hidden Dragon clan leader was experienced and astute. After the Hidden Dragon clan's higher-ups finished their discussion, the Hidden Dragon clan leader walked towards Guchen again, while Ninja was ordered to bring the 3 unconscious killers over. Guchen noticed that they had been chatting for a long time and had already noticed. When he saw Ninja leave in a hurry, he frowned even more. The Hidden Dragon clan leader brought the result that Guchen wanted and asked for the 2 clansmen that he had kidnapped as a sign of their sincerity in forming an alliance. Guchen handed them over without hesitation. The 2 little dragons were useless to him. His goal had been achieved, so of course he would let them go. After that, the 2 sides discussed the distribution of the clay bodhisattvas treasures. Halfway through their discussion, Ninja brought the 3 unconscious Buddhist masters of Peach Blossom and the other 2 to Guchen. As soon as Guchen saw that the 3 of them were still alive, a playful expression appeared on his face. He had already suspected that the Hidden Dragon clan had an unspeakable relationship with the Hall of Honesty, and the current situation proved his guess right. Clan leader, is there a collaboration between your clan and Pavilion Master Yi Wunyan? I wonder if your clan's collaboration with him takes precedence over yours and mine. Gu Chen's tone revealed his dissatisfaction. You misunderstand, fellow Daoist Chen. That Yi Wunyan does have some thoughts about the Hidden Dragon clan, but the old man doesn't trust him. The reason why we asked Pavilion Master Yi for help is that Ninja Yin acted on his own. Now that the old man has reached an agreement with you, Yi Wunyan will naturally not be considered. The old man handed the 3 of them over to fellow Daoist Chen to decide whether they live or die. I believe this is enough to show the old man's sincerity. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan gave a look to Ninja Yin as he spoke. Clan leader, before the Golden Crocodile's rebellion, it was indeed my idea to contact Yi Wunyan. Now that the clan leader is back, we naturally listen to him. Mr. Chen, you don't have to worry too much, Ninja Yin said expressionlessly. I see. Guchen nodded and walked to the 3 of them with a smile. As the chief of the Hidden Dragon clan had said, he would hand over the 3 of them to him. If he was dissatisfied with the relationship between the Hidden Dragon clan and Yi Wunyan, he could directly kill the 3 of them. In this way, it was very likely that Yi Wunyan would be dissatisfied with the Hidden Dragon clan. Both parties would no longer form an alliance, and he could dispel his worries. On the surface, this was indeed very sincere. However, although Guchen wasn't as old as the Hidden Dragon clan, he had experienced many storms in his life and immediately understood the other party's deeper meaning. What was the relationship between Yi Wunyan and the Hidden Dragon clan? This was the question he had been thinking about ever since he discovered that the Hidden Dragon clan was secretly following and spying on them. At first, he thought that Yi Wunyan might want to recruit the Hidden Dragon clan into Pavilion Master Yi Wunyan. After all, the members of the Hidden Dragon clan were born assassins. If they joined, Pavilion Master Yi Wunyan would be like a tiger with wings. However, there were many details that did not make sense. The most obvious one was why they were not told about this. Although the identity of the Hidden Dragon clan was sensitive and couldn't be easily revealed, if the Pavilion of Innocence really wanted to recruit them, the people in the pavilion would find out sooner or later. Those who participated in this mission could be said to be Yi Wunyan's trusted subordinates. How could he not tell them such an important thing in advance? Wasn't he afraid that they would mess it up? Of course, Guchen suspected that not everyone knew the inside story. At the very least, Householder Peach Blossom might know something. Previously, when Tu Xiong and Lady Storm disappeared, Master Peach Blossom had asked him if he had done anything when he was traveling alone. He could clearly see that Master Peach Blossom was hiding something. If Householder Peach Blossom knew about the existence of the Hidden Dragon clan and the true purpose of this mission, why was he unwilling to reveal the truth after his companions disappeared one after another? The way the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan and the ninja spoke was also very interesting. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan didn't seem to be interested in Yi Wunyan's recruitment. Why was that? Yi Wunyan was the pavilion master of the Pavilion of Innocence, while he was just an ordinary killer in the Pavilion of Innocence. No matter who it was, they should have chosen Yi Wunyan. Even if the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan was moved by the conditions that he had mentioned earlier, there was still an obvious problem. Why didn't they consider the possibility that he was on Yi Wunyan's side? He was sent by Yi Wunyan and took the initiative to say that he wanted to form an alliance with the Hidden Dragon clan. However, the Hidden Dragon clan seemed to think that he didn't represent Yi Wunyan. Yi Wunyan was highly secretive about the mission. He only used his trusted subordinates, but he didn't say anything. Householder Peach Blossom was also secretive. All these details pointed to one possibility: Yi Wunyan probably didn't represent the Pavilion of Innocence. Either Yi Wunyan wanted to establish his own power and absorb the Hidden Dragon clan as his own, or he had another force behind him, a force whose identity was so sensitive that it couldn't be revealed at all. Even the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan found it tricky to deal with. The possibility of the first possibility was very low. Yi Wunyan was already the Pavilion Master of Innocence. Even if there were some people in the pavilion who opposed him, they wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Therefore, Guchen was inclined to the second possibility, which was that there was another force behind Yi Wunyan. After deducing this, it was self-evident why the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan handed Householder Peach Blossom and the other two over to him. Householder Peach Blossom and the other two mostly represented the Pavilion of Innocence. Even if they were killed, it wouldn't affect the cooperation between the Hidden Dragon clan and the force behind Yi Wunyan. Householder Peach Blossom and the other two contacted that force on their own, but it wasn't that force that sent people over directly. Instead, they beat around the bush and asked Yi Wunyan to send killers from the Pavilion of Innocence. This meant that Householder Peach Blossom was either worried that the force wouldn't be recognized by the clan, or that the force was more sensitive than the Hidden Dragon clan and couldn't be easily exposed. Beating around the bush and asking the killers from the Pavilion of Innocence to participate in such a mission actually made it easier for them to be exposed. Therefore, it should be the first possibility. In this way, what the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan said previously was also valid. He indeed didn't trust Yi Wunyan and the force behind him. It was easy to invite a devil in, but difficult to send him away. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan was in a difficult situation, so he turned his attention to him. Not only did he use him to restrict Yi Wunyan, but he also let Yi Wunyan keep him in check, ensuring that he wouldn't easily do anything that would harm the Hidden Dragon clan. Guchen had to admit that this was the best of both worlds. This clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan was really a cunning old fox. It was just that he was taking a huge risk in this. The force behind Yi Wunyan was not to be underestimated. Once he fell into their trap, he might not even know how he died. On one hand, they formed an alliance with him, but on the other hand, they played tricks on him and didn't clearly tell him of the danger. This wasn't a good start for cooperation. I wonder how fellow Daoist Chen plans to deal with these three people? Fellow Daoist Chen, fellow Daoist Chen. Seeing that Guchen didn't speak for a long time, the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan called him a few times. Guchen came back to his senses and looked deeply at the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan. Let's not beat around the bush. Clan leader, you have to tell me which force is behind Yi Wunyan, right? The other party's eyes seemed to have seen through everything. The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan felt a chill in his heart. After a moment of silence, he said, fellow Daoist Chen said before that the old man should treat the alliance with you as an investment. Since that's the case, you have to prove that you have the qualifications, right? What we're going to do in the future is no small matter, and the forces we're going to offend are even more unimaginable. The old man has to be sure. Before the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan could finish his words, Guchen waved his hand and interrupted him. Clan leader, there's no need to say any more. I understand. I just want to know the name of this force. If I don't even know what I'm facing, what kind of cooperation is there? The clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan was speechless. He turned his head to look at Ninja, indicating for him to answer the question. Ninja took a deep breath and said, they all have their own names, but they all have the same name, Rebel Army. The Rebel Army, just these 3 words made Gu Chen's expression change. Behind him, the unbounded Tyrant Dragon's eyes revealed a strange glint. Clay Bodhisattva's eyelids twitched rapidly as he blurted out, the Rebel Army that tried to overthrow the rule of the 9 Dao courts and is rumored to have set off revolutions in many dynasties? Ninja Hidden frowned upon hearing Clay Bodhisattva's words. In fact, he did not want too many people to know about the Rebel Army, especially a bandit like Clay Bodhisattva. Gu Chen quickly returned to his senses and glanced at the unbounded Tyrant Dragon, his heart in turmoil. Before Li Wuwei died, he had told him about the Rebel Army, and Uncle Ling had mentioned it to him many times. Even though a small portion of the Rebel Army in the Dao world is working hard to fight for the people of the Chaos Sea, their forces are ultimately too weak. They need a true leader, an expert with both wisdom and martial strength to lead them. The legendary strongest physique that shone upon the entire primordial netherworld era is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. If such a person appears, the Rebel Army will burn the entire primordial Dao world like a spark. Those who pursue equality and peace in their hearts will also have the courage to stand up. It was for this lofty ideal that I bet everything with the remaining elders of the tyrants 1,000,000 years ago. Li Wuwei's dying words were deeply engraved in Gu Chen's heart, and he agreed with the Rebel Army. The tyrants were once inextricably linked to the Rebel Army. The tyrant ancestor in the golden coffin, martial sage Gu Xinghao, was the recognized spiritual leader of the Rebel Army in the Dao world. Gu Chen did not expect the organization behind Yi Wunyan to be the Rebel Army. The Rebel Army wanted to recruit the Hidden Dragon clan. Interesting. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he murmured. He had thought of coming into contact with the rumored Rebel Army at the right time, but he did not expect to meet them in advance. He had only wanted to use the power of Wang Wang Pavilion for himself, but now he had more ideas about Yi Wunyan. As his thoughts quickly returned to reality, Gu Chen looked at Ninja Hidden. The 3 of them should not have discovered your true bodies, right? Of course, I was very cautious. They fainted before realizing who had abducted them. Ran Yan looked at Gu Chen in surprise. He thought that Yi Wunyan would be fearful of him or feel a little emotional after knowing that the force behind Yi Wunyan was the Revolutionary Army. He did not expect that Yi Wunyan would directly ask about other things without saying anything. The Hidden Dragon clan created the legendary curse of the primordial desolate swamp, right? Gu Chen asked again. Ninja Hidden was confused and could only nod. Good, I'm taking these 3 with me. Gu Chen stopped asking and turned to look at the Clay Bodhisattva. Take these 3 with you. Make sure they don't wake up before I wake them up. The Clay Bodhisattva did not understand Gu Chen's intention, but he still nodded and stepped forward to suck the 3 people into his swamp space. Chen's body was like a spirit swamp was, and Mu was, his. The ninja, and King was, his was. Chen's out. He didn't understand Gu Chen's intentions, but he still nodded and sucked the 3 into his swamp space. After learning about the Revolutionary Army's situation, Yi Futian's expression didn't change, and he didn't even spare the 3 people from the Pavilion of Innocence. The Hidden Dragon clan's clan leader realized that he couldn't see through this young man in front of him, and he grew anxious. He began to worry about whether he had made the right choice in allying with Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not seem to be as easy to control as he had imagined. Alright, clan leader, we should continue talking about splitting the loot. Gu Chen said to the Hidden Dragon clan's clan leader, forcing him to stop thinking about other things for now. A day later, Gu Chen left the clan's lair under the personal escort of the Hidden Dragon clan's clan leader and began his journey back. He rode on Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the clay Buddha followed beside him like a coachman. Watching Gu Chen's figure disappear into the distance, the Hidden Dragon clan leader, who had obtained a large amount of treasures for free, could not feel happy. Instead, he sighed. Clan leader, why are you sighing? Rennie noticed and couldn't help but ask. That fellow Daoist Chen didn't ask for anything from us and promised that we wouldn't necessarily help him in the future. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Since we're on his boat, it won't be so easy to get off. The old man has always been thinking of ways to give the Hidden Dragon clan a peaceful living environment. But after this, I'm afraid we can no longer hide from the world. We'll be swept into a huge storm. Renin looked ashamed. He knew that everything had happened because of him, but he didn't regret it. He'd always hoped that the Hidden Dragon clan could walk out of the great desolate swamp. This kind of peace now wasn't living, it was just living. Clan leader, there's no need to be so pessimistic. That Chinny might not be able to make any big waves. Our alliance with him might just be a formality, comforted an elder, thinking that the clan leader was worrying too much. Might not? Didn't you notice? Qin Yi's expression didn't change even after knowing about the rebel army's existence. What does that mean? The clay bodhisattva's treasure is priceless, but he didn't even blink and gave us half of it. What does that mean? He subdued the clay bodhisattva. The clay bodhisattva's ability to escape is top-notch, but Qin Yi didn't restrict him at all and wasn't afraid that he would escape. What does that mean? The Hidden Dragon clan leader asked a few questions in succession. Everyone carefully recalled the other party's calmness from beginning to end, and their expressions gradually turned solemn. They also realized that there was something indescribable about the other party. That guy is definitely not a simple person. His schemes might not be any smaller than the rebel armies. I don't know if forming an alliance with him will be a blessing or a curse for our clan. I hope we won't regret it in the future. The Hidden Dragon clan leader sighed. It was as if he could see the flames of war in the future. Far away from the Hidden Dragon clan's lair, Guqin shuttled through the forest and swamp. He held a black gem in his hand. The clay bodhisattva beside the infinite tyrant dragon raised its head to look at Guqin from time to time. Its eyes alternated between surprise, solemnity, and curiosity. Guqin had taken that gem from its hands. It had thought that Guqin would definitely be at a disadvantage after obtaining it and was prepared to watch a good show. However, the result surprised it. The gem could emit extreme fear and disturb a cultivator's mind. It could even cause a cultivator to go berserk. It could be said to be very evil. Back then, it was because of this gem that it was chased into the great desolate swamp. The owner of this item had once sworn to cut it into 1,000 pieces. Although it had successfully escaped the pursuit, it didn't dare to leave the great desolate swamp ever again. Every time it thought of that guy's fierceness, it would send shivers down its spine. Back then, the Hidden Dragon clan leader and elders had discovered its lair one after another and barged into it to search for treasures. It was this gem that had disturbed their minds. Only then did it succeed in ambushing them and sealing them away. He valued this gem very much, but it just so happened that Guqin wanted it, so he had no choice but to hand it over. However, the gem that could induce fear seemed to have no effect on Guqin at all. It made him very puzzled and he felt that the man in front of him was filled with mysteries. The black gemstone in his hand was shaped like a heart. It was cold and prickly to the touch. Guqin had experienced the extreme fear that even the leader of the Hidden Dragon tribe, who had a cultivation base of 7-fold realm, had just taken over the gemstone. However, before the fear could cause any chaos in his mind, it was dispersed by the boiling blood in his body. Therefore, Guqin returned to normal in an instant. This evil gemstone could not do anything to the glorious ancient overlord body. Playing with the gemstone in his hand, Guqin estimated that he was still some distance away from the border of the Swamp Kingdom. He started chatting with the clay bodhisattva. Did you end up hiding in the great ancient swamp because of this gemstone? Although this gemstone is strange, it seems to be different from the orthodoxy that you're cultivating. Is it worth it? Guqin asked calmly. I didn't steal it because of its value, the clay bodhisattva said while clenching his teeth. His expression was obviously not right. Oh? Is there something else? Guqin asked. The clay bodhisattva was silent. He watched as Guqin played with the fear stone as if it was an ordinary stone. Finally, he said, the owner of this gemstone is the Lord of the Fear Castle. He killed a close friend of mine. To take revenge, I stole this gemstone from him. So that's how it is. Is stealing his things enough to take revenge? Guqin asked. There was no malice in his words, but the clay bodhisattva felt uneasy. He even looked gloomy. Legend has it that there are 5 heart-shaped stones in the world. They are formed by the 5 emotions of countless living beings. There are many opinions on how the heart-shaped stones came about. There is no convincing answer. However, everyone knows about the evil nature of the heart-shaped stones and its benefits to cultivators with special orthodoxies. The fear stone is one of the 5 heart-shaped stones. It is the amalgamation of fear in the world. The Lord of the Fear Castle walked a very special path of fear. Therefore, the fear stone is a priceless treasure to him. It is even related to his future in cultivation. Therefore, the fact that I stole the fear stone is worse than killing him. The clay bodhisattva revealed a sinister smile, as if he was very happy to have gotten his revenge. However, Guchen felt that he was just trying to convince himself. He asked again, previously in the mud cave, you said that you were different from the Hidden Dragon clan. You were just hiding your strength and biding your time. I wonder what you were referring to. A hint of depression flashed across the clay bodhisattva's face, and he quickly replied. Of course I'm planning to leave the mountain again and steal to my heart's content. After all, I'm the #1 thief in the world. Is that so? Guchen looked at him with a faint smile. What else? The clay bodhisattva's face was burning. Which of the 3,000 minor arts did you cultivate? It's quite mystical. Guchen changed the topic. Little Earth Magic. It is derived from the Great Earth Technique of the 8 Great Techniques. The profundity of this technique is that it can fuse with the laws of the earth and change the nature of the soil at will. Depending on the person's understanding, the small earth technique will display different powers and transformations. I cultivated this technique and turned my body into a swamp, causing my Tao technique to become unpredictable. I also have top-notch escaping skills. The clay bodhisattva answered readily. Many people knew about the Tao technique he cultivated. It was not a big secret. When you attacked me earlier, the clay exploded. What happened? Guchen asked with interest. That was the explosive clay. It was also a transformation of the small earth technique. Although I'm better at turning into a swamp, the swamp can bind and trap people. It lacks a more direct and powerful attack power. In order to make up for this weakness, I studied this transformation. The clay bodhisattva's explanation sounded like he was deliberately showing off. A ball of muddy water rose from his hand. Soon, the water evaporated and turned into a clay sculpture. This clay sculpture was in the shape of infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex. It looked lifelike, but its size was much smaller. I cultivated the small earth technique. My body can completely turn into a swamp. The water flowing in my body is the key to Tao technique. When I cast the technique, the water in my body will completely fuse with the energy of the earth. I will turn into a swamp. By slightly controlling the water absorption, I can create all kinds of clay puppets. Then, I can completely evaporate the water. Through some special transformation, I can create the explosive clay. As the clay bodhisattva spoke, the Tyrannosaurus Rex clay sculpture in his hand gradually cracked. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. The explosion was limited to a very small area. This showed the clay bodhisattva's exquisite control over his Tao technique. The water in your body is the key? What if the water in your body is used up? Guchen pondered. Once the water in my body is used up, the power of my Tao technique will weaken. In serious cases, I might not even be able to maintain the swamp form. This is an unavoidable weakness and flaw of the small earth technique I cultivate. It is also a common characteristic of the 3,000 small techniques. You should have heard of it, right? The clay bodhisattva said. Guchen nodded. Although the 3,000 small techniques were derived from the 8 great techniques, they only had some of the profundities of great Tao techniques. They were not as flawless as great Tao techniques, so they inevitably had some flaws. Feng Yuan had once mentioned the flaws of the small fade art compared to the great fade art. The great prophet had also mentioned this problem. In fact, Guchen's sudden question about the clay bodhisattva's Tao technique was not a sudden impulse, but he wanted to further understand the 8 great techniques. As the strongest Tao technique in the primordial chaos Tao world, he would definitely have a chance to clash with it in the future. It was better to understand it first. Furthermore, he had once fallen to the great fate art, so he was naturally especially attentive to everything related to the 8 great techniques. From your tone just now, there are others who cultivate the small earth technique? The effects are different from yours? Gu Chen asked again. Yes, the small earth technique was imparted to me by my master. I have a senior brother who also grasps this technique. It's just that it's different from my crafty path. My senior brother's small earth technique is much more masculine than Feng Zhang's. He doesn't know the Tao of swamp transformation, but his strength is above mine. Of course, his small earth technique also has a weakness. It's just different from mine. After the clay bodhisattva finished speaking, Gu Chen clicked his tongue in wonder. The same Tao technique actually had completely different might, and even its weaknesses were different. Just the small Tao technique was already so profound, then what about the great Tao technique? It would probably have countless transformations. The more he understood, the more Gu Chen felt that the great fate art that Feng Yuan had used on him back then was not simple. He had suffered a great Tao technique head-on, and it was truly a fluke that he was able to come back to life. This also reminded him that the great fate art was definitely not as simple as what he had seen back then. He had to make ample preparations. After understanding the profundities of the clay bodhisattva's Tao technique in detail, he said almost everything he knew without holding back, giving Gu Chen a lot of inspiration. You told me all the secrets of your Tao technique, even its weaknesses. I'm sure it's not just because you have followed me, right? He didn't think that he could make the clay bodhisattva submit to him wholeheartedly in such a short period of time. He didn't have that kind of charm. Therefore, he guessed that he must have some ulterior motive, but he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Gu Chen took the initiative to mention it, the clay bodhisattva did not deny it and nodded with a complicated expression. I want to know why the stone of terror has no effect on you. So it was this. Gu Chen had already noticed that the clay bodhisattva had been staring at the stone of terror in his hand. When he realized that he was not affected by the stone of terror, his expression changed. However, he didn't expect that the clay bodhisattva wouldn't hesitate to give up all his Tao techniques just to find out the answer. Gu Chen pondered for a while. It was not easy for him to answer that question. He could not possibly tell the truth that it was because he was the glorious ancient overlord body, could he? The strongest physique of the ancient underworld could move freely in the primal chaos, and it could almost resist all kinds of negative energy. What could a mere stone of terror do to it? Gu Chen could tell that the clay bodhisattva attached great importance to this issue. Since the clay bodhisattva treated him with sincerity, he naturally could not lie casually. Can you tell me why you are so obsessed with this? If you don't tell me, it'll be hard for me to answer, Gu Chen said after some consideration. The clay bodhisattva was obviously hiding something from him. If he could not be honest, there was no need for him to answer. The clay bodhisattva fell silent. It stopped in its tracks and lowered its head. Gu Chen had the unbounded Tyrannosaurus Rex stop where it was and just looked at it quietly, waiting for its answer. If the other party was unwilling to open their hearts, he would not force them. However, the nature of this subordinate was a little different. He never accepted people easily. He accepted the clay bodhisattva because he valued his Tao techniques, but if his character was not good enough, he would definitely not be able to stay by his side for long. Previously, I mentioned that the Fear Castle Master had killed one of my female friends. Actually, there are some things that I didn't say. The clay bodhisattva struggled for a long time and finally spoke with a sorrowful expression on his face. I was there when he killed her. But under the power of that man, I was afraid. I was terrified. She died because of my cowardice. It was as if he had kept it bottled up in his heart for a long time. Now that he had said it all in one breath, his eyes reddened. Gu Chen understood a little and said, because you didn't dare to face him directly and wanted to take revenge for that woman, you stole his stone of terror as revenge? No, it's not for revenge. The clay bodhisattva shook its head, feeling a little emotional. Because on that day, I backed down. She died, and this is the regret of my life. I swear, when I face that man again, I won't be so scared that I can't move. I stole his fear stone to find a way to deal with his fear power. I hid in this desolate great swamp and lived a life that was neither human nor ghost for countless years just to overcome my fear. All these years, I have been trying to face the fear brought by the stone of terror. As long as I can withstand the power of this gem, I will no longer be afraid of that man. I can take revenge for her. However, after so many years, I still can't overcome this obstacle. Every time I touch that jewel, I see her dying in front of me. By the end of his speech, the clay bodhisattva was already in tears. Guchen and Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't say anything. They didn't laugh at his tears or his cowardice. For a man to take revenge for his beloved woman, he hid in this desolate great swamp for countless years. Every day, he would experience the pain of losing his beloved through the fierce stone. Was this cowardice? No, this kind of man was stronger than anyone else. His willpower was beyond imagination. Guchen didn't expect the clay bodhisattva to have such a story. Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex also didn't expect this. His opinion of him changed a lot. The great thief also had his own feelings. The clay bodhisattva's tears today wasn't because he was cowardly and incompetent. It was because he had held it in for far too long. If Guchen didn't bring him out of that mud hole, it was hard to imagine how long he would continue to stay in there and how he would be tortured by his own heart demon. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to overcome his fear even if he spent his entire life, because his obsession was too deep. The deeper the obsession, the more powerful the fear stone. The clay bodhisattva who was deep in it probably didn't notice this at all. This was the so-called the onlooker sees the game more clearly. Guchen sighed. He already knew how to answer the clay bodhisattva's previous question. The reason why I'm not afraid of this fear stone is because of my physique. I can't tell you the details, but if you follow me sincerely, I promise you that I'll help you overcome your fear. One day, I'll let you kill the Fear Castle Lord with your own hands so that the dead can rest in peace. Guchen gave his promise. His tone was as calm as usual, but the Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex beside him could feel the weight of these words. The Celestial Arch never made promises easily, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex never made promises easily. Moreover, although he didn't mention the glorious ancient overlord body, he said it was because of his physique. This was enough to make people associate it and cause unknown risks. A man of character, the Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex knew very well that Guchen could gather such a large group of companions not only because of his strength, but also because of his personality. He was so smart that he could understand the pros and cons of every action, but he never bound his heart for benefits. After hearing Guchen's promise, the clay bodhisattva wasn't as emotional as the Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex. After all, he didn't understand Guchen. He only felt that it was ridiculous and shameful for him to say what was in his heart in front of an outsider, even to the point where tears were streaming down his face. He didn't know if Guchen could keep his promise, but this man gave him a very special feeling. Since that was the case, and he had already walked out of the mud hole, he might as well follow him and give it a try. No matter how bad the situation was, it couldn't be worse than before. At this moment, the clay bodhisattva finally gave up on the idea of escaping. He nodded at Guchen solemnly. Guchen returned the fear stone to him and looked at the swamp in front of them. They weren't far from the border of the swamp nation. I have something for you to do next. Go and take a bath first. You don't have the right to follow me with such disheveled hair and dirty face. Guchen said coldly. The clay bodhisattva's clothes hadn't been changed for God knows how many years, and his hair was extremely dirty. In the past, he could be forgiven for soaking in muddy water every day. However, he had to maintain his human form in the future. He definitely couldn't be in such a disheveled state. The clay bodhisattva scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He also knew that he couldn't be seen in this state, so he quickly found a clean pond to clean himself. When he returned from cleaning, Guchen and the Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex revealed a surprised look. The neatly dressed clay bodhisattva didn't look like Panin, but he gave off a solemn and holy feeling. Although his clothes were not revealing, his face was as dignified as a bodhisattva. Guchen somewhat understood the origin of the clay bodhisattva's name. He shook his head and said, "Your original appearance is too eye-catching. You'd better disguise yourself more normally." The clay bodhisattva nodded. Mud seeped out of the skin on his face in a strange manner and slowly formed another ordinary face. By the time the mud and water on his face had dried, he had already transformed into a completely different person. His disguise technique was quite unique. Guchen looked at him with satisfaction. "Since you've changed your clothes, you'll be my servant in front of outsiders. Give yourself a name." "Her surname is Jean. My surname is Chiao." Let's call her Xianxia. The clay bodhisattva seemed to have thought about it and murmured. Alright, we should leave now. Guchen didn't say anything else. He mounted the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex again, followed by the clay bodhisattva. In the Wild Fox Imperial City, the Imperial Palace was located on a huge psychic tree. Generations of the Wild Fox Imperial family lived here. The psychic tree was thousands of feet tall, and the palaces built on its branches did not seem crowded at all. Instead, it made the Wild Fox Palace a unique landscape in the Great Qing dynasty. The most imposing palace on the crown of the psychic tree was the Zhe King's resting palace. It was also the highest authority in the Zhe country, as the people of the Zhe country believed. However, very few people knew that at the bottom of the psychic tree, deep within the mud of the swamp, was where the true master of the swamp country was. That was because the ancestor of the Wild Fox clan lived in seclusion in this place. Wild Fox Patriarch was very old. It was said that he had lived for a very long time. The current Zhe king was his great-great-grandson. The trivial political affairs of the Zhe kingdom were usually handled by the Zhe king, but as long as it was something that would affect the future of the Wild Fox tribe, the Wild Fox Patriarch would always be the one to decide. It was precisely because of the wisdom and philosophy of the Wild Fox ancestor that the Wild Fox tribe and the Zhe kingdom had withstood countless trials and had always stood tall within the territory of the Great Qing. Today, at the root of the sentient tree, in the cave where Patriarch Wild Fox lived in seclusion, Patriarch Wild Fox held a few jade slips in his hands. He looked at them thoughtfully and frowned from time to time. His body was much larger than the average wild fox. He had a long gray beard on both sides of his sharp beak, and there was a scar on one of his eyes. He looked quite fierce. The jade slip in his hand contained information from various places. Recently, the Deshang dynasty had not been peaceful. Patriarch Wild Fox felt that a storm was coming, so he paid special attention to every move of the various countries. If it was only the external situation that was unstable, it would have been fine. But recently, the Wild Fox clan's foundation had also been threatened. The waves of beasts from the desolate Great Swamp swarmed towards the border of the swamp country one after another, causing many problems. Although the Wild Fox tribe could still stabilize the situation with their military strength, if the situation continued to develop, the beast tide would threaten the Wild Fox kingdom, and the problem would be huge. The Wild Fox Imperial City was not far from the desolate Great Swamp. In the past, when they were threatened by external enemies, this was the Wild Fox clan's advantage. Even if King City fell, the Wild Fox tribe could still retreat into the depths of the swamp, making it impossible for the enemy to wipe them out. That way, they would have the opportunity to rest and recuperate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. Every time the desolate Great Swamp was not peaceful, the Wild Fox Imperial City would be easily threatened. It could be said that it was the first to be affected. As the capital of the country, the Wild Fox Imperial City was not only the economic and cultural center of the swamp country, but it also had the largest population. It was the true core, and they could not afford to lose it. Thus, the desolate Great Swamp's unrest had cast a shadow over the Wild Fox ancestor. In the past few months, he had been paying attention to the development of the situation. If the situation at the border worsened, he might have to leave the Imperial City and personally investigate what was going on. However, recently, his cultivation had reached a crucial point. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really did not want to leave the psychic tree's roots. After understanding all the information, the Wild Fox ancestor put down the jade slip and sighed. The battle for the throne of the Great Qing has already reached the point of fighting openly. The two princes have extended an olive branch many times. I'm afraid we can't drag this on for much longer. Soon, we will have to choose a side. As he muttered, he took a brush and ink from beside him. After thinking for a while, he dipped the brush in the ink and started writing on the blank jade slip. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head to look at a corner of the cave. His eyes lit up. Who is it? A figure stood in the darkness. When he heard the question, he slowly walked to the light. Please forgive me for disturbing you, fellow Taoist. The Wild Fox ancestor saw the person's appearance clearly. It was a human youth with black hair and white clothes. He did not know when the youth had snuck into his cave abode, but he did not sense it at all. how did you get in? The wild fox ancestor's eyes revealed a look of fear as he looked at the cave entrance. This cave abode was located at the root of the psychic tree. The psychic tree had spirituality, so its roots were constantly active. Because of this, there were countless undercurrents at the bottom of the swamp. If one wanted to enter the cave, they had to pass through the undercurrents. Not to mention that the undercurrents were extraordinary and ordinary cultivators would not be able to withstand them. Even if they could, the environment at the root was complicated. It was extremely difficult to accurately find the location of the cave, and even if they found the location of the cave, there were undercurrents at the cave entrance. Once they entered, they would definitely cause a commotion. It was impossible for them to reach him without him noticing. The wild fox ancestor had always thought that his place of seclusion was extremely safe. He did not expect that someone would be able to approach him without him noticing. At this moment, he was naturally very afraid and wanted to figure out what was going on. Of course, I swam in. The person smiled and spoke. He was Gu Chen, who had rushed to Wild Fox capital city the moment he reached the border of the Swamp Kingdom. Searching for the Wild Fox ancestor's whereabouts had taken Gu Chen some time, and it was even more difficult to find his cave abode. The psychic tree that the Wild Fox clan lived in was very strange. Its developed roots constantly breathed and stirred at the bottom of the swamp, making it impossible to identify the location of the Wild Fox ancestor's cave abode. Fortunately, Gu Chen had the clay bodhisattva beside him. He could transform into the swamp and adapt to the environment better than the Wild Fox clan, who had grown up in the swamp. He easily led him to the entrance of the cave abode. As for the undercurrents at the root, they were obstacles to others, but they were helpful to the clay bodhisattva. He was like a fish in water in the undercurrents, so he entered the cave abode without the Wild Fox ancestor noticing. He turned into a pool of muddy water and came ashore. After that, Gu Chen came out of his swamp space and appeared in front of the Wild Fox ancestor like a ghost. The whole thing sounded simple, but in the eyes of the Wild Fox ancestor, who did not know the truth, it was a little shocking. The moment Gu Chen appeared, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. It made him wonder which great figure had condescended to come here. May I know why you're looking for me? It was not the great ancestor of Wild Fox's intention to investigate whether the other party had swum in or not. He stared at the cross-shaped tattoo between Gu Chen's eyebrows and carefully tried to recall whether there was any big shot with such an appearance. However, after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure out who it could be. This person looked too young and was a human. As far as he knew, there were only a few strong humans in the 7 countries of Diqing. If the Luo sect of Pei hadn't disappeared, then the great prophet of the Luo sect could be considered one. However, this person was clearly not the great prophet of the Luo sect. I am here on behalf of Prince Pei. I have something to discuss with you, Brother Wild Fox, Gu Chen said. Prince Pei? Which Prince Pei? Wild Fox ancestor was confused. Naturally, the new Prince Pei, Lu Yan, Gu Chen replied calmly. Wild Fox ancestor fell silent and looked at Gu Chen strangely. Of course, he had heard about the new Prince Pei succeeding the throne. A 16-year-old Prince Pei, who was sickly and had an eye disease, was just a joke to him. It was said that the new Prince Pei was appointed by Prince Wu Lai of Diqing. Prince Wu Lai's intentions were clear to everyone. The new Prince Pei was just a puppet. Representing a puppet king to discuss something with him? What kind of joke was this? Lu Yan wasn't qualified to see him. Even if he came to Wild Fox Kingdom in person, King Zhe would at most receive him. Also, why didn't he inform him in advance? Instead, he sneaked into his cave abode. Was this something a messenger would do? Wild Fox ancestor wanted to complain, but he didn't dare. He couldn't see through this person. He thought about it carefully. With the power of the Lu clan of Pei, no one should have the ability to sneak up to him. And the Luo sect had disappeared. This person said he was here on behalf of Prince Pei. There was only one possibility. Are you Prince Wu Lai's man? Wild Fox ancestor asked. Only the most powerful princes of Diqing would be able to send such a powerful martial artist to his side. Prince Wu Lai and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's battle was getting more and more intense. If he had something important to discuss with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, he would definitely not want to be discovered by the enemy. Hence, it was understandable for him to do so in secret. But if that was the case, then Prince Wu Lai was being too disrespectful. Although Wild Fox's ancestor served Emperor Shing, he wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. No, I am here on behalf of Prince Pei. This has nothing to do with Wu Lai. Patriarch Wild Fox was almost certain of the other party's identity, but he did not expect Gu Chen to deny it. There's no point in saying that. Who doesn't know that King Pei is just a puppet? Patriarch Wild Fox sneered. Before I came here, I heard that Patriarch Wild Fox is a resourceful person. I never expected him to be someone who follows what others say. How disappointing. Gu Chen slowly shook his head. Is what the old man said wrong? Patriarch Wild Fox raised his eyebrows. I won't argue with you about the truth of the matter here. You only need to gather more information about Pei Du, and I'm sure you'll have an answer. I came here to solidify the alliance between the Pei state and the Zhe state, Gu Chen said. Maintain the alliance? Patriarch Wild Fox was even more surprised. He carefully observed Gu Chen's expression and realized that he did not seem to be joking. The other party insisted that King Pei was not a puppet. That confident look made Patriarch Wild Fox not dare to speak carelessly. However, given the current situation, was there still a need to mention the alliance between the Pei state and the Zhe state? The Luo state's leading family is now missing, and King Pei is a weak and sickly brat. It's uncertain whether the Lu family can still be in charge of the Pei state. From the old man's point of view, the alliance is already meaningless. Patriarch Wild Fox shook his head. Since the other party said that he was here for this matter, he would talk to him. He believed that the other party would eventually reveal his true purpose. Although the Luo state is gone, the vitality of the Pei state has not been lost. Most importantly, the Pei state and the Zhe state are separated by only a strip of water. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be interdependent. If the two countries cannot advance and retreat together, how will they face their enemies in the future? Gu Chen said. Both countries are under the flag of the Great Qing. With the protection of the Great Qing, where will the enemy come from? Patriarch Wild Fox stroked his beard. What if the enemy is the Great Qing? Gu Chen smiled. Patriarch Wild Fox's eyes narrowed. He deliberated and said, if the enemy is the Great Qing, wouldn't it be even more suicidal to ally with the weak Pei state? The Pei state is not weak. It will definitely be a reliable ally of the Zhe state. There's no proof. The facts in front of us are indisputable. What if I can prove that the Pei state is not weak? Patriarch Wild Fox looked deeply at Gu Chen. He could not understand what this fellow was trying to do. How do you prove it? He asked. Recently, the border of the Zhe state has not been peaceful. After King Pei learned of this, he took the initiative to share the burden of the Zhe state. He has already helped to solve the problem, Gu Chen said. You're talking nonsense. Patriarch Wild Fox immediately retorted. He felt that it was ridiculous. If the problem at the border had been solved, how could he not know? This is absolutely true. I believe that you will soon receive the information from the border. The beast tide has already begun to return to the great desolate swamp, Gu Chen said. Even if this is true, how can you be sure that King Pei helped? How can the old man be sure that you are not here to take credit? Patriarch Wild Fox would not easily believe a stranger. The reason why the beast tide is fleeing the great desolate swamp is because a golden godly crocodile is causing trouble in the depths of the swamp. This crocodile has already been killed by the people sent by King Pei. Without the crocodile as a threat, the demonic beasts will naturally return to the depths of the swamp. He knew that you would not believe me, so King Pei asked me to give you the evidence. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he took out the skull of the golden godly crocodile from his internal space. Although he had eaten all the flesh and blood of the golden godly crocodile, he kept the bones because he considered the situation at hand. When Patriarch Wild Fox saw the skull of the golden godly crocodile, his pupils shrunk. Although only the bones were left, he could still feel the demonic chi contained within the bones. This golden godly crocodile's cultivation was definitely not simple when it was alive. He might not even be its match. The declining Lu clan of the Pei state actually had the ability to hunt such a powerful demonic beast. Patriarch Wild Fox could tell that the golden godly crocodile had just died. Otherwise, it would not have left behind such a powerful demonic chi. Just based on this, even if the golden godly crocodile had nothing to do with the instability of the border, it was enough to prove the Lu clan's strength. I believe that the truth will soon be revealed whether the border of the Zay nation has been restored or not. As for whether this golden godly crocodile is the instigator, based on the Wild Fox clan's understanding of the swamp, it should not be difficult to verify it. I have already conveyed King Pei's intentions. The future of the relationship between the two countries will depend on you, fellow Daoist. After Guchen said what he needed to say, he looked at Patriarch Wild Fox, waiting for his answer. The geographical location of the Zay nation was very important. It was located behind the Pei state. If the Pei state wanted to rise, they had to control it. Thus, after knowing that the Pavilion of Honesty's mission was in the Zay nation, he wanted to get in touch with the Wild Fox clan. The speed of the situation had also exceeded his expectations. Now that he had formed an alliance with the Hidden Dragon clan, he had even less reason to give up the Zay nation, which was stuck between the Pei state and the Hidden Dragon clan. Patriarch Wildfox's expression changed for a while before he finally revealed a smile. Previously, when Pei Nation was in danger, my Zay Nation was unable to provide assistance in time. The new King Pei repaid evil with kindness, which really puts the old man to shame. It is the general trend for our two nations to mend our relationship, and it is also the wish of the people. From now on, our two nations will forever be united against the outside world. We will advance and retreat together, and may our friendship last forever. Patriarch Wildfox's words were very beautiful and impeccable, giving Guchen the promise he wanted. Since you are sincere in forming an alliance, King Pei will definitely treat you with sincerity. In the future, Zay Nation and the Wild Fox clan will not regret their decision today. Since the matter has been settled, I will take my leave now. Take care, fellow Daoist. Guchen cupped his fists at Patriarch Wildfox and took a step back. Fellow Daoist, please wait. Business is business, and private matters are private matters. You have to give an explanation for trespassing into the old man's cave abode, right? Patriarch Wildfox's eyes suddenly flashed, and 3 long fox tails appeared behind him. Whoosh! 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 The fox tails moved like a ghost, pouncing toward Guchen. However, Guchen was faster, and his body merged into the swamp. In the end, only a pile of muddy water splashed up, and Guchen's figure disappeared completely. Patriarch Wildfox's 3 tails danced in the air as he looked around with a gloomy expression. Just as you said, fellow Daoist, I distinguish between public and private matters, so I will not fuss over your special way of sending me off. A teasing voice came at the end, and then there was no more movement. He's really not easy to deal with, Patriarch Wildfox muttered, then walked to a corner of the cave abode, and pulled down a hanging vine on the rock wall. This vine was actually one of the roots of the psychic tree. With just a slight pull, the psychic tree would inform the Wild Fox clan in the palace to come and see him. When he attacked the other party just now, he wanted to test the other party's depth and further understand the other party's identity. He could not just believe what others said. Only after fighting would he know what kind of person he was facing. However, the other party didn't give him the chance to do so. He didn't notice when they came, and he couldn't stop them when they left. This feeling was really terrible. He had thought that he had a grasp of the situation in the 7 kingdoms of Deshang, but it was clear that something had gone wrong in the kingdom of Pei. The information gathered by the Wild Fox tribe was obviously wrong, so he had to personally investigate. Furthermore, what the other party said about the situation at the border should be correct. There was no need for him to come all the way here to lie to me. However, he still had to investigate the details. Pegwa was actually able to extend his hand into the desolate Great Swamp, and this made him somewhat uneasy. All in all, he could forget about cultivating in peace. He had a premonition that the 7 nations of Great Qing would soon experience an unimaginable upheaval. At the border of Zay country, in a wetland. The noisy croaking of the frogs and the wet sensation from their clothes woke the unconscious people up. Tu Xiong, Lady Storm and Taoist Master Peach Blossom opened their eyes one after another, wading through the water in a daze. Where is this place? Tu Xiong looked around in bewilderment. His last memory was a bit hazy. He only remembered that his vision went black, and then he lost consciousness. You're actually still alive. Lady Storm was shocked to see him. She clearly remembered that before she fainted, Tu Xiong had mysteriously disappeared. The two of them were confused and looked at Taoist Master Peach Blossom. Taoist Master Peach Blossom had a strange expression on his face. The two of you are actually still alive. What about Chen Yi? The three of them quickly remembered that the team was still missing one person. After searching around, they quickly found the unconscious Gu Chen in a corner. Soon after, the three of them woke Gu Chen up and asked him what he remembered. I only remember that the three of you mysteriously disappeared one after another. I was in a hurry to escape, but it seemed like something had grabbed onto me, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up and opened my eyes, I saw the three of you. Could it be that this is the underworld, and we were cursed to be dead? Gu Chen's answer was almost the same as what the three of them remembered. The three of them ignored him and started to ponder on their own. Of course, they couldn't be dead. Right now, they were obviously still in the swamp, and seemed to have reached the outer area. However, Gu Chen's words reminded them that the situation in front of them was very similar to the rumored curse. It was rumored that people who trespassed into the desolate swamp would mysteriously disappear, and when they reappeared, their corpses would be thrown outside the swamp. Their disappearance and waking up here was very similar to the rumored curse, except that they were still alive, and not corpses. What exactly was going on? Tu Xiong and Lady Storm were confused. Only Master Peach Blossom seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. Gu Chen noticed the expressions of the three of them, and stood up to tidy up his dirty clothes. The three of them were naturally thrown here by him. The three of them were unconscious the whole time, and had no idea what had happened. Their thoughts were easily led to the direction of the curse. As for why they were still alive despite being cursed, Gu Chen didn't need to explain, because he was also a victim. Tu Xiong and Lady Storm had escaped from death, and would only feel that they were lucky, and would soon forget about this matter. Even if they felt that it was strange, they didn't know about the existence of the Hidden Dragon clan, so they wouldn't be able to find any results. As for Master Peach Blossom, he was very likely to be Yi Wunyan's true confidant, which meant that he knew about the existence of the Hidden Dragon clan. Since he knew about the existence of the Hidden Dragon clan, he was clear that there was no curse, and that the Hidden Dragon clan was playing tricks. Considering Yi Wunyan's intention of cooperating with the Hidden Dragon clan, he would only help cover up this matter, and wouldn't expose it. Therefore, he didn't need to do anything. Everything that happened in the desolate swamp wouldn't be known by anyone in the outside world, unless the Hidden Dragon clan leaked the secret. Tsinghua 1 Chinese. Com Omega Omega Omega. Kai 1 Za. Comp Hidden Dragon clan didn't want to be involved with the Revolutionary Army too early, so they wouldn't expose him for the time being. This period of time was a rare opportunity for him. Yi Wunyan didn't know that he had formed an alliance with the Hidden Dragon clan, but he knew of his identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army. He could use this opportunity to further observe Yi Wunyan and the Revolutionary Army, and determine if they could be of use to him. Although Li Wuwei and Zhou Fengling were sure of the Revolutionary Army's value as an ally, this matter was too important. Gu Chen still wanted to get in touch with them himself. It was impossible for him to find Yi Wunyan directly, reveal his identity as the glorious ancient overlord body, and hope that the Revolutionary Army would follow him. That would be too stupid. The bigger the power, the more complicated it would be. Only the power that he fought for himself would be truly reliable. Although we don't know what happened, we're very lucky to have escaped death. Since the mission is completed, we should leave as soon as possible to avoid any more complications. Master Peach Blossom interrupted their thoughts, and he smiled in relief. This time, the three of you have made a great contribution. I will report to the Pavilion Master truthfully. Generous contributions are waiting for you. However, remember, this mission is top secret. After you leave this place, do not reveal anything related to it. Tu Xiong and Lady Storm were both delighted and nodded. They didn't find anything wrong with his words. Gu Chen, however, understood that they couldn't reveal anything, including the fact that they were cursed but didn't die. Now, Gu Chen was even more certain that householder Peach Blossom knew about the Hidden Dragon clan. He just didn't know if he was from the Revolutionary Army, or if he was just Yi Wunyan's confidant and didn't know about the Revolutionary Army. The four rested for a while and then left the swamp as fast as they could, leaving the Zhe Kingdom. They didn't return to their original villa. The pavilion master couldn't possibly wait for them there, and there was no need to meet immediately after the mission was completed. The specific details of the mission, the number of casualties, and the distribution of merits would be conveyed by Householder Peach Blossom to the pavilion master. The specific rewards would only be given out after a while. The four went their separate ways at the border of the Zay Kingdom and the Pei Kingdom. They wouldn't meet again unless the pavilion master summoned them again. When they parted, Tu Xiong left without saying a word. Householder Peach Blossom left in a hurry first. Lady Storm was the only one who stayed to bid farewell to Gu Chen. Brother Chen, you've made a great contribution this time. Your position in the nation war is probably secured. Congratulations. I hope we'll have more chances to work together in the future. There will be. Gu Chen smiled and shook hands with him, watching him turn into a whirlwind and go away. When everyone was gone, Gu Chen also started on his way back to Paidu. On the way, he released the clay bodhisattva from the space within his body. Where are we going? They were no longer in the swamp, and the shadow of a city appeared on the horizon. The clay bodhisattva felt like it was a lifetime ago. He'd been in the swamp for too long, and had almost forgotten the excitement and chaos of the mortal world. To Paidu. I forgot to tell you, I'm King Pei's teacher, Gu Chen said casually. The clay bodhisattva wasn't too surprised. He'd heard Gu Chen and the Wild Fox Patriarch's conversation. At the same time, I'm also the successor of the Chen clan, Gu Chen said. The Chen clan that possesses the 3 fixed holy arts? This time, the clay bodhisattva was astonished. This guy in front of him was a killer of Wang Pei, and now he was a descendant of the Chen clan. Which one was his real identity? Also, he seemed to be interested in the Revolutionary Army. Yes, are you surprised? Gu Chen replied. You don't look like someone from the Chen clan. The clay bodhisattva hesitated. After all, he had fought with Gu Chen before, and he had heard about the abilities of the Chen clan. You're not the first to say that. It seems that I have to reflect on myself. Gu Chen touched his nose. Who exactly are you? The clay bodhisattva could not help but ask. You will know in the future. Gu Chen hopped onto the dragon's back. Let's go. In a dilapidated village at the border of Pei country and Zay country. Yi Wunyan, who was wearing a mask and a yellow robe, stood beside a new grave. Her empty left sleeve fluttered in the wind. Behind her stood Householder Peach Blossom, who had just finished explaining in detail what happened in the great desolate swamp. After listening, Yi Wunyan only closed his eyes, as if he was deep in thought. He did not speak for a long time. The Hidden Dragon clan did not contact you in the beginning, and then they attacked you after the mission was completed. What do you think is the meaning of this? After a long while, he finally asked. His tone was indiscernible. The Hidden Dragon clan has always been cautious. They attacked us because they wanted to further confirm our identities? Householder Peach Blossom guessed. Is that all? Yi Wunyan frowned slightly. There's another possibility. Householder Peach Blossom hesitated, then added that Chenny had a conflict with the craftsman and acted alone. Perhaps this aroused the Hidden Dragon clan's wariness. The pavilion master also knows that it is not easy for the Hidden Dragon clan to take this step. There are many obstacles in their clan, and the slightest disturbance will cause them to be on guard. Chenny, this guy is really troublesome. Yi Wunyan shook his head. The reason why I allowed him to participate in this mission was firstly because the golden crocodile was not easy to deal with. I was afraid that you would not be able to handle it. Secondly, there are not many people in the pavilion that I can completely trust. I wanted to give him a chance and see if he could be of great use. I did not expect him to do this. The mission was indeed completed, but he insisted on killing the craftsman and the whisperer. How am I going to explain this to my 2 daughters? You cannot blame him for this. The craftsman provoked him first. Householder Peach Blossom helped to explain. Fortunately, things did not go wrong in the end. Since the Hidden Dragon clan allowed you to leave alive, it means that they have succeeded. It is only a matter of time before the Hidden Dragon clan joins the Revolutionary Army, Yi Wunyan said. It is a pity that I cannot contact them directly. The Hidden Dragon clan did not leave any message behind. I am afraid that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Householder Peach Blossom sighed. You have already done very well. As for the follow-up contact with the Hidden Dragon clan, there will naturally be others who will do it. Since the Hidden Dragon clan has already accepted our help, it will be very difficult for them to escape. Sooner or later, they will become a part of the Revolutionary Army's battle strength. With the best assassins in the world, the Revolutionary Army can do even more things. A rare smile appeared on Yu Wunyan's face. Pavilion Master, how are we going to split the credit this time? Taoist Master Peach Blossom asked while he was in a good mood. Since I have promised the treatment of the Kingdom War grade, I naturally cannot go back on my words. All three of them will be promoted to the Kingdom War grade. Yu Wunyan pondered for a moment and said. Calm, they are all advancing to the Kingdom War? I'm afraid that the other people in the pavilion will have objections, Taoist Master Peach Blossom said in surprise. Even if we don't promote them, won't those fellows have any objections? Yu Wunyan's eyes were filled with coldness. I didn't tell them about this dream-level mission in advance, and all the people I recruited were my people. When they knew about this, they couldn't hold back. If I didn't have to deal with them and numb them, how could I not participate in such an important mission? Those fellows have been hindering me in every way in the pavilion. I have to guard against them knowing my identity at all times, and I've had enough. It's time to get rid of them all. Taoist Master Peach Blossom could hear the murderous intent in the pavilion master's words, and his expression turned serious. They have a lot of power in the pavilion, and they have many henchmen. It won't be easy to get rid of them all at once. Don't worry, I have been secretly arranging this for some time. This time, we will definitely get rid of the problem in one go. Back then, I allowed them to numb the outside world and cover up my identity. But now, they are too big to be dealt with. They are already a threat to our plan, and we really can't let them live any longer. Only by getting rid of them can the modest pavilion be of greater help to the Revolutionary Army. Only then will we have a chance in the upcoming changes in Desheng. Yu Wunyan's eyes shone brightly, and his body emitted a heroic spirit. The changes in Desheng? Pavilion Master, didn't you help Qianyi because of this? Taoist Master Peach Blossom looked expectant. I wonder how far he can go in the competition between the two princes and the 7 kingdoms? He entered Paidu in a short time, overthrew the Xiao family, and gained the full support of the Liu family. Even Prince Wulai compromised. There's no doubt that Qianyi is very capable. What's more, he's already in control of Pei State, but most people think that Pei State has fallen into Prince Wulai's hands. Such a low-key style suits us. Keeping a low profile also shows that he's ambitious. He won't be satisfied with Pei State, so we can make use of him. This time, he successfully completed the dream level mission and took the lead. I can legitimately promote him to the war level and give him the resources and information he needs. Let's see how far he can go. Yu Wunyan smiled. Others might not know about Gu Chen's actions in Paidu, but he couldn't hide it from the pavilion. First of all, Gu Chen took the initiative to seek out Wangjing Pavilion and join it. Naturally, they had investigated him. Second, he messed up the Peach Blossom householder's mission, so the pavilion naturally investigated his motives. After this investigation, Yu Wunyan quickly understood his intentions and realized his ambition. Of course, ambition alone wasn't enough. What really made Yu Wunyan want to support him was Prince Wulai's compromise. Prince Wulai was determined to gain control of the Pei Kingdom, so he had made a lot of preparations for this. Not only did he win over the officials of Pei State, but he also gained Yu Wunyan's support. If Yu Wunyan hadn't wanted to get involved in the power struggle of Desheng dynasty, and Prince Wulai became the person he wanted to support, he wouldn't have sent assassins from the pavilion to help him. However, Wulai disappointed him. Not only did he fail to force Prince Pei to abdicate, but he also destroyed the Xiao family under Qianyi's scheme. He lost the support of the officials of Pei State, and was even used against the Qiankuan group. Wulai, as the person involved, was so stupid that he didn't know the truth. However, the intelligence network of the pavilion wasn't weak. He had already grasped it secretly and knew the truth. After knowing the truth, he thought that Wulai and Qianyi's cooperation was a joke. Pei State didn't really rely on Wulai, and Wulai didn't even know how he would be schemed against. The battle between the two of them was obvious. Hence, at that time, Yi Wunyan had the idea of supporting Chen Yi. Coupled with the changes in the Hidden Dragon clan, he had naturally pulled Chen Yi into the mission. Now that Chen Yi had completed the mission as he wished, he naturally had to carry out his plan. This Chen Yi is indeed capable, but he's also a thorn. If we give him too much power and resources, he'll be hard to control. Besides, the fact that he pretended to be a member of the Chen clan is still a hidden danger. If the Chen clan comes to us in the future and thinks that it's our Pavilion of Honesty who is behind this, there will be more or less trouble. Having carried out the mission in the Great Marsh with Gu Chen, Householder Peach Blossom was well aware that the other party was not easy to deal with. Not only was he strong, but he was also very scheming. He was not someone to be trifled with. The craftsman's fate was a good example. He dared to kill the craftsman right under the nose of a senior like him without any fear. Once he had a higher position in the Pavilion of Innocence, one could imagine how he would behave. Although he knew that the pavilion master had always had brilliant methods and was skilled in managing his subordinates, he still couldn't help but feel worried. If he was a law-abiding person, why would I choose him? Even if he was a leaping monkey, could he really escape from my palm? Now that Desheng was involved in this mess, they needed him to deal with it. As for the Chen clan, they have long since declined and have secluded themselves from the world. They are not much of a threat. But your reminder is still right. We need to strengthen our control over Chen Yi. How do you think he gets along with Night Seeker? Taoist Master Peach Blossom immediately understood Yi Wunyan's meaning. He pondered for a moment and said, Yimi is the youngest among the Pavilion Master's adopted daughters. She is the prettiest and the most talented. Naturally, not many men can resist her. When I was in the villa, I saw that the two of them were quite intimate. There should be a chance. I think so too. So, before you came here, I've already given Yimi a death order to capture Chen Yi no matter what and make him fall head over heels for her, said Yi Wunyan indifferently. Chen Yi is a smart and rational man. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, said Taoist Master Peach Blossom. I've seen too many smart people in my life. Once they fall in love, that's it. I have confidence in my daughter, said Yi Wunyan. Taoist Master Peach Blossom fell silent. The Pavilion Master had always been ruthless. To him, his adopted daughters were just tools to attract people of value. As for their happiness, it didn't matter at all. As the youngest adopted daughter, Yimi was finally put to good use. Is there anything else? If not, you can leave now. After everything was settled, Yi Wunyan said. There's another question. It's still about Chen Yi. Have you considered it? Taoist Master Peach Blossom paused and said seriously, we still haven't found out how Chen Yi joined the Luo sect. But judging from his behavior in Paidu, he's obviously targeting the Qianquan group. You're worried that the Revolutionary Army headquarters will have an opinion if he continues to clash with the Qianquan group? Yi Wunyan raised her eyebrows. That's right. The one from the Qianquan group comes from the Chaos Sea. He's always been a target that the Revolutionary Army has been trying to recruit. It's no secret in the organization, said Taoist Master Peach Blossom. You worry too much. Yi Wunyan shook her head. Possessor of the natural Tao root, the top of the legendary ranking, a disciple of the pure sacred disciple, the leader of the Qianquan group. Gu Chen has too many titles and honors. How can he take a mere Chen Yi seriously? Of course the top of the legendary ranking won't take a liking to Chen Yi, but Chen Yi clearly has a grudge against the Qianquan group. If he goes against the Qianquan group in everything and succeeds in Desheng, how will the Pavilion Master explain it to the headquarters? Taoist Master Peach Blossom had thought far ahead. Desheng's Flaming Sun Crown Prince was a member of the Qianquan group. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince wanted the throne, and the Pavilion Master wanted a share of the chaos in Desheng. If he continued to use Chen Yi, he would definitely clash with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, which would lead to conflict with the Qianquan group. And this conflicted with the headquarters. He believed that the headquarters would rather give up the Revolutionary Army's influence in Desheng dynasty and do their best to recruit the one from the Qianquan group. Therefore, the Pavilion Master might end up making a mistake instead. I've naturally considered all of this. If it really comes to that, there will be a way to satisfy both sides. A strange look flashed in Yi Wunyan's eyes, but she didn't say it out loud. Taoist Master Peach Blossom didn't know how to satisfy both sides, but seeing that the pavilion master was wise and had considered everything before him, he felt relieved. "I'll take my leave." He had no more objections and left with cupped fists. After bidding farewell to the barren mountain and great swamp, Guchen returned to Paidu. As soon as he returned to the Luo River Palace, Guchen had the clay bodhisattva take charge of the Luo River Palace's various internal and external affairs. He also transferred away the eunuchs and maids who were in charge of serving him. On the surface, the Luo River Palace was the residence of King Pei, but in reality, it had become the true center of power in Pei Nation. Guchen didn't want the Luo River Palace to be infiltrated by others. Previously, because it was inconvenient for him to do many chores, and it wasn't suitable for infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex to do them, he had left some eunuchs behind to take care of things. Now that the clay bodhisattva was here, and he was his attendant on the surface, it was perfectly justifiable for him to take over many affairs. The clay bodhisattva gladly accepted the fact that he had become the butler. This meant that Guchen really treated him as one of his own. As for the psychological change from a great bandit to a swamp savage, and then a follower, he believed he could adapt to it. News of Guchen's return to the Luo River Palace spread quickly. King Pei, Lu Yan, and Tang Xianxia came immediately. Guchen had been away for a long time, and it was a period of transition between the old and the new in Pei Nation. It could be said that many things had happened. Although Guchen had said that he wouldn't interfere with the affairs of the court, Lu Yan was worried that there was something he couldn't do well as the new king. Now that he had finally met with Guchen, he still consulted him one by one. Guchen listened and occasionally gave a few pointers. After the exchange of state affairs, Lu Yan delivered many secret letters. "Teacher, while you were away, Prince Wu Lai sent many secret letters to you. They're all here." Lu Yan presented the secret letters with both hands. The envelope had clearly not been opened. It was obvious that he didn't dare open it without Guchen's permission. Guchen accepted the secret letters, feeling somewhat helpless. Wu Lai's arrangements were extremely important to him, and he should have been able to grasp the news from his side at all times. However, he didn't have his own reliable intelligence channels. Thus, once he left Paidu, these secret letters could not be delivered to the Luo River Palace, so they could only be delivered to Lu Yan. It wasn't that Lu Yan was unreliable, but there were too many people in the palace. The more people this secret letter passed through, the higher the risk. The reason he had set his sights on the thoughtful pavilion was mainly because of its accumulation of intelligence. He hoped to use it as a springboard to establish his own intelligence channel from the Pei Nation to the Desheng and then to the entire Dao world. In front of Lu Yan and Tang Xianxia, Guchen opened the secret letters one by one. The first letter wasn't much different from the previous ones. It was mainly about the movements of the Qianquan group. Wu Lai had wiped out the spies of the Heaven and Earth group on a large scale within the borders of the 7 countries of Desheng. The results could be said to be remarkable. After this period of swift and decisive action, the Heaven and Earth group's many years of accumulation in the Desheng Empire had been practically uprooted. Guchen couldn't help but praise Wu Lai's methods. Even though Qianquan group spies didn't know much about the core of Qianquan group, Wu Lai still managed to dig out quite a few useful things. The contents of the letters were mostly about Wu Lai's glorious military exploits and the intelligence he had gathered, with the exception of the most recent letter. In this most recent letter, Wu Lai had asked him for help. He had mobilized a large number of people to attack the Heaven and Earth group and even exterminate them. Finally, he was afraid. In the letter, he said that it was getting more and more dangerous recently. He asked Guchen to fulfill his original promise and send experts from the Qin clan to protect him. Guchen silently finished reading the letter. Then, with a burst of fire in his palm, he burned the letter. After that, he didn't give any instructions to Lu Yan in this regard, nor did he intend to respond. Wu Lai wanted him to send experts from the Qin clan to protect him. Where would he get them from? He had promised to help deal with the experts of the Heaven and Earth group, but the premise was that he had to set up an ambush and not act as a guard. The reason why Wu Lai said that in the letter might be that he really felt danger and wanted to improve the defense around him. On the other hand, it was more because he was worried about him and wanted to drag the Qin clan into this as soon as possible. Guchen didn't intend to follow his wishes. The situation hadn't reached the point where he needed to take action. Otherwise, Wu Lai wouldn't have just written a letter. He would have sent someone over long ago and even known that he wasn't in the Luo Water Palace. Lord Tang, what's the situation like at the border with the Mist Kingdom? Gu Chen raised his head and asked. Ever since Mr. Chen and Prince Wu Lai reached an agreement, the Mist Kingdom has been very peaceful, Tang Xianxia replied. Very good. Even so, the troops stationed at the border can't relax for now. On the contrary, continue to expand the number of soldiers and strengthen their combat readiness, Gu Chen reminded. Understood. Tang Xianxia didn't quite understand why they needed to expand the army. That would increase the expenditure. However, the Pei country was rich in resources and was a famous granary of the Seven Kingdoms. There wasn't much pressure to expand the army. Moreover, when the Mist Kingdom had launched a large-scale attack, this matter had already been underway. Right now, they were just continuing with the original plan, which made sense. Gu Chen continued to chat with Tang Xianxia, asking about the other countries. At this moment, Lu Yan, who was standing to the side, suddenly coughed violently. His face became very pale. Is Prince Pei feeling unwell recently? Gu Chen asked in concern. It's just a cold. Don't worry, Master, Lu Yan hurriedly replied. Seeing this, Tang Xianxia couldn't help but say, His Majesty is always busy with the affairs of the country. I heard that he doesn't even rest for 4 hours every day. I've tried to persuade him many times, but it's useless. Please advise him, Mr. Chen. Lord Tang, you worry too much. I'm fine. Lu Yan shook his head. Gu Chen understood. Lu Yan was already weak and sickly. He had just ascended to the throne and was too diligent, which caused his health to deteriorate. He frowned slightly. It seemed that he had to cure Lu Yan's illness as soon as possible. Prince Pei's diligence is a blessing for the people of the Pei country, but you should still pay attention to your health, Gu Chen reminded. Yes, Master. Lu Yan listened humbly. The two stayed in the Luo Water Palace for a while longer. Then, they bid farewell and left. Gu Chen told the clay bodhisattva to pay attention to the news from Wu Lai and then returned to his room. With a thought, he flipped his hand and took out the dominating cauldron of origin. During this trip to the Zhe country, there were people around him most of the time. As a result, he hadn't been able to check on the progenitor's skull that he had thrown into the cauldron of origin. At this moment, the progenitor's skull was bobbing up and down in the cauldron of origin. After being refined for so many days, there were no signs of damage. Gu Chen secretly praised the progenitor's strength in the past. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic qi in the cauldron of origin dispersed, and the progenitor's skull was taken out. Upon closer inspection, the progenitor's skull wasn't exactly the same. The original color of the skull was dark red, but now, it was a fiery red. Gu Chen's fingers brushed past the jade-like hornbone. For some reason, some information flashed through his mind. This was something that had never happened before. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He placed both hands on the skull and used his heart to feel the fragmented and intermittent information. After a long time, the fragmented words finally regrouped in his mind. Surprisingly, there were 6 words. Legend had it that before the ancestor died, he self-destructed his body and hid his orthodoxy in his scattered skull and limbs. After that, there was a bloodbath in the Tao world. The ancestor's limbs were obtained by some powerful forces, but no one could pry into the mystery within. Therefore, some Tao ancestors speculated that the key to obtaining the ancestor's orthodoxy was the missing skull. No one in the outside world knew whether this was the truth or not. After a long period of time, the secret of the ancestor's skull was finally solved by Gu Chen. Gu Chen sensed the weak thought that came from the skull. This thought was so weak that he could not obtain any further information except for the words Great Primordial Energy Technique General Principles. However, these words were enough to prove that the direction was correct. This was because the Great Primordial Energy Technique was the source of the ancestor's legend. As one of the 8 great techniques, the Great Primordial Energy Technique gave the ancestor an extreme physical body. Even if the 10 Tao ancestors joined forces, they would not be able to destroy his body and soul. The only one who could kill the ancestor was himself. He was the supreme leader of the Yuan school and the faith of all the body-refining cultivators in the world. his great primordial energy technique created all of this, and the mystery of the great primordial energy technique was in the hands of Gu Qin. If the outside world knew about this, it would be enough to make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. Unexpectedly, the dominating cauldron of Origin's barbaric refinement over the past few days was really effective. It accidentally opened the treasure left by the ancestor. This matter seemed to be full of surprise and luck, but after thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. The way the dominating cauldron opened the treasure was probably not what the ancestor had hoped for. It turned out that the conditions needed to be met to inherit the orthodoxy must have been extremely harsh. This could be seen from the fact that the Lucier had been sitting on a treasure mountain for so many years but could not see through the secret. The dominating cauldron was really too heaven-defying. The ancestor had reached the pinnacle of body refining. Therefore, he was confident that unless his conditions were met, no one could destroy the skull and forcibly take away his inheritance. However, the dominating cauldron of Origin was a mysterious item. Even Gu Qin did not know its true origin. Under the refinement of countless strands of chaotic qi in the hegemon cauldron, the indestructible skull of the primordial ancestor finally revealed a flaw. The legacy left behind by the primordial ancestor was revealed. This was something that the founding ancestor could not predict. In other words, the backup plan that he had deliberately prepared was destined to fail the moment he met Gu Qin. Gu Qin continued to feel the weak will in the skull. It seemed that the degree of refinement of the Overlord Cauldron was not enough. Therefore, the orthodoxy of the progenitor could not be fully manifested. Only a little divine energy was emitted. This was not a big problem. Gu Qin believed that as long as dominating cauldron refined it for a period of time, the complete great elemental technique would fall into his hands sooner or later. What was the general principle? That was the quintessence of the great origin energy technique. It was the core. As long as he could obtain it, it wouldn't even matter if he had other precious bones. Receiving a big surprise, Gu Qin looked forward to it and threw the skull of the primordial ancestor into the dominating cauldron again. The next time he opened the seal, he believed that there would be more gains. After doing this, Gu Qin sat cross-legged in meditation. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and began to practice the twisting fingers secret technique. Previously, when he used the mysterious rope to break the Tao spirit of the small earth technique, not only did it allow Gu Qin to see a new way to break the big and small Taoist techniques, it also produced an unexpected result. The speed of his practice of the twisting fingers secret technique had suddenly increased. At first, he thought that it was an illusion. However, on the way back to Paidu, the energy of the secret technique stored in his body was actually purifying itself even though he did not deliberately refine it. Finally, he was sure of it. After the mysterious rope tied up the Tao spirit of the clay bodhisattva, causing the Tao spirit to turn into green smoke and dissipate, something that he could not understand seemed to stick to his mysterious rope and then entered his body. Because of this thing, the energy of the secret technique in his body suddenly seemed to have a consciousness. This consciousness helped him to actively refine and purify the energy, causing the practice of the twisting fingers secret technique to be greatly accelerated. Gu Qin could not figure out the secret behind it, just as he still could not figure out the source of the secret technique's energy. However, he understood one thing, and that was that the current change was beneficial to him. According to this progress, his twisting fingers secret technique would soon reach the advanced level. Therefore, he temporarily put aside other aspects of practice and focused on studying the secret technique. Before the situation with Wu Lai further escalated, he hoped to be able to cultivate the secret technique to the advanced level. 4 days later. Surrounding the cattail hassock that Gu Qin sat on, an invisible thin thread floated in the void. Gu Qin raised his left hand and stretched out a finger. The thin thread circled around and slowly landed on his fingertip. Finally reached the advanced level. Gu Qin looked at the thin thread that was coiled around his finger and murmured, a look of joy appearing on his face. The mysterious rope had been refined from the size of a normal chain to the thickness of a steel wire. The time it took to refine it was far less than in the beginning. According to the records of the secret technique, the finer the refinement, the more difficult it was. However, these days, he did not feel this way at all. Instead, he refined it to the point where it was coiled around his finger in one go. Gu Qin realized that all of this was due to the destruction of the Tao spirit. He did not know what was going on. The great prophet had once said that the spirit was the incarnation of the primordial chaos's rules. Why would the power of the primordial chaos's rules help his cultivation of the secret technique? Guchen felt more and more the mysteries of the myriad celestial stars' secret technique and the 33-layered heavens' secret technique. What kind of connection did his cultivation technique have with this world? For the time being, he did not think about things that he could not figure out. Guchen only knew that this time, he had gained a lot from mastering the twisting finger's secret technique. Because the mysterious rope could already be compressed to the state of a thin thread, the amount of secret technique energy that could be stored in his body had greatly increased. Now, the level of Tao energy that could be displayed outside had reached a total of 300,000. One had to know that in the great desolate swamp, the strength of the mysterious rope was only 30,000 Tao energy. Now, it had increased by a whole 10 times, which showed the benefits of mastering the secret technique. Back then, when Guchen used the mysterious rope to deal with the clan leader of the Hidden Dragon clan, who was in the 7 times realm, the other party broke free almost immediately. Now, his strength had increased by 10 times. If they were to fight again, Guchen believed that he might be able to tie up the other party. Just mastering the secret technique allowed Guchen to store the Tao energy that was equivalent to advancing from the 4 times realm to the 5 times realm. This was even more magical than taking elixirs. One had to know that it was not easy to cultivate to the 5 times realm from zero. Take the Peach Blossom Householder, for example, as a war-level killer of Honesty Pavilion, for example. Even after so many years of cultivation, his Tao energy was almost at this level. Of course, the secret technique energy that Guchen stored would be used up. After it was used up, he could only rely on the secret technique to absorb it again. It was not like the Tao energy in a cultivator's body. Even if he did not do anything, it would recover on its own and last for a long time. However, the ever-changing nature of the secret technique energy was not something that ordinary cultivators could possess. Both had their own advantages and disadvantages. Guchen sighed with emotion at the mystery of the twisting finger secret technique. He wanted to take the opportunity to study the 13th heaven entanglement secret technique, 1,000 threads secret technique. Unfortunately, there was a knock on the door. Someone had come to visit. 661-58/ When he opened the door, he saw a beautiful woman. She had put on exquisite makeup today and was wearing a smoky silk dress. At first glance, she was so stunning that Guchen almost didn't recognize her. Miss Yi seems to be in a good mood today, Guchen teased with a strange expression. The visitor was none other than Yimi. Only she would sneak into the Luo Water Palace in the middle of the night, and the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex had even let her in. This was none other than Yimi. Only she would sneak into the Luo Water Palace in the middle of the night, and the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex had even let her in. However, Yimi usually wore a bamboo hat, a veil, and a black cloak, the standard attire of an assassin from Honesty Pavilion. Today, however, she had obviously dressed up deliberately, showing off her beauty to the fullest. It really didn't seem like her usual style. Yimi heard Guchen's teasing and blushed, glaring at him fiercely. What? Can't I? She walked straight into Guchen's room and slammed her right hand on the table. A token suddenly appeared on the table. It was a dark blue divine travel pearl. Guchen smiled slightly. It seems that Honesty Pavilion's reward has arrived. That's fast. Yimi turned to look at Guchen's calm expression, feeling a little complicated. She had introduced Guchen to him and had indeed had high hopes for him. The two of them had even talked things over in Zay Country Villa and established a true cooperative relationship. However, she hadn't expected that Guchen's performance would be far more outstanding than she had imagined. Not only had he completed his mission in Zay Country, but he had also made a great contribution. Her foster father had expressed great praise for him and told her clearly that she had to make him fall in love with her no matter what. This was a strict order. Yimi understood her foster father's temperament, which meant that he would monitor her actions and ensure that she was attentive to Guchen. What was the best proof of her attentiveness? Thinking of this, Yimi's heart was filled with bitterness, and he slightly regretted his hasty actions from before. She had been working hard to climb to a high enough position so that her fate wouldn't be controlled by others. She didn't want to be like her other sisters, completely tying her fate to a man, because she knew what would happen if she lost that man. However, she was too clever for her own good. She wanted to make use of Gu Chen, but she didn't expect him to be too outstanding. In the end, he became her curse. The pavilion has already officially issued your orders. You are now receiving the treatment of a kingdom war. This divine ascension bead is different from the one I gave you before, it has an unlimited number of uses. From now on, when you enter the divine ascension realm, you'll enjoy all 3 levels of authority. In addition, if you need anything, you can use this token to mobilize the assassins of Honest Pavilion within the borders of the Pei State. Godfather also told me that if you have any other requests, you can tell me and I will pass them on to him. Yimi tried hard to get rid of the complicated and contradictory thoughts in his mind. He began to read out the reward that the Pavilion of Innocence had for Gu Chen. Gu Chen walked forward and picked up the token and divine travel pearl from the table, examining them carefully without saying a word. The Pavilion of Innocence's reward was not surprising. Yi Wunyan had promised him the treatment of a kingdom war. Being able to mobilize assassins within the borders of the Pei State and have access to the 3rd level of the Divine Ascension Realm's small pavilion to browse through important information was Gu Chen's original goal. As for why Yi Wunyan had specifically told Jimmy that he could raise any other requests, it was a little thought-provoking. If Gu Chen still didn't know the real background behind Yi Wunyan's identity as the pavilion master of Unwarranted Pavilion, he might not be able to guess what Yi Wunyan was thinking. However, now that he knew that Yi Wunyan was related to the rebel army, some things were very easy to figure out. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Gu Chen accepted the Divine Ascension bead and token and smiled at Yimi. Since the pavilion master has said so, I really do have a presumptuous request. I hope he will agree. Speak. I will pass on your message to Godfather and do my best to help you convince him, Yimi said without hesitation. Yimi said without hesitation. She had said this not because her foster father wanted her to please Gu Chen, but because Gu Chen had fulfilled his promise to her. No matter what changes had occurred to the plan, Gu Chen had indeed helped her rise in the ranks of Innocence Pavilion. Now, she had surpassed her sisters and gained her godfather's attention. The other party had given her what she wanted. If she blamed him for doing too much, that would be too much. What she wanted to do now was to repay Gu Chen as much as possible. Only when she didn't feel like she owed him anything could she live with integrity. Only by cooperating with him would she have the confidence to do so. I want detailed information on all the assassins and spies of Innocence Pavilion within the 7 countries of Great Qing. Gu Chen stated his request bluntly. His words made Jimmy, who had just made a solemn vow, feel like she had swallowed a sword. That's impossible. Not to mention giving you all the information on all the assassins and spies, even if you only want some of them, it would still be very difficult. Many assassins and spies have sensitive identities and are related to many of Innocence Pavilion's secrets. Even if you're a war-level killer, unless there's a reasonable mission requirement, you have no right to retrieve their information. What's more, why do you want the information on all the assassins and spies? If you give this information to the enemy, they can destroy the foundation of Innocence Pavilion in one fell swoop. Do you think my godfather will agree to your request? Yimi couldn't help but say. Gu Chen's request was so unreasonable that she didn't even dare to mention it to her godfather. If you can't give me all the information, then just give me the information on the members of Innocence Pavilion hidden in the Xinjiang realm and in the court of the 7 countries. Of course, Gu Chen knew that Yi Wunyan wouldn't give him everything. What he said just now was just to pave the way for this request. There was a saying that if you wanted to open a window in a room, you would be rejected if you asked directly. But if you said you wanted to demolish the house first, most people would be willing to let you open the window. Why do you want the information on so many people? Seeing that Gu Chen had given in so easily, Yimi's expression became much better. She began to seriously consider the feasibility of his request. To be honest, as a huge killer organization, Innocence Pavilion naturally had many of its own people planted in the Xinjiang realm and the 7 countries. Most of these people had been carefully trained from a young age and were absolutely loyal to Innocence Pavilion. After a long period of infiltration in various countries, some of these people even held high positions in their countries. They were extremely important connections and resources of Innocence Pavilion. Because of the sensitive nature of being undercover, only a few people in the pavilion could get in touch with them. Others knew nothing about them. Gu Chen's request undoubtedly involved the core secrets of Innocence Pavilion. Yimi couldn't imagine her godfather agreeing. Your request is very difficult. I can't promise you anything, Yimi replied after a moment of hesitation. Finally, she decided to give it a try. It's okay. Just mention it to the pavilion master. It's okay if it doesn't work out. Gu Chen said casually, but in his heart, he was thinking that if Yi Wunyan's intentions toward him were as he guessed, then he definitely wouldn't reject his request. Having said all that needed to be said, Gu Chen opened the door to see her off. Yimi, however, didn't intend to leave immediately. She stood there, looking a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Gu Chen looked at her. Yimi's behavior tonight was a bit strange. Yimi looked at Gu Chen, who seemed to be in a hurry to see her off. She felt a bit angry. Wasn't she pretty enough? Why did this guy only talk about business with her, and not even a word of gossip? It was obviously a great opportunity for them to be alone. If it were any other man, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to drive her away. Thinking of the task her foster father had given her, and looking at Gu Chen's stubborn face, she really didn't know what to do. Chen Yi, you made the greatest contribution in this mission. You've done me a great favor. Don't you want to ask anything of me? Yimi hesitated for a moment before asking. Didn't I already ask? Help me get the information of the people I want, Gu Chen answered. That's a separate matter. That was a request you made to Honesty Pavilion for your meritorious service. I mean, do you not have any thoughts about me personally? Yimi said through gritted teeth. She felt her entire face heat up. What do you mean? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. What a blockhead, Yimi was so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet. She finally calmed down and said calmly, although we've agreed to cooperate before, don't you think it's unfair for you to do too much, and for me to contribute too little? This was a very obvious hint. Yimi believed that as long as Gu Chen wasn't stupid, he would understand what she meant. Since it's a sincere cooperation, there's no need to care too much about gains and losses. Miss Yi, you're worrying too much. It's getting late, so you should go back early. Gu Chen smiled faintly, as if he didn't understand the deeper meaning in Yimi's words. I'm relieved that you think this way. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Yimi somehow felt a sense of loss. She forced a smile, brushed past him, and left the room. I'll do my best to complete your task. Wait for my news. She left quickly, disappearing into the darkness. Gu Chen shook his head and closed the door as he gazed at her receding figure. With Yimi's meticulous dressing tonight and her hesitant attitude, how could he not see her true intentions just now? He could see that this woman was ambitious and had her own ideas, but she was unable to get rid of the fate that Yi Wunyan had arranged for her. You want to tie me up with a woman? You're underestimating me. Gu Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he went back to cultivating. In the night of Paidu, Yimi had just left the Luo Water Palace, and he seemed to be in a daze. She didn't know what was wrong with her. When her foster father gave her a death order, her heart resisted. Ever since she was a child, she had always been very proud. She didn't want to be like her other sisters, so she had always worked hard to prove that she could rely on herself to make a career. Because of this, she had been single until now, rejecting all suitors. However, everything seemed to have changed because of the appearance of Gu Chen. At first, she just wanted to use him to help her, thinking that she could escape unscathed, but now she had fallen into such a deep trap. She clearly resisted her foster father's order in her heart, but just now in Gu Chen's room, she had somehow said those words. When Gu Chen's words and actions made it clear that he had no interest in her, she even became angry, disappointed, and so on. She didn't know what was wrong with her. As an assassin, she should be able to control her emotions perfectly, but in front of the other party, she couldn't seem to do so. That pair of pitch-black, deep eyes always gave her a feeling that she couldn't see through them. He was so confident and aloof, different from any man she had ever met. Yimi's mood was extremely conflicted. She was at a loss. A few days later, Yimi came to the Luo Water Palace again, bringing the good news that Gu Chen wanted. The pavilion master has agreed to your request, but for the sake of confidentiality, the relevant information can only be viewed in the Divine Ascension world, Yimi said. Even she felt it was a bit unbelievable when she said this. Her foster father had so readily handed over such confidential and important information to Gu Chen. When she received the reply, she couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. "Alright, I accept the arrangement." Gu Chen didn't object. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't seem surprised at all, as if he had already expected this, Yimi couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? Why did the pavilion master agree to your request so easily?" Gu Chen just smiled and changed the subject. "Since the pavilion master has agreed, shall we enter the divine ascension world now?" Seeing that he wasn't willing to say more, Yimi didn't insist and simply nodded. So, Gu Chen took out the divine ascension bead he had just obtained a few days ago, and Yimi also took out her own. Gu Chen quickly established a connection with the divine ascension bead, and with a thought, he stepped into the divine ascension world. The divine ascension world of Honesty Pavilion was still a small 3-story building. Outside the building was a misty blue void, as if it had been like this since ancient times. Even though this was his second time entering the divine ascension world, Gu Chen still felt it was a novelty. His illusory soul peered out of the window, curious about what kind of world it was. The Divine Ascension sect had created the Divine Ascension world, making the originally vast primordial chaos Tao world free of space-time boundaries. People from anywhere in the Tao world could communicate with each other in real time without any barriers. However, these spiritual worlds were isolated from each other. Outside of Honesty Pavilion, what kind of scenery did the other Divine Ascension worlds look like? Was it possible for the various Divine Ascension worlds to be connected to each other? Gu Chen was very interested in this Divine Ascension world. This was an invention that the Chaotic Sea had never seen before. "The information you want is on the 3rd floor. You can go in with the Divine Ascension beads." "Authority. I won't go up with you. I'll wait for you here." Yimi's illusory soul was right next to Gu Chen. She pointed to the stairs and reminded him. "All right." Gu Chen nodded in agreement and immediately walked up the stairs, taking note of his surroundings in passing. The last time he had entered the Divine Ascension world, there had been many assassins coming and going from the pavilion. However, for some reason, the 1st floor of the Divine Ascension world was empty today. When Gu Chen entered the 2nd floor, he still didn't find any assassins, which was a little strange. He glanced at the mission board on the 2nd floor, which listed many missions that Honesty Pavilion had recently received. The rewards could be said to be generous, but the strange thing was that there were only a few who had accepted them. Gu Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What had happened? This wasn't his purpose for coming here, so he continued to the 3rd floor. The last time he had tried to enter the 3rd floor, he had been blocked by a powerful mental barrier. This time, however, he had the authority of the Divine Ascension bead, so he could enter unimpeded. The layout of the 3rd floor was not much different from the 1st and 2nd floors. There was also a huge glowing round table in the center. Gu Chen walked up to the round table and placed his hand on it. Instantly, dense information surged into his mind. This information wasn't messy or disorderly. It was exactly what Gu Chen wanted, as well as the information on the relevant personnel of the Innocent Pavilion in the Xinjiang realm and the Court of the 7 Nations. Gu Chen was surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he roughly understood the principle behind it. The Divine Ascension realm was a spiritual world, and the state of everyone's spiritual projection here couldn't be the same. Simply put, everyone's spiritual aura was different, and the Divine Ascension realm could identify this difference. The method of identification was probably through the Divine Ascension Pearl, which was bound to everyone's spiritual imprint. Thus, when the corresponding spiritual body entered the Divine Ascension realm, it would be confirmed and given different permissions. His spiritual imprint was recorded, so he could smoothly enter the 3rd floor. When he came into contact with the round table here, the round table directly gave him the information he had originally asked for. This method of transmitting information was safe and efficient, and was probably the mainstream of the major forces in the primordial Tao world. Gu Chen carefully checked the composition of the spies in each nation, carefully analyzing who might be useful to him, and noted them down. It had to be said that the Innocent Pavilion's operations in the Great Qing dynasty were far deeper than he had imagined. The depth of the infiltration of some of their personnel, and the role they could play, made him look forward to it. After spending 2 hours, Gu Chen obtained the information he wanted. His thoughts were also sorted out, and he continued to search for other information on the round table. This information was about the Heaven and Earth Group, the Revolutionary Army, the Sacred Family, and the Tyrants. The third floor of the pavilion gathered all the most precious information of the Innocent Pavilion, which couldn't be compared to the first and second floors. He naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. After understanding as much as possible about the various forces, Gu Chen looked up some other names. The most important one was himself, Gu Chen. Fang Yuan used his name in the Dao world, and it could be said that this name had gained him great fame. Almost all the information related to the name Gu Chen was about glory, and the words "Heaven's favored one" hit him in the face. It was almost the same as what the great prophet had said. Fang Yuan could now be said to be powerful in the Dao world. Gu Chen browsed through the information expressionlessly, and then focused on two other names, Xianxia and Medusa. He did find some information about these two people, but it was a pity that it was not much. It could only give him a rough understanding of the current situation of his old friends. By the time he was done with all the information he wanted to know, another 4 hours had passed. Then, he closed his eyes and stood there, thinking for a long time. The information on the third floor is indeed much more complete than that on the first and second floors. It's a pity that the power of Innocent Pavilion is limited, after all. Most of the information is useless. Plain Heaven Dao Quartz Chong Xingjing, it is not a coincidence that Fang Yuan became his disciple. He has a motive. What is he plotting? If only we could get in touch with Xianxia. Gu Chen muttered to himself. After a long time, he opened his eyes and let go of the round table. He walked to the window on the third floor and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the darkness outside the window. He had entered the Dao world 100 years after Fang Yuan, so he was destined to be 100 years late in setting up his plans. It would not be easy to catch up in a hurry. It was not a big deal to start late. The most frightening thing was not being able to keep up with the other party's horizons. After all, Fang Yuan was not a pure Chaos Sea native. In a battle between experts, a single misstep would result in a crushing defeat. There were too many things that he needed to consider. If I want to create a chance to win, I can only break through the surface with a single point. Gu Chen's gaze was deep. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the void outside the window. This was a subconscious action, a habit that came from cultivating the finger-twisting mystic technique recently. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. Pfft! A ray of light flew out from the fingertip of Gu Chen's illusory soul body. It actually penetrated the window and extended into the misty green void. A ray of light flew out from the fingertip of Gu Chen's illusory soul body. It actually penetrated the window and extended into the misty green void. Gu Chen came back to his senses in an instant, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. "Why is the heavenly twining silk here?" he asked in surprise. He felt the silk thread twined around his fingertip, which felt so real to the touch. The heavenly twining silk was the original mystical ability rope. After it was refined to the thickness of a thread, and after he started cultivating the 1,000 twining mystic technique, Gu Chen gave it this name. The current heavenly twining silk was far more powerful than the mystical ability rope, but this was the spiritual world, and his body was illusory. He had tried it the first time he entered, but he was unable to use any Dao techniques. How could the heavenly twining silk appear now? Not only did it appear, but it also penetrated the boundary of Honest Pavilion's divine ascension world. This was inconceivable to him. After all, he had tried to enter the void outside, but every time he tried, his illusory soul body would immediately become extremely unstable, and his consciousness would almost leave the divine ascension world. But now, the heavenly twining silk did not seem to be affected. It was truly strange. A strange light shone in Gu Chen's eyes. He controlled the heavenly twining silk at his fingertip and slowly extended it into the void outside, wanting to see what was in the depths. Unfortunately, after the heavenly twining silk reached a distance of 1,000 meters, its form began to become unstable, and Gu Chen could clearly feel the secret technique's energy in his body rapidly being consumed. He tried to advance another 10 meters, but the heavenly twining silk finally reached its limit. Gu Chen had no choice but to take it back. It was only 1,000 meters, and he hadn't found anything at all, but Gu Chen didn't feel any regret about returning empty-handed. Instead, he began to seriously ponder. The reason why the distance was limited was because his secret technique's energy was limited, not because the heavenly twining silk was not strong enough. This meant that as long as he continued to improve his attainments in the secret technique, he would be able to advance further sooner or later. What was further away? Could it be another divine ascension world? Thinking of this possibility, Guchen was greatly tempted. If it was really as he guessed, then he had undoubtedly discovered a major flaw in the divine ascension world. The 13th heavenly twining silk secret technique, when cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, could produce thousands of heavenly twining silk. As long as he could cultivate it to that level, the distance the heavenly twining silk could travel in the void of the divine ascension world would be greatly increased. Perhaps it would be able to verify his guess. The more Guchen thought about it, the more excited he became. This secret technique's energy was really amazing. Not only could it be used to deal with Tao spirits, but it could also manifest itself in this illusory spiritual world. He really didn't know what its source was. It seemed that he would have to speed up his cultivation of this secret technique. The surprises it could bring would only grow more and more. After gaining a lot of information and a pleasant surprise, Guchen left the 3rd floor after half a day. "What took you so long?" Yimi complained when he saw him. Guchen just smiled and didn't explain. Looking around the 1st floor, he found that there were still no assassins from Thoughtful Pavilion. This was strange. For half a day, no one had come or gone from the Divine Ascension world, which was a far cry from when he first arrived. Did something happen inside Thoughtful Pavilion? Guchen simply asked Yimi. Hearing Guchen's question, Yimi looked worried. "Even you noticed it?" "It seems that something big is happening in the pavilion," she sighed. "What's going on?" Guchen frowned. "I'm not sure about the details, but the conflict between the factions in the pavilion is getting more and more intense. My godfather seems to be planning to clean up the pavilion," Yimi said hesitantly. Guchen thought about it for a while. He had heard about the conflict between the factions in the pavilion from Yimi before, but he didn't expect it to affect the normal business of the pavilion. "This has something to do with the dream-level mission you're carrying out. My godfather bypassed a few elders in the pavilion and summoned you to participate in the mission directly. After that, he promoted 3 of you to the war-level mission, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the elders. They think my godfather is acting arbitrarily, so they're secretly stirring up trouble. My godfather seems to have decided not to tolerate them anymore." Yimi explained further. Guchen thought about it seriously and said, "The pavilion master must have considered the reactions of the elders before he sent us to carry out the mission, right? In other words, he's already prepared to act against the other factions?" Thinking back on the dream-level mission last time, Yi Wunyan had obviously planned it meticulously. First of all, the mission wasn't dream-level at the beginning, and Yi Wunyan only said that he planned to pick one of them to participate in the mission. This ensured that his recruitment wouldn't attract too much attention from the other factions in the pavilion. He had done a good job of keeping it a secret. He didn't even know about the mission assessment until he arrived at Zay Country. And when he arrived at Zay Country Villa, the war-level mission suddenly became dream-level, and all 5 of them participated instead of one of the original 5. At that time, he said that the difficulty of the mission had increased after receiving intelligence. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Yi Wunyan didn't change the plan at the last minute. He had planned to send 5 people from the beginning. He probably did this to keep the mission strictly confidential. After all, it concerned the Hidden Dragon clan. Susu, a person who was so thoughtful couldn't have not considered the dissatisfaction of the elders of the pavilion. As someone who was so thoughtful, it was impossible for him not to have considered the dissatisfaction of the elders of Honesty Pavilion after this. When faced with the dissatisfaction of the elders, he didn't choose to appease them. Instead, he promoted 3 of his own people to the Kingdom War rank. This action was simply full of provocation, therefore, Guchen boldly guessed that Yi Wunyan must have already made preparations to eliminate dissidents. "You guessed very well. I don't know how your brain works." In the face of Guchen's deduction, Yimi was speechless and said, "In fact, when you left to carry out the mission in the villa, foster father gave us some other missions. At that time, I guessed that there would be a turmoil within the Pavilion of Innocence." "Oh? What did he ask you to do?" Guchen asked with interest. Everything related to the mission must be kept confidential. Don't ask too much. Yimi glared at Gu Chen. I can guess it even if you don't tell me. I'm not interested. What's wrong? Are you worried that your foster father will fail? Gu Chen asked. I'm more or less worried. After all, the elders have been in high positions for many years, and there are many people in the pavilion who support them. Most importantly, once there is internal strife in Honesty Pavilion, no matter who wins or loses in the end, they will definitely suffer great losses. Their hard-earned foundation may even be destroyed. I don't know what foster father is thinking. In the past, he could tolerate the elders. I don't know why he chose to fall out with them now. Yimi glanced at Gu Chen. In fact, this wasn't the only thing she couldn't understand. Why did foster father give Gu Chen so much information on the elders? She couldn't understand it either. Yimi couldn't understand it, but Gu Chen, who already knew Yi Wunyan's background, sensed something from it. Yi Wunyan's wanton elimination of dissidents meant that the elders of Honesty Pavilion weren't from the Revolutionary Army. As he had guessed, Honesty Pavilion didn't completely belong to the Revolutionary Army. But Yi Wunyan chose to do it now, which meant that he was preparing for a big operation. He wouldn't allow anyone to drag him down, or rather, drag the Revolutionary Army down. Why now? Because the situation in Desheng Dynasty was unstable. Gu Chen's lips curled up slightly. He felt that he understood Yi Wunyan's thoughts better now. In his eyes, Yi Wunyan no longer had many secrets. This chess piece could be put to good use. No matter how the situation develops, it's not something we can interfere with. Let's ensure our own safety first. I'm the Pavilion Master's adopted daughter, and you're the Pavilion Master's newly promoted assassin for the Nation War. If the fight worsens, it's hard to guarantee that the elders won't attack us. So you should be more careful. Now that things were out in the open, Yimi felt that she had to remind Gu Chen. If they dare to attack me, then they'll be too unlucky. Gu Chen spoke casually. His confidence was as usual, and Yimi was already used to it. She wanted to complain, but considering his past behavior, she swallowed her words, afraid that she would be slapped in the face again. But you, if you're worried about your safety, close the pawnshop and move into my Luo Water Palace. Gu Chen touched his chin and suggested. Yimi was the person he was most familiar with in Wangjing Pavilion. If she died, it would be troublesome for him, and it would be inconvenient for him to do anything through Wangjing Pavilion. Moreover, Gu Chen was somewhat interested in the elders of the Pavilion of Innocence. As the adopted daughter of Yi Wunyan, Yimi was a bigger target than him. If he kept her by his side, he might have a chance to meet the people sent by the elders. You're concerned about me? Gu Chen took the initiative to invite Yimi to stay in Luo Water Palace. This surprised Yimi, and she was even overwhelmed by the favor. Yes. What do you think? Gu Chen smiled. Yimi's expression suddenly became uncertain, and she let her imagination run wild for a moment. Apart from Gu Chen, there were only his attendants in Luo Water Palace. Could it be that he had some ulterior motives for letting her stay there? It was just that he didn't seem like that kind of person. If he had such intentions, he could have said it before. Yimi hesitated for a while, but finally remembered that she needed to see the results of the task her adoptive father had given her, so she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's leave the Divine Ascension world first. After that, go back and pack up, and move into Luo Water Palace as soon as possible. Also, you have many connections. I have some things I want you to help me find. I'll give you a list later. Gu Chen chatted with Yimi, and then his consciousness left the Divine Ascension world together. After returning to reality, Gu Chen quickly wrote a list and handed it to Yimi. Yimi took a look and was quite surprised to find that most of the list was medicinal ingredients. Are you going to refine pills? More or less. Gu Chen didn't deny it. You know alchemy too? Yimi felt like she had discovered a new continent. I only know a little. How about it? Can you help me find the medicinal ingredients on this list? Gu Chen asked. Some of them aren't a big problem, but I haven't even heard of some of them, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult. In addition, these medicinal ingredients don't look cheap, Yimi answered after some deliberation. I'll write down the characteristics and medicinal properties of those I don't know. You can see if there are any suitable substitutes. You don't have to worry about money. You just have to help me collect them. Some of the medicinal ingredients on the list could only be found in the Chaos Sea. Gu Chen guessed that the Dao world might not have them, or their names might be different. As for money, half of the treasures on the clay bodhisattva had fallen into his hands, so he was now rich and overbearing. Alright, since you said so, no problem. Leave it to me. Yimi promised. Then, the two of them discussed changing the contents of the list before she left. Gathering medicinal ingredients wasn't something that could be done in a day or two, so Yimi handed the task over to her subordinates. As for herself, half a day later, she moved into Luoshui Palace. Because of the internal strife in Honesty Pavilion, the pawnshop business she was in charge of had almost all stopped, and she had a lot of free time. In addition, her godfather's mission was to get her close to Gu Chen, so she stayed in Luoshui Palace for a long time with a peace of mind. In the first few days, she often let her imagination run wild. She worried that Gu Chen had ulterior motives, but also worried that he didn't. This contradictory mentality caused her to focus most of her attention on Gu Chen. Sometimes, she even dreamed of him. But as time passed, she realized that Gu Chen seemed to have no interest in anything other than cultivation. This simple and regular life gradually calmed her restless mind. She began to feel at ease. Even though she still couldn't see through this man, she had a feeling that there was no need for so many pretenses and schemes around him. It was very strange. He was obviously a scheming person, but sometimes she felt that he was too pure. Missy. Gu Chen's call interrupted Yimi's thoughts. She came back to her senses, blushing slightly, and handed a silver needle to Gu Chen. Gu Chen took the needle, dipped it into a bowl filled with medicinal liquid, and then pierced it into an acupoint on Prince Pei Luyan's head. Luyan's little face immediately showed pain, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. But he gritted his teeth and held on, not saying a word. Seeing this, Gu Chen nodded slightly and continued to insert needles, filling many acupoints on Luyan's body one after another. Okay, maintain this state for 4 hours. After 4 hours, I'll have to trouble Miss Yi to remove the silver needle. Gu Chen stood up, gave Yimi some instructions, and then walked out of the room. Yimi nodded habitually. This was already the 3rd day of treatment, and she was already familiar with the process. At first, when Gu Chen said he was going to refine pills, she was puzzled about what he was going to do. When she found out that Gu Chen was actually trying to cure Prince Pei Luyan's illness, she was even more shocked. Prince Pei Luyan's eye disease was inborn. The royal family of Pei had sought countless famous doctors for him, but all had failed. Moreover, Gu Chen wasn't a doctor, so it was really strange that he wanted to cure Luyan. She really had nothing to do in the Luoshui Palace, and Gu Chen seemed to be quite capable, so out of curiosity, she took the initiative to help. She had only found a part of the medicinal herbs that Gu Chen had asked her to collect, but he seemed to have started his treatment and used those medicinal herbs to refine some kind of unknown medicinal liquid. Although the medicinal liquid looked ordinary, it was indeed effective. Over the past 3 days, she had seen with her own eyes that during the treatment process, Luyan's body would often discharge some foul-smelling gray liquid. This scene made her sigh in admiration. She didn't expect that the other party would have such high medical skills in addition to being a top assassin. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at this scene. She hadn't expected that apart from possessing top-notch talent as an assassin, his medical skills were actually so brilliant as well. Was there nothing he couldn't do? Sister Yi, thank you for your help. Sister Yi, thank you for your help. After the 4 hours of treatment, Yimi helped Lu Yan remove the silver needle. Lu Yan thanked her gratefully. If you want to thank someone, you should thank your teacher. He spent a lot of money to cure you. Even for the national treasury of Pei country, it's a shocking amount. Yimi sighed. She had been in charge of Gu Chen's purchase of medicinal ingredients, so she knew exactly how much money he had spent. To tell the truth, she didn't understand why Gu Chen would spend so much effort to cultivate Lu Yan and even want to cure his illness. It would have been easier to choose another prince. Doing such a thing wasn't in line with his shrewd personality, but he still did it. She had seen Gu Chen's care for Lu Yan. In her opinion, to be able to treat a youth who had no blood relations with him like this person's character wouldn't be bad. At the very least, he wouldn't be someone who would do anything for benefits. I will never forget teacher's great kindness in this lifetime. Lu Yan listened to Yimi's words, and his clear eyes were filled with gratitude as well as determination. It's good that you remember. Don't let your teacher down in the future. Yimi took out all the needles, patted Lu Yan's shoulder, and left. He should be there at this time. As soon as she left, Yimi thought about where Guchen was and began to look for him. Even she didn't realize that she subconsciously wanted to get close to Guchen every day. Along the way to the garden of the Luoshui Palace, Yimi saw Guchen standing by the pool with his hands behind his back. She was about to go forward when she suddenly felt movement in the sky. At the same time, Guchen raised his head. In the sky, a three-legged golden crow was circling in the sky, and then it landed in the garden. Are you Mr. Chen? Crow General landed in front of Guchen, and his voice was a little arrogant. His appearance immediately attracted the Wuji T-Rex and the clay Bodhisattva. The T-Rex appeared immediately, and its eyes turned cold when it heard Crow General talking to Guchen. It's me. Guchen looked at Crow General calmly. I'm here under the order of His Highness Wu Lai, to invite Mr. Chen for a gathering outside the city. Crow General explained. Wu Lai is here in Paidu. Why didn't he come to me directly? Guchen was a little surprised to hear this and raised his eyebrows. Why are you asking so many questions? His Highness Wu Lai's token is here. Just follow the order. Crow General seemed a little impatient. He showed Chen Xiaobei a token with the symbol of the Desheng royal family on it. Something flashed in Guchen's eyes. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll go with you." His Highness Wu Lai said that there are too many people, so you can only go alone. Crow General glanced at the clay Bodhisattva and Yimi understood. Guchen did not object. He turned around and walked towards the Wuji T-Rex and the clay Bodhisattva. Master, something's not right. The Wuji T-Rex said, wanting to follow. You guys stay in the palace and make sure Lu Yan is safe. Guchen said softly. Boss, you mean? The clay Bodhisattva glanced at Crow General from afar, looking a little serious. Protect Lu Yan. The clay Bodhisattva alone is enough. The Wuji T-Rex answered reluctantly. We're not sure who's coming. I'll be more at ease if you stay here as well. Guchen said calmly. The Wuji T-Rex nodded in silence. It knew that Guchen had made up his mind. Moreover, he was the one who had thought it through. After giving his orders, Guchen nodded at Yimi, who was on the other side. He then left the Luo Water Palace with Crow General. Yimi watched him leave. Worry flashed across his face. After Crow General left, he quietly disappeared from the back door. Guchen followed Crow General all the way out of Paidu to a secluded mountain outside the city. Bookseller's website. Outside a pavilion on the mountain, the tall, dark-skinned Wu Lai stood with his hands behind his back. Around a dozen Crow Generals were scattered around the pavilion, wielding dagger axes. Their feathered armors were constantly emitting flames. Guchen had been led here. When he saw Wu Lai, he didn't say a word. Instead, he calmly observed his surroundings. Brother Chen, long time no see. Seeing that Guchen had no intention of greeting him, Wu Lai spoke in a powerful voice. Get straight to the point. Let's talk business. Guchen calmly glanced at him, then his gaze fell on a rock in the distance where a few hummingbirds were hopping about. No rush. I've already prepared some food and wine. Let's talk while we eat. Wu Lai smiled as he walked into the pavilion. The table was indeed already prepared with exquisite food and wine. Sure. The corner of Guchen's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He brushed past the Crow Generals, entered the pavilion, and sat down opposite Wu Lai. Wu Lai personally poured wine for Guchen and sighed as he spoke. Brother Chen, I've been having a hard time lately. I've come to Paidu this time to ask for reinforcements. What reinforcements? Guchen feigned ignorance. Hearing this, Wu Lai looked at him deeply and reminded, Brother Chen, have you forgotten the agreement between us? I've handed Pegua to you. You should help me when I need it. Brother Wu Lai is the second prince of Desheng. What can I help you with? Guchen continued to feign ignorance. Wu Lai's face instantly darkened. Brother Chen, don't speak like that. That Yan Yang fellow has completely fallen out with me. I need Peigua to send reinforcements. Gu Chen's face was still as calm as water. He ignored the displeasure in Wu Lai's words and smiled. If Prince Wu Lai needs my help, he'll naturally come looking for me. What does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with you? Wu Lai's originally displeased expression immediately froze, and his pupils shrank slightly. Gu Chen looked at him with interest. How do you know I'm not Wu Lai? My disguise should be pretty good. The voice of the person in front of him suddenly changed. He put down the wine glass in his hand and said coldly. There's nothing wrong with your disguise. But before I came, I knew it wasn't Wu Lai who was looking for me, Gu Chen replied coldly. Oh? So you're saying that the person we sent to invite you revealed a flaw? Wu Lai immediately cast a cold glance at the Crow General who had been sent to pick up Gu Chen outside the pavilion. That's right. If it was Wu Lai who invited me, his people would never dare to be presumptuous towards me. Gu Chen mocked. Ever since the Crow General had descended upon the Lua Water Palace, he had been acting all high and mighty. Clearly, he did not know the true relationship between him and Wu Lai. He had deliberately kept the news under wraps. Most people in the outside world thought that Peigua had sided with Wu Lai. Even those who knew about Chen Yi probably thought that he and Wu Lai had a superior and subordinate relationship. But it was impossible for Wu Lai's trusted aides not to know that he and Wu Lai were actually working together on equal terms. Even if there were some who did not know, Wu Lai would definitely not dare to let his subordinates act so presumptuously when he sent someone to invite him. He had come very suddenly without any prior communication. That Crow General was so arrogant, so Gu Chen naturally saw that something was wrong with a glance. So that's how it is. Idiot. Killing intent flashed in Wu Lai's eyes. He suddenly raised his palm and aimed at the Crow General outside the pavilion. Boom! Before the Crow General could react, a dazzling beam of light pierced through its body, burning it to ashes in an instant. Gu Chen's expression did not change when he saw this. Instead, the Crow Generals outside the pavilion were as silent as cicadas in winter. Since you guessed from the start that it wasn't Wu Lai who was looking for you, why did you still dare to come? After killing the Crow General, Wu Lai asked coldly with anger in his heart. He felt that all his acting had been for nothing. No, it was not just for nothing. The other party had long since realized the truth. His words and actions were probably a joke in the other party's eyes. Since you're here, even if I didn't come, you would still come knocking on my door, right? Since that's the case, why don't we settle this outside of the city? Fighting in Peidu would cause too much of a commotion. Gu Chen shook his head. You know who I am? The person in front of him had a glint in his eyes. Gu Chen swept his gaze across the Crow Generals outside the pavilion and said, although you're not Wu Lai, these Crow Generals are the real deal. The token from the Deqing royal family is also real. Hence, I'm guessing that you're someone sent by the Flaming Sun Crown Prince? Hearing this, Wu Lai laughed sinisterly. You're very smart. Gu Chen shrugged his shoulders and asked, you're looking for me because you want to obtain control of Pei Kingdom from me? The fight between Wu Lai and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince for the throne had been getting more and more intense. Both sides were fighting from the Xinjiang region to the 7 countries. Neither side wanted to be the loser. From the impatience in Wu Lai's letter, Gu Chen could tell many things. He could also guess that the Flaming Sun Crown Prince would make a move against Pei Kingdom. Pei Kingdom was now in his hands. If the Flaming Sun Crown Prince wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out. Of course, the alliance between him and Wu Lai was very secretive. Hence, even if the Flaming Sun Crown Prince knew of his existence, he wouldn't know that the two of them were working together. He wouldn't have guessed that Wu Lai's actions against Qiankuan group were all instigated by him. It was precisely because of this that the Crow General from before had made such a low-level mistake. It's easy to talk to smart people. Looks like you admit that Pei Kingdom is now under your control. Wu Lai said. Speak. What are your conditions? Gu Chen asked casually. Conditions? Do you think that we came here personally to discuss conditions with you? Do you think that you'll agree to support the Flaming Sun Crown Prince? Wu Lai's face revealed a look of mockery. Oh? Then what do you want? Gu Chen's face was full of interest. From the moment you stepped foot on this mountain, you were already a dead man. When you die, Pei Kingdom's Liu Yan will die as well. We will cleanse Pei Kingdom completely and ensure that the new Pei Kingdom's prince will be loyal to us. Wu Lai, who was in front of him, revealed a murderous intent. He was like an invisible blade that had already been placed in the sky above Paidu. Such ruthless methods and completely disregard the repercussions of failure. This doesn't seem like something a Desheng royal family would do. Gu Chen's eyes turned serious. Luckily, he had left the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex in the palace. If not, he wouldn't have been able to stop the assassin. He had no intention of discussing conditions with Pei Kingdom at all. Instead, he wanted the Flaming Sun Crown Prince to change the dynasty. This didn't seem like something a Flaming Sun Crown Prince would do. It wasn't that he understood the Flaming Sun Crown Prince very well. It was just that based on Wu Lai's words and actions in Pei Kingdom, even if the Desheng royal family wanted to take over the kingdom, they wouldn't dare to make it too obvious. This sudden and thunderous action seemed more like the style of another organization. The one who attacked him might not be the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, but Qianquan Group. Fail? Since we've already made our move, there's no possibility of failure. The corner of Wu Lai's mouth curled into a mocking smile, as if everything was under his control. Oh? You're that confident? Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. What else can I do? Wu Lai grinned, his eyes suddenly emitting a strange blue light. Accompanying this was a powerful undulation of soul force that filled the pavilion. Relax, don't be nervous. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, you'll become my most loyal servant. A demonic voice reverberated, and Wu Lai's body suddenly swelled up, bursting through his clothes. Half of his body had turned into metal, while the other half was like skinned flesh. His original face had also turned into a yin-yang face, and a pair of bean-like eyes continued to emit a strange blue light. Countless tentacles grew out of half of his body, slowly extending towards Gu Chen's head. His movements were calm and unhurried, as if he hadn't considered the possibility of the person in front of him resisting. Just as those disgusting tentacles were about to reach Gu Chen suddenly asked a question. Do you think such a low-grade spirit technique can control me? This voice was devoid of joy or sorrow, and it was completely calm, causing the expression of the enemy who had revealed his true appearance to change. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gu Chen had already stood up and punched out, the table instantly shattered, and the countless tentacles near him also exploded. Even the pavilion's roof was instantly blown away by a powerful gust of air. Gu Chen's fist was like a shooting star, bringing with it the sound of rolling thunder. Before the enemy could even react, it heavily smashed into his head, bang! That sinister and ugly half of his face was instantly blown apart by Gu Chen, and the enemy's huge body was heavily thrown out of the pavilion. My lord! The expressions of the dozen or so crow generals outside the pavilion changed greatly. They immediately brandished their dagger axes and charged towards Gu Chen. However, they had just flapped their wings, and before they could even display their agility, they were suddenly like marionettes, uncontrollably crashing into each other. Ah! Pierced by the weapons of their companions, the crow generals let out miserable cries and tried to break free, but they found that their bodies seemed to be entangled by some unknown thread. The more they struggled, the tighter they were bound. The dozen or so crow generals didn't even have to do anything before they lost their ability to fight. They even lost their unique ability to fly. Gu Chen, on the other hand, did not even spare the crow generals a glance. When he had just passed by them, he had already unleashed his heaven-twining silk and silently bound their hands and feet. Given the current might of the heaven-coiling silk, there was no way these crow generals could break free from it given their cultivation bases. They could only be caged birds. Gu Chen wasn't interested in them. He was only interested in the enemies lying on the ground. Just now, he suspected that someone from the Qianquan Association had personally made a move against him. He didn't expect to receive confirmation so quickly. He had seen this man, whose head had been smashed in half by his fist, on the night of Luo Men's destruction. At that time, he had been by Morning Yan's side. If he remembered correctly, the Great Prophet had said that his name was Dark Hunter. For the Great Prophet to remember his name, even if Dark Hunter wasn't one of the generals of the Qianquan Association, he was definitely someone with real power. Gu Chen didn't expect the Qianquan Association to send someone of this level to deal with him so quickly. After all, his current identity was only Chen Yi. He had originally wanted to use Wu Lai to set up a trap for an important member of the Qianquan Association. He didn't expect them to come knocking on his door first. "Who are you?" Gu Chen looked at the man on the ground and asked, even though he already knew the answer. The metal half of Dark Hunter's head kept emitting sparks, and countless tentacles grew out of the remaining flesh and blood. He was actually repairing his face. He slowly crawled up from the ground. In just a short while, the flesh and bones could be seen again, but it was still a terrifying sight. "What kind of monster are you?" Gu Chen said expressionlessly. This Dark Hunter didn't seem like a normal life form. Chen Yi, descendant of the Chen clan. The information was wrong. A deep voice came from Dark Hunter's throat. His tone was different from before. He was almost killed by a punch, but he didn't seem to be particularly angry. Gu Chen thought that he would lose his mind in anger after suffering such a big loss, just because of the bravado he had shown just now. Interesting. A golden light flashed in the depths of Gu Chen's eyes. Roar. Ming Shou suddenly let out a roar and charged at Gu Chen like a raging bull, waving his thick metal arms. Kacha! Kacha! The ground was shattered by his stomp. This punch was extremely powerful, but it was easily blocked by Gu Chen's seemingly weak hand. This strength isn't something an ordinary cultivator can possess. Gu Chen estimated the strength from Dark Hunter's hand. He raised his empty hand and flicked his finger. Pfft! A strand of heavenly winding silk shot out from his fingertip. Like a steel nail, it instantly pierced through Dark Hunter's head. However, Dark Hunter didn't seem to feel any pain. Seeing that his first punch had been blocked by Gu Chen, he retracted his fist and threw out a second punch, a third punch. Each of his punches was extremely powerful, causing the mountain to quake repeatedly. However, Gu Chen was able to block every single one of his punches with ease. This seemed like a futile effort, but every time Dark Hunter's attack was blocked, the dark blue light in his eyes would flicker. Gu Chen felt that something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes and tied a knot in the air with his heavenly winding silk, instantly binding Dark Hunter's body. Then, his hand suddenly reached out like a dragon's claw and pierced through Dark Hunter's head. He pulled out a dark blue stone from the depths of Dark Hunter's head. The moment the stone was pulled out, Dark Hunter's powerful aura receded like a receding tide. He collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, unable to move. The regenerative ability of half of his body had also disappeared. Gu Chen held the stone in his hand and tried to send his divine sense into the stone. He quickly captured some soul power that was rapidly dissipating. He read through the remaining soul power and discovered that it recorded the strength, speed, and even attack pattern of his attacks. He had only captured a small portion of the soul power, and the stone in his hand quickly shattered. Even more soul power dissipated, and it was unknown whether it had fused with heaven and earth or flowed to some mysterious place. Gu Chen's expression immediately darkened. He could tell that Dark Hunter had been testing his strength and had used some kind of Dao technique to transmit relevant information to someone. After failing to capture him, Dark Hunter had given up on his original mission and even disregarded his own safety to gather information about him. This kind of cold and rational behavior wasn't something a normal person would do. He was more like some kind of puppet. Fortunately, he hadn't used any ability that would expose his identity. Otherwise, if the person behind the scenes had guessed something, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain, and his plan would have been greatly affected. Dark Hunter was dead, and Gu Chen hadn't been able to dig out any useful information from him. Instead, Dark Hunter had learned some things about him. Even though he had only put this information on the surface to deceive others, this feeling of returning empty-handed still made him feel displeased. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. He turned around and glanced at the immobilized Crow generals. "Miss Yi, I'll leave these guys to you. Bring them back for interrogation." Upon hearing this, the hummingbirds hopping on the rocks immediately flew up and sent a message to Yimi, who was hiding somewhere in the mountains. After giving his instructions, Gu Chen went straight down the mountain and rushed back to Paidu at full speed without waiting for Yimi. He was a little worried. According to Ming Shou, the Qianquan Association had also attacked the palace while he was luring him away from the Luo Water Palace. He was not very worried about Lu Yan's safety, as he was reassured by the unbounded tyrant dragon's strength. Furthermore, there was a clay bodhisattva who was proficient in escaping. He was worried that the unbounded tyrant dragon would inadvertently leak something during the attack. After all, Mingshou's strangeness could not be prevented by simply silencing him. After returning to Paidu as fast as he could, Guchen saw a large area of collapsed buildings in the palace from afar. The people in the city were panicking, and a large number of troops were being mobilized. He rushed to the scene immediately and found that Lu Yan was safe and sound. The clay bodhisattva and Tang Xuanzi were both there, and the unbounded tyrant dragon was standing proudly in the ruins nearby. Guchen walked over and soon found a corpse lying in the ruins. Upon seeing the corpse's appearance, Guchen's pupils constricted. This corpse was exactly the same as Mingshou, whom he had killed previously. "Master, you're back." The unbounded tyrant dragon heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Guchen. "Did anything go wrong?" asked Guchen. Limitless tyrant dragon knew Guchen very well, so it understood what he was implying. It shook its head and transmitted its voice to him. "Although this person is a little strange, he's not my match and can't force me to use my full strength. However, the commotion from the battle just now was not small, so I can't disguise myself as an ordinary sky dragon anymore." Guchen's expression eased up a little. "It's alright. It's not a big problem even if others think that you have the bloodline of a true dragon. There were many members of the dinosaur clan with the bloodline of a true dragon in the Dao world. As long as the identity of the tyrant dragon clan's leader was not leaked, there was nothing to worry about." "Master, how's the situation on your side?" Limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex asked Guchen, and Guchen returned very quickly. "You'll be surprised to learn that our opponents are the same," Guchen said. "What do you mean?" Sure enough, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus dragon was stunned. Guchen then told it what had happened and what he had discovered. The everlasting Tyrannosaurus Rex listened with a solemn expression. "I didn't expect Xianxia to have such means. It's not enough to just silence him. Fortunately, this person's strength is ordinary." Limitless Tyrant Dragon King rejoiced. Guchen nodded. If the person who came was slightly stronger, and he carelessly used the glorious ancient tyrant body, even if he killed him afterwards, his identity would be exposed to Feng Yuan immediately. Although he was not afraid of Feng Yuan, now was not the time to fight head-on. He needed time to make up for the gap of 100 years. For Qianquan group to suddenly and brazenly attack you, could it be that they already know that Wu Lai's large-scale eradication of Qianquan group spies was your order, master? As the two chatted, the unbounded Tyrannosaurus dragon asked out of caution. "From the tone of Mingshou's conversation with me, that shouldn't be the reason." Guchen shook his head. Mingshou clearly didn't even know that he and Wu Lai were equals, so how could he know that he was the one behind the attack on Qianquan group? Then what's going on? Qianquan group wouldn't attack us for no reason, would they? The unbounded Tyrannosaurus dragon frowned slightly. It should be that the fight for the throne between Wu Lai and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince has worsened. Both sides have reached a stage where they can't fight back, so Qianquan group has personally come to help the Flaming Sun Crown Prince seize the throne. Guchen pondered. Mingshou had made it clear that he wanted to kill him and Prince Pei, purge the Pei Nation's imperial court, and ensure that they gain control of Pei Nation. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the fight for the throne in Deqing has reached its most crucial moment? The unbounded Tyrannosaurus dragon's face was solemn. Qianquan group was, after all, an external force. If it wasn't for the fact that the fight for the throne was at its most crucial moment, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince wouldn't have done this at all costs, and Qianquan group wouldn't have been so high profile. I'm afraid so. As for the specifics, we'll know after Yimi finishes interrogating the criminals. After Gu Chen and the unbounded Tyrannosaurus dragon finished their conversation, Lu Yan and Tang Xuanzi happened to walk over. Prince Pei is in shock. Gu Chen smiled at Lu Yan. Lu Yan shook his head and said with concern, "I heard that Master had left the city. I was very worried. Fortunately, Master is fine. It's just some assassins. They can't hurt me." Gu Chen didn't think much of it. "Mr. Chen, may I know who sent these assassins?" Tang Xuanzi couldn't help but ask. He was in charge of the palace's defense, but he only reacted when the assassins had gotten close to Prince Pei and made a move. Fortunately, Guchen noticed it first and sent Clay Bodhisattva and the unbounded Tyrannosaurus dragon to Prince Pei's side. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He felt a lingering fear. He couldn't rest easy until he found out who the enemy was. These people were sent by the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Guchen casually said, not going into detail about the Qianquan group. Flaming Sun Crown Prince? Tang Xuance's expression turned cold. He immediately realized that this matter involved the fight for the throne in Deqing. The tree desires peace, but the wind will not stop. Father always wanted to stay in his corner and not get involved in the fight in Xinjiang, but in the end, he still couldn't avoid it. Lu Yan sighed heavily. Being in Deqing, it's impossible to avoid the torrent of power and profit. If you don't become a victim, you'll have to step on others to get the throne. Prince Pei must remember this. Guchen used the most straightforward words to remind Lu Yan. He didn't want Lu Yan to be too naive and childish. I understand. Lu Yan nodded. He had just taken a trip to the gates of hell, so he had a deep understanding of Guchen's words. The chaos in the palace quickly calmed down. Yimi also brought back a group of Crow generals. The Crow generals only listened to the orders of the Blazing Sun clan. Thus, it was useless for them to deny it. Soon, it was confirmed that they were indeed the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's men. Yimi's interrogation methods were quite good. In just one night, he had obtained a lot of useful information. Guchen's guess was right. The fight between Wu Lai and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince had reached its most critical moment. Emperor Shun was seriously ill and could die at any moment. The two princes were fighting in all aspects, but Wu Lai had temporarily gained the upper hand. In order to reverse the situation, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince decided to use the power of the Qianquan group to take control of the 7 countries. It wasn't just Pei Kingdom that was attacked. As long as it wasn't the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's supporters, they would all be targeted by the Qianquan group. Thus, Guchen and Prince Pei were not exceptions. Almost at the same time, similar assassinations occurred in Deqing. Such a large-scale attack on the important people of each country could only lead to one result: chaos. 661-58 The scale of Qianquan Group's operation was so huge that the situation in Desheng dynasty became even more unpredictable. Miss Yi, I want to know the situation in seizing Sun region, Yan Kingdom, Jin Kingdom, Song Kingdom, Yu Kingdom, Mist Kingdom, and Zhe Kingdom as soon as possible. Please use the power of Honesty Pavilion to gather the information I want as soon as possible. Guchen instructed Yimi. He needed to know how many successful attacks the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Qianquan group had launched, as well as the attitudes of all parties. I understand. But you also know that the situation in the pavilion is special. I'm afraid it'll take a little more time than usual. Yimi didn't refuse. She and Guchen were on the same boat, and Guchen's identity as a national-level killer gave her the right to ask about this information. Just do it as soon as possible, Guchen reminded her. Yimi nodded and turned to leave. Before she left, she wanted to say something but stopped. What else? Guchen noticed her expression. The person you killed on the mountain yesterday wasn't just a spy from Qianquan Group, was he? He seemed to be a supervisor, Yimi said solemnly. Through her hummingbird, she saw clearly how Guchen dealt with that member of Qianquan Group and the many Crow generals. Although Honesty Pavilion and Qianquan Group had never had anything to do with each other, it didn't mean that Honesty Pavilion didn't know anything about Qianquan Group. It was a force far more influential than Honesty Pavilion. Many of its members were of high status, and Honesty Pavilion didn't dare to offend them. She knew more or less about Qianquan Group's organizational structure. The lowest level was a spy, who was outside of the group's official members and mainly acted as informants. Apart from that, there were official members. It was said that the requirements to become an official member were very strict. One had to have merits that the top of the legend rank in Qianquan Group valued. At the same time, to ensure quality, the number of official members was always controlled within a certain range. Simply put, the official members of Qianquan Group were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Qianquan Group wasn't a traditional force. It didn't have a sect, and its members often had multiple identities, such as the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Therefore, to ensure the smooth operation of Qianquan Group's various affairs, it set up a supervisor. The attendants of the Heaven and Earth Society were chosen from the official members. They represented the face of the Heaven and Earth Society when they were outside, and they often held astonishing amounts of resources and power. The person Guchen killed yesterday was obviously not an ordinary secret agent. It was very likely that he was at the level of an executive. Therefore, it could be said that he had already come into direct conflict with Qianquan Group. Although Yimi didn't know the details of the cooperation between Gu Chen and Wu Lai, she had heard that Wu Lai had taken action against Qianquan Group. Yesterday, on the mountain, Gu Chen had cleanly killed that person from Qianquan Club without any hesitation or fear. This caused a terrifying thought to appear in her heart. Perhaps Gu Chen had been aiming for the Qianquan meeting from the very beginning. She wasn't a stupid person. The more she thought about it, the more she understood. Thus, she couldn't help but worry. The influence of the Qianquan Group was too great. Most likely, even his foster father wouldn't dare to offend them. If he knew that Gu Chen was targeting the Qianquan Group, what would he think and do? For a moment, she was conflicted. She didn't know whether she should report her discovery to her foster father or not. Gu Chen heard the worries in Yimi's words. What kind of shrewd person was he? He quickly guessed what Yimi was thinking. Miss Yi, if you had to choose between me and Qianquan Group, who would you choose? Gu Chen suddenly smiled. Yimi's heart trembled. Without hesitation, she said, of course it would be you. Then what if it was your foster father who chose? Gu Chen changed the topic. Yimi fell silent. She was a little flustered. She felt that her little thoughts had been seen through by Gu Chen. Seeing that she didn't answer, Gu Chen still smiled and asked, if you had to choose between me and your foster father, who would you choose? Yimi was greatly shocked, and she looked at Gu Chen with her beautiful eyes full of doubt. She didn't know why Gu Chen would ask such a question. What was the connection between these three questions? The look in Gu Chen's eyes was so deep that she couldn't see through it at all. She fell silent again. Logically speaking, her foster father had trained her, so she didn't need to think about the answer to this question. However, she didn't know why she couldn't say it. It doesn't matter if you can't figure it out now. Miss Yi, you can think about it slowly. Seeing that Yimi kept silent, Gu Chen didn't try to get to the bottom of it. He just reminded her with a profound meaning. But Miss Yi, you have to think about it clearly. Your choice may affect your whole life. Miss Yi, you don't want your fate to be controlled by others, right? If that's the case, only I can help you. All right. Hurry up and give me the information I want as soon as possible. With Gu Chen's words lingering in her ears, Yimi left with a heavy heart. She didn't know whether she understood it or not. After she left, Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex shook its head. Master, you don't trust Yi Wunyan? After all, he is a member of the Revolutionary Army. Before we have enough contact, we can't easily trust any forces. Not to mention that Yi Wunyan is an old fox. Gu Chen said indifferently. Since Master doesn't trust Yi Wunyan, why did you say those things to Miss Yi? If she told Yi Wunyan about it. Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex said again. You think Yi Wunyan doesn't know about this? I dare say that Yi Wunyan knows me better than Yimi, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen me for this trip to Zhe country. Gu Chen teased. Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex thought about it and sighed. This Miss Yi is also a pitiful person. Since when did you care about this? Gu Chen glanced at it. As the world's top bloodline, the natural leader of the dinosaur race, Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex rarely cared about outsiders. That Yi Wunyan arranged for Miss Yi to get close to Master. He wanted Master to fall in love with her, but in the end, she fell in love with him. Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex said. What do you know about love? Gu Chen frowned. Yesterday, as soon as Master left with that crow general, Miss Yi immediately followed. Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex answered. In fact, it wasn't just this matter. During this period of time, Yimi had been living in Luo Shui Palace. After a short silence, Gu Chen said. I gave her a choice. If she could grasp it, she would be able to get rid of other people's control and truly control her own fate. But Master is too cold-hearted. Those words just now could be said to have thrown her back to reality. In fact, Master could have chosen a softer method. If you want her to be completely used by us, Making her fall in love with you is the safest way. But Master chose to expose the truth. It's too cruel to a girl who just started to fall in love. Gu Chen shook his head. Yi Wunyan used her as a condition for a transaction. If I also use her feelings, how different would I be from Yi Wunyan? Besides, what I need is a capable subordinate. The sooner she realizes this, the more she can achieve her own goals. That's true, but you're too cold and heartless. Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex shook its head. You talk too much today. Gu Chen said coldly. The king of the Jin Kingdom, Tai Muan, has abdicated his throne to Marshal Tai Li of the Jin Kingdom. In the Azure country, the Azure Emperor suddenly fell ill. Prime Minister Mao Guanyu is now in charge of all political affairs. In the Mist Kingdom, the Mist King was ambushed by an assassin when he was traveling and unfortunately died. Now, the Mist Kingdom is in a state of disunity, and the throne is still undecided. The changes in these three countries all happened within a few short days, roughly around the time when Prince Pei was ambushed. Among them, the current rulers of the Jin Kingdom and the Tsang Kingdom have already publicly supported the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. In the Luoshui Palace, intelligence reports from the various halls of Modest Pavilion arrived one after another. Yimi personally handed a stack of personnel information to Gu Chen. According to the information, Marshal Tai Li of the Jin Kingdom and Prime Minister Mao Guanyu of the Tsang Kingdom had been in contact with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's men before the incident. After the shocking change, they used their high status and power to control the situation in the country. It was obviously a premeditated rebellion. The Jin King and the Tsang King weren't supporters of the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, and they didn't have the luck of the Pei King. Hence, under the manipulation of the Qianquan group, one of them abdicated his throne, while the other claimed to be ill and refused to come out. As for the Mist Kingdom, the Mist King's fate was much worse. He died a violent death. The reason wasn't hard to guess. The Mist King was Prince Wu Lai's uncle, so there was no possibility of compromise. Since the Heaven and Earth group had made their move, they would definitely kill him. After the Mist King's death, because the Mist King hadn't appointed a successor when he was still alive, the princes were now fighting against each other for the throne. None of them wanted to take revenge for the Mist King. Gu Chen flipped to the information on the princes of the Mist Kingdom and couldn't help but shake his head. The Mist Kingdom was one of Wu Lai's greatest backers. Now that the Mist King had been killed, the Mist Kingdom was in a state of disunity. It could be said that Wu Lai had lost a great deal of power. Qianquan Association's attack was truly ferocious. It was clear that they had planned this for a long time, catching Wu Lai off guard. What about the Flare Kingdom, the Moon Kingdom, and the Zhe Kingdom? Is there any movement? Gu Chen raised his head and asked Yimi. The Flare Nation and the Moon Nation have always been supporters of the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Although there are some disturbances in the country this time, it looks like the Flare King and the Moon Prince are eliminating the dissidents. As for the Zhe Kingdom, they have always maintained a neutral stance. According to our spies, the Wild Fox Kingdom doesn't seem to have any anomalies. Of course, the Wild Fox King city is relatively closed off. There might have been an attack, but it was covered up by the Wild Fox tribe. Yimi listed them one by one and sighed in the end: Jin Kingdom, Song Kingdom, Yen Kingdom, Moon Kingdom. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince has already gained the support of the four nations. In addition to that, Prince Wu Lai's greatest support, the Mist Nation, has fallen. I'm afraid that Prince Wu Lai will definitely lose this battle for the throne. Gu Chen's expression did not change as he asked again, what about the Rising Sun stage? What's the situation now? Emperor Xing is seriously ill. Now that the Blazing Sun clan has intentionally sealed off the news, it will be very difficult for the spies we planted in the Xinjiang realm to leak any useful information. However, based on the previous situation, Prince Wu Lai should still have the upper hand for the time being, Yimi said. Gu Chen was silent for a while. The phrase "for the time being" was very appropriate. Once the people in the Rising Sun region knew that Wu Lai had suffered such a huge loss, it was very likely that they would all turn to support the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. The battle for the throne was extremely cruel. The people of the Blazing Sun clan would not easily choose a side. Most likely, they would be grass on the fence. Gu Chen looked at the map of the Great Qing dynasty's territory on the wall and fell into deep thought. Lu Yan and Tang Xuanzi were both present in the hall. Gu Chen wanted them to understand the current situation so that they would not be caught off guard. Hearing that Prince Wu Lai had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position in the battle for the throne, Lu Yan and Tang Xuanzi both had grave expressions. They were clear that Gu Chen and Wu Lai had formed an alliance, but now, it seemed that he had chosen the wrong side. Previously, the old Peking had refused to obey Wu Lai and had always maintained a neutral stance because he was afraid that the current situation would occur. If one stood on the wrong side when it came to changing dynasties, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. It was enough to destroy a royal family. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince was originally the legitimate heir, and now that he had the full support of the Qianquan group, he was simply unstoppable. Lord Tang, can I trouble you to write a letter to the Zhe Kingdom in my name and ask them what the situation is? Gu Chen pondered for a long time before he looked at Tang Xuanzi and instructed. In Mr. Chen's name? Tang Xuanzi was taken aback. Gu Chen had always maintained a low profile in the outside world. He did not know if the Zhe Kingdom would reply or if they would reply truthfully. That's right. Gu Chen nodded. There were some things that the Zhe Kingdom might not necessarily give face to Prince Pei, but after seeing his name, the wild fox ancestor would definitely not dare to casually deal with it, unless he wanted someone to break into his nest again. Okay, I will do it in a moment. Tang Xuanzi hurriedly nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Mr. Chen, now that Prince Wu Lai has lost his power, what should we do? Gu Chen smiled faintly and said, what do you think? Tang Xuanzi glanced at Lu Yan and took a deep breath. This matter concerned the fate of the Pei Kingdom. Even if it would make Gu Chen unhappy, he had to say it. Mr. Chen, before, you cooperated with Prince Wu Lai because the situation forced you to do so. But now, Prince Wu Lai's power is gone. He can no longer threaten us through the Mist Kingdom, nor can he stir up trouble within our borders. If that's the case, why don't we use the reason that we were threatened by Prince Wu Lai and try to befriend the Flaming Sun Crown Prince? Tang Xuanzi gave his suggestion. He did not want the Pei Kingdom to be dragged down after Prince Wu Lai's defeat. It was not too late to change the direction of the wind. He also did not have any moral burden. After all, Prince Wu Lai was not a good person to begin with. The only thing he was worried about was the alliance between Gu Chen and Prince Wu Lai. He did not know if their relationship was good or not. First, you formed an alliance with Wu Lai, and now you want to befriend the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Do you think he will believe you? Gu Chen said indifferently. Prince Wu Lai killed Prince Wu Lai. This is revenge for his father's death. If your majesty says it, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince will definitely believe it. Moreover, although the icing on the cake is not as good as providing timely help, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince has yet to ascend the throne. He has no reason to refuse. Tang Xuanzi immediately replied. Lu Yan's lips tightened at the mention of his father's death. What Lord Tang said makes sense. Yimi, who was at the side, could not help but agree. Although the survival of the Pei Kingdom had nothing to do with her, she did not wish for Gu Chen and the Qianquan Union to continue opposing each other. That would be too dangerous. If she could befriend the Flaming Sun Crown Prince now, all of this could be avoided. The three choices that Gu Chen had given her had made her feel uneasy for a few days. Her feelings towards him had become more and more complicated. After listening to the opinions of the two, Gu Chen smiled and did not comment further. He turned to Lu Yan and asked, what does Prince Pei think? Lu Yan's handsome face had been solemn since the beginning. When he heard Gu Chen's question, he gritted his teeth. Master, do we really have to choose between the two princes? Hearing this, Yimi shook his head inwardly. He felt that Prince Pei was still too young and could not see reality clearly. The state of Pei was a kingdom under Great Qing. The change of imperial power in Great Qing would inevitably affect the state of Pei. This was a choice they had no choice but to make. When Gu Chen heard Lu Yan's answer, his eyes slightly lit up. Of course, he said with a smile, but didn't answer any further. This time, both Tang Xuanzi and Yimi were stunned, not understanding what he meant, but a heartfelt smile appeared on Lu Yan's face. Alright, enough talk. Let's wait and see. Just do your own things. Lord Tang, apart from contacting the Zhe Kingdom, we can't stop expanding our army to the Mist Kingdom's border. We need to ensure the supply of rations. Gu Chen reminded Tang Xuanxia. This was the second time he reminded Tang Xuanxia about the border expansion. Tang Xuanxia still wanted to discuss the previous topic, but seeing that Gu Chen was not in the mood and Prince Pei did not support him, he could only sigh inwardly and leave. The crowd dispersed. In the next few days, peace gradually returned to Paidu. The negative effects of the attack on the palace gradually subsided. At the same time, the effects of Qianquan Group's large-scale operation in the Rising Sun region and the Six Nations were gradually fermenting. Prince Wu Lai had lost his power, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what was going on. Hence, those who were on good terms with Prince Wu Lai started to keep their distance. Some even accepted the olive branch extended by the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Prince Wu Lai, who was within the borders of Xinjiang, was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard the series of grievous news. He was unable to sleep for the next few nights. Damned Heaven and Earth Association! How dare he openly interfere in the fight for the throne of Great Qing? Isn't he afraid of violating the taboo? Wu Lai smashed everything in front of him and said while gnashing his teeth. Almost all of Qianquan society's attacks have succeeded, not leaving behind any flaws. Even if everyone knows that they did it, it's meaningless without evidence. The Crow General Commander smiled bitterly. He knew that the person in front of him had fallen from the clouds, so it was inevitable for him to lose control of his temper. Are the people of the Seven Nations all trash? Don't tell me that Qianquan Group doesn't have any mistakes? Wu Lai said furiously. It's not like there aren't any mistakes. Nothing seems to have happened in the Pei Nation, Crow General reminded. Pei Gua? What about Chen Yi? When Wu Lai heard this, he calmed down and his eyes flickered. When he mentioned Chen Yi, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The reason why the Qianquan Group dared to openly help the Flaming Sun Crown Prince to seize the throne had a lot to do with the purge of their spies in Deshang. The reason why he did that was because he was bewitched by Chen Yi. That's right, it was bewitching. There were some things that he didn't understand when he was in Paidu, but after coming into contact with the secret agents of the Qianquan Association and thinking about it calmly, he understood that he had been tricked by the other party. The Xiao family had never sided with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. The so-called Heaven and Earth Group helping the Flaming Sun Crown Prince to seize Pei Kingdom was all nonsense. He knew the truth, but it was already too late by the time he found out. He had already lost his country, and he had also thoroughly offended the Qianquan Association. Hence, he could only swallow this bitter fruit. He was a very rational person. Although he had fallen into the other party's trap, he didn't want to give up the fruits of their alliance just like that. Hence, he didn't fall out with the other party. Not only did he not fall out with the other party, but he also planned to pull the Qin clan's forces into his camp as soon as possible to increase his own strength. However, no matter how dangerous his situation was in his letter, Chen Yi wasn't willing to send the experts of the Qin clan to protect him. He didn't even reply to his letter. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. He had secretly sworn that when he ascended to the throne, he would teach that fellow a harsh lesson and make Pei Gua pay the price. However, he didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Right now, among his allies outside of Xinjiang, that person seemed to be the most powerful. Wu Lai thought about it seriously. At this juncture, he definitely couldn't lose his ally, Pei Gua. If he lost Pei Gua as well, he would really lose all his power. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He said to General Crow, "Make a trip personally to Paidu on my behalf. No matter what, you have to stabilize your alliance with Chen Yi. Also, since he escaped the Qianquan Association's attack, he might have some information that can be used against them. Ask him if he's willing to hand it over to us. Remember, you have to be courteous." Wu Lai only let Commander Crow lead after a series of reminders. Within the Luo Water Palace, the travel-worn General Crow met with Gu Chen. Thanks to the three-legged golden crow race's innate ability to fly, he had only spent 5 days on the journey. Gu Chen sat in the main seat. After listening to General Crow's intentions, he picked up the cup of tea on the table and took a sip, his expression calm and composed. General Crow looked calm on the surface, but he was inwardly uneasy. He knew the importance of this mission. If something happened to the alliance with Pei Gua, then Wu Lai would really be finished. And if Wu Lai was finished, those who had followed him since long ago would definitely not have a good ending. Lord Commander, I understand your intentions. Please tell Brother Wu Lai that there won't be any problems with our alliance. As for the Qianquan Association, we did indeed obtain one of their corpses. We can also hand it over to Lord Commander and bring it back. After finishing his tea, Gu Chen spoke slowly. His tone was very courteous, and he even used honorifics. His words put the originally restless Crow General Commander at ease, and he even felt a sense of gratitude towards him. The last time they met, he had offended him. He had thought that even if the other party was willing to continue the alliance, his attitude wouldn't be much better. He didn't expect that he would be even more courteous. As the saying goes, if someone gives me a foot of respect, I'll give him a foot of respect. General Crow stood up and bowed to Gu Chen in gratitude. With Mr. Chen's words, His Highness Wu Lai can be at ease. You're too polite. How is Brother Wu Lai's current situation? Gu Chen asked with a smile. General Crow hesitated for a moment. He shouldn't tell him the specifics at this time, lest his allies' morale wavered. However, Gu Chen's expression just now was sincere, and it wasn't good to brush him off. To be honest, the situation within Xinjiang is still alright, but the situation outside is really not optimistic. General Crow sighed and said sincerely. The Qianquan Association's attack this time was truly unexpected. Especially the Mist Kingdom, which actually fell into their hands. With this, I wonder if the Mist Kingdom will attack the Pei Kingdom again? Gu Chen sighed with emotion, looking as if he was distressed. The Mist Kingdom has not fallen into the hands of the Qianquan Association or the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. You don't need to worry, Mr. Chen. General Crow hurriedly comforted him. It's only temporary. Right now, the princes of the Mist Kingdom are fighting endlessly. From what I know, the Mist Kingdom's third prince, who currently has the upper hand, doesn't have a good relationship with Brother Wu Lai. And according to some clues, the Qianquan Association seems to have the intention of supporting the third prince to ascend to the throne. Gu Chen sighed and purposely exaggerated some of the information that Yimi had given him. General Crow's breath caught in his throat. Gu Chen actually knew so much about the Mist Kingdom. This was too surprising. Of the princes of the Mist Kingdom, Wu Lai's cousin, the third prince, had never been on good terms with him. Their relationship had never been good since they were young, and Wu Lai, as the prince of Great Qing, had always suppressed the third prince, causing the latter to resent him. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince had once visited the Mist Kingdom and sent someone to contact the third prince. They were all aware of this. However, they had never heard of the news that the Heaven and Earth faction intended to support the third prince. However, Gu Chen's words were so certain that he seemed to have a clear grasp of the situation. This caused General Crow's heart to sink. Just by looking at how the Jin Kingdom and Sun Kingdom had fallen into the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's hands, it was clear that supporting the third prince, who was hostile to Wu Lai, to the throne was completely in line with the Heaven and Earth faction style. The fact that the Mist Kingdom's throne was still up in the air was already a huge blow to Wu Lai's prestige. If the third prince succeeded the throne and publicly announced his support for the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, the consequences would be unimaginable. As an envoy, General Crow should have tried to reassure his ally, Gu Chen, but at this moment, he himself felt uneasy. If the third prince really succeeds the throne and restarts the attack on the Pei Kingdom might not be able to maintain its alliance with Brother Wu Lai in order to protect itself. Gu Chen's face was full of worry. General, the Mist Kingdom loves martial arts and has been eyeing the Pei Kingdom's granaries for a long time. You can understand the Pei Kingdom's difficulties, right? General Crow was speechless. Could he say that he didn't understand? The other party was right. If the Mist Kingdom really submitted to the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, then Wu Lai's power would really be gone. No wonder the Pei Kingdom would abandon him. In fact, the Pei Kingdom's insistence on forming an alliance at this time was already a timely help. The Mist Kingdom was a barren land and had always coveted the Pei Kingdom. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince might very well persuade the Mist Kingdom to attack the Pei Kingdom and force them to submit to him. Even if the Pei Kingdom submitted at that time, it might be too late. It would be given as a gift to the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's supporters. Therefore, Pei Guo was already generous enough, and no one could criticize him. I understand Mr. Chen's intentions. I will pass on the message to His Highness Wu Lai. Commander Crow had a lot on his mind and could only say this. Facing the current situation, does Your Highness Wu Lai have any thoughts or ideas? Gu Chen asked again. General Crow was silent. Heaven and Earth Society had acted so quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, catching His Highness Wu Lai off guard. How could they easily reverse the situation? If His Highness Wu Lai had a way, he wouldn't have smashed a bunch of things in anger. I have an idea that can prevent the crisis that Pei Nation is about to face. Perhaps it can also help Brother Wu Lai turn the situation around. Gu Chen's sudden change in topic caused the Crow General Commander's eyes to light up. What do you think, Mr. Chen? He asked excitedly. Rather than passively taking a beating, it's better to take the initiative and attack. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Since the Mist Kingdom will attack Peigua sooner or later, why don't we take advantage of the fact that the Mist Kingdom is in a state of disunity and attack first? Brother Wu Lai's influence in the Mist Kingdom is great. If he sends people to support him in secret, I believe that Peigua can at least take down a few counties in the Mist Kingdom. When the Mist Kingdom faces the threat of extinction, Prince Wu Lai can influence the successor of the Mist King. Prince Wu Lai has influence over the Mist Kingdom, which means that Brother Wu Lai will have influence again. Let me ask you, if Peigua withdraws its troops as a condition to prevent the third prince from inheriting the throne, will the third prince still be able to inherit the throne? Will the plan of Heaven and Earth Society and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince succeed? As long as this situation is broken, the Seven Kingdoms will think that Brother Wu Lai has stabilized the situation, and that he still has a chance to fight for the throne. Gu Chen spoke with confidence and composure. General Crow listened attentively, and as he listened to the latter part, his face was filled with excitement. Good idea, Mr. Chen. This is indeed a good way to solve the current problem. Not only could they protect their ally, Peigua, but they could also regain control of the situation in the Mist Kingdom. There was indeed no better way than this. Furthermore, the one sending troops was Peigua, so Prince Wu Lai only needed to support them in secret. There wouldn't be any losses, so why not? I'll go back and report Mr. Chen's suggestion to Prince Wu Lai. I believe that Prince Wu Lai will agree to it. General Crow said happily. Then I'll wait for your good news, Gu Chen said with a smile. General Crow quickly left Pei City with Ming Shou's corpse and returned to Xingyang. In Wu Lai's mansion, after hearing Gu Chen's suggestion that General Crow had conveyed to him, Wu Lai's expression flickered, and he pondered for a long time. This Chen Yi is really ambitious. After a while, he suddenly slammed the table and gritted his teeth. Your Highness, what do you mean? General Crow, who was standing in front of him, asked in surprise. He thought that Wu Lai would be very happy to hear about Chen Yi's brilliant plan. You've been tricked by Chen Yi. It's all a trap. He's probably been coveting the Mist Kingdom's territory for some time. Wu Lai snorted coldly. He carefully asked General Crow about the conversation between Gu Chen and General Crow, and he immediately smelled a conspiracy. First, he guaranteed that nothing would go wrong with the alliance, so that he could win the favor of the people he sent. Then, he exaggerated the danger that Peigua was facing, so that he could naturally speak of his shameless plan. He was clearly coveting the Mist Kingdom's territory, but he said that it was for his own good. How hateful. But Your Highness, that Chen Yi's words are very reasonable. Commander Crow said hesitantly. He felt that His Highness was a little too wary. Of course he's reasonable. If he wasn't, how could he force me to agree? He's playing the same old trick. Wu Lai gritted his teeth in hatred, and his eyes were about to spit fire. If this was his first time interacting with Gu Chen, he might believe his words and think that he was a trustworthy friend. But after the previous experience of being used to deal with Qianquan Group, he was very suspicious of Chen Yi's claim that Qianquan Group had the intention of helping the third prince ascend to the throne. That guy was good at exaggerating. He had gone around in a circle just to get his help so that he could successfully conquer the Mist Kingdom's territory. He could clearly see the other party's wild ambitions. Just like how he had obtained control over Peigua, he was now eyeing the Mist Kingdom. Hearing Wu Lai's detailed analysis, Crow General finally came to his senses. This might really be a trap. To think that he had put himself in Peigua's shoes and felt that Chen Yi was very interesting. So it was just an act. Your Highness, what should we do now? Are we not going to accept Xianxia's suggestion? General Crow asked. He still felt that Xianxia's suggestion was a good idea, and it was normal for him to be a little selfish. The world was bustling for benefits, and the world was bustling for benefits. No matter how loyal an ally was, it was impossible not to ask for something in return. The only thing to consider was whether it was worth it. Can I not accept it? In this situation, that guy is determined to get me. He knows that I have no choice but to agree. Wu Lai said hatefully. Even though he knew that the other party had bad intentions, he couldn't do anything to him. First of all, he didn't have many allies left in the 7 nations, and he couldn't afford to lose Pei Nation. That Xianxia said that the Ruolan kingdom was in trouble and that the Pei kingdom would not be able to hold on any longer and might surrender to the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. On the surface, it looked like he was explaining the situation they were in, but in reality, he was threatening him. If they didn't give him benefits and gave him the Mist Kingdom instead, then the Pei Kingdom might betray them at any moment. Would he still dare to reject the other party's suggestion after understanding the deeper meaning behind these words? Secondly, although the other party had ulterior motives, he had to admit that his plan could indeed turn the situation around. In the eyes of the 7 kingdoms, the Pei Kingdom was currently under Wu Lai's control. If the Pei Kingdom attacked the Mist Kingdom, it would be seen as a counterattack against the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and the Qianquan group. As long as the Pei Kingdom won, not only would they be able to stop the forces of the Flaming Sun Kingdom from infiltrating the Mist Kingdom, it would also serve as a warning to the other countries so that those fence-sitters wouldn't dare to act rashly. There were too many benefits for him if the Pei state sent troops. He had invested too much effort in the fight for the throne in Dashang. He could not give up such a good opportunity just because he did not want others to benefit. Considering the power of the Chen clan, he couldn't refuse. Even if he knew it was a trap, he still had to jump into it. Make another trip to Paidu and tell Qianxia that I agree with his plan, but there are conditions. After the Pei army successfully invades the Mist Kingdom, you can hand over the territory you occupy to the Pei army. I guarantee that Great Qing won't blame you afterward. However, the new Mist King must be decided by me. Once this is done, the Pei Kingdom must also withdraw their troops. Wu Lai carefully warned the Crow General Commander and stated his conditions clearly. If you don't feed a horse, it won't run fast. He knew what Qianxia wanted, so he would just give it to him. However, the control of the Mist Kingdom had to be in his hands. He already had a candidate in mind for the Mist King, and all Peiguan needed to do was help his candidate from the outside. As long as he appointed the Mist King, the Mist Kingdom would still be under his control, just like before. He would still have a lot of room to maneuver in the 7 kingdoms. Now that the situation in the 7 countries had stabilized, he could focus on dealing with the complicated situation in Xinjiang realm. Furthermore, he had the upper hand, so he believed that his chances of winning were very high. This subordinate understands. We'll set off now. After receiving Wu Lai's order, Crow General once again headed to Pei Kingdom as fast as he could. Actually, there was no need for him to do it personally. There were more convenient ways to contact them, but this matter was of great importance. He had to make a trip personally to clarify things before Wu Lai could be at ease. After General Crow left, Wu Lai immediately sent a letter to the Mist Kingdom, telling his men to prepare in advance so that they could coordinate with the Pei Kingdom. A war required a lot of preparation. He could create a very favorable environment for Pei Kingdom, but how much territory Pei Kingdom could take would depend on that person's ability. Commander Crow made another trip to Paidu, but he only stayed for about half a day before he left in a hurry. After he left, Gu Chen immediately met with Lu Yan and Tang Xianxia, informing them of his and Wu Lai's plan. When he learned that Pei Kingdom was going to attack the Mist Kingdom, Tang Xianxia was extremely shocked and worried. But when Gu Chen told him the specifics of the plan, Tang Xuanxia's mood quickly turned into excitement and anticipation. With the Mist Kingdom's help, our chances of winning will be very high. Tang Xuanxia was completely convinced by the person in front of him. He finally understood why Gu Chen didn't ask him to withdraw the troops stationed at the border and instead sent more troops. It turned out that he already had plans for the Mist Kingdom. Because the troops had never withdrawn from the border, the Mist Kingdom naturally had no reason to suspect anything. Pei Kingdom could completely launch a surprise attack. The early stages of the war had already been prepared. Taking advantage of the Mist Kingdom's current state of disunity, and with the cooperation of Prince Wu Lai's men, Pei Kingdom's victory was almost certain. 30 years ago, the Mist Kingdom seized 3 of Pei Kingdom's prefectures, which was viewed as a great humiliation by the late king. I didn't expect that under my reign, I would have the chance to regain my territory. Liu Yan was also very excited and emotional. He knew that the current situation was not easy to come by. You only want to take back the 3 prefectures? You don't want more and the entire Mist Kingdom? Gu Chen's shocking words startled Tang Xuanxia, who was next to him. Mr. Chen, the Mist Kingdom has a total of 24 prefectures. With the Pei Kingdom's military strength, we can at most take down 10 prefectures. It will be very difficult to swallow the Mist Kingdom. Tang Xuanxia hurriedly reminded, afraid that Gu Chen would move too quickly. In a war between countries, it was easy to win, but occupying a territory was not. Winning a war might only require a surprise troop, but successfully occupying and absorbing a territory required a lot of manpower, resources, and energy. Pei Kingdom had always been rich, so he dared to boldly imagine taking down 10 prefectures, but more than that was impossible. If Pei Kingdom invested too much manpower and resources into the Mist Kingdom, it would instead threaten its own foundation. The best way was to take things slow and steady. They would absorb as much territory as they could from the Mist Kingdom. That was the real benefit. Destroying the Mist Kingdom sounded domineering, but the price to pay was too high. Moreover, Great Qing would not allow it. It's just a thought. I hope that Prince Pei and Lord Tang can think further and not just focus on the small benefits in front of them. Gu Chen explained with a smile and added. Of course, Lord Tang is the expert in war. I'll have to learn from him in the future. Tang Xuanxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Gu Chen was still very rational. Thinking about it, how could a person who could see the opportunity to attack the Mist Kingdom so far in advance not think through everything? Liu Yan and Tang Xuanxia stayed in the Luo Water Palace for a long time. They only left together when the specific plan of attack was finalized. When they left, they were excited. Pei Kingdom had been suppressed for too long under the threat of the Mist Kingdom. Now, they finally had a chance to eliminate this threat once and for all. Not long after they left, Clay Bodhisattva came to Gu Chen. Boss, there's news from the Zhe Kingdom. Clay Bodhisattva said and handed a letter to Gu Chen. He was now in charge of the communication between the Luo Water Palace and the outside world. Even the information gathered by Pei Kingdom's spy agency would pass through his hands. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. The news from the Zhe Kingdom had come a little late. He took the letter and opened it. He discovered that it was personally written by the Wild Fox ancestor. Just like the other kingdoms, the Wild Fox King City had been attacked as well. However, the Wild Fox ancestor had sensed it in advance and dealt with the Qianquan Association's assassins in time, so they were safe and didn't cause much of a commotion. The Wild Fox ancestor even thanked Gu Chen in the letter. He said that it was because Gu Chen had secretly snuck into his nest that he had strengthened his defenses. Otherwise, he might not have been able to discover the Qianquan Association's assassins. In addition, the Wild Fox ancestor also promised to advance and retreat together with Pei Kingdom in the letter. It seemed that he was trying to curry favor with Gu Chen. Gu Chen read the letter seriously and fell into deep thought. He then burned the letter on the spot. Taking out a brush and paper, Gu Chen dipped the brush in ink and wrote a long letter on the spot. He handed it to the Clay Bodhisattva and quickly sent it to the Zhe country. The border between the Mist country and the Pei country was separated by a vast river called the Hao River. To the west of the river was 1,000 miles of fertile land, one of the richest granaries of the Mist country. It was also the land of the 3 counties that the Mist country had taken from the Pei country 30 years ago. To the east of the river was the Pei country's Xianxia county. It used to be a fertile land, but now it was much more desolate. There was no other reason than the fact that the Xianxia county was located at the border and had been raided by the Mist country's army all year round. The last time the Mist country's army had invaded, it had brought a great disaster to the people there. Many families had been destroyed and lost their homes. Although the Mist country's army had retreated, they had looted many cities and burned them to ashes, creating countless refugees. The 3 counties in Jiangxi and the Xianxia county in Jiangdong used to belong to the Hao River Basin. To the west of the Hao River basin was the endless Gobi Desert, which was the original boundary between the Mist Country and the Pei Country. Losing their land for 30 years was a pain in the hearts of countless Pei Country citizens. To the people of Xianxia County, the Mist Country could start a war at any time, which made them live in fear every day. However, all the humiliation was washed away on the day of early autumn. The Pei Country gathered 500,000 soldiers with the 80,000 Water Dance Army as the core. Xianxia personally led the army and crossed the Hao River, launching a fierce attack on the Mist Country's border troops. With meticulous planning, the Mist Kingdom's border defense line collapsed almost instantly. Yongpei City, the largest city at the border of the Mist Kingdom, only took one night to successfully occupy the city, thanks to the cooperation of the generals in the city from both inside and outside. That night, Xianxia stood on the top of the city wall and accepted the surrender of the Mist Country's generals. His eyes were red. Yongpei City wasn't originally called Yongpei City. 30 years ago, when the Pei Country submitted a letter of surrender, admitting that the 3 counties belonged to the Mist Country in exchange for the Mist Country's non-aggression, the Mist King changed the name himself in order to humiliate the old king. Although Xianxia was young at that time, he could empathize with the grief and indignation that haunted the entire Pei Country. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Today, Pei Nation could finally hold its head high. He knew that Harmony City was only the first stop. Next, the Pei Kingdom would march straight into the Mist Kingdom. After accepting the letter of surrender, Xianxia led the Mist Kingdom's general, Fu Rongfa, to the Pei Kingdom's camp to meet with Gu Chen. Inside the tent, Gu Chen rested his head on a chair and flipped through a book quietly and calmly. It seemed that the war outside, which had been noisy all night, had nothing to do with him. The general of the Mist Kingdom, Fu Rongfa, bowed deeply to Gu Chen and introduced himself. "I am Fu Rongfa from Lord Mai's army." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Chen." When Gu Chen heard this, he raised his head and smiled as he examined the person before him. The Pei Kingdom's army was able to easily destroy the Mist Kingdom's defensive line and even take over the Mist Kingdom's #1 border city, Yongpei City, was all thanks to Fu Rongfa. As the commander of the Mist Kingdom's border army, he was the one who voluntarily informed the Mist Kingdom about the weak points of the border defense line. He even cooperated with the Mist Kingdom from both inside and outside to open the city gates, saving the Mist Kingdom's army a lot of trouble. Behind Fu Rongfa was Lord Mai, the 4th prince of the Mist Kingdom. When Wu Lai agreed to help the Pei Kingdom attack the Mist Kingdom, he mentioned a very important condition, and that was that he would be the one to choose the Mist King. After Gu Chen agreed, he had been wondering which prince Wu Lai was leaning towards. Lord Mai, the son of the old Mist King who was rarely by his side, had made many contributions at a young age and was thus conferred the title of Marquis. Wu Lai's choice was not surprising. The 3rd prince, who was at odds with Wu Lai, had great influence in the Mist City and had colluded with a group of important officials. Even though Wu Lai's mother was the princess of the Mist Kingdom, it was difficult for her to infiltrate and influence the Mist City. Thus, if he wanted to change the situation, he had to start from the outside. The Mist Kingdom was fond of martial arts, and Lord Mai had many military achievements and had the support of many generals in the commanderies. It was precisely because of his prestige in the army that he was able to compete with the 3rd prince for the Mist King's position. It was ironic that a prince, who was also a general in the army, would collude with foreign enemies and cause the loss of a large part of his country for the sake of the throne. It could only be said that power was a scary thing. It could make people abandon many bottom lines. "General Fu, there are still many areas where I will need to cooperate with the Marquis. Please send my regards to him," Gu Chen said politely to Fu Rongfa. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. The Marquis has taken care of everything." Fu Rongfa vowed. In the next few days, the 500,000-strong army of the Pei Kingdom swept across the lands of the Mist Kingdom. In an extremely short period of time, the Pei Kingdom had reclaimed the 3 commanderies of the Hao River. This caused an uproar among the 7 kingdoms, the Mist Kingdom to be furious, and the Pei Kingdom to rejoice. Although the Pei Kingdom was wealthy, it had never been known for its military strength. This time, the momentum of the attack was swift and fierce, shocking the other 6 kingdoms and attracting the attention of the Xinjiang realm. Reclaiming the 3 commanderies was only the beginning. After a short rest, Tang Xuanzi continued to take in the surrendered soldiers while continuing to recruit soldiers within the borders of the Pei Kingdom and the three commanderies. With the help of the people within the Mist Kingdom, the Pei Kingdom's army was unstoppable. The Mist army was defeated almost immediately and was forced to retreat again and again. Thus, after losing 2 more commanderies, the Mist Kingdom's court was in a state of panic. Originally, the court and the commoners were fighting for the throne and their own interests. However, under the shadow of the country's demise, all interests seemed insignificant. At this time, Wu Lai secretly contacted the officials of the Mist Kingdom and announced that only Mu Yeho could inherit the throne, could expel the Pei Kingdom's army and rebuild the Mist Kingdom. His words were undoubtedly persuasive, because everyone knew that the Pei Kingdom was under his control. The Pei Kingdom's attack on the Mist Kingdom was a desperate counterattack against the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Thus, soon, many high-ranking officials in the Mist Kingdom wavered. Some chose to secretly contact Mu Yeho, and even those who were close to the third prince began to distance themselves from him, intentionally or unintentionally. The powerful momentum that the third prince had initially gained from claiming the throne gradually dissipated due to an external threat. Mu Yeho, on the other hand, was like the sun in the sky, slowly gaining control of the situation. As Mu Yeho's power grew, the help that he provided to the Pei Kingdom began to decrease. When the Pei Kingdom attacked the cities, they received less internal information. Sometimes, they even started to receive false information, causing them to suffer some losses. Faced with this situation, Tang Xuanzi consulted Gu Chen many times, worried that the agreement with Prince Wu Lai was no longer valid. Wu Lai only agreed to cooperate with us to help Mu Yeho ascend to the throne. Now that Mu Yeho is gradually gaining power, he naturally won't allow the Pei Kingdom to continue benefiting. The more territory the Pei Kingdom conquered, the more powerful it became, and the more worried Wu Lai became. Previously, he was forced to do so, but now, of course, he won't. In my opinion, it's not just that he doesn't want to cooperate with us. Once Mu Yeho stabilizes his position as the Mist King, he will find a way to make us spit out the territories that we took. Gu Chen said to Tang Xuanzi, a mocking smile on his face. Then, Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Should we stop attacking? Tang Xuanzi's expression turned serious. Gu Chen's speculation was very likely. Once Mu Yeho secured his position as the Mist King, he might turn against Pei Jun. The Mist Army, which was united from top to bottom, could not be underestimated. If Pei Jun's front lines were stretched too far, the situation would be extremely disadvantageous. Therefore, the safest choice was to stop attacking. Pei Jun should tighten the front lines and speed up the digestion of the 5 commanderies. They should strive to completely turn them into Pei Jun's territory. Don't worry too much. Attack faster. Remember, time is precious. Do your best to take more territory. Gu Chen's eyes glowed as he gave a completely different opinion from what Tang Xuanzi had imagined. Why? Didn't Mr. Chen just say? Tang Xuanzi's breath caught in his throat. He was completely confused. He believed that the person in front of him must understand the logic of greed. Why did he continue to take the risk to attack the Mist Kingdom? You don't need to ask so many questions. You'll know soon enough. Just do as I say, Gu Chen said. Tang Xuanzi was speechless. He wanted to ask more, but he knew that the person in front of him did not like to explain things too clearly. Seeing his confident expression, Tang Xuanzi's uneasy heart relaxed a lot. He cupped his fists and left. He also hoped that the person in front of him really had a way. That way, Pei Jun would be able to obtain more benefits from the Mist Kingdom. After Tang Xuanzi left, Yimi, dressed in black and green clothes, quietly walked up to Gu Chen. It seemed that she was travel-worn. How's the matter I asked you to do? Gu Chen asked the moment he saw her. As you said, I've placed spies around the surrendered generals. Also, the ones who haven't surfaced have been investigated. Yimi rolled her eyes at Gu Chen. In order to help Gu Chen, she had traveled between the 5 commanderies, but this guy didn't seem to care about her at all. He only asked about the situation of the mission. Very good. It's about time. Help me gather enough killers. Can you do it? Gu Chen asked. How many exactly? Kill who? Yimi was stunned. I want you to keep an eye on as many people as you want. Remember, don't let a single one escape, Gu Chen said calmly. Yimi's expression turned cold when she heard this. Only now did she know the ultimate purpose of what Gu Chen had asked her to do. If we want to ensure that we can get rid of so many people quickly and safely, we need at least 2,000 assassins. With your kingdom war benefits, you won't be able to gather so many people. Yimi pondered for a moment and spoke truthfully. Then hire him. I'll pay for it. Is that okay? Gu Chen said. He hadn't used the treasures he got from the clay bodhisattva. That's fine, but the scale of this operation is a little big. I'm afraid I'll have to ask the pavilion master. Yimi hesitated. Gu Chen didn't want to kill just 1 or 2 people. Once he moved, a large number of heads would fall to the ground. Those people weren't ordinary people either. Most of them held high positions of authority in the Mist Kingdom, and it would be easy for them to attract attention. Although Honest Pavilion would do anything for money, it was rare to see such a large-scale operation targeting a single country. In addition, Honest Pavilion had just experienced an internal conflict. Although the pavilion master won in the end, he also lost many people. It wasn't easy to mobilize such a large number of assassins at such a critical juncture. The pavilion master probably wouldn't agree so easily. Go and ask, but do it as fast as possible. Gu Chen nodded. He knew that this couldn't be done without Yi Wunyan's consent. Yi Wunyan had just integrated Honest Pavilion, and now it was completely under his control. As long as he agreed, it wouldn't be difficult to gather 2,000 assassins. Gu Chen couldn't think of a reason why he would refuse, but he wasn't worried at all. Alright, I'll do it now. Yimi felt helpless. He had just returned, and now he had to go on a run again. He didn't know if he owed this man in his previous life. In Wu Lai's mansion in the Xinjiang region. Hearing the news from the Mist Kingdom's Marquis, Wu Lai revealed a rare smile of relief. Ever since the Qianquan group attacked the various countries, he hadn't been so happy in a long time. Mu Yeho had gradually taken control of the situation in the Mist Kingdom, and the third prince was being marginalized. All he could do now was struggle on his deathbed. The Mist Kingdom had become his territory again, and the Pei Kingdom's thunderous attacks had deterred many restless forces, proving to the outside world that he still had the strength to fight for the throne. He was somewhat grateful to Chen Yi for coming up with such a good idea and helping him turn the whole situation around. How's the Pei Kingdom's current offensive? Wu Lai asked Mu Yeho's messenger after some thought. According to your highness's orders, the Marquis has gradually cut off the Pei Kingdom's intelligence supply, but the Pei army is too greedy. They're still attacking and trying to swallow up more of the Mist Kingdom, the messenger replied. Haha, this Chen Yi is really greedy. Isn't he afraid of burying himself to death? Wu Lai sneered. Go back and tell the Marquis that his army doesn't need to fight the Pei army head-on. If the Pei army wants to eat, let them eat to their heart's content. How can we let the Pei Kingdom take advantage of us? The messenger hesitated. Idiot. Wu Lai scolded and shook his head. Think about how many soldiers the Pei Kingdom has. No matter how greedy they are, how much of the Mist Kingdom's territory can they swallow up? The longer they stretch out their battle lines, the more scattered their forces will be, and the worse their losses will be in the future. The territory that the Pei Kingdom is currently occupying is all thanks to the Marquis' men. Your Marquis can let them into the city once, but is it that difficult to let them in a second time? I promised your Marquis that I would find a way to make the Pei Kingdom spit out what they have taken. What I need to do now is to achieve this. Tell him everything I said, and he will naturally understand what I mean. The messenger's eyes lit up when he heard this. He praised, Your Highness is wise. I will tell the Marquis the truth. The messenger hurriedly left. General Crow hesitated for a moment before asking, Didn't Your Highness promise that the Pei Kingdom can hand over the territory they occupy? If you go back on your word after the deed is done, I'm afraid that Chen Yi will be very unhappy. Humph, who does that Chen Yi think he is? He has been scheming against me, and he still wants me to burn the bridge? Wu Lai said coldly. Although he was saved by Gu Chen's plan, he didn't forget that he had been schemed against by Gu Chen previously. The Pei Kingdom is your highness's ally. If your highness does this, what if that Chen Yi becomes angry and turns to the flaming Sun Crown Prince? General Crow asked worriedly. You're thinking too much. that Qianyi won't do this. The extermination of the Qianquan group spies was carried out under his orders. If he dares to turn to the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, I will tell him the truth and make him feel bad. Moreover, the Qin clan obviously has their own troubles. Qianyi's actions cannot be seen in the light of day, so he won't dare to completely fall out with me. Wu Lai laughed coldly. Previously, when he was in Paidu and had a secret conversation with Gu Chen, he could tell that the Qin clan was intentionally targeting the Qianquan group. However, they didn't want the outside world to know. Wu Lai knew that Gu Chen would never side with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, which was why he dared to burn the bridge after crossing it. So what if he burned the bridge? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince could only cooperate with him. Even if he suffered a loss, he could only swallow it. He, Wu Lai, wasn't so good-tempered that he wouldn't take revenge after being used. I see. Your Highness is wise. If Mu Yeho can successfully recover his lost territory and drive the Pei army back to the east of the Hao River, he can still threaten the Pei Kingdom. The Pei Kingdom will suffer a great loss after this battle. They will even threaten Prince Luyan's rule. That way, Your Highness will have a chance to truly control the Pei Kingdom. This is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. Crow General Commander thought about it deeply and praised sincerely. His Highness was still as far-sighted as ever. No wonder he could suppress the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Wait for the show. I can't wait to see Qianyi's expression as if he had eaten a fly. Wu Lai's lips curled into a proud smile. The Pei army was unstoppable. In less than a month, they conquered 3 more counties of the Mist Kingdom. He had thought that attacking these 3 commanderies would be met with fierce resistance, but he hadn't expected that the Mist Kingdom's army would collapse almost immediately. The Pei Kingdom had achieved an astonishing victory with minimal losses. At first, Tang Xuanxia was hesitant and suspected that it was a trap. But under Gu Chen's urging, he had no choice but to press on. Since the beginning of the battle, everything had been going so smoothly that Tang Xuanxia felt like he was dreaming. But dreams had to wake up one day. On this day, news came from the Mist capital. The 3rd prince of the Mist Kingdom was imprisoned, and Mu Yeho was officially king of the Mist capital. After that, the spies of the Pei Kingdom found out that there were signs of an army gathering in the counties of the Mist Kingdom. Judging from the direction, it seemed that they were coming for the Pei army. This is bad. Tang Xuanxia looked at the distribution of the Mist Kingdom's army on the map and felt uneasy. He immediately went to find Gu Chen. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid that Mu Yeho will launch an attack on us very soon. I suggest that we withdraw our forces immediately. If we don't, we will be defeated one by one, and our efforts will be in vain. Tang Xuanxia said anxiously. In fact, he felt that it was already a little too late to gather the troops. The troops had already been sent out, so how could they be gathered so easily? However, he still had to do it. As a general, his sharp senses told him that if he fought on all fronts in the Mist Kingdom, the Pei army would definitely suffer heavy casualties. He was even worried about their rear, not knowing if there would be any accidents. There's no need to rush. Let's talk after reading this letter. Gu Chen smiled as he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tang Xuanxia. This is, Tang Xuanxia received the letter with a suspicious look on his face. When he opened it, his face was first filled with shock, followed by wild joy. The news that Mu Yeho had officially inherited the Mist King's position spread like wildfire throughout the Great Qing dynasty. This result was not surprising to many. When the Pei Kingdom sent troops to attack the Mist Kingdom, many factions had already predicted this outcome. In the eyes of the various factions, both the Pei Kingdom and the Mist Kingdom were under Prince Wu Lai's control. Now that the Mist Kingdom had regained its stability, it showed Prince Wu Lai's outstanding ability to respond to emergencies. However, the development of the situation left the various major forces puzzled. First of all, the Mist Kingdom's various prefectures were mobilized. It seemed that there were signs of war with the Pei army. Since they were both under Prince Wu Lai, the various factions thought that the 2 kingdoms would have a more harmonious truce after Mu Yeho ascended to the throne. Just as the various major powers were wondering who would emerge victorious in the war between the 2 countries, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. The Zhe Kingdom had sent their troops. The Wild Fox tribe had gathered an army of 700,000 and launched a surprise attack from the border of the Mist Kingdom. They swept through the Mist Kingdom like a hot knife through butter, sweeping in the direction of the Mist Kingdom, because most of the Mist Kingdom's troops had been mobilized to the Pei army and were currently on the way. The prefectures along the way were unable to fight back against the Zhe Kingdom's attack. When Mu Yeho heard the news, he hurriedly sent a large portion of his troops to stop the Zhe Kingdom's army. This way, the offensive against the Pei army was halted. At the same time that the Zhe Kingdom sent its troops, the Pei Kingdom was not to be trifled with. The Pei army and the Zhe Kingdom worked together and began a carnival of the Mist Kingdom's flesh and blood. The Mist Kingdom had already suffered great losses due to internal strife. Now that it was facing the alliance of two kingdoms, it was severely lacking in military strength. It could only shrink its front lines and defend with Mist City as the center. In times of national crisis, if everyone was united, with the sturdiness of the city, they might be able to survive. However, just as the Mist Kingdom's army retreated to defend Mist City, rumors began to spread among the troops. It was rumored that Mu Yeho had handed over a large piece of land to the Pei Kingdom in order to obtain the throne. He was the true culprit behind the Mist Kingdom's demise. The rumors could not be proven, but the truth could not be concealed. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. Countless people accused Mu Yeho of treason. The morale of the army fell to an all-time low. The soldiers did not know who they were fighting for. At this time, the remnants of the third prince smelled an opportunity and came out to stir up trouble, causing the situation in Mist City to become even more chaotic. Under these circumstances, the Mist Kingdom's army retreated as they fought. In the end, they lost more than 90% of their territory. The allied armies of the Pei Kingdom and the Zhe Kingdom surrounded Mist City. When the news reached the Xinjiang region, Wu Lai was dumbfounded. Mu Yeho, that trash. What is he doing? How did he lose his entire country? Wu Lai roared angrily. The development of the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Your Highness, please calm down. The Zhe Kingdom's attack was unexpected, and they grasped the timing extremely well. It is normal for the already weakened Mist Kingdom to be unable to withstand the attacks of the two kingdoms. I'm afraid that we have all been fooled. The Pei Kingdom and the Zhe Kingdom have already formed an alliance in secret. Otherwise, they would not have cooperated so well. General Crow smiled bitterly. The series of developments in the recent situation could be said to be a harsh slap to their faces. It was not as simple as the Zhe Kingdom sending their troops. The troops that Mu Yeho had planted in the occupied territories, including the surrendered generals who had helped the Pei Kingdom occupy the various counties, were all assassinated at the same time. The timing was also very precise. It was just before the Zhe Kingdom sent their troops. The Mist Kingdom had originally mobilized a large number of troops to break down the Pei Kingdom's army one by one, but their plan was foiled because of the Zhe Kingdom's troops. On the other hand, a large number of Mu Yeho's subordinates were killed at the same time. This caused the Mist army to completely lose its influence over the occupied territories. The Pei Kingdom had truly taken over the various counties. The Pei Kingdom even made a fuss about the surrendered generals that they had assassinated, revealing that they had worked together with Mu Yeho. This caused Mu Yeho to completely lose the support of the people. This series of methods could be said to have been completed in one go. The Pei Kingdom had been ahead of them step by step and had completely schemed against them. Chen Yiqing's residence was simply too frightening. The furious Prince Wu Lai was as weak and powerless as a baby in front of him. Bookseller's house, those damned foxes. I tried to win them over so many times before, but they were always playing Tai Chi with me. Now, they've chosen to collude with that Chen Yi. Do you think this prince can't compare to that guy? Also, so many important members of the Mist Kingdom were killed at the same time, but our men didn't notice at all. That Chen Yi deserves to die. Damn him. Prince Wu Lai cursed non-stop, cursing almost everyone he could think of. General Crow stood at the side, not saying a word, fearing that he would be the one to get into trouble. When he had vented most of his anger and gradually calmed down, General Crow cautiously said, Mu Yeho is currently trapped in the Mist capital by the allied forces of the two kingdoms. He has already asked US for help many times, so your highness should think of a solution as soon as possible. That trash deserves to die. Prince Wu Lai said angrily, but he was only saying it verbally. In his heart, he knew that he couldn't let Mu Yeho die just like that. Mu Yeho was still his cousin. If he died, not only would it be difficult for him to explain to his mother, but more importantly, the various kingdoms' forces would also doubt his control over the Pei Kingdom. The Pei Kingdom was under his banner, but they had disobeyed orders to destroy his mother's Mist Kingdom and even killed his cousin. How could he still have any face left? It wasn't easy for him to rebuild his iron-fisted image in front of the various forces, so he absolutely couldn't let it go to waste. Go to the Mist Kingdom and help me contact that Chen Yi. Tell him that I want to meet with him. Before that, I won't allow him to act rashly against the Mist capital. Wu Lai thought for a moment before speaking to General Crow with a serious expression. But Your Highness, with the current situation in the Sun-steering realm, if you leave, the flaming Sun Crown Prince will have an opportunity to take advantage of, General Crow said with concern. When did I say I wanted to leave the Sun-steering realm? I don't have to leave if I want to meet with that Chen Yi. Wu Lai took out a Divine Ascension orb and handed it to General Crow. Give it to Chen Yi and tell him that I will meet him in the Divine Ascension world in 5 days. General Crow took the Divine Ascension orb and nodded heavily. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will go immediately. Mist City stood tall in the vast and boundless desert. It looked golden and magnificent. Unlike other cities, the city walls surrounding Mist City were made up of countless natural boulders. They were like numerous fortresses that surrounded and protected this isolated city. Outside the Mist City, the flags of the Pei Kingdom and the Zhe Kingdom fluttered in the wind. Gu Chen had just walked into a tent in the middle of the Zhe Nation's army when old ancestor Wildfox stood up and welcomed him warmly. Brother Chen, I really have to thank you this time. You've given me such a big piece of fat meat. Patriarch Wildfox smiled amiably, completely different from the vigilance he had shown the last time they met. It was as if he had completely forgotten that he had attacked Gu Chen before he left. His smile was not fake at all. This time, the Zhe country had really picked up a great bargain. When Gu Chen had written a letter to him telling him that the Pei Kingdom was about to send troops to the Mist Kingdom and that he hoped that the Zhe Kingdom would also send troops, he had been hesitant at first. The Zhe Kingdom was not strong and had always been inferior to the Mist Kingdom. Otherwise, they would not have allied with the Pei Kingdom for so long. To send troops to the Mist Kingdom, especially to leave the swamp environment that the wild fox race was familiar with and enter the Mist Kingdom's vast desert, required courage. However, Gu Chen did not force him to make a decision immediately. Instead, he said that the Pei Kingdom would attack first and it would not be too late for the Zhe Kingdom to send troops when the time was right. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse such generous conditions, so he prepared his troops while observing the development of the situation. What surprised him was that the Pei Kingdom army, which had always been weak, had actually won a beautiful victory in the Mist Kingdom, continuously attacking cities and seizing territory. Seeing that the Mist Kingdom was like a paper tiger that could not withstand a single blow, the Zhe Kingdom naturally became restless. Finally, after Mu Yeho succeeded as the Mist King, the Zhe Kingdom sent troops. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Patriarch Wildfox personally followed the army to the Mist Kingdom. After the Zhe Kingdom's army entered the Mist Kingdom, they met with far less resistance than expected. Up until today, the Wild Fox race had already annexed 8 counties of the Mist Kingdom. Compared to the 14 counties that the Pei Kingdom had conquered, the Zhe Kingdom was slightly weaker. However, the earlier battles had all been fought by the Pei Kingdom, and the Zhe Kingdom had already obtained enormous benefits without suffering any losses. If every time he allied with someone, he could only take advantage of the situation without taking any risks, then he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. The Zhe Kingdom and the Pei Kingdom are of the same breath and branch, so we should share blessings. Fellow Wildfox is too polite. Gu Chen smiled and sat down in the Wildfox ancestors' tent. The two of them drank and chatted merrily, as if they were old friends. Brother Chen, there are only 2 counties left of the Mist Kingdom's 24 counties. Those 2 counties are more or less in our bag, and the Mist Kingdom is surrounded by us. Have you thought about what to do next? After 3 rounds of wine, the Wild Fox ancestor's expression became serious as he asked. Even though the 2 countries seemed to be able to easily destroy the Mist Kingdom, in reality, the situation was not so simple. The Zhe Kingdom, the Pei Kingdom, and the Mist Kingdom all belonged to the Great Qing dynasty. The system of 7 countries had a long history. It could be said that it was a method used by Great Qing to maintain its rule and balance. If the Mist Kingdom was destroyed, then there would only be 6 out of the 7 countries. The system that Great Qing had established would be threatened, and the Zhe Kingdom and Pei Kingdom's national strength would increase. In the future, they might become a challenge to the Xinjiang realm. This was something that the ruler of the dynasty, the Blazing Sun tribe, could not allow. The 7 countries had often fought against each other throughout history. This was tacitly allowed by the Xinjiang realm. They hoped to use this method to wear down the strength of the 7 countries and maintain the Blazing Sun tribe's absolute dominance in the dynasty. But if the fighting went too far, such as a certain country suffering a calamity that led to the rise of another country, then there could only be one result: the Xinjiang realm would take action. At that time, the flames of the Blazing Sun army would engulf the land of Great Qing, and the wings of 100,000 crow generals would cover the sky of Great Qing. Against the imperial army and the armies of the various countries acting on orders, no country had ever been able to successfully resist. Thus, it was not time for the Pei Kingdom and the Zhe Kingdom to rejoice. If the following matters were not handled well, then the counties they had swallowed might all be for naught. Wait. We'll surround the Mist Kingdom and not attack it. Just wait. Gu Chen had naturally thought of the Wild Fox ancestors' concerns and said meaningfully. Hearing this, the Wild Fox ancestor's eyes flashed. He roughly understood the other party's meaning. Several days later, General Crow arrived at the Pei Kingdom's army. He paid a visit to Gu Chen and expressed his intentions. Gu Chen was not surprised at all when he learned that Wu Lai wanted to talk to him in person. Wu Lai had arranged to meet 5 days later. Including the time General Crow had wasted on the way here, it just so happened to be tonight. It could be seen just how anxious Wu Lai was to meet him. Come, entertain the Lord Commander well. Gu Chen ordered someone to take General Crow away and not let him leave without his permission. Then, when night fell, he entered the divine ascension boundary that Wu Lai had designated. The illusory soul body appeared in a crowded square, and Gu Chen looked around curiously. This was the second divine ascension world he had entered. Unlike the 3-story building of Prudential Pavilion, this square was many times larger. Only at the edge of the square in the distance could he see the misty blue void. The cultivators who came and went were mostly of different races, and they all wore different clothes. They obviously didn't belong to the same force. There were many stalls in the square, and many cultivators were haggling with the stall owners in front of them. In the center of the square, there were 3 buildings, and there were people going in and out of them all the time. Divine Ascension Market, Gu Chen muttered to himself, quickly understanding what this place was. The Divine Ascension sect was open for business, and the Divine Ascension worlds they had opened up were exclusive to each major force and only for their internal members to use, but they were also open to everyone. Most of the Divine Ascension worlds that were exclusive to each force required a specific Divine Ascension Pearl to enter. Each Divine Ascension Pearl corresponded to a clear identity, and only one person was allowed to use it. However, the Divine Ascension world that was open to everyone had Divine Ascension Pearls that could be used by anyone. Divine Ascension worlds like these were often markets, where cultivators from different forces in the Tao world traded. There were all kinds of transactions. If it was information, they could directly trade here. If it was something physical, both parties needed to agree on a place and method of trade in the real world. Because it was safer and more efficient to trade through the Divine Ascension market, it was quite popular, especially among people from the Dark World. Of course, those who could enter the Divine Ascension market to trade were not ordinary cultivators. After all, the Divine Ascension Pearl itself was expensive. This place was a mess of good and bad people. Gu Chen thought for a while and walked toward the 3 pavilions. At the door of the leftmost building, Gu Chen saw Wu Lai's figure in the distance. He walked straight over, and when Wu Lai saw him, he gestured with an indifferent expression before turning to enter the building. Gu Chen followed, and the 2 of them quickly entered a private room in the building. As soon as they sat down, Wu Lai's expression turned gloomy, and he said directly, "Tell me, what do you want now?" Gu Chen smiled when he heard this. "What's wrong, brother Wu Lai? You seem to be in a bad mood." The corner of Wu Lai's mouth twitched. What was this guy pretending to know? How awe-inspiring is the Pei Nation's army? They've even killed their way to Mist Capital. How can I possibly be in a good mood? He tried to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and said, Brother Wu Lai, that's where you're wrong. Back then, the Pei Kingdom attacked the Mist Kingdom in order to help you out of your predicament. The situation on the battlefield is often unpredictable, so no one could have predicted that things would develop to this point. Gu Chen sighed in a seemingly regretful manner. I didn't ask you to destroy the Mist Kingdom. Wu Lai said coldly. Precisely because of this, the Mist Kingdom still exists. Gu Chen smiled and added, dare I ask Brother Wu Lai, have you gotten rid of your predicament? Have I fulfilled my promise to you? Wu Lai was rendered speechless, feeling choked to the point where he couldn't speak. According to the agreement between the two parties, Gu Chen had indeed kept his promise and helped him get rid of his previous predicament. Even though the majority of the Mist Kingdom's territory had fallen, he was the one who had promised Wu Lai that all the conquered territories would belong to the Pei Kingdom. He just didn't expect that the Pei Kingdom's military would be able to do this. I didn't ask you to drag the Zhe Kingdom into this and make the situation even more complicated. Wu Lai knew that he couldn't argue with the agreement between the two parties, so he changed the topic. The Zhe Kingdom's attack was unexpected, and it had nothing to do with me. They probably saw an opportunity to take advantage of us, so they sent their troops to attack the Mist Kingdom. Gu Chen said cleanly. The veins on Wu Lai's forehead bulged. These words might work on a 3-year-old child, but to use them on him, did they take him for a fool? The Zhe Kingdom didn't send their troops earlier or later, but they just had to send their troops when Mu Yeho had just secured his throne. What a coincidence, he said sarcastically. It is a coincidence, but how can this be the only coincidence? Right after I helped Mu Yeho sit on the throne, his troops were mobilized strangely, and some of the surrendered generals of the Mist Kingdom even tried to assassinate my soldiers. This is also a coincidence. Gu Chen's tone was indifferent, but the mockery in his words was obvious. Wu Lai's expression changed. He knew that the other party was mocking him for trying to steal a chicken but coming home shorn. Strictly speaking, he was in the wrong. He had just used the Pei Kingdom, and now he wanted them to spit out what they had eaten. The fact that the surrendered general had attempted to assassinate the soldiers of the Pei Kingdom was a complete lie. The man was merely trying to find an excuse to tell him that he and Mu Yeho had done something behind the scenes, and that he had indeed killed their men. He was so arrogant, but he couldn't blame him, because he wasn't in the right. Let bygones be bygones, let's stop here. Tell me, how do you want to resolve this? Do you really want to destroy the Mist Kingdom? Wu Lai realized that he couldn't argue with Gu Chen, and he wasn't here to argue with him. He had more important matters to attend to. What does Brother Wu Lai want me to do? Gu Chen asked. The Pei Kingdom will withdraw its troops and return 8 of the 14 provinces to the Mist Kingdom. Wu Lai said without hesitation. When Gu Chen heard this, he sneered. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Wu Lai's eyes. He suppressed his anger and said, 6 provinces is already quite a lot. Don't you understand the principle of biting off more than you can chew? Don't forget that you're in Great Qing. If my Blazing Sun tribe doesn't allow it, you won't even be able to keep the Pei Kingdom, much less the 6 provinces. Brother Wu Lai, are you threatening me? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes. Wu Lai's expression turned ugly. He clenched his fists, wanting to say, so what if I'm threatening you? However, things were different now. He knew that if he fell out with Wu Lai, his path to becoming emperor would be severed. The Pei Kingdom didn't just represent one country. It could influence the Mist Kingdom and even the Zhe Kingdom. This was the power of 3 countries. As for the other 4 countries, they had already fallen into the hands of the Blazing Sun tribe. If he lost the support of the other 3 countries, it was equivalent to losing the right to compete for the throne. Brother Chen, you've misunderstood. I just hope that you won't push things too far. That won't do either of us any good. Wu Lai forced a smile and did his best to ease the tense atmosphere. Gu Chen laughed inwardly when he saw Wu Lai's sullen expression. Wu Lai's absolute weakness was his obsession with the throne. As long as he firmly grasped this weakness, he could only allow himself to be slaughtered. Of course I won't push things too far. I can let the Mist Kingdom go, but I won't let the Pei Kingdom hand over their territories. Those territories were won by the Pei Kingdom's soldiers with their lives on the line. If they were to be handed back just like that, how would King Pei explain himself to the rest of the Pei Kingdom? Also, even if the Pei army hands over their territories, do you think that the Mist Kingdom will be able to defend itself? The Wild Fox tribe has just tasted the sweetness of victory. If the Pei Kingdom withdraws, they will definitely seize it. Brother Wu Lai, do you think that you can make the Wild Fox ancestor obediently retreat? The Wild Fox ancestor might not do you a favor. Right now, the Blazing Sun Crown Prince is stronger. Right now, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince is stronger. These words agitated Wu Lai's nerves. His expression tensed up and his heart was in turmoil. He knew that the other party was only saying this to protect his own interests, but he had to admit that what he said made some sense. He indeed didn't have much influence over the Wild Fox tribe. Otherwise, he would have received news of the Zai Kingdom suddenly attacking the Mist Kingdom. The benefits of the Mist Kingdom were too great. The Wild Fox ancestor was different from Chen Yi. Chen Yi couldn't join the Flaming Sun Crown Prince because of the Qianquan meeting, but the Wild Fox ancestor could at any time. If the Flaming Sun Crown Prince agreed to give the benefits of the Mist Kingdom to the Zai Kingdom, the Wild Fox ancestor would definitely join him. Was it possible that the Flaming Sun Crown Prince would do so? It was definitely possible because the Mist Kingdom had always been his territory. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince didn't have many benefits here. Using the Mist Kingdom to exchange for the Zai Kingdom's support was extremely worth it. If things really developed to that point, he would be shooting himself in the foot by asking the Pei Kingdom to retreat. Not only would he not be able to save the Mist Kingdom, but he would also make the Flaming Sun Crown Prince even stronger. The more Wu Lai thought about it, the uglier his expression became. He realized that the man in front of him really had a silver tongue. He always had the ability to convince him. No, it wasn't that he was good at talking, but that he had single-handedly manipulated the situation and forced him to follow his decision. The thought of becoming the emperor suppressed his anger and other emotions. Wu Lai took a few deep breaths and said, 10 counties. The Pei Kingdom can get 10 counties. I've said it before. The territory was bought with the lives of the Pei Kingdom's soldiers. I can't give it back. Gu Chen said coldly. Don't tell me you only left 2 counties for the Mist Kingdom? If that's the case, what's the difference between the Mist Kingdom and being destroyed? If you don't make any concessions, anyone can see that the Pei Kingdom isn't under my control. What face do I have left? Mu Yeho is my cousin. If I don't give him an explanation, even he will betray me. As for the other factions, they will think that my prestige is gone. Why would I fight for the throne then? If I lose the throne and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince takes over, won't the Pei Kingdom have to spit out everything? You and I are bound together for good or ill. If you don't make any concessions, then we might as well fight to the death. Wu Lai was flustered and exasperated. Gu Chen was challenging his bottom line. Gu Chen saw that Wu Lai looked like he had nowhere to retreat. He thought for a moment and said, 2 prefectures. Pegua can return them. Wu Lai needed him to concede. He had already considered this point. Previously, he had made his promise to Wu Lai in order to obtain the greatest benefit. At the same time, with the current strength of the Pei Nation, it would not be easy to digest the 14 prefectures. If they took too big of a step and something happened to these prefectures in the future, it would not be worth it. Thus, spitting out the 2 counties that they had yet to manage in exchange for Wu Lai's continued cooperation was a very good choice. 2 isn't enough. 4. Wu Lai's expression softened a little. At least the other party wasn't greedy to the end. Gu Chen shook his head and said, as for the Zai Kingdom, I can ask old ancestor Wild Fox to hand over a prefecture. This way, in addition to the 2 prefectures that the Pei Kingdom will hand over, the Mist Kingdom will still have 5 prefectures. That should be enough. Is the Zai Kingdom willing to spit it out? Hearing this, Wu Lai's eyes flashed. He thought of many things. If the Zai Kingdom was willing to listen to Chen Yi's arrangements, it meant that the Zai Kingdom could also become his ally. As if he knew what he was thinking, Gu Chen's next words finally made Wu Lai feel a little happier. If I speak up, it won't be a big problem. Old ancestor Wild Fox will agree. As long as brother Wu Lai agrees to this arrangement, I will also think of a way to convince old ancestor Wild Fox to express his support for you. This way, the Pei Kingdom, Mist Kingdom and Zai Kingdom will all become brother Wu Lai's strong backing. What else is there for brother Wu Lai to worry about? Wu Lai's heart palpitated when he heard this. If the Zay kingdom could really express their support for him, he could save his face. In fact, it would even be helpful to the overall situation. The only one that would suffer a huge loss would be the Mist Kingdom's Lord Muyi. The Mist Kingdom would instantly fall to the weakest of the 7 kingdoms. However, this was not something that could not be made up for. In the future, when he ascended to the throne, he would have many opportunities to settle old scores with the Pei Kingdom and help the Mist Kingdom seek justice. Wu Lai quickly came to a decision. However, he was still a little worried and asked, "Can you really make old ancestor Wild Fox agree to support me? That guy is a real old fox. I have already tried to sound him out many times, but he is a watertight person and has always maintained a neutral position." The Zay Kingdom was able to maintain a neutral position before because they have no desires. Now that they have swallowed up so much of the Mist Kingdom's territory, it is impossible for them to maintain a neutral position. If they don't make a choice between the 2 princes, they will definitely not be able to keep their interests. Old Ancestor Wild Fox is a smart person, he will definitely understand this. Moreover, the Pei Kingdom and the Zay Kingdom will be interdependent. Now that the Pei Kingdom has expressed its support for you, the Zay Kingdom will not give up on what is close at hand and seek an alliance with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, right? Gu Chen spoke with fervor and assurance, but there were some things that he did not finish. If old ancestor Wild Fox really did not think highly of Wu Lai and was unwilling to express his support, he still had a way to force him to agree. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, there was no need to do so. That was one of his trump cards. Gui Xian 1 Chinese net omega mega 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 psi 1 za. Come, alright then, we'll do as you say. A long night is fraught with dreams, you should quickly implement it. Wu Lai relaxed a lot after hearing this. Although this meeting was not the result he had hoped for, it was still acceptable. After the 2 finished their discussion, Wu Lai left the Divine Wander Market. Gu Chen was not in a hurry to leave. This was the second Divine Wander world he had come into contact with, so he needed to verify some of his previous guesses. He stealthily arrived at the edge of the Divine Wander City Market. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he flicked his finger, and the heaven-winding silk on his fingertip immediately broke through the invisible spiritual boundary and extended into the misty green void. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled and felt the heaven-twining silk speed as it moved through the void, as well as its consumption rate. After a long time, he was satisfied and took it back. After that, he left the Divine Wander Market and returned to the real world. The first thing he did was to go to the Zay Kingdom's military camp and inform old ancestor Wild Fox of the results of his negotiations with Wu Lai. Just as Wu Lai had hoped, Gu Chen also hoped to completely tie the Zay Kingdom and the Pei Kingdom together. Although the 2 countries had advanced and retreated together, the Zay Kingdom still had a way out. But once old ancestor Wild Fox publicly announced his support for Wu Lai, he would have no way out and would truly be tied to the same boat as the Pei Kingdom. After telling old ancestor Wild Fox about the pros and cons, Gu Chen thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to convince him, but he did not expect old ancestor Wild Fox to agree so readily. Brother Chen has given my Zay Kingdom so many benefits, of course my Zay Kingdom will advance and retreat together with the Pei Kingdom. Supporting Prince Wu Lai is not a problem. The old man believes that Brother Chen's judgment of people is correct. The old ancestor of Wild Fox vowed solemnly. Gu Chen felt relieved when he saw this. In this way, the Mist Kingdom's problems would be solved. The Pei Kingdom and the Zay Kingdom retreated. According to the agreement, the Pei Kingdom would return 2 counties, and the Zay Kingdom would return 1. The Mist Kingdom's remaining 5 counties would be given to the new Mist King, Marquis Mu Yeho. Compared to the 24 counties at their peak, the Mist Kingdom was greatly weakened. Marquis Mu Yeho was sad and unwilling, but he didn't even have the right to bargain. Prince Wu Lai had already sent him a letter. The agreement was set by him, and he couldn't change it. He was forbidden to do anything irrational. Mu Yeho was filled with regret. He felt like Wu Lai had sold him out. However, the Mist Kingdom was already stuck between 2 countries, and he couldn't afford to lose Wu Lai as his backer. He could only grit his teeth and accept everything. Before the Pei Kingdom retreated, Gu Chen personally went to the Mist capital to see Marquis Mu Yeho. Because of his special relationship with Wu Lai, Marquis Mu Yeho knew who the true ruler of the Pei Kingdom was. So when he saw Gu Chen, he couldn't help but feel a little fearful. Gu Chen didn't say anything. He simply introduced himself to Marquis Mu Yeho, patted his shoulder, and left. Seeing that he didn't make things difficult for him, Marquis Mu Yeho sighed in relief. Gu Chen's words echoed in his mind. Sometimes, being a Marquis Anil is happier than being the Mist King. Set your sights in the long term, and don't worry about temporary gains and losses. Maybe in the future, you'll get more than you can imagine. Was it a threat? It didn't seem like it. But if it was a warning, Marquis Mu didn't understand. The young man who came and went in a hurry left him with only one impression: unfathomable. The Pei Kingdom's territory expanded to the west, gaining 12 more counties. This caused the entire kingdom to celebrate. The Pei Kingdom's territory expanded to the west, gaining 12 more counties. This caused the entire kingdom to rejoice. The Pei Kingdom was rich to begin with, and the Mist Kingdom was known for its military strength. Now that Pei Kingdom had obtained half of the Mist Kingdom's territory, its national strength increased greatly, and it became one of the strongest among the 7 countries. This shocked the other countries. Originally, when Liu Yan inherited the throne, the other countries only saw it as a joke and didn't even bother to send envoys to visit the new king. This shocked the various countries. Originally, when Liu Yan had inherited the throne, the various countries had only treated it as a joke, not even bothering to send envoys to visit the new king. However, the situation was different now. Various countries sent envoys to Paidu with valuable gifts to pay a visit to King Pei. Even within the borders of Xinjiang, there were people who came to visit. Liu Yan became the leader of Pei country's resurgence, and news about him quickly spread. Gu Chen, the imperial teacher who had been deliberately keeping a low profile, gradually became more and more famous. It was rumored that the rise of the state of Pei and the achievements of Prince Pei, Liu Yan, were all because he had taken a reclusive expert as his master. The identity and origin of this expert naturally aroused the interest of various countries. Many people secretly conducted investigations. In short, Gu Chen had officially stepped onto the stage of the 7 nations of Desheng. In the headquarters of Wangjing Pavilion, Yi Wunyan finished reading the intelligence report from the Mist Kingdom, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This lad really didn't disappoint me. The Pavilion of Honesty didn't lose out this time. Taoist householder Peach Blossom was at the side. When he heard this, he sighed emotionally. I didn't expect him to make the Wild Fox Patriarch publicly express his support for Prince Wu Lai. It seems that he has a strong influence on both the state of Pei and the state of Zhe. Not just these 2 countries, but also the Mist Kingdom. The Mist Kingdom is now surrounded by the other 2 countries, and its national strength has weakened. In the long run, it will definitely become a vassal of the state of Pei. Whatever Chenyi says goes, Yi Wunyan said with a smile. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, when did Chenyi get in touch with the state of Zhe? When you went to the state of Zhe last time, did he meet the Wild Fox Patriarch? Taoist householder Peach Blossom shook his head. Chenyi was with us from the beginning to the end. We went around the Wild Fox Royal City and didn't enter at all. It's impossible for him to have met the Wild Fox Patriarch. Hearing this, Yi Wunyan touched her chin. In that case, he convinced the Wild Fox Patriarch to send troops with just letters, or perhaps he knew the Wild Fox Patriarch a long time ago? Wangjing Pavilion didn't have much information about Gu Chen. It started from the Luo Gate. As for who he met and where he went before the Luo Gate, they had no idea. And Gu Chen's experience in Paidu had been known through Yimi and the others, so it was unlikely that he had met the Wild Fox Patriarch during this period. Anyone would be tempted to give away such a large territory and benefits, even if they haven't met before. Taoist householder Peach Blossom didn't think much of it and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Yi Wunyan nodded. It made sense. We did help Chenyi a lot this time, but compared to the state of Zhe, the benefits are far less, Taoist householder Peach Blossom said again. Householder Peach Blossom added. Mobilizing 2,000 assassins to carry out an assassination was a huge task that required a large amount of manpower and resources. Even a Kingdom War-level assassin like him was exhausted. It's nothing. Chenyi is a member of Wangjing Pavilion. What he has will belong to Wangjing Pavilion sooner or later. Yi Wunyan was full of ambition, and her eyes shone brightly. Looks like I have to hurry, Yimi. Her progress is a little slow. In Paidu, Guchen had returned. Most of the matters in the Mist Kingdom had been settled. All that was left was to digest and govern the 12 commanderies. The Mist Kingdom was filled with endless deserts, which were boring to look at for a long time. It was nowhere near as beautiful as Pei. In terms of prosperity, Mist Capital was far from Paidu. Thus, Guchen left everything to Tang Xuanxia and returned to Paidu leisurely, happy to be a hands-off boss. Before he entered Paidu, he heard that under the call of King Pei, the state of Pei had formulated a 10-year plan to reclaim the land in the west. A large number of Pei citizens would be moved to the 12 new commanderies to boost the local economy. Guchen expressed his admiration for King Pei's move. This was undoubtedly a good way to subtly turn the Mist Kingdom's territory into Pei's. He hadn't chosen the wrong person to support. Lu Yan's performance in all aspects was very good. When Guchen returned to the Luo Water Palace, Lu Yan heard the news and immediately came to visit. His teacher had only gone out once, and he had conquered half of the Mist Kingdom for him. This was something Lu Yan had never dared to dream of. Only now did he truly understand what his teacher meant, and he was even more convinced of his teacher's abilities. Guchen examined Lu Yan's condition. Although he had left, he had instructed that Lu Yan's treatment must continue. Compared to when they had first met, Lu Yan's complexion was much better, and his body had also become more robust. The only regret was that his eye disease still existed. Not bad. It seems that you've been following my instructions while I was away. In a few more days, we can start treating your eyes. Guchen finished his examination and said with satisfaction. Lu Yan's face was instantly filled with excitement and anticipation. While the two were chatting, a palace eunuch hurried over to report. Your Majesty, someone outside the palace requests an audience with Mr. Chen. Guchen could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He asked, did he say who he was? He did. He said that he was Mr. Chen's relative, the eunuch hurriedly replied respectfully. My relative? Guchen was taken aback. This was interesting. How could he have a relative? Guchen's relatives were all in the Chaos Sea, so he was alone in the Dao world. Where had this fellow come from to pretend to be his relative? Feeling a little interested, Guchen asked the eunuch to bring the person to the Luo Water Palace to see what was going on. Soon, the person arrived. The person was a young and handsome man in a blue robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. When he saw Guchen, he asked casually with a little arrogance in his composure, are you Chen Yi? That's right. May I know who you are and why are you pretending to be my relative? Guchen carefully sized up the person in front of him and confirmed that he had never seen him before. I'm pretending? You're the one who is pretending, aren't you? You're really bold. The young man sneered and mocked him. I'm Chen Huandong. Do you know me? His surname was Chen. Guchen's heart stirred slightly as he looked at Lu Yan. Can King Pei let me talk to him alone? I'll take my leave now. Lu Yan nodded and waved his hand before leaving with the eunuch's present. Serve the guest a cup of hot tea. Guchen instructed the clay bodhisattva. Then, he looked at Chen Huandong and gestured for him to take a seat. Brother Chen, please take a seat. Don't call me brother. The Chen clan has never had a clansman named Chen Yi. Chen Huandong snorted coldly. Then, he found a seat and sat down, looking down on Guchen. His words made Guchen confirm that the person was indeed from the Chen clan. His eyes flickered for a moment. Was it a coincidence that the Chen clan had come looking for him at this time, or had someone deliberately planned it? As the state of Pei had taken over half of the Mist Nation's territory, King Pei's prestige had risen, and his reputation as the person behind the scenes had gradually become somewhat unconcealable. He had guessed that as his plan unfolded and his name became more and more famous, the Chen clan would come looking for him sooner or later to confirm whether they really had such a clansman in the state of Pei. However, he had not expected that it would come so quickly. He had just returned from the Mist Nation when the man who claimed to be from the Chen clan appeared. Therefore, he suspected that someone had set up a trap behind him and wanted to use the Chen clan to create trouble for him. As for the candidates who might do this, Wu Lai, Qiankuan Group, or even Wang Pavilion were all possible candidates. Wu Lai definitely held a grudge against him for what happened in the Mist Kingdom, so it wasn't impossible for him to take revenge. However, he had always wanted to get help from the Qin clan through him. From the previous secret conversation between the two of them, he did not know that he was not from the Qin clan, and he could not contact anyone from the Qin clan, so the possibility of him was not high. As for the Qianquan meeting, the possibility was the highest. Previously, when Gu Chen dealt with Ming Shou, he didn't expect that Ming Shou's ability was so special that he had leaked some information about Gu Chen's strength. Heaven and Earth Association might deduce that he wasn't someone from the Qin clan, and with their vast connections and channels, they might be able to invite the Qin clan out to deal with him. However, there was something he didn't understand. The strength of this young man in front of him was very ordinary. If Qianquan society really wanted to make use of the Qin clan to deal with him, the Qin clan shouldn't have sent such a lineup. As for Wangwang Pavilion, Yi Wunyan should have long known that he wasn't from the Qin clan, so it was possible that he would do this. However, Gu Chen didn't understand why he would do this. Thoughts raced through Gu Chen's mind, but he couldn't confirm the real situation. He might as well start with this young man and get some information from him. While he was thinking, the clay bodhisattva had already served Chen Huandong tea, and then stood behind Gu Chen, acting like a servant. Chen Huandong tasted the tea, and with an arrogant look, he teased, "This tea tastes good. It seems that pretending to be a disciple of the Qin clan has allowed you to live a carefree life in Paidu." Hearing this, Gu Chen's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "Brother Chen, it's not good to keep saying that I'm pretending to be a disciple of the Qin clan." "What? I'm already here, and you still want to continue pretending?" Hearing this, Chen Huandong found it funny, and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Brother Chen says that I'm pretending to be a disciple of the Qin clan, but how can you prove that you're a legitimate disciple of the Qin clan?" Gu Chen replied. "That's easy. The Qin clan's 3 fixed holy techniques are famous all over the world, and one of the prerequisites for disciples of the Qin clan to enter the world for training is to master the fixed body spell. I can use the fixed body spell as easily as breathing. Can you do it? I'm afraid you haven't even seen the fixed body spell before. Also, we left the clan together a year ago. I remember everyone's name and appearance clearly. The more you pretend, the more ridiculous you look. What's more, we left the clan together a year ago. I remember everyone's name and appearance clearly." Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he probed, "Entering the world for training? You're here for training, not specially sent by the Qin clan to capture me? TSK, how can a guy like you, who deceives the world and uses false pretenses to intimidate the elders of my clan?" Chen Huandong sneered, not realizing that Gu Chen was trying to get information out of him. Gu Chen understood. It turned out that he was overthinking things. This Qin clan disciple in front of him was not sent by the Qin clan at all. He just happened to find out about him, so he came looking for him. Now that he understood what was going on, Gu Chen's doubts were dispelled, and he began to think about how to deal with him. His identity as a disciple of the Qin clan was still useful to him at the moment. At least he had to hide it from Wu Lai, or it would be difficult for him to continue working with him. Therefore, he had to keep Chen Huandong's mouth sealed, lest he go around spouting nonsense after leaving this place and reveal his identity. Besides, the Qin clan was not a small force, after all, and he did not want them to cause trouble too early. Should he kill him directly? Gu Chen rubbed his chin, scrutinizing Chen Huandong. This was a clean and efficient method, but Chen Huandong had just said that there were other disciples of the Qin clan out for training. Did they know that he had come to Paidu? If he wanted to silence him, he had to do it all at once. Otherwise, if the news got back to the Qin clan, his plan would be ruined even faster. "Since you know that I'm an imposter, you still dared to come to Paidu alone. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to return?" Gu Chen admitted. "What a joke. Why wouldn't I dare to come here, a guy who uses my clan's prestige to cheat others? I might as well tell you that I'm ranked in the top 3 among the younger disciples of my clan. The reason I went out for training is to leave my name on the legend list. A small fry like you is not worthy of my attention at all." Chen Huandong was full of arrogance. His words made Gu Chen laugh, and even the clay bodhisattva had a strange expression on his face. He did not know how talented this young man of the Qin clan was, but he had seen clearly that Gu Chen was testing him. He did not know if this kid had been too well protected in the clan, but he did not have the slightest bit of scheming. In just a few moments, he had been completely exposed. The legend list, huh? With such high aspirations, he is indeed not simple. Gu Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he waved his hand. Take him down. The clay bodhisattva walked out helplessly. This master was really clean and efficient. Once he confirmed the other party's situation, he did not bother to say anything else. What? You want to attack me? Chen. Huandong was calm. He had the confidence of a disciple of a large clan. He didn't think that anyone in the Pei Palace could threaten him. The impostor couldn't do it, and his subordinates couldn't do it. Even if all the guards in the palace attacked him together, he wouldn't be afraid. He was the descendant of the Chen clan, and Saint Chen's blood flowed through his veins. He wasn't someone that a small kingdom could afford to offend. Freeze! He held his tea in one hand and suddenly raised his other hand, pointing at the clay bodhisattva. The clay bodhisattva stopped moving forward, and its entire body seemed to be unable to move. Gu Chen watched this scene with interest, but he didn't intervene. He had finally seen the legendary body freezing technique. He felt a mysterious force binding the clay bodhisattva's body, but he couldn't determine the source of this force. The 3 fixed sacred techniques were famous throughout the world. Although they weren't part of the 3,000 minor techniques, they were said to be able to suppress most of them. Saint Chen was known as the pinnacle of the great path of a saint because of this. It was obvious how powerful this Tao technique was. It wasn't something that he could easily see through. Chen Huandong's strength was about 100,000 Tao power, and his cultivation was at the 5-fold realm. It wasn't bad for his age, and he could even be considered talented. However, compared to the clay bodhisattva, who used to be a great bandit, he was a far cry. The clay bodhisattva had nearly 7 million Tao power, and was a true expert at the 6-fold realm. Chen Huandong's strength was far inferior to his, and he couldn't fight him at all. However, the moment he used the body freezing technique, the clay bodhisattva was still affected. This showed how overbearing the body freezing technique was. It was a Tao technique that could support a cultivator in a battle of a higher level. Seeing that he had successfully frozen the clay bodhisattva, Chen Huandong spoke to Gu Chen with a matter-of-fact expression. Kneel down and worship me as your master. Gu Chen was almost amused. He looked at him with a faint smile. Shouldn't you just kill me? I've heard about your influence in the Pei Kingdom. It's more or less useful to keep you alive. As long as you listen to me, I'll allow you to continue using the identity of the Chen clan, Chen Huandong said. Oh? Gu Chen, who had lost interest in this person, suddenly became interested again. He asked curiously, I heard that the Chen clan has always been a hermit and does not participate in the struggles of the outside world. Why do you keep me here? Are you not afraid of violating the clan rules? What's with all this nonsense? Are you going to kneel? Chen Huandong was impatient. He was obviously unwilling to answer Gu Chen's question. If you answer me properly, your treatment will be better. I hope you've thought it through, Gu Chen said lightly. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Your guards have been frozen by me. Do you think you have any chance of winning? Chen Huandong shook his head. He felt that this impostor would not shed a tear until she saw the coffin. Gu Chen glanced at the clay bodhisattva and said indifferently, stop pretending. Take him down first and interrogate him slowly. Hearing this, Chen Huandong was stunned. What? He looked at the clay bodhisattva and found that a large amount of mud suddenly gushed out from the surface of the clay bodhisattva's body, which should have been fixed in place. Then, the clay bodhisattva's body collapsed and turned into a mass of muddy water that rushed toward him. What the hell is that? He turned pale with fright. He knocked over the tea and tried to use the body freezing art again. However, his hand was drowned in mud the next moment. His entire body slowly sank into the swamp. His eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he knew that he had encountered an expert. The elders in the clan had often warned him that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the outside world. He must never underestimate anyone. He thought that he had listened to them, but he still failed in such a place. Chen Huandong's body quickly disappeared, and the clay bodhisattva returned to its original appearance. He threw him into the swamp space and did not kill him directly. He left him for Guchen to interrogate. I'll leave this kid to you. Use any method to interrogate him. Try to get as much information as possible about the Chen clan. Oh right, keep him alive after the interrogation. Lock him up first. He might be useful in the future. I'll leave this kid to you. Use any method to interrogate him. Try to get as much information about the Chen clan as possible. Oh right, keep him alive after the interrogation. Lock him up first. He might still be useful. Guchen casually reminded the clay bodhisattva before standing up and leaving the hall. From beginning to end, he did not do anything. A small fry like this was not worth his time. 10 days after returning to Peidu, Guchen began the final treatment of Peidu King Lu Yan. Lu Yan sat on a praying mat. His blind, lifeless eyes were wide open. His handsome face was filled with nervousness and anxiety. Guchen sat across from him. The cross-shaped rune between his eyebrows shone brightly. A mysterious aura of the path of destiny lingered around his body. Lu Yan was born with an eye disease. His body was weak and sickly. This was a type of disaster physique. When Guchen was suppressing the chaos in the dark world, he had traveled to countless worlds. He had seen this type of physique several times. From a path of destiny cultivator, he learned the method to resolve this type of disaster physique. When he came into contact with the disaster physique and learned the method to resolve it, it was only a coincidence. He never thought that he would meet Lu Yan one day. Thus, in his eyes, this was a kind of fate. The so-called disaster physique refers to the fact that a person's path of destiny is not smooth from the moment they are born. They are plagued by bad luck and evil spirits, so they are weak and sickly. Because their bodies are affected by an invisible force of bad luck, if the source of bad luck is not removed, no amount of treatment will be able to save them. They are destined to die young. To remove the source of bad luck, a cultivator with high attainments in the path of destiny must take action with the help of a special method. Guchen had some knowledge in the path of destiny, so he met this requirement. According to the path of destiny cultivator, the so-called source of bad luck is located at the place where a person's sickness is the most severe. Since Lu Yan was born with an eye disease, his eyes were without a doubt the source of bad luck. The first time Guchen checked Lu Yan's pulse, he found out that he had a disaster physique. He also confirmed that his eyes were the key to curing him. However, what surprised him was that the power of bad luck inside Lu Yan's body was very strong, far stronger than the disaster physique he had seen before. Logically speaking, Lu Yan should have died a long time ago. Lu Yan had no cultivation to support him, so Guchen didn't know what allowed him to live for so many years. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a rash judgment or promise that he could cure him. Later, he thought about it carefully and diagnosed Lu Yan many times. Finally, he had a guess. The reason why Lu Yan could survive the torture of the disaster physique for so long was because he originally had another type of physique. He was a rare twin physique. He originally had another extremely powerful physique, but the moment he was born, he was entangled by the power of bad luck and turned into the disaster physique. Because his physique was originally strong, he lived for a long time under the corrosion of bad luck. But because he kept fighting against Lu Yan's original physique, the power of bad luck inside his body grew stronger and stronger. The two types of constitutions continued to fight against each other in his body. The power of misfortune was replenished by the formless fate Dao Qi, but the other type of constitution was congenitally deficient and had no chance to grow, so it was gradually suppressed. If this continued, Lu Yan would definitely die, and his unawakened powerful physique was destined to be unknown. But now, the situation was different. Guchen made a move and changed his fate for him today. In the early stages of the treatment, Guchen had already laid the foundation for Lu Yan, allowing his body to recover some of its vitality, preventing him from being unable to withstand the collateral damage when misfortune was extracted. However, the power of misfortune was deeply rooted in his body, so even with all the preparations, the risk of losing his life was still very high. Guchen took a gamble, believing that his judgment was correct. There was another powerful constitution hidden deep within Lu Yan's body. This constitution had helped him endure the corrosion of the power of misfortune for so many years, and Guchen believed that this time would not be an exception. As long as he could endure this pain, he would be reborn and become a dragon in the sky. Gu Chen made his move, grabbing at Lu Yan's eyes as the power of Fate Dao spread out. Yimi watched nervously from the side. Only those who were well-versed in Fate Dao would be able to see any clues from the battle. She saw that Gu Chen's eyes were tightly shut and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Meanwhile, Lu Yan's face gradually revealed a look of pain under Gu Chen's spell. His body began to tremble more and more violently. This isn't just a simple treatment, what kind of Dao is this? Yimi muttered. She found that the longer she stayed by Gu Chen's side, the more things he knew. Every time she thought she understood him a little, he would quickly throw out more mysteries. After about half an hour, Lu Yan's face became as pale as paper, his body swayed, and his clothes were completely soaked in sweat. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his exposed skin bulging, showing just how much pain he was enduring. However, no matter how much pain he was in, he did not utter a single word, so strong that it was moving. Meanwhile, Gu Chen's expression remained solemn, his eyes seeming to contain the flow of time, his entire temperament becoming as ethereal as an immortal's. Finally, he pulled back his hand, and from Lu Yan's eyes, wisps of black qi slowly floated out. This was misfortune qi. It should have been an invisible existence, but because it had been accumulating in Lu Yan's body for so long, its power was too great, and it had manifested its true form. Gu Chen's hand was as steady as Mount Tai as he executed the power of Fate Dao, slowly extracting the misfortune qi from Lu Yan's body. In Yimi's eyes, he could see two streams of black qi continuously surging out from Lu Yan's eyes. The aura that the black gas gave off was very ominous, causing Yimi to feel terrified. He subconsciously moved further away. As for Gu Chen, as the person who had extracted the power of misfortune, he remained calm in the face of the ominous aura, which made Yimi admire him even more. After a long time, all the black gas was finally extracted from Lu Yan's body, turning into a large mass, floating above Gu Chen's palm. Lu Yan fainted and fell to the ground the moment the black gas left his body. Gu Chen looked a bit tired as he glanced at Yimi. Yimi nodded and hurriedly stepped forward to check on Lu Yan's condition. He even fed him a pill that he had prepared beforehand. His body is very weak, and the fire of his life seems to be extinguished at any time. But strangely, there seems to be a stream of vitality constantly surging out from the depths of his bones. Yimi said to Gu Chen in surprise after checking Lu Yan's body. She had checked Lu Yan's body many times before, but she had never found such a situation today. Gu Chen felt relieved. His judgment was right. Lu Yan's natural physique had played a role in prolonging his life. With such a powerful natural physique, even if he didn't do anything, Lu Yan's body would slowly recover. Keep an eye on him. Every 3 hours, give him a pill that I gave you. Gu Chen warned, then slowly closed his hand. The black gas floating in the air suddenly shrank. Under his deliberate control, the black gas quickly shrank to a single strand, like a black snake. With a flick of his sleeve, the small snake slipped into his sleeve and he walked out of the room. Where are you going? Aren't you going to keep an eye on him? Yimi hurriedly asked. His illness has been cured. There won't be any more problems. Just take care of him according to my instructions. I still have some things to take care of. As his voice gradually drifted away, Gu Chen's back could no longer be seen. I thought I could stay with him for a while, but he only treats me as a subordinate. Yimi's pretty face showed a sad expression. She had always been very confident in her beauty. When Gu Chen had ignored her at first, she had suspected that he was playing hard to get. However, after spending some time together, she was sure that the other party really wasn't interested in her. This made her angry and a bit disappointed. Was she really not worthy of the other party's attention? Thinking about the order from her foster father urging her to speed up, Yimi felt a bit anxious. She understood her foster father's temperament. If she didn't produce any results, he would definitely take action. If you had to choose between me and your foster father, who would you choose? For some reason, Yimi thought of the 3 choices Gu Chen had given her before, and she fell into a daze. Gu Chen returned to his room. With a flick of his sleeve, the wisp of black qi from before floated out and wandered around the room. Deep in thought, he took out a jade scroll from the spatial pocket in his body. This jade scroll was given to him by Feng Shiji before he left with Luo sect Great Prophet. It contained the complete inheritance of the origin race. Other than the origin race's unparalleled origin techniques, the inheritance also recorded the Great Destiny art. However, Great Tao techniques weren't something that anyone could cultivate. Less than 1 in a trillion people could completely comprehend a Great Tao technique. Thus, the cultivation method of the Great Destiny art was the same as the Luo sect Great Prophecy art. As it was passed down from generation to generation, the records weren't complete. The Great Destiny art and the inheritance of the origin race was the summary and comprehension of the previous generations of origin race ancestors. They themselves couldn't completely comprehend the Great Destiny art, let alone the insights they left behind. With the origin race's inheritance, only the Little Destiny art could be cultivated successfully. After Guchen obtained the origin race's inheritance, he often researched it because he knew that if he wanted to find a way to defeat Feng Yuan, the origin race's inheritance might be the key. And the Little Destiny art was the crux of the crux. Guchen had tried to comprehend the Little Destiny art, and his attainment in Fate Path had increased a lot because of it. In the description of Fate Path in the Little Destiny art, there were 2 paths, good and bad. Good luck was the accumulation of luck and endless good luck. Bad luck was the descent of bad luck and endless calamities. The so-called change of fate was actually the transition between good and bad luck. Thus, if one wanted to grasp the Little Destiny art, one had to have sufficient understanding of the paths of good and bad. Guchen looked at the wisp of black chi that was wandering in the room. That black chi was bad luck, and it was an extraordinary bad luck. Anyone who encountered it would have unending bad luck and suffer misfortune until they died an incomparably miserable death. This bad luck would cause anyone's expression to change, but it was actually a shortcut to comprehending the Little Destiny art. Glorious ancient tyrant physique and heavenly star myriad form art were the main focus of Guchen's cultivation. He researched great and small fate method only to understand Feng Yuan, thus if there was a shortcut, it would no doubt yield twice the result with half the effort. This was the reason why he did not immediately destroy the bad luck chi after taking it out of Lu Yan's body. Guchen wanted to use it to research great and small fate method. Looking through the records of Tao techniques in the Jade Scroll, Guchen pondered. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the bad luck chi. Lu Yan was unconscious for several days and nights. When he woke up and opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful world that he had never seen before. Blue sky, white clouds, flowers, and trees. He finally realized that this world had such rich colors. He almost immediately shed tears. After the pleasant surprise, he forced his weak body to go to Guchen's door regardless of how the eunuch tried to dissuade him. When he saw Guchen, he knelt on the ground and gave a deep bow. Teacher's kindness is higher than the heavens and deeper than the sea. Lu Yan will use his entire life to repay you. Lu Yan choked with sobs, revealing his true feelings. Helping him ascend to the throne, helping him expand his territory and comforting his ancestor's spirit in heaven, this was a great kindness that could never be repaid. But now, he was given a chance to see this beautiful world and would no longer be tormented by illness. This was equivalent to giving him a second life. Just like his parents, Lu Yan did not know what virtue or ability he had to meet such a teacher. Get up, your body has just recovered, you need to rest more. Guchen helped Lu Yan up and checked his body's condition. He found that his body's recovery was faster than he had imagined. After the disaster physique was removed, a strange bloodline power appeared in his body, like a drizzle that could nourish all living things. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter, when Guchen's divine sense broke into Lu Yan's body, the power of his bloodline actually produced a sound similar to the sound of rain, and Lu Yan's meridians, internal organs, and even every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to be constantly being injected with fresh vitality. Guchen had seen many strong physiques in his life, but strange physiques like Lu Yan's were rare. According to the speed at which his body was transforming, Lu Yan would soon be reborn. Strange, what is going on with this bloodline power? Guchen furrowed his brows. He had guessed that Lu Yan had a powerful physique, but he hadn't expected it to be related to heredity. Could it be that his bloodline had returned to its ancestral state? The Lu family also had a glorious history. It was said that in the distant past, the first Emperor Pei had a rather powerful physique. The Lu clan's inheritance leaned towards the water attribute, and the bloodline power in Lu Yan's body also leaned towards the water attribute. Thinking about it, it really was possible. However, this bloodline power didn't seem to be as simple as pure water attribute. For some reason, Gu Chen felt that this didn't seem like a bloodline that humans could have. Teacher, how is my body? Seeing that Gu Chen did not speak for a long time, Lu Yan asked anxiously. Gu Chen came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your body is recovering very well, and from now on, you can cultivate." Hearing this, Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that he could cultivate, he was even more excited. "Prince Pei, I heard that your mother passed away a long time ago, is that true?" Gu Chen suddenly asked. "Yes, she passed away when I was 5 years old." "Teacher, what's wrong?" Lu Yan was a little confused. He didn't know why Gu Chen suddenly mentioned his mother. "Nothing, I just suddenly thought that if your mother knew that you could see with your eyes, she would definitely be very happy." Gu Chen casually changed the topic, but when Lu Yan heard this, he felt a little sad. "That's right, if I had met you earlier, perhaps I would have had the opportunity to see my mother's appearance, and my memories of her wouldn't be so blurry." Lu Yan was still a youth after all, and he regretfully sighed. Gu Chen was silent for a moment, then flipped his hand and took out a few cultivation techniques, handing them to Lu Yan. "Take these cultivation techniques back and try cultivating them. Tell me which one feels easier and more like a fish in water. Of course, you can also cultivate the Lusher's cultivation technique and find the most suitable cultivation path for you. Only then will you be able to get twice the results with half the effort in the future." Since Lu Yan already had the aptitude to cultivate, Gu Chen decided to teach him some real skills. The cultivation techniques he gave were all collected when he was in the Chaos Sea, and they all had some unique aspects. He had to first determine what path was suitable for Lu Yan before deciding how to teach him. First, he had to determine what path Lu Yan was suitable for, and then he would decide how to teach him. It wasn't that he didn't have better cultivation techniques, but cultivation should be done step by step. As for how many fortuitous opportunities there were in the future, it would depend on Lu Yan's performance. Disciple will definitely cultivate well. "Thank you, Master, for your reward." Lu Yan received the cultivation technique excitedly and bowed to Gu Chen once again. He knew that this time was different from the past. The relationship between him and Gu Chen had changed from teacher-student to a true master-disciple relationship. "Alright, you can go back." Gu Chen sent Lu Yan away. After some thought, he summoned the clay bodhisattva. "Help me investigate Lu Yan's mother's situation. The more detailed, the better, including her family background," instructed Gu Chen. "Is there a problem with King Pei?" The clay bodhisattva was surprised. Gu Chen shook his head. "I'm just curious." "Alright." The clay bodhisattva didn't ask any further and agreed readily. He was now in charge of the internal and external affairs of the Luo Water Palace. Naturally, he had gradually nurtured his own people in the palace. It wasn't difficult for him to investigate the situation. In just 2 days, the clay bodhisattva grasped the situation of Lu Yan's mother. Lu Yan's mother's surname was Su. She was the daughter of an important official in the Pei Nation. Her family background was nothing special. When Lu Yan was 5, Su Fei passed away due to illness. There was nothing strange about the cause of her death. After listening to the clay bodhisattva's report, Gu Chen frowned. Could it be that he was overthinking and that there was nothing special about Lu Yan's mother? He fell into deep thought and felt that something was amiss. "Master, the Crow General from Wu Lai's side is here again." At this moment, the Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex's voice suddenly rang in his ears, interrupting Gu Chen's thoughts. Gu Chen came back to his senses and immediately went to the garden. He saw the Crow General folding its wings and descending. Why did the commander come here personally again? If there's any news, just send someone to bring it over. Gu Chen smiled and stepped forward, looking refined and courteous. On the orders of His Highness Wu Lai, I'm here to invite Mr. Chen to the Xinjiang region. The Crow General cupped his fists and said. He didn't dare to be careless just because of Gu Chen's politeness. He had already experienced how dangerous this guy was. His Highness had been utterly defeated by him. Oh? Did something big happen in the Xinjiang region? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes when he heard the Crow General. Wu Lai knew himself. If it wasn't something that would affect the overall situation, he wouldn't dare to invite Chen Fan like this. Old Emperor Xing is dying. He called His Highness Wu Lai and the Crown Prince to his bedside and gave them a test. He said that whoever passes the test will inherit the throne. And this test can't be completed by His Highness Wu Lai's men in the Xinjiang region alone. So His Highness would like to ask Mr. Chen for help. I have no power in Xinjiang. How can I help Brother Wu Lai if I go? Gu Chen's eyebrows twitched. His intuition told him that this was not a simple matter. This, Crow General looked at the clay Buddha beside Gu Chen. He wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. Don't worry, Commander. There are no outsiders in the Luoshui Palace. Gu Chen knew what he was thinking and said calmly. Crow General no longer had any reservations. Mr. Chen, do you still remember the promise you made with His Highness Wu Lai? Mr. Chen said that if the elites from Qiankuan Group came looking for you, the Chen clan would help you solve the problem. If I remember correctly, the condition of the promise was that Brother Wu Lai would cooperate in setting up an ambush, right? Gu Chen did not admit it. That's right. But the situation now is special. If Mr. Chen doesn't help, I'm afraid His Highness Wu Lai will lose. And if His Highness loses, Mr. Chen will be punished by Qiankuan Group and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. His Highness Wu Lai asked me to tell Mr. Chen that both of us are interdependent. In this situation, Mr. Chen can't find any excuse to refuse. Although Crow General's tone was polite, Gu Chen could hear the anxiety in Wu Lai's heart. It could even be said that he was desperate. Is the situation that bad? Didn't Brother Wu Lai have the upper hand in Xinjiang? Gu Chen asked, puzzled. We did have the upper hand before. However, as soon as Emperor Sheng opened his mouth, all our advantages disappeared, said Crow General with a sigh. What's going on? What's the test? Gu Chen frowned. Emperor Sheng asked His Highness Wu Lai and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince to enter the ancestral land of the Burning Sun clan. Whoever obtains the approval of the ancestral land will become the next Emperor Sheng. What does it take to obtain the approval of the ancestral land? That's the crux of the problem. Emperor Sheng didn't say it clearly. The answer is actually very simple. The ancestral land hasn't been opened for many years. It's said that it's very dangerous inside. Even the Burning Sun clan members can die inside. Moreover, the ancestral land is isolated from the outside world. Once you enter it, no one will know what happens. In other words, the hidden meaning is that whoever walks out of the ancestral land alive will be recognized by the ancestral land. Gu Chen understood what was going on. Emperor Sheng was a ruthless man. He was clearly encouraging his two sons to kill each other. That's about it. Old Emperor Sheng set the rules. His Highness Wu Lai and the Crown Prince can each bring 10 people into the ancestral land. These 10 people can be found anywhere, but they can't be members of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe. The Crow General emphasized the last part of his sentence, as if he was afraid that Gu Chen wouldn't understand. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and immediately understood why Wu Lai was so anxious. Yan Yang was the Crown Prince, the legitimate successor to the throne. Why was Wu Lai able to gain the upper hand in the competition within Xinjiang? Gu Chen had once used the intelligence network of Honest Pavilion to learn about this matter. One of the biggest reasons was that Wu Lai had gained the support of the young master of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe. The three-legged Golden Crow tribe had followed the Blazing Sun tribe for generations. They had 100,000 crow generals and could be said to be the strongest military force in the Great Qing dynasty. Whoever possessed this military force would naturally have the greatest right to speak. The leader of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe was as old as Emperor Sheng. All these years, he didn't care about the affairs of the world and only cared about protecting Emperor Sheng. As a result, the authority of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe fell into the hands of the young master, Crow Huan. Crow Huan and Wu Lai were sworn brothers. The Blazing Sun tribe had a small population, while the three-legged Golden Crow tribe was much larger and more loyal. Therefore, many matters within Xinjiang had to go through the hands of the Crow generals. If the Blazing Sun tribe was the root of the tree, then the three-legged Golden Crow tribe was the branch. Without either tribe, it would be difficult to maintain the rule of Great Qing. Gaining the support of the young master of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe was equivalent to gaining great influence. This was why Wu Lai dared to challenge the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. The support of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe was even more important than the Mist Kingdom. Under Gu Chen's threat, Wu Lai could compromise and agree to disband the Mist Kingdom. However, if it was the three-legged Golden Crow tribe, it would be impossible. And now, Emperor Xing had created a test that directly excluded Wu Lai's biggest backer, the three-legged Golden Crow tribe. It was no wonder that he would do something desperate. Does that mean that Emperor Xing is more inclined to let the Flaming Sun Crown Prince inherit the throne? Gu Chen asked after some thought. You can't say that. The ancestral land of the Blazing Sun tribe is also the ancestral land of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe. The three-legged Golden Crow tribe has a unique advantage there. If the three-legged Golden Crow tribe enters, it will create another kind of unfairness. The effect of the test will also be greatly reduced. Most importantly, it was the order of the Old Master that Crow generals are not allowed to participate. The Old Master hoped that our tribe would maintain a neutral position in the affairs of the royal family. This was a principle that he had always adhered to when he was in power. Although he doesn't care about worldly affairs now, since he has spoken, the young master does not dare to disobey. Gu Chen fell into deep thought after listening to Commander Crow's explanation. The Old Master of the Golden Crow tribe had abdicated for so long. Previously, when Crow Huan and Wu Lai became sworn brothers, he didn't say anything. Now, he had come out to ask the Golden Crow tribe to maintain a neutral position. It would be strange if this wasn't the intention of Emperor Xing. In his opinion, it was impossible to rule out the possibility that Emperor Xing was more interested in the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. If he could think of this, the other forces in the Xinjiang realm would have thought of it as well. It was likely that the situation in the Xinjiang realm was already very unfavorable to Wu Lai. Commander Crow probably knew this as well. However, he was afraid that Xin Lian would back out, so he downplayed the seriousness of the situation. If Emperor Xing was really interested in the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, then the so-called test was a trap. Wu Lai was likely to die in the ancestral land. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince might not be the only one who would make a move. In order to ensure a stable transition of power and to ensure that Great Qing did not descend into chaos, Emperor Xing might also make a move. The logic that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs could not be used to measure the thoughts of an emperor. Gu Chen knew very well that if his guess was correct, then going to the Xinjiang realm would be suicide. No matter how strong he was, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed when faced with the power of a dynasty. His secret would definitely not be able to be hidden anymore. You mentioned the Qianquan group just now. Is the Flaming Sun Crown Prince planning to bring people from the Qianquan group into the ancestral land of the Scorching Sun clan? Who from the Qianquan group has arrived in Beijing? Gu Chen did not give a clear answer. He was concerned about another matter. That's right, Mr. Chen. According to reliable sources, one of the 10 great general stars of the Qianquan group, the genius Sang Yan, has arrived in Beijing. This person's reputation in the dark world is like thunder to the ears. His Highness does not dare to underestimate him. That's why he is here to invite Mr. Chen and the Chen clan to take action. The Crow General Commander replied immediately with a solemn expression. The two words general stars carried too much weight. They were the real big shots in the Qianquan group. They were worlds apart from the secret agents they had tried to assassinate. General Star Morning Yen, Gu Chen repeated the name that General Crow had given him. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Mr. Chen, time is of the essence. We will be entering the ancestral land soon. Please contact the Chen clan as soon as possible. General Crow didn't ask whether Gu Chen would go or not. Since they had come to this point, and both parties were mutually dependent on each other, he believed that Gu Chen wouldn't go back on his word. How much time did Emperor Xing give us? Asked Gu Chen. The ancestral lands need time to be unsealed. We have about 10 days left. Including the delays on the road, we don't have much time left, said General Crow. So much time? Isn't Emperor Xing about to die? Gu Chen's eyes flashed. Logically speaking, if Emperor Xing really wanted to kill Wu Lai, he would have done it quickly and caught him off guard. Could it be that he was overthinking things? Was this really a test? If that was the case, it would be a good thing. He would have to face much less danger on this trip. No matter what, he is still the emperor of a dynasty. He has access to a lot of resources. He must have used some precious pills to extend his life. General Crow didn't dare to talk about Emperor Xing. The clay Buddha next to him guessed. He had infiltrated many important places in the past and knew how powerful the royal families were. Gu Chen nodded. The clay Buddha had a point. Pills that could extend one's life for 10 days to half a month would be prepared in large clans. I will contact the clan. It will take at least 2 days for them to send experts. Commander, please stay in the Luo Water Palace for now and wait for my news. Gu Chen didn't ask any more questions and said to General Crow. General Crow was excited to hear that the Qin clan was coming. However, he was worried that something might go wrong. He asked eagerly, how can Mr. Qin contact the clan? Why don't I fly over and pick them up for you? There's no need to trouble you, Commander. There's still time. Xianxia, take the commander to his room and treat him well. Gu Chen refused without hesitation. The clay Bodhisattva responded with a yes and left with the crow general commander. As soon as the two of them left, the limitless Tyrannosaurus dragon walked over. Although it was far away, it could clearly hear the conversation between Gu Chen and the crow general commander. Master's plan has finally reached this step. It's just that the location is in the rising sun realm, under the eyes of so many people. Isn't it too dangerous? Unbounded Tyrant Dragon said solemnly. Using Wu Lai to lure out the higher-ups of Qianquan Group was Gu Chen's original plan. But his original plan was to let Wu Lai set up an ambush and secretly capture Qianquan Group's higher-ups. This way, even if something went wrong, Wu Lai would be a smokescreen that could disrupt Fang Yuan's judgment. However, the situation now was a little different. The situation in the rising sun realm was too complicated, and with so many pairs of eyes staring at them, even if Gu Chen considered everything carefully, it would be difficult for him to avoid any mistakes. You should have heard about the situation in Blazing Sun Clan's ancestral land. It is dangerous there, and with Morning Yan's involvement in the battle for the throne, as long as the matter is handled well, Fang Yuan won't be able to link it to me. Moreover, this trip to the ancestral land will obviously decide the ownership of the throne. I have to be present to ensure that my plan is not affected. Gu Chen said indifferently. Although he was somewhat worried about Emperor Xing's intentions, he couldn't let anything go wrong with his plan. Unbounded Tyrant Dragon nodded and asked, if Master goes to the Rising Sun Realm, who will be in charge of Pei State? It's hard to guarantee that Qianquan Group won't make a move here. You will be in charge of Pei State. I can only be at ease with you around, Gu Chen said without hesitation. Unbounded Tyrant Dragon nodded again. It had already guessed that it would be left behind, because it knew that Pei State had a special position in Gu Chen's entire plan. There could be no mistakes. After all, Clay Bodhisattva had only been under Unbounded Tyrant Dragon for a short period of time, and its strength was inferior to Unbounded Tyrant Dragon's. Gu Chen would not leave such an important matter to him. I plan to bring Clay Bodhisattva and Yimi with me. I will leave Pei State to you, Gu Chen added. Miss Yi is going too? Limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex was a little surprised. It could understand bringing the Clay Bodhisattva, but Yimi was obviously not strong enough. Wouldn't she just be a burden? Could it be that Master and Miss Yi have developed feelings for each other? Yi Wunyan has designs on the Desheng dynasty. With such a big change, I have to let him in, right? Gu Chen said with a smile. Limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately understood. It turned out that they were targeting Yi Wunyan. The two of them chatted for a while. Gu Chen explained everything that needed to be said, and the Clay Bodhisattva returned after settling Crow General Commander down. Boss, where are you going to find experts from the Qin clan? The Clay Bodhisattva asked curiously. He had been thinking about this when Gu Chen tricked the Crow General Commander. The identity of the Qin clan's successor was fake, so how could he find experts from the Qin clan to go to the Xinjiang realm? This matter was not easy to deal with. One had to know that the characteristics of the Qin clan members were very obvious, and anyone who disguised themselves would be seen through in an instant. Aren't you an expert of the Qin clan? Gu Chen looked at the Clay Bodhisattva and said maliciously. Me? But I don't know the fixed body technique. The Clay Bodhisattva's eyes widened. He never expected that the candidate would be him. Don't worry, your disguise is very good, and it won't be easy to see through. As for the fixed body technique, I said you have it, so you have it. Remember the posture when you use it. If there's anything you don't understand, Chen Huandong is with you. Just ask him. Gu Chen said indifferently. The clay bodhisattva could only agree with a bitter smile. Next, Gu Chen met with Yimi and informed her of the changes in the Xinjiang realm. He said that he was leaving. When Yimi heard that Gu Chen was leaving, she immediately panicked. She had not completed the task that her godfather had given her. If she let Gu Chen leave alone at this time, how could she explain herself? Come, can I go with you? Yimi gritted her teeth and summoned her courage. She felt that she had been too proactive. Recently. Sure, but you can only follow me to Beijing. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the Blazing Sun clan's ancestral land. To Yimi's surprise, Gu Chen agreed readily. Yimi was quite happy. After deciding to leave in 2 days, Gu Chen left. Yimi hesitated for a moment before writing down what Gu Chen had told her and sent the message through a hummingbird. 2 days later, Gu Chen, Yimi, and the clay bodhisattva Chen Zixing appeared in front of Crow General. Mr. Chen, why are there only 2 of you? Upon seeing this, the Crow General commander quietly pulled Gu Chen aside and said worriedly. To be exact, there's only one. Mishi isn't a member of the Chen clan, Gu Chen replied. Only one? Mr. Chen, if His Highness loses, it won't do you any good. General Crow's face turned ugly. He felt that Gu Chen was deliberately being perfunctory. Don't worry, this is an elder of the Chen clan. He's strong and can fight against an army of thousands. He won't disappoint Brother Wu Lai. Gu Chen's voice was so loud that the clay bodhisattva's mouth twitched. General Crow relaxed a little when he saw how confident Gu Chen was. Hopefully, what he said was true. In the courtyard, General Crow transformed into a huge 3-legged golden crow. He carried Gu Chen and the others and flew towards the Xinjiang realm. The Xinjiang region was directly governed by the Blazing Sun clan and was the center of the Great Qing dynasty. Within the Xinjiang region, the streets and alleys were filled with blazing parasol trees. This was the capital. In the western part of the capital, there was a majestic residence that was mainly black. This was Heizi residence, the residence of Great Qing's second prince, Wu Lai. At that moment, a gigantic 3-legged golden crow landed in the courtyard of Heizi residence. Gu Chen, Clay Bodhisattva, and Yimi landed separately. The climate in Beijing was hot, and the 4 seasons were as hot as summer. Gu Chen raised his head slightly and saw that the sun was shining brightly in the sky. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Thanks to Crow General Commander, he had traversed thousands of mountains and rivers in a single leap. He had finally experienced the feeling of flying, which he had not experienced in a long time. In the primordial Tao world, where the world's suppression was especially severe, a race like the 3-legged golden crow, which had the innate ability to fly, had a huge advantage. Gu Chen was calm and collected as he looked around at the architectural layout around him. Yimi acted very normally. As the adopted daughter of the undeserved pavilion's pavilion master, she was quite knowledgeable. A prince's residence did not make her feel restricted. Clay Bodhisattva looked normal, but he was actually a little nervous. After all, he was going to play the powerful Chen clan elder. He had infiltrated the palace countless times and was never timid. However, acting was different. He was afraid that he would be exposed and ruin Gu Chen's plans. As the saying went, life was like a play. It all depended on one's acting skills. Now that they were here, he could only deal with whatever came his way. Brother Chen, you're finally here. Just as the 3 of them arrived, a large group of people rushed over from afar. Leading them was Wu Lai, who had personally come to welcome them. His attitude was also much more enthusiastic than before, as if he had completely forgotten about the matter of him being tricked by Gu Chen. Brother Wu Lai. Gu Chen looked at the approaching Wu Lai and smiled politely. At the same time, he glanced at the Crow General beside Wu Lai who was walking shoulder to shoulder with him. The Crow General looked young. Unlike the Crow General Commander and company, who were clad in armor, he wore a robe that seemed to be weaved from flames. He had a sharp temperament and did not look easy to get along with. Just as Gu Chen was guessing who this person was to be able to sit on equal footing with Wu Lai, the Crow General who had just returned to his human form stepped forward. He first bowed to the young Crow General, then to Wu Lai. Young clan leader, Wu Lai, we've successfully brought him here. He opened his mouth and said. Gu Chen immediately understood the identity of the young Crow General. So he was the young chief of the three-legged Golden Crow clan, Crow Huan. It was rumored that Crow Huan and Wu Lai were sworn brothers, and their relationship was very deep. This rumor was indeed true. Even the two of them came together to welcome him. Why are there only 3? Chen clan has only sent so few people? Crow Huan glanced at Gu Chen and the other two with a dissatisfied look on his face. He felt that Commander Crow was not doing his job well. The Crow General Commander felt slightly awkward and turned to look at Gu Chen. Leader Chen of family Chen. Chen Wu clan's Chen. As Gu Chen spoke, Yahuan's attention immediately fell on him. You're Chen Yi, right? His expression was unfriendly. Outsiders might not know about the Mist Kingdom, but Wu Lai did not hide it from him. Therefore, he knew that Wu Lai had suffered a great loss in the Mist Kingdom. He intended to help Wu Lai ascend to the throne, so he did not have a good impression of such an ambitious person. If not for the current situation, his Golden Crow clan would not need to borrow the Chen clan's help. That's me. Gu Chen replied politely. Soldiers of family Chen, Crow Wu Yang Lai Sun said. It's true, but whether you 3 are elites or not is not something that can be determined with just words. Wu Huan glanced at Gu Chen, then at Clay Bodhisattva and Yimi. He frowned and said, "Someone, pass me the spirit testing eyes." Soon, a Crow general stepped forward and respectfully handed over the spirit testing eyes. Gu Chen looked at the thin lenses in Wu Huan's hand and understood what he meant. The spirit eye test could be used to measure a person's Dao power level, and the accuracy could reach single digits. The spirit testing eyes were divided into grades. Ordinary spirit testing eyes, such as the Realm Sea garrison that they had encountered when they had just entered the Dao world, were of a relatively low grade. Once they encountered someone with a high cultivation level or someone proficient in the breath concealment cultivation technique, they would easily make mistakes or even be damaged. When a cultivator's strength reached a certain realm, his spiritual sense would be extraordinary, and he would be able to roughly determine the strength of his opponent during the process of fighting. Therefore, a Dao tool like the spirit eye testing tool was of little value. However, not all spiritual eyes were useless. High-grade spiritual eyes were still very useful. They could accurately determine a person's cultivation, no matter how carefully they tried to hide it. The spirit testing eye in Yahuan's hands should be like this. He wanted to ascertain the true cultivation level of the trio. Brother Huan, there's no need to do this, right? Wu Lai said upon seeing this. It was rather impolite to rashly probe the true cultivation level of a guest, and he should not do this as the host. However, the attitude he displayed was one thing, and the true thoughts in his heart were another. Upon seeing that Gu Chen had only brought 2 people to the capital, one of whom was a woman with an ordinary cultivation level, he had doubts in his heart. What Yahuan wanted to do was in line with his intentions, so he did not refuse sternly. Brother Chen, you should already be very clear about the reason why His Highness Wu Lai requested the Chen clan's help. This matter is of great importance, and there must be no mistakes. Since you have confidence in your own people, you shouldn't mind if I test them, right? Yahuan told Gu Chen. Please do as you wish. Gu Chen smiled, somewhat curious whether the high-grade spirit eye testing tool could detect his true cultivation level. Upon hearing that, Yahuan put on the spirit eye unhurriedly, and his eyes quickly emitted a treacherous blue light. He looked at Gu Chen first, and a surprised look quickly appeared on his face. I didn't expect Brother Chen's cultivation to actually reach 600,000 Dao power. What a promising young man. Yahuan praised. Beside him, Wu Lai's eyebrows twitched when he heard this, thinking that it was as he expected. Back in Paidu, the Peach Blossom householder of Honesty Pavilion failed to assassinate King Pei, and he was stopped by Gu Chen. As far as he knew, the Peach Blossom householder was at the Fivefold Realm. He could stop him, but couldn't stop him from escaping. At that time, he judged that Gu Chen's cultivation level was around the Fivefold Realm. However, he did not know that the secret technique energy stored in Gu Chen's body could not reach the Fivefold Realm at that time. The reason why he was able to repel the Peach Blossom householder was only because of the wonders of the finger-twisting secret technique. Young clan leader, you flatter me. When Gu Chen heard that he now had 600,000 Dao power, he responded calmly on the surface, but in his heart, he was a little surprised. After mastering the finger-twisting secret technique, he could store 300,000 Dao power. After that, there was the rebellion of the Seven Nations, and then the invasion of the Mist Kingdom. There were many things, so he was not particularly sensitive to the progress of the secret technique. Even so, he did not fall behind in cultivating the Thousand Twine secret technique. He did not expect that his Dao power would double again. With 600,000 Dao power, he could already be considered an expert in the fivefold realm. In the kingdom level, it would be difficult to find an opponent just based on cultivation. Although Yahuan's investigation was extremely accurate, he was still confused by the secret technique's energy and did not see through Gu Chen's true specialness. This made Gu Chen feel more at ease. It seemed that even in Beijing, where there were many experts, no one could see through the secret of his physique. After investigating Gu Chen, Yahuan's gaze moved and landed on Yimi Fourfold Realm. He raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously. A mere fourfold realm could be reached by a bunch of guards in the Haizi residence. Why did he need to seek help from the Qin clan? Isn't this Qinny too insincere? She's not from the Qin clan. She's just my servant girl. She's here to take care of me. Gu Chen replied calmly. Servant girl, both Yahuan and Wu Lai were stunned and speechless. Didn't he know how important this matter was? Why did he bring a servant girl? Brother Chen, there are many servants in my Haizi residence. There will naturally be someone to take care of you. Why do you have to do this? Wu Lai had the urge to curse. Didn't this Qinny know what kind of situation he was in? It's different. Could the servant girl in Brother Wu Lai's residence be more beautiful than my servant girl? Even if she is, I'm used to her service. Gu Chen explained calmly. Wu Lai took a closer look at Yimi and realized that she was indeed as beautiful as a flower. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was devastatingly beautiful. He really couldn't find a servant girl of such quality in his residence. At the same time, he misunderstood Gu Chen's words and cursed at him for not forgetting to be so carefree at a time like this. Many of the surrounding men sized up Yimi and then cast envious glances at Gu Chen, secretly praising him for his good fortune. With such a beauty accompanying and serving him every night, it would be worth it even if he had to live a few years less. Servant girl? This bastard. Yimi caught the gazes of the surrounding men and understood what they were thinking. At that moment, she wanted to bite Gu Chen hard. However, for some reason, when she thought of how he said that no one in the Haizi residence was more beautiful than her, she was secretly delighted. Brother Chen, you're in such a good mood. Kro Huan let out a cold snort, and his gaze fell on the clay bodhisattva. He stared at the clay bodhisattva for a long time. The clay bodhisattva stood with his hands clasped behind his back with a calm expression. Brother Chen, how should I address you? After quite a while, Yahuan asked. This is Qin clan's elder, Chen Zixing, Gu Chen introduced. An elder of the Qin clan, Wu Lai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He knew that this was the expert that the Qin clan had sent to help them. He looked at Yahuan expectantly, curious about Yahuan's strength. 7 million Dao power, an expert of the late stage of the sixfold realm. With an indifferent tone, Kro Huan walked towards the clay bodhisattva. The Qin clan used to be a famous and distinguished clan in the entire Dao world. It produced a saint. I thought that only a sevenfold realm cultivator could assume the position of an aristocratic elder. He looked at the clay bodhisattva with a gloomy gaze. Gu Chen touched his nose subconsciously. Were the requirements for the position of an elder of the Qin clan that high? His identity as a clay bodhisattva wouldn't be seen through, right? Young clan leader, are you doubting the strength of the old man? Upon hearing that, the clay bodhisattva snorted heavily with a look of dissatisfaction. An ancient family like the Qin clan was not inferior to the Blazing Sun clan or the Golden Crow clan. As an elder of the clan, there was no reason for him to show weakness when he was doubted by a junior. After all, the clay bodhisattva was someone who had seen much of the world. He was very clear about his status and what he should say. I wouldn't dare. Elder Chen is a senior expert. How would I dare to offend you? However, isn't the Qin clan underestimating this trip to the ancestral land? Yahuan shook his head. Wu Lai, who was not far away, was somewhat disappointed when he found out about Elder Chen's cultivation level. Why? Could it be that this old man's strength isn't enough to protect that kid? The clay bodhisattva looked at Wu Lai and raised his eyebrows. Normally, it would be enough. However, the situation in the ancestral land is different this time. The flaming sun crown prince is going all out. Even General Star Morning Yen of the Heaven and Earth Association is going out personally. According to reliable sources, his cultivation level is at the sevenfold realm. The difference between the sevenfold realm and the sixfold realm is huge. I don't need to say it. Elder Chen should be very clear about it. The Heaven and Earth Association is sending out a General Star. I believe my men should have already informed your clan about this. However, your clan only sent Elder Chen here. Don't tell me you have no intention of brushing me off? Is this the attitude of the Chen clan in cooperating with His Highness Wu Lai? Yahuan sneered and suddenly clapped his hands. Sinecures, please come out and introduce yourself to Elder Chen. Instantly, more than 10 people walked out from the crowd. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He discovered that the weakest among them was at the fiffold realm. Among them, there were 3 who had even reached the sixfold realm. His Highness Wu Lai doesn't lack experts at the sixfold realm. I originally thought that the Chen clan would be of great help. However, from the looks of it, the Chen clan isn't sincere at all. Brother Chen, His Highness Wu Lai has given you such great benefits in the Pei country. Is this how you repay your ally? Yahuan looked at Gu Chen with a cold gaze. His tone was filled with killing intent. Wu Lai was also silent. His expression was cold. The fight for the throne had already reached the final and crucial moment. None of them could afford to lose. The Chen clan had only sent a sixfold realm elder. He wouldn't be of much help at all. The atmosphere was tense. The alliance seemed to be on the verge of falling out with each other. The clay bodhisattva's eyes spun. If 3 sixfold realm experts attacked him at the same time, he definitely wouldn't be a match. However, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem if he just wanted to escape. He didn't need to worry about his life. He looked at Gu Chen with a hint of schadenfreude. Gu Chen was the one who came up with the plan. However, it was obvious that he hadn't thought things through thoroughly. He had aroused the suspicions of his allies. How was he going to deal with this? Gu Chen noticed the clay bodhisattva's gaze. His lips moved slightly. After hearing the content of Gu Chen's voice transmission, the clay bodhisattva's eyelids twitched. Was he really going to do that? He was doubtful and didn't dare to do it. However, he was reminded by a cold gaze from Gu Chen. Ha ha ha, a bunch of immature brats actually dare to doubt the strength of the old man? That's right. The old man's cultivation level is only at the sixfold realm. However, the Chen clan's 3 fixed sacred skill is not an undeserved reputation. The clay bodhisattva's acting skills suddenly exploded. He laughed maniacally and swept his gaze across the people around him. Then, he pointed at the void. Fix. His voice was like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen flicked his 5 fingers that were hidden in his sleeves. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, each of Gu Chen's 5 fingertips released a heaven entanglement silk. The silk weaved through the void and headed straight for the dozens of worshippers. The heaven entanglement silk was invisible and intangible. It was also extremely fast. It wrapped around one person and another. In a flash, an invisible net appeared in the courtyard. It avoided the unrelated people and entangled the dozens of worshippers. This series of actions was done in one go. However, no one noticed it. Everyone only heard the word fix. 661-58 the dozen or so worshippers were suddenly frozen in place. Their bodies could not move, and they could not take another step forward. Even the 3-6 Mahayana cultivators looked at the clay bodhisattva in shock and despair. Wu Huan and Wu Lai looked around and realized that none of the worshippers they had specially invited were spared. They gasped. Elder Grand Uncle, what happened? Wu Huan looked at an old man among the worshippers in disbelief. He had the highest cultivation among all the worshippers. His Tao power had reached 8 million, which was even worse than the clay bodhisattva. The old man can't move. Elder Grand Uncle looked embarrassed. He looked at the clay bodhisattva and said word by word, the Chen clan's 3 stabilizing sacred art is indeed worthy of its reputation. Everyone in the courtyard heard this. The worshippers who were frozen did not refute. Their expressions were solemn, even fearful and uneasy. Wu Huan was silent. He turned around and looked at the clay bodhisattva again. He had long heard that the Qin clan's 3 fixed holy arts were unfathomable, but he didn't expect it to be this strange. Just a single word from his mouth, and he didn't feel anything, had actually subdued a dozen carefully selected worshippers. He believed that since he could freeze so many worshippers at once, it would be easy for him to kill them. This ability was not at the 7 realization realm, but it was better than it. Wu Lai reacted and looked at the clay bodhisattva with a fanatical gaze. The Qin clan's elder's ability gave him hope of winning the throne. It seemed that Jinni did not lie to him. What happened? Did I see a ghost? The clay bodhisattva had forced himself to follow Gu Chen's request. He was prepared to be disgraced or even chased out of the house. He did not expect that his casual words would actually succeed in casting the fixed body technique. Everyone was silent. They were either looking at him with shock or admiration. He was dumbfounded and secretly glanced at Gu Chen. Without a doubt, it was Gu Chen who cast the technique. No wonder he asked him to put on an act. He was fully prepared, but when did he learn the Qin clan's fixed body technique? Could he really be from the Qin clan? No. If he was from the Qin clan, why did he imprison Chen Huandong? It was hard to say whether the divine ability that had restrained more than 10 people was the real body-fixing technique. The clay bodhisattva was amazed and felt that he had not followed the wrong person. This boss was really unfathomable. You've all witnessed the abilities of the old man. My Qin clan came to help out of goodwill, but we've been questioned for no reason. We're really asking for trouble. Chen-yi, let's go. With the confidence from the previous scene, the clay bodhisattva who played the role of the Qin clan elder was even more immersive. He snorted heavily and looked like he was going to drop the burden and quit. Gu Chen found it funny, but he nodded obediently and was about to leave with his elder. Yimi followed closely behind Gu Chen, but he was confused. She was very clear that Gu Chen was not a member of the Qin clan, and this elder Chen was naturally a fake. However, Gu Chen did not tell her that elder Chen was a clay bodhisattva in disguise, so she did not know his real background. Now that she saw this elder Chen really cast the body-fixing technique and stunned the people from Heizi Mansion, she could not help but suspect if he was really the Qin clan elder. Elder Chen, brother Chen, wait. Wu Lai saw that he had offended them and became nervous, so he quickly apologized. He regretted asking Ye Huan to test the other party. They had gone through so much trouble to invite a strong reinforcement from the Qin clan. If this matter really caused the other party to hold a grudge and was unwilling to help, then it would be too much of a loss. What prince's face? All of a sudden, Wu Lai shamelessly tried to please and flatter the clay bodhisattva, which finally made his face look better. The clay bodhisattva was still not satisfied and looked provocatively at Ye Huan. Young clan leader, how is it? How is the strength of the old man? Ye Huan looked a little uncomfortable. The other party was directly slapping his face. After all, he was not a person who acted on impulse. The stronger the person sent by the Qin clan, the more help it would be to them. There was no need to clash with them. If the other party wanted face, then they would just give it to him. Elder Chen's Tao is profound, this junior is very impressed. Ye Huan bowed to the clay bodhisattva and said respectfully. Hee hee. The clay bodhisattva had a teasing smile on his face and casually waved his hand. Release. Gu Chen's 5 fingers that were hidden in his sleeves immediately loosened. The heavenly winding silk that was wrapped around all the consecrators loosened and then gradually disappeared. The consecrators regained their mobility and cupped their hands toward the clay bodhisattva. Many thanks to Elder Chen for showing mercy. The clay bodhisattva ignored them and looked at Wu Lai. These are the people you plan to bring into the ancestral land? Wu Lai's expression immediately became slightly awkward. He knew that the other party was doubting if his people could really be of help. Before this, he had some confidence in these consecrators. He felt that even though they couldn't compare to the generals of Heaven and Earth group, they could still deal with others. However, Elder Chen dealt with all of them the moment he made a move. This made him start to worry. Could such a lineup really help him seize the throne? Forgive the old man for being blunt, but their strength is probably not even comparable to Chen-yi. For this trip to the ancestral land, the old man wants to go with Chen-yi. The clay bodhisattva took the opportunity to raise his request. Brother Chen? Of course that's fine. I had the same intention. Wu Lai hurriedly nodded. He originally didn't think of Gu Chen as a fighting force to enter the ancestral land. He invited him to the Xinjiang realm because of the Chen clan experts behind him. He knew that Gu Chen had the cultivation of the fivefold realm, but he didn't lack helpers of this level. What happened in the Mist Kingdom previously made him wary, and he didn't trust Gu Chen's loyalty. However, since Elder Chen had spoken, he had to give him face. Moreover, with Chen Yi, a junior of the Chen clan, it would be easier for him to communicate with Elder Chen if anything happened in the ancestral land. Seeing that Wu Lai's attitude was good, the clay bodhisattva nodded and officially entered the Heizi Palace as a distinguished guest. The luncheon that day was very luxurious. Wu Lai's etiquette was very thorough. He did his best to satisfy Elder Chen so that he would forget about his previous neglect. Kro Huan was also at the same table as a guest. After 3 rounds of wine, under Gu Chen's secret signal, the clay bodhisattva slowly opened his mouth. Since we have come to the capital, we should greet Emperor Sheng. This is in accordance with etiquette. However, Emperor Sheng is currently ill and should not be disturbed. Let's forget about this matter. Your Highness Wu Lai, could I trouble you to arrange for the old man to meet the flaming Sun Crown Prince before entering the ancestral land? When Wu Lai heard this, he instantly felt a little unhappy. This Elder Chen really didn't know how to speak. If he couldn't meet Emperor Sheng, he would meet the flaming Sun Crown Prince. Wasn't this indirectly acknowledging the flaming Sun Crown Prince's position? Elder Chen was one of his people. He didn't want Flaming Sun to know his background in advance. He also didn't want the two of them to have too much contact. The clay bodhisattva could tell that Wu Lai's mood wasn't right. He immediately smiled and explained, Your Highness Wu Lai, please don't misunderstand. The reason why the old man wants to meet the flaming Sun Crown Prince is to find an opportunity to meet the people from the Qianquan Association. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Knowing the enemy's strength in advance is always a good thing, right? After hearing the clay bodhisattva's words, Wu Lai's face looked much better. However, Elder Chen was his trump card. He didn't want any accidents to happen, so he wasn't willing to let this matter go. It wasn't good to directly reject him. That would mean that he didn't trust him. Wu Lai was thinking about how to reply. At this moment, Kro Huan smiled and said, Elder Chen wants to get in touch with Heaven and Earth Group. Are you referring to Morning Yen? Of course. The clay bodhisattva nodded. If you want to get in touch with him, there's actually a better place than visiting the flaming Sun Crown Prince. Kro Huan said immediately. Oh? Where? The clay bodhisattva glanced at Gu Chen. Wu Lai's eyes lit up. Brother Huan, are you referring to the Dragon Village? That's right. Ever since Morning Yen came to Beijing, he has never stayed a night in the Crown Prince's residence. He spends most of his time in the Dragon Village. Kro Huan said. What kind of place is this Dragon Village? Gu Chen asked casually as he drank a mouthful of wine. The Dragon Village is the largest dragon battle arena in Beijing. At the same time, it's also a black market. Some cultivators who wander the dark world would often conduct shady transactions there. This Dragon Village has existed in Beijing for a long time. They have done many things that violate the laws of Great Qing. However, they are still safe and sound because the flaming Sun Crown Prince is their backer. After Kro Huan explained, Gu Chen roughly understood what kind of place it was. Why would this Morning Yen give up the Crown Prince's residence and go to the filthy Dragon Village? The clay bodhisattva asked in confusion. Elder Chen, you might not know this. This Morning Yen is not only one of the generals of Heaven and Earth Group, but he's also quite famous in the dark world. Wu Lai immediately explained. He wasn't surprised that the clay bodhisattva didn't know this. After all, the Chen clan lived in seclusion, so it was normal that they didn't know about the outside world. This Morning Yen is a famous middleman in the dark world. It's said that he secretly controls a huge amount of weapons trade. His channels are all over the Dao world. Not only do some rebel armies in the dynasty trade with him, but even some powerful people from famous families are his clients. It was said that he raised a large group of men of death. These men of death were extremely fierce and had contributed a lot to his rise in the dark world. He's from the dark world, so it's only natural for him to live more comfortably in the dragon village. It's also convenient for him to handle a lot of things. Crow Huan explained further. He was obviously quite fearful of Morning Yan's influence in the dark world. Gu Chen pondered for a moment after hearing that. The great prophet had mentioned Morning Yan to him back then, but it wasn't as detailed as Crow Huan. The so-called middleman was the person who mediated between the two great forces, thereby facilitating the transaction and earning commission. As for the middlemen in the dark world, the requirements for the middlemen were higher due to the fact that the two parties involved in the transaction were either extremely evil or the content of the transaction was completely illegal. Gu Chen was a little surprised that Morning Yan could create such a big force in the dark world where all kinds of people were mixed up. After all, although he had only met Sang Yan once in the Chaos Sea back then, he clearly remembered Sang Yan's character. Sang Yan's character did not seem to be able to handle such a complicated situation. Of course, people could change. 100 years had passed, and he had once been known as the #1 prodigy on the chaotic myriad spirit list. It was not surprising that he had improved so much. So that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble young clan chief to lead the way. The old man wants to go to the dragon village to take a look. The clay bodhisattva exchanged glances with Gu Chen and immediately said. If Elder Chen wishes to go, of course there's no problem. We'll definitely have a battle with Morning Yan in the ancestral lands. There's no harm in knowing who we'll be facing in advance. Wu Lai didn't object either. She agreed without hesitation. He was worried that if Elder Chen were to meet with the flaming Sun Crown Prince, even if it was just to enter the Crown Prince's residence, it might send the wrong message to the various powers in the capital. However, Dragon Village was still fine. Moreover, Crow Huan was with them, so he was not worried. There's no time like the present. Why don't we go now? The clay bodhisattva suggested. That's good too. Since we've eaten and drank to our heart's content, we can take a walk to digest the food. Wu Huan agreed. He had previously offended someone, and now was the perfect time to make up for it and improve their relationship. Thus, Wu Huan led the way. Gu Chen and the others left the Haizi residence. Wu Lai did not follow them. Recently, he had a lot of things to do. They soon arrived at the Dragon Village. It was located in the largest slum in the capital. The surrounding buildings were old and dilapidated, and there was no clear division of areas. As soon as they entered the Dragon Village, they could see fighting dragons of different colors and shapes everywhere. Some were tied up by cultivators, and some were fighting in small circles. The surrounding cultivators were in high spirits. Most of the fighting dragons were only slightly larger or more ferocious than the average dragon species. There weren't many pure-blooded dragons. Fighting dragons were mostly trained from a young age. There wasn't much difference between fighting beasts, chickens, or crickets. It was just that it was more brutal. If one side didn't bleed to death, the battle would not stop. Gu Chen personally saw a fighting dragon wail and fall in front of him. Its owner only cursed a few words before angrily throwing money at his opponent and leaving. After that, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a dying fighting dragon lying in a pool of blood, enduring the pain and passing away alone. Seeing this, Gu Chen fell silent. Fortunately, Wuji Tyrannosaurus Rex wasn't here. Otherwise, even if these dragon species weren't real dinosaurs, it wouldn't feel good coming to a place like this. Gu Chen bent down and gave the fighting dragon one last stab, ending its pain prematurely. Only then did he continue to follow the crowd. As they entered the depths of the dragon village, they discovered that other than the endless dragon fighting competitions, they could often see some cultivators sneaking around in some of the dilapidated buildings. Most of them were carrying out transactions, and the things they were trading were not allowed to see the light of day. There were people standing guard at the perimeter, and if any strangers approached, they would scold them and leave. It was fine if they only scolded them, but if good people entered the dragon village, they would be killed on the streets if they weren't careful. Robbery and murder happened every day here, and it was a truly lawless place in Beijing. Gu Chen's group was led by Crow Huan. Even though he was traveling in casual clothes, the Golden Crow tribe's characteristics were too obvious, so no one dared to approach and harass them. In Beijing, no one dared to provoke any crow generals, because they were the sword and shield of the dynasty. When they passed by a building, Yimi and Guchen greeted each other and left quietly. Guchen didn't ask any questions. He knew that Unwarranted Pavilion definitely had a branch in Beijing, and that most assassin organizations were established in chaotic places like the Dragon Village. Having just arrived in Beijing, Yimi had to inform Unwarranted Pavilion's people here. That way, if something happened, they wouldn't be caught unprepared. Crow Huan was slightly surprised by Yimi's departure. She was just a servant girl. What was she doing here? However, he didn't ask any questions. The other three soon arrived at their destination. Elder Chen, Brother Chen, that's where Morning Yan is staying in the city. Gu Chen looked in the direction Crow Huan was pointing and saw a huge building in front of him. It was bustling with people. On the top floor of a dilapidated building, there was a room overlooking the situation below. A skinny man with messy gray hair was sitting cross-legged in meditation. He held a divine travel orb in his hand, his eyes tightly shut. There was a frighteningly dead hand stuck to his face, covering his nose and mouth. This eerie appearance seemed to cause the temperature in the room to drop by several degrees. Not far away from him stood a young man of a different race. He was dressed in a brocade robe embroidered with platinum patterns and had the mark of a sun branded between his brows. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the lively scene of the Battle of Dragons through the window. A giant man with a yin-yang face stood guard at the door of the room. He was half metal and half flesh, and he was as still as a mountain. After a long time, the divine travel orb in the gray-haired man's hand lit up slightly, and his eyes opened. They were gray and deathly still. What's going on? Did the leader look for you? The foreign youth asked with concern when he sensed that the gray-haired man had woken up. TCH, the leader didn't show up. It was Xianxia who looked for me, the gray-haired man replied. When he mentioned Xianxia, his face revealed obvious dissatisfaction. What did he say? The foreign youth was still very concerned. Nothing much. He just conveyed the leader's orders to ensure that there will be no problems with the supply of the Canwater Ghost Lotus, Xianxia said. His gaze landed on the foreign youth, and it was a little intimidating. Flaming Sun, I only helped you because you said that Wu Lai had threatened the supply of the Canwater Ghost Lotus. I'm helping you seize the throne, so you need to ensure that there will be no problems with the supply. Otherwise, none of us will be able to bear the consequences of delaying the leader's plans. The foreign youth was the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. When he heard this, he hurriedly nodded and promised. Of course, Brother Xianxia. Don't worry, the Canwater Ghost Lotus has just produced another batch. I've already asked the Moon King to secretly transport them according to the route you instructed. It's still not enough. Xianxia said that there's been a big shortage recently. Ask the Moon King to hurry up with production so that he won't bother me again, Xianxia said. This? I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Brother Xianxia, you know how the Ghost Water Lotus is made. If too many people go missing in the Moon Nation, the Moon King's rule will be unstable. It will also arouse the suspicions of some people in the outside world, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince said hesitantly. I can't be bothered to care about what's going on in Moon Nation. There are plenty of ways to avoid suspicion. The Moon Prince must know that. Besides, as long as you successfully inherit the throne, everyone's attention will be on you. Who would care about the abnormalities in a Miryu kingdom? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince could only smile bitterly and agree to Morning Yan's request. If Wu Lai hadn't suddenly gone crazy and made a move against Qiankuan group spies, plus the fact that Wu Lai had used the threat of supplies as an excuse, this general wouldn't have personally come to Beijing to help him. Before the throne was completely in his hands, he did not want to offend him. Everything would go according to his wishes. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Morning Yan started chatting. Suddenly, Mingshou's bean-like eyes flickered with a faint blue light. We have guests. It's the three-legged golden crow tribe's young chief Yahuan, Pei Country's Chani, and an unknown old man, Mingshou said. Even though he was in the room, he seemed to be aware of what was going on downstairs. Pei Country's Chani? Hearing this, Morning Yan raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, he's the guy who failed the assassination last time, right? He actually came to Beijing. Could he have been invited here by Wu Lai? I'm afraid so. Now that we can't borrow the Golden Crow tribe's power, the Qin clan behind Qin can be said to be Wu Lai's biggest backer. Humph. The flaming Sun Crown Prince echoed almost immediately. His face was filled with hatred. If Qianquan Group's assassination in Pei country had succeeded, the Mist Kingdom War would not have happened. All 7 countries would have fallen into his hands. Wu Lai would not have any bargaining chips to fight against him. He wouldn't even need to enter the ancestral land to take on some bullsh** T test, hence, even though he had never seen Qin before, he had long harbored hatred for him. Whether this person is a member of the Qin clan has yet to be determined. Based on the battle in Paidu, he doesn't have any obvious characteristics of a Qin clan descendant. According to the investigation, this person's background is very interesting. He entered Paidu because of Tang Jianqing of the Tang clan. Tang Jianqing of the Tang clan entered the Luo sect to cultivate. However, due to the Luo sect's incident, he returned to Paidu. Qin was also a disciple of the Luo sect, so he escorted him back. After further investigation, we discovered that this Qin is also related to Xianxia, who was invited to the sacred island by the great prophet of the Luo sect. The disappearance of the Luo sect happened not long after the great prophet came into contact with Xianxia. Ming Shou spoke frankly with assurance. Morning Yan already knew what he was talking about, but it was the flaming Sun Crown Prince's first time hearing about it. He couldn't help but ask in shock, "You mean, he might not be a member of the Qin clan, but of the Luo sect?" "That's a possibility." From the moment he appeared in Paidu, his series of actions had helped the Pei nation's royal family greatly. Since the Luo sect and the Pei nation's royal family have always been on the same side, it can't help but make people suspect that he was instructed by the Luo sect. As for the Qin clan, he might not be a member of the Qin clan. What if the disappearance of the Luo sect is related to the Qin clan? Ming Shou said meaningfully. This was a very bold guess. If everything was true, then it had been a conspiracy from the beginning to the end. The Qin clan and the Luo sect might have joined forces? Why did you only discover such a big thing so late? Haven't you been tracking the whereabouts of the Luo sect all this time? Why didn't you find this Qin? The flaming Sun Crown Prince panicked when he heard this. From the war in the Mist Kingdom, he could tell that this Qin was not simple. Now that he knew that not only was he a member of the Qin clan, but he might also be related to the Luo sect who had foresight, he couldn't help but worry about his future. The Luo sect had always been able to predict the future. Qin was supporting Wu Lai so much. Could it be that he was certain that Wu Lai would successfully seize the throne? A threat. This was a huge threat. Hearing the blame in the flaming Sun Crown Prince's words, Morning Yan snorted coldly and said, "Look at you. Even if you were given the throne, do you think you can sit on the throne? Why didn't you notice anything fishy about him before? Wasn't it because you paid lip service to the Luo sect's whereabouts and put all your energy into seizing the throne?" The flaming Sun Crown Prince was speechless. His face alternated between red and green. "Alright, there's no need to push the blame onto each other. It was our mistake for not noticing him in the beginning. Now, he has become so powerful. Now that I think about it, the Shao clan and Paidu must have noticed that there was something wrong with him. That's why they contacted us, the Qianquan group. However, we didn't expect them to act so quickly. Not only did they destroy the Shao clan, they even used Wu Lai to get rid of all our spies in Paidu. As a result, we didn't receive any news about him in time. Fortunately, there's always a loophole. Although he is good at scheming, he didn't expect us to assassinate all 7 countries at the same time. In the end, he revealed his fox tail. Ming Shou explained. Qin had entered their sights after the failed assassination attempt in Paidu. After a careful investigation, they realized that Qin had so many tricks up his sleeves. Haha, the leader has always been concerned about old man Luo's whereabouts. He had been looking for an opportunity to capture this guy for interrogation. I didn't expect him to come to us. Morning Yan narrowed his eyes, a murderous glint flickering in them. Since he's here, why don't we invite him over for a chat? I believe he's not here to watch the dragons. Alright, I'll get someone to bring him over. Ming Shou nodded. The interior of the huge building was hollow, revealing a sizable square. Many dragons were engaged in a chaotic battle here, their roars ringing out incessantly. On the 4 sides of the dragon combat arena were a large number of spectator seats. A sea of cultivators had gathered here, cheering for the dragons below. At the edge of the square, half of it was in ruins, while the other half was a tall building overlooking the square below. Clearly, it was similar to a private room, which could not be occupied without a certain level of status and strength. Gu Chen and the other two observed the situation in the dragon combat arena. The liveliness here was beyond their imagination. Morning Yan should be living on the highest floor here. General Crow confirmed his presence when he was patrolling the city's airspace. Yahuan looked up and said, "Are we going up directly?" Clay Bodhisattva looked at Gu Chen and asked without thinking too much. His words surprised Yahuan. Shouldn't Elder Chen be the one to make the decision between the two? In fact, he had noticed along the way that Chen Yi seemed to be respectful to Elder Chen on the surface, but Elder Chen seemed to take Chen Yi as his master. His reaction wasn't obvious, it was just a slight reaction. "What do you think, Elder?" Gu Chen did not give a direct answer, but asked a question with the intention of reminding Yahuan. Clay Bodhisattva shuddered inwardly. Only then did he realize that it was inappropriate for him to ask such a question given his status. He coughed twice and explained, "Although the old man is an elder, he has been in seclusion for many years, so he's not as familiar with the outside world as you are. You are highly regarded by the clan leader and are the younger generation that the clan focuses on cultivating. The clan leader has also said that you will be in charge of all the affairs in Deshang. The old man is mainly responsible for protecting you, so you don't have to feel restrained." It had to be said that the Clay Bodhisattva reacted very quickly. He made up a flawless story on the spot and covered up the previous abnormality. When Yahuan heard that Gu Chen was actually highly regarded by the Qin clan's patriarch, she couldn't help but think more highly of him. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement. Judging from the series of business operations that the other party had done after coming to Pei State, he was indeed a promising talent. For a hidden clan like the Qin clan, there had never been a lack of experts who were obsessed with cultivation. On the contrary, they lacked people like this. The Clay Bodhisattva's adaptability also made Gu Chen admire it in his heart. With these words, whatever he did next would not seem abrupt and offensive, which greatly facilitated his actions. As the three of them were chatting, a tall and thin cultivator came over and said, "My family's master wants to see you." The three of them instantly looked at each other. Gu Chen smiled and said, "This is great. We don't have to think about how to pay a visit anymore." He took the lead and followed the cultivator while Yahuan and the Clay Bodhisattva could only follow behind. As they walked up the stairs, the group soon arrived at the highest floor of the building. The tall and thin cultivator knocked on a door, and the door opened immediately. "The three of you, please come in." A yin-yang face appeared at the door. Seeing this, the Clay Bodhisattva's eyes flashed with deep shock. He looked at Gu Chen, but Gu Chen's expression was much calmer. As expected. Previously, when two Ming hunter corpses appeared in Pei State, Gu Chen already had his suspicions. Now that he saw a living Ming hunter with his own eyes, he was sure of his suspicions. This Ming hunter wasn't an ordinary life form. It was a monster that was created. No wonder the great prophet said that he couldn't divine his origins. With Gu Chen in the lead, the three of them quickly entered and saw Morning Yan and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you are very busy every day. Why do you have the time to appear in such a filthy place?" Yahuan was a little surprised to see the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and mocked him. Gu Chen was instantly sure that the person who looked similar to Wu Lai but had much fairer skin was. It was the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. He had heard of his name for a long time. "Filthy place? How dare you speak in such a manner in front of me, you little crow sure have guts." Before the Flaming Sun Crown Prince could reply, Morning Yan revealed a sinister smile and said coldly. Yahuan stared straight at Morning Yan without any change in his expression. He sneered, "The Chankuan group is big, and you are quite famous. But remember, this is Beijing. It's not a place where you can be arrogant." Morning Yan's face immediately turned black. This Golden Crow tribe's young clan leader obviously didn't respect him at all. "That's right, young clan leader. This is Beijing, but it's not a place where your three-legged Golden Crow tribe's words are the law. My younger brother hasn't even ascended the throne yet." "Why? Young clan leader, are you looking down on me, the Crown Prince?" the Flaming Sun Crown Prince said angrily. At the same time, he was a little worried that Morning Yen and Crow Huan would have a conflict here. In terms of strength, Crow Huan was no match for Morning Yen. However, there were 100,000 Crow generals in Beijing who followed his lead. If they really fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Luckily, Crow Huan didn't have full control over the Golden Crow tribe. Otherwise, why would they participate in this stupid test? Your Highness, you're exaggerating. I'm just worried that Your Highness is in cahoots with scoundrels and will be deceived by scoundrels. That would harm Desheng's reputation. Crow Huan stared coldly at Morning Yen. The reason why he disliked the Crown Prince was because he had colluded with the Qianquan group. As the Crown Prince of Desheng, his ability to govern the country was far inferior to Prince Wu Lai's. He had relied on the support of outsiders to get to where he was. If he really became the emperor, would Desheng still be the Desheng of the Blazing Sun tribe? What a sharp tongue. Morning Yen revealed a sinister smile. It seemed like he was going to start a fight at any moment. That's enough, young clan leader. You and I both know that the old Emperor Xing is still alive. It's impossible for both sides to fight. Save your breath, Ming Shou said. His words carried a hint of warning. If you're not satisfied, you can go back and ask your clan leader if he agrees to you behaving atrociously here. These words stung Crow Huan. The veins on his forehead bulged, but he didn't provoke Ming Shou again. The old clan leader had a long talk with him and repeatedly ordered him not to cause trouble for the Flaming Sun Crown Prince before the test in the ancestral land was over. On the surface, it seemed like he was adhering to the old clan leader's principle of maintaining a neutral position in royal affairs. However, deep down, Crow Huan was indignant. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince had long been infiltrated by the Qianquan group. It was hard to say if he was still representing the interests of the Blazing Sun tribe. Why should he remain neutral in the face of such a person? Choking with emotion, Ming Shou was speechless. He was very dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to go against the old clan leader's will. The old clan leader's words were still as important as ever in the three-legged Golden Crow tribe. His prestige wasn't something he could compare to. Seeing that Yahuan had calmed down, Ming Shou looked at Gu Chen and said with a hidden dagger in his smile, Mr. Chen, I wonder if you've come to Beijing for the Chen clan, the Luo sect or Prince Wu Lai. Luo sect? What do you mean? Crow Huan was confused by Ming Shou's words. Since when did Qinny have anything to do with the Luo sect? Gu Chen was surprised but not panicked. He looked at Ming Shou thoughtfully. What's wrong, young master? Don't you and Wu Lai know about Mr. Chen's relationship with the Luo sect? That's not good. You've treated him as a trustworthy ally, but he's hiding something from you. Ming Shou teased. His words made Crow Huan feel uneasy. Brother Chen, what's going on? It's nothing much. I once hid my identity and joined the Luo sect to learn their techniques. Unfortunately, something happened to the Luo sect and I ended up in Paidu. I didn't hide this from Brother Wu Lai and Brother Huan. I just thought it wasn't important. I didn't expect someone to make a fuss about it today. Gu Chen explained calmly. Although his explanation sounded reasonable, it was far from enough to explain to Ming Shou, who had investigated the matter. You want to learn the Luo sect's techniques? You, a descendant of the Chen clan, didn't learn the three holy arts and went deep into the forest to secretly learn from the Luo sect. Mr. Chen, do you believe this? Or perhaps, Mr. Chen isn't even a descendant of the Chen clan. That would explain everything. But if Mr. Chen isn't a descendant of the Chen clan, it'll be a big problem for Wu Lai. Ming Shou was clearly reminding Crow Huan. Seeing that someone had seen through his and Gu Chen's identities, the clay bodhisattva became nervous. This was Beijing. If his identity was exposed, he might not be able to escape the search of 100,000 Crow generals even if he was good at escaping. What a joke. Without waiting for the bewildered Crow Huan to ask more questions, Gu Chen suddenly laughed. He shook his head, his smile full of arrogance and disdain. I came to the Dragon Village to see what kind of opponent I'm about to fight in the Scorching Sun clan's ancestral land. You're a famous general, so I thought you'd have some ability. Sang Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard Gu Chen's mockery. However, I never expected that the glorious Heaven and Earth Association would only amount to this much. They already felt fear before even fighting against my Qin clan, actually using such a lowly trick to sow dissension. Crow Huan's expression went cold when he heard this. Exactly, why should I take Qin Shi's words seriously at this critical moment? Even if Qin Yizhen was hiding something, the two of them were allies who shared weal and woe. There was no reason for him to harm them now. On the contrary, the fact that Qiankuan group was trying to sow discord proved that the Qin clan was on the same side as them. Just trying to sow discord? Mr. Chen, may I know your relationship with Yuan Jie? Ming Shou's gaze was aggressive as he continued to question Gu Chen, hoping to get some useful information out of him. The other party had just admitted that he was there when the Luo Gate incident happened. If he continued to ask, regardless of whether he was telling the truth or lying, he would be able to obtain useful information. I don't know what you're talking about, but I believe Brother Huan won't be easily provoked by you. Gu Chen didn't answer Ming Shou's question directly. Instead, his gaze landed on Morning Yen. You're Morning Yen, the Star General of Qiankuan Group, right? So you're not the one in charge here, but this monster? His tone was sarcastic. Morning Yan's face darkened. Gu Chen had just said that they were already afraid of him before they even fought him. This had already infuriated him. Who do you think you are? You're just a junior from the Qin clan. What right do you have to talk to me? Morning Yen sneered. A faintly discernible murderous intent lingered in the room. Crow Huan's condescension earlier had already angered him. He didn't expect this Qin guy to be even more arrogant. He had roamed the dark world for many years. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? You talk big, but you're not very capable. All you can do is stick a dead hand on your face to scare people. Looks like I can rest easy on this trip to the ancestral land. The mission will be very easy. Gu Chen's tone was filled with arrogance. It was completely different from his usual self. Clay Bodhisattva looked at him strangely. Is boss purposely provoking him? What's he trying to do? You reckless fool. I won't let you leave the dragon's stronghold. Gu Chen's sarcasm seemed to have hit Morning Yan's sore spot. He flew into a rage and raised both his hands. A thick aura of death filled the air. Suddenly, the room was filled with a chilly wind and ghostly wails. How dare you? Brother Chen is my guest. I dare you to touch him. Crow Huan sensed the terrifying aura of death. His expression changed slightly and he let out a strange howl. What responded to him was a flaming cloud rising in the sky. A large number of Crow generals rushed over from all over the city. 100,000 Crow generals were guarding Beijing. They could provide support to all parts of the city at any time. Before either side could decide the winner, they could surround the dragon's stronghold and burn it to ashes. Brother Morning Yen, calm down. This is not the time to fight. The flaming Sun Crown Prince was shocked. He was afraid that Crow Huan would go all the way and find an excuse to kill them all here. Although the Golden Crow clan's old chief had given the army a death order, he didn't dare to bet on Crow Huan's prestige in the army. 100,000 Crow generals is nothing. Do you think I'm afraid? Morning Yen was a fearless person. In his rage, the chilly aura of death in his body surged even more violently. Lord Morning, don't forget our mission. The blue light in Ming Shou's eyes intensified. There was a hint of warning in his words. Morning Yan's aura suddenly weakened. He stared at Ming Shou coldly. You overestimate yourself. I'll let you live for a few more days. The ghostly wails in the room suddenly disappeared. Morning Yen glanced at Gu Chen coldly as if he was looking at a dead man. Gu Chen shrugged his shoulders expressionlessly. What a pity. I thought you had the guts to make a move. In the end, you still listened to others. Morning Yen was so angry that he laughed. He took a few steps closer to Gu Chen with a sinister expression. Whether it's in the chaotic sea or the primordial Tao world, I'll occasionally meet idiots like you. You don't have to provoke me. In a few days, you'll soon understand how great the gap between us is. I'll let you understand that I'm a genius that's far beyond your reach. You'll definitely suffer the fear of being dominated by me and then die in agony. Morning Yen deliberately lowered his voice. His words were cold and penetrating. Is that so? I look forward to it. Gu Chen smiled lightly and turned to leave after he finished speaking. He's leaving just like that? The clay bodhisattva was stunned. He didn't understand why Gu Chen had specially made this trip. Did he come all the way to the dragon village just to infuriate the enemy? He was puzzled, but he could only follow helplessly. Humph, count yourselves lucky. Since the culprit had left, Crow Huan had no reason to let the Crow generals take action. He let out another whistle and got the Crow generals to return to their original positions. He quickly followed Gu Chen and quickly disappeared from the top floor. 661-58 After meeting Morning Yen and provoking him for a while, Gu Chen left the dragon village. Along the way, he was silent and spent most of his time thinking. He was no longer as youthful and energetic as before. The reason why he made this trip was that after Qianquan Association failed to assassinate him last time, Gu Chen realized that he had truly entered Qianquan Association's line of sight. How far could Qianquan Association investigate him? Ming Shou had collected some information from his battle with him. How far could they analyze him? Moreover, was Morning Yen the only person Qianquan Association sent to the ancestral land this time? Would there be others involved? These were all things he wanted to know. Only by understanding the situation as much as possible could he have a better grasp of the situation. Because of that, he had come, and this trip had not been in vain. On the surface, Ming Shou's conversation with him seemed to be provoking his relationship with Wu Lai and Ye Huan, but in reality, he was trying to probe him. What he did not know was that while they were probing him, he was also probing them. From Ming Shou's words, he was at least certain that Qianquan Association had found his connection with the Luo sect and suspected that he was related to the disappearance of the Luo sect. However, other than that, he did not discover anything else. This was also a flaw that Gu Chen had deliberately left behind when he first stepped into Paidu, so he was not worried at all. To be honest, Qianquan Association had only discovered this flaw now. Their slow reaction was already somewhat out of his expectations. There was another gain from this trip, and it was also the most important one. Through deliberately provoking Morning Yen, he was certain that the one who made the decision between Morning Yen and Ming Shou was actually Ming Shou. After learning that Morning Yen was a famous middleman in the dark world, Gu Chen was a little surprised because it did not match his impression of Morning Yen's character. Back then, in the final battle of the chaotic myriad spirit list, Morning Yen was defeated by Heaven's equal immortal emperor. However, he refused to accept the result and even offended him in front of many Dao lords. If not for Dao Lord Heaven I pleading on his behalf, Gu Chen might have killed him on the spot. Gu Chen's original impression of Morning Yen was that he was extremely talented and ambitious, but he was impulsive, easily angered, and lacked brains. He thought that the other party's temperament might have changed after 100 years, but when he probed him just now, he realized that the other party's temperament had not changed at all. Yet, as soon as Ming Shou spoke, Morning Yen restrained himself. This meant that although Morning Yan's status was higher on the surface, Ming Shou was actually the one making the decisions. Dark Hunter must have contributed a lot to Morning Yan's success in the dark world. He was killed twice, yet he is still alive. I wonder how many Nether Hunters there are and how this fellow was born. It would have been fine if he was just a simple killing machine, but he just so happens to have a high IQ. If I'm not careful, he'll see through me and send the information to an unknown place. If every Nether Hunter shares the same brain, then the problem will be even more troublesome. Gu Chen frowned slightly and muttered to himself in his heart. This time, he was prepared to make a move on Morning Yen. Morning Yen had followed Fang Yuan to the Dao world 100 years ago and worked hard to become a general star. This meant that he had a lot of information about Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had come to the Dao world with a purpose. Gu Chen was very sure that Fang Yuan wanted to understand his thoughts so that he could deal with the problem. The Qianquan Association's entire organization's secrecy system was watertight. The low-level spies could not dig out any useful information and could only target people like Morning Yen, who were close to Fang Yuan. Gu Chen had originally thought that the Blazing Sun clan's ancestral land was isolated from the outside world and that it was a fight for the throne. This was the best opportunity for him to make a move on Morning Yen. However, with the addition of Ming Shou as an uncertain factor, his confidence had greatly decreased. First of all, it was useless to kill Ming Shou and keep it a secret. All his memories before his death would be transmitted to a certain place. Gu Chen was not sure if the Blazing Sun clan's ancestral land could cut off this transmission. Second, Ming Shou had enough influence on Morning Yan, which made it difficult for him to make use of Morning Yan's personality. Apart from these 2 points, Gu Chen did not know if Ming Shou himself had any unknown secrets. This fellow was a man-made monster, and he could not be judged by common sense. Now that he recalled the night when Luo sect was destroyed, Gu Chen could not help but secretly rejoice that he had not made a move on Morning Yan at that time. If he had made a move on Morning Yan at that time, Ming Shou would have definitely transmitted the information to Fang Yuan, which would have been equivalent to him taking the initiative to inform Fang Yuan that he had come to the Dao world. Moreover, Ming Shou had done something very secretive in his mind. If he had not been paying attention at that time, he might not have discovered anything strange. He might have exposed himself in front of Fang Yuan without realizing it. In that case, given Fang Yuan's personality, he might have pretended not to know that he had come and secretly set a trap for him. He might have fallen into the same trap that he had fallen into in Chaos Sea. Gu Chen had not made a move on Morning Yan at that time because he had considered the risk. However, he had not expected the risk to be this. Fang Yuan's methods were really hard to guard against. If Ming Shou was not dealt with, Gu Chen would not be able to make a move on Morning Yan with peace of mind. And if he could not take down Morning Yan, Gu Chen would not be able to obtain any useful information about Fang Yuan. Gu Chen had undoubtedly fallen into a predicament, and he was thinking of a solution. I have to divert Ming Shou away from Morning Yan's side. It would be best if he does not enter Scorching Sun clan's ancestral land. Gu Chen's gaze flickered incessantly. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Just as he was about to leave the dragon village, Yimi returned with a heavy expression. Seeing her, Gu Chen's heart moved. How is it? Has Pavilion Master come to Beijing? Gu Chen transmitted his voice. Yi Wunyan had designs on Great Qing Imperial Court. According to Gu Chen's conjecture, with such a huge change, Yi Wunyan was very likely to come to Beijing personally. It would be great if he came. Gu Chen pondered if he could get him to deal with the problem of Ming Shou. Hearing Gu Chen's voice transmission, Yimi was quite surprised. After thinking for a while, he also sent a voice transmission to Gu Chen. I haven't heard from the hall that my foster father has arrived in Beijing. Why do you think so? He did not come? Hearing this, Gu Chen fell silent. He was a little surprised. Was he wrong? Did Yi Wunyan not think too highly of Great Qing, or was Yimi deceiving him? Then why do you look so worried? Gu Chen did not answer Yimi's question and changed the topic. Yimi hesitated for a moment and transmitted her voice. I heard that my third sister and fourth sister are also in Beijing. Oh? What are they doing here? To carry out a mission, of course. Yimi replied, but her expression was somewhat complicated. Clearly, it was not as simple as a mission. They are in the city. I want to meet them. Yimi thought for a moment and suddenly said to Gu Chen. Gu Chen was even more surprised. In his impression, Yimi did not have a good relationship with her sisters. Moreover, weren't her third and fourth sisters the women of the craftsman and the whisperer? The craftsman and the whisperer had died because of him. Her two sisters might have heard something, so it was not a wise choice to meet them. Be careful and come back soon. Seeing that Yimi seemed to have a knot in her heart, Gu Chen did not ask any more and agreed. Therefore, on the way, Gu Chen casually made up an excuse that he wanted to buy some Beijing specialties as gifts and asked Yimi to buy them alone. He and the clay bodhisattva followed Kro Huan back to Haizi Mansion. By the time Yimi returned to Haizi Mansion, it was already late at night. She saw her two sisters as she wished, but she secretly checked on them. After that, her heart was heavy. Having lost the craftsman and the whisperer, two powerful partners, her sister's situation was not optimistic. They were sent to Beijing to contact some influential big shots in the dynasty, exchanging their youthful looks for information. They even did it at all costs to complete the task. Yimi saw with her own eyes a middle-aged man with a big belly and an oily face hugging her fourth sister, Yi Jia, while she forced a smile and flattered him. Later, a middle-aged woman came in and found her. She gave her a slap, but she could only swallow her anger. Even the man who had just said sweet things to her didn't speak for her. How sad. Not long ago, her sisters didn't need to carry out such humiliating tasks. but now, they couldn't even compare with an ordinary killer's freedom. Yimi knew very well that the reason for this change was that the two sisters' men died in the Zay country mission. They no longer had a backer and no bargaining chip that could bring benefits to Honesty Pavilion. All they had left was their looks. No, from the beginning, their only capital was their looks. Now, they were just making the best use of it after losing its greatest value. The more Yimi thought about it, the sadder and more confused she became. If it was Chani who died in the Zay country mission, would she be the one who ended up like this? Did her godfather really treat them as his daughters, or he was just a tool from the beginning to the end? Yimi entered the courtyard in a daze. A figure stood in front of her under the bright moonlight. "Why are you here?" she asked softly as she came back to herself. "Your sisters might want to take revenge on you because they hate me, so I came to see if you came back." Under the moonlight, Guchen turned around in white. Somehow, the face in Yimi's eyes was even more beautiful than usual. "What would you have done if I hadn't come back?" Yimi couldn't help asking. "No matter what, you are my woman." "No one can touch you," Guchen said flatly. "Your woman?" Yimi was in a daze. She knew that he didn't mean what she thought. He thought of her as his subordinate. Even so, he was waiting for her here because he genuinely cared about her. He might not fool her with sweet words, but he would never restrict her, let alone force her to do anything. "Thank you for your concern." "I'm fine." Yimi smiled, suddenly feeling a bit better. "It's good that you're fine. In 2 days, we'll be entering the Blazing Sun clan's ancestral land. At that time, you'll leave Heizi Palace and hide for the time being. Only show yourself after you've confirmed that we've returned safely," Guchen instructed. "Is the trip to the ancestral land so dangerous?" Yimi heard the fear and vigilance in Guchen's words and was quite worried. "It's better to be safe than sorry." Guchen smiled. "Then what can I do to help?" Yimi pursed her lips. "Help me keep an eye on the movements of the various forces in the capital. No matter who the final winner is, once they leave the ancestral grounds of the Blazing Sun clan, they will definitely take action." Guchen thought for a moment and said. In reality, he didn't think there was much point in telling Yimi this. Even if Yu Wunyan didn't appear in the capital, she would definitely be keeping an eye on the movements here. Guchen was just saying it casually, but Yimi took it to heart. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll help you keep an eye on the movements in the city and be ready to support you at any time." "Okay, it's late. Rest early." Guchen walked past Yimi and patted her shoulder encouragingly before leaving. "Be careful." Yimi looked at his back and couldn't help but add another sentence. Her voice became softer and softer until only she could hear it. The day of Emperor Xing's test had arrived. Early in the morning, Wu Lai and the 11 people from Heizi Palace entered the Imperial Palace. It was said that the entrance to the ancestral land of the Blazing Sun clan was located within the Imperial Palace of Desheng. Beneath the Imperial Palace, there was a huge ceiling formation. The formation sealed the ancestral land and it became the location of the royal bloodline of Desheng. Rumor had it that just the primordial qi that escaped from the ancestral land was enough to turn the capital, especially the area around the Imperial Palace, into a paradise. Among the 11 people, Guchen and the clay bodhisattva were naturally members. They weren't just members. Apart from Wu Lai, the clay bodhisattva had the highest authority. It couldn't be helped. The fixed body technique that day was too frightening. Even without Wu Lai's instructions, the other cultivators had decided to follow the lead of the clay bodhisattva to increase their chances of survival in the ancestral land of the Blazing Sun clan. In the conference hall of the Imperial Palace, the people from the Crown Prince's residence arrived a long time after the people from Heizi Palace had arrived. It was also a group of 11 people. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince led the group while Morning Yan and Ming Huntsman followed behind calmly. When they entered the hall, Morning Yan caught a glimpse of Guchen among the people from Heizi Palace. Morning Yan's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up in a cruel smile. Morning Yan hadn't forgotten that he had been suppressing his anger in the dragon's village for the past few days. He had always been a man of his word. He would definitely let the other party taste the feeling of despair and then die in humiliation. Guchen turned a blind eye to Morning Yan's murderous gaze. When the people from the Crown Prince's residence entered, he first scanned the area. After making sure that there weren't any hidden experts, he focused most of his attention on Ming Huntsman. Ming Huntsman was the biggest obstacle in his plan. With him around, it would be difficult for him to make a move on Morning Yin. Over the past few days, he had thought of luring Ming Huntsman away from the ancestral land. However, Ming Huntsman and Morning Yin were inseparable. He couldn't think of a perfect way to lure Ming Huntsman away. A hasty plan might leave other flaws. It was better to find an opportunity in the ancestral land. Both groups had arrived and were waiting for Emperor Shing to arrive. The atmosphere was quiet and tense. Gu Chen was curious about Emperor Shing. It wasn't just because the test this time was unexpected. It was also because he had heard some legends about Emperor Shing. It was said that Emperor Shing had been ill for a long time because he had failed to break through to the Saint Plane. As a result, he had been ill for a long time. Otherwise, how could a cultivator, who had a long lifespan and had countless elixir pills and resources as an emperor, become ill? The so-called Saint Plane referred to the Eightfold Realm, which had 100 million Dao power. Although there was only a difference of one realm between the Eightfold Realm and the Sevenfold Realm, they couldn't be compared. From 999,999,999 to 100 million Dao power, although it seemed like there was only a difference of one force, it was this one force that had blocked the path of countless geniuses and geniuses from ancient times to the present to become saints. Saints had to undergo the Saint Tribulation. Among 10,000 sevenfold realm cultivators, there might not even be one who could survive the tribulation and successfully ascend to the Saint Plane. Because of this, saints were very rare. No matter which domain of the Tao world they were in, they were all powerful figures. Emperor Shing had once broken through to the Saint Plane, which meant that he was a top-notch figure among the sevenfold realm cultivators. This was not considered weak among the rulers of the various imperial dynasties. If he had successfully become a saint at that time, he could have even led the great Qing imperial dynasty to glory. Emperor Shing was a tragic figure. When he was young, he was a peerless talent. However, he was unable to break through to the Saint Plane and fell into the abyss. All of his lofty aspirations were for naught. On the brink of death, he couldn't rest in peace. He wanted to see his own flesh and blood kill each other. The flaming Sun Crown Prince and Prince Wulai stood on either side. One was white and the other was black. One was a solar flare and the other was a sunspot. It was as if they were destined to oppose each other. They had to fight to the death. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Emperor Shing finally walked into the main hall with the help of his frail grandson. Emperor Shing was as thin as a stick. His eyes were cloudy and lifeless. Even the sun mark between his eyebrows was as dim as the setting sun. The little grandson was only 6 years old. He had red lips and white teeth. He was innocent and full of vitality. When the old man and the young man entered together, it made Emperor Shing look even more lifeless. It was as if he was about to die. Behind Emperor Shing, an old crow followed him like a shadow. It didn't transform like the other crow generals. Instead, it was in its most primitive form. Its feathers were as black as ink. They were so deep that they looked like black holes. However, the tail of each feather was emitting a reddish-gold light. Unlike Emperor Shing, although it looked old, its eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. It was the old chief of the three-legged golden crow tribe. When Gu Chen saw the old crow, he knew who it was. It was rumored that this old clan leader was extremely loyal and devoted his entire life to protect the old Emperor Shing. When the old Emperor Shing failed his tribulation, his enemies took advantage of his weakness. It was the old clan leader who fought desperately to save the old Emperor Shing's life. Emperor Shing needed help to walk. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, the old crow's steps were steady. As it walked, it locked on to every direction. No matter which direction the enemy attacked from, they couldn't get around it to attack Emperor Shing. The old man, the young man, and the crow entered the main hall. The flaming Sun Crown Prince and Prince Wulai led the way. Many cultivators bowed to them. At ease. Emperor Shing waved his hand. His voice was old, hoarse, and weak. His turbid eyes glanced at the foreign cultivators present and sighed softly. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I won't say anything else. No matter which one of you is finally recognized by the ancestral land, I hope you will be worthy of your identity. Emperor Sheng patted his grandson on the shoulder as he spoke in a serious tone. The little royal grandson immediately understood what he meant and carefully helped him turn around. Let's go to the entrance of the ancestral land, Emperor Sheng said. He didn't intend to listen to the two princes' pleasantries. He seemed to be quite disinterested. His words and actions were completely normal in the eyes of the crowd. The battle between the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Prince Wu Lai had spread from the realm of Rising Sun to the Seven Kingdoms. Emperor Sheng knew about it. However, even if he knew about it, he couldn't do anything about it. He was already old. As a father, he was disappointed. As an emperor, he had also lost control of the situation. It was not strange for him to feel this way. The two princes didn't mind the disappointment in their father's voice. At this point, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Wu Lai's eyes were burning with ambition. They couldn't wait to kill each other and ascend the throne. Emperor Sheng slowly led the way. The two teams followed behind. They could see Crow generals patrolling around them. The walls of Emperor Cheng's palace were very tall and wide. There were grooves on the walls at regular intervals. Crow generals stood guard in the grooves, looking like lanterns. The towering palace walls and the fact that Crow General had sentries every few steps ensured that the defense of Imperial Palace Qing was impenetrable. Even a fly would have a hard time invading this place. Under Emperor Sheng's guidance, the two teams quickly passed through a mechanism and entered an underground palace. Ancient stone steps in the underground palace extended all the way down. At the bottom of the steps was a huge glowing spell formation. Magma flowed on the surface of every line in the spell formation. At a glance, it looked like there were countless dragons dancing in the spell formation. It was a spectacular sight. The temperature in the underground palace rose significantly. When they walked down the stone steps and arrived at the periphery of the huge spell formation, it was as if they were in a desert. A place where the Burning Sun tribe and the three-legged Golden Crow tribe was born must have an unusually hot environment. This is not good for us, Clay Bodhisattva whispered to Gu Chen as he looked at the spell formation. The most suitable environment for him was undoubtedly a swamp. Although they hadn't entered the ancestral land of the Burning Sun tribe yet, they could imagine that it was a place that lacked water. If that was the case, his advantage of being able to transform into a swamp would be greatly reduced. If they encountered danger, it would be even more difficult for them to escape. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come. Apart from the two princes, no one else has an advantage, Gu Chen said calmly. Clay Bodhisattva could only nod his head. He hoped that the situation in the ancestral land was better than he had imagined. When they arrived at their destination, Emperor Sheng let go of his grandson's hand. He took a few steps forward and started chanting. As he chanted, the huge spell formation in front of them began to shine brightly. Countless Tao patterns emerged from the ground and slowly converged in the air, forming two light doors. Boom! Boom! The two light doors opened at the same time. A strong heat wave blew out from the inside. The air inside seemed to be distorted due to the high temperature. It was difficult to see what was going on inside. Alright, the ancestral land has been opened. Now, you can enter from the different light doors. The two light doors are the same. They will randomly teleport you to different areas of the ancestral land. This will prevent you from killing each other at the beginning. Like I said before, only those who have obtained the approval of the ancestral land can inherit the throne. I didn't explain it clearly before, so I'll explain it now. After you enter the ancestral land, the light doors will automatically disappear. The test will last for a total of 10 days. After 10 days, the light doors will open again. At that time, whoever brings back the most sun's true soul from the ancestral land will inherit the throne. When Emperor Sheng finished explaining the rules of the test, Yan Yang and Wu Lai's eyes lit up. They knew what the sun's true soul was. It was a great supplement for the Burning Sun tribe and the three-legged Golden Crow tribe. The ancestral land had always been rich in it. However, due to the overharvesting of the sun's true soul, the ancestral land had become extremely rare. In addition, the environment in the ancestral land had become extremely vile. It could even endanger the lives of the Burning Sun tribe members. Therefore, the ancestral land was sealed. The two princes had already guessed the contents of the test for the reopening of the ancestral land. Finding the sun's true soul wasn't unexpected. Big brother, which door do you want to choose? Wu Lai looked at the flaming sun crown prince and asked. What about you? If I let you choose, which one would you choose? The flaming sun crown prince didn't answer. Instead, he kicked the question back to Wu Lai. Haha, how about this? We'll decide by drawing lots. That way, we won't have to be suspicious of each other. Wu Lai sneered. He knew that the crown prince was the same as him. Both of them didn't feel comfortable letting the other party choose first. The reason was simple. Both of them had their own concerns. They were worried that their father had already been secretly biased. If the other party chose first, the area that the light door would send them to would have an advantage. Sure. That's good. The flaming sun crown prince didn't have any objections. This made Wu Lai feel more at ease. Thus, the two of them drew lots. The method was also very fair. In the end, Wu Lai was assigned to the light door on the left, while the flaming sun crown prince was assigned to the right. Emperor Sheng saw everything that happened between the two of them. However, he was unusually calm and didn't say anything. Gu Chen's gaze was mostly on Emperor Sheng. When he saw Emperor Sheng's reaction, he frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. He didn't give Emperor Sheng much time to think. After choosing the entrance, the two teams entered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another entered the light door. This included Gu Chen, the clay bodhisattva, Morning Yen, and Ming Shou. After everyone entered, the light door dissipated. However, Emperor Sheng didn't have any intention of leaving. He found a place at the edge of the matrix and sat down. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He was like an old monk in meditation. Old Crow silently guarded Emperor Sheng. The light in the underground palace gradually dimmed. He looked at the emperor who had long lost his vitality. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. The sky was filled with thick volcanic ash, blotting out the sun and sky. The ground was covered in boiling lava. Occasionally, there would be flat ground, but when one stepped on it, the rock would be like a red soldering iron. If not for the protection of Tao energy, one's foot would have melted on the spot. The rolling mountains were all bare, without a single blade of grass. From time to time, there would be muffled thunderous sounds, accompanied by the violent movements of the earth's crust. On the vast land in the distance, fierce solar winds would often blow. The winds were like countless burning red needles, piercing into one's skin and causing pain. Even if one released a protective aura, it was still difficult to completely isolate the heat and pain. This world was like doomsday. Every moment was a kind of torture. This was the most profound feeling that Gu Chen and the others had after entering the ancestral land of the Blazing Sun clan for 6 hours. Drip. Drip. Apart from Wu Lai and Gu Chen, everyone else would sweat from time to time. Their cultivator physique, which was impervious to heat and cold, seemed to have suddenly lost its effect in this place. Wu Lai was from the Blazing Sun clan and was born in the ancestral land. Thus, he could completely endure the heat here, and was even like a fish in water. As for Gu Chen, as the brilliant ancient overlord body, he could come and go freely even in the chaotic qi. His ability to be impervious to heat and cold was far superior to that of ordinary physiques. Rumble. Rumble, no matter where they went, the Earth's crust would often shake violently, triggering unknown explosions of burning gases. There were even volcanic eruptions and the Earth would shatter. Under such circumstances, one moment it was flat ground, the next moment the ground would collapse. It was very likely that they would fall into a cliff, and below the cliff was surging lava. The lava here was also far superior to ordinary lava. The temperature was unimaginably high. If a cultivator fell in, even their bones would be turned into nothingness, and nothing would be found. An hour ago, one of Wu Lai's consecrators had accidentally been caught in the explosion. Fortunately, the nearby clay bodhisattva had saved him in time and saved his life. Since then, everyone's speed had slowed down and they were very careful, lest they fall into any sudden accidents. Could the ancestral land of the Blazing Sun clan be completely destroyed? Doomsday scenes were everywhere, and there was no sign of life at all. Thinking about how the Blazing Sun clan had already sealed their ancestral grounds for a long time, everyone couldn't help but think this way. They even asked the clay bodhisattva about this. Wu Lai, who was leading the way, froze when he heard this. He couldn't answer for a moment. To be honest, this was his first time entering the ancestral land. It had been many generations since the scorching sun rays had come here. He had heard that the environment in the ancestors' land was much worse than before, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Looking at the situation of the ancestral land, it was possible that it would suddenly collapse and disintegrate one day. No wonder the ancestors wanted to seal this place. No matter what, this is still a secret realm. Even if it were to completely collapse, it would take at least 10,000 years. We'll only be here for 10 days at most. There won't be any accidents. Wu Lai thought about it and said. He needed to appease these people. After all, killing the flaming sun crown prince required their help. That's right, it's only 10 days. Be careful, the environment here is not a threat to us. Guchen said indifferently at the side. Most of the time, his eyes were wandering around. That's right. It's a blessing to be able to take this opportunity to see such a unique scenery. Seeing that Guchen had spoken, the clay bodhisattva nodded in agreement. The others naturally had no objections. As if to increase everyone's confidence, Wu Lai smiled and chatted casually. Do you know how the ancestral land of the Blazing Sun race was formed? Isn't it formed naturally? The clay bodhisattva asked. No, the ancestral land of the Blazing Sun race has a great origin. It is related to the legendary 8 great techniques, Wu Lai said proudly. Oh? Gu Chen's attention was immediately attracted. The others were also very interested. Not many people know this secret now. After all, it has been a very long time. I only heard my father mention it when I was young. The ancestral land of the Blazing Sun race was actually left behind by Tao Father Daybreak, one of the 10 great Tao Fathers. He used the Great Radiance technique of the 8 great techniques. The Grand Tao technique is a supreme Grand Tao formed from the primordial Tao Father laws. Although Tao Father Daybreak left after his battle, the true meaning of the Grand Tao flowing within the ruins still gave birth to the mighty ancestral land of the Blazing Sun race. The ancestral land gave birth to my race and the 3-legged Golden Crow race. Only then did the Great Qing rise to glory. From a certain perspective, our Blazing Sun race has a deep connection with Tao Father Daybreak. Wu Lai spoke with fervor and assurance. His words were somewhat boastful, but when he mentioned Tao Father Daybreak and the Great Radiance technique of the 8 great techniques, everyone's horizons were greatly broadened. Who would have thought that this was how the Blazing Sun race was born? Tao Father Daybreak, how many years has it been since he last appeared? He is a legendary figure. One of the guardians couldn't help but let out a sigh. The Blazing Sun race had established the Great Qing imperial dynasty for an extremely long period of time, but the ancestral land of the Blazing Sun race had actually been accidentally created by Tao Father Daybreak. From this, one could imagine how long that Tao Father had lived, and how powerful his divine abilities were. The 8 great techniques truly live up to their reputation. A powerful race like the Blazing Sun race was actually indirectly created by the Great Radiance technique. From this, one can imagine how terrifying Grand Tao techniques are. In that case, the Blazing Sun race is the embodiment of light. If we follow His Highness Wu Lai, our future will be bright. Another guardian said, not forgetting to compliment Wu Lai a bit. Although Guchen didn't say anything, he now had a deeper understanding of Grand Tao techniques. Every single Grand Tao technique he knew was ridiculously powerful. The ancestral land is no longer as safe as it used to be. Perhaps it's because the true meaning of the Grand Tao left behind by the Great Radiance technique is slowly dissipating. After all, countless years have passed. But that's not important. I have great ambitions, and I've already made plans for the future of the Blazing Sun race. As long as I inherit the position of Empress Xing, I will try to contact the Daybreak gods. As long as I gain their approval, Great Qing will definitely walk towards new glory under my rule. I'm not as useless as that Blazing Sun fellow. Once I leave Qianquan group, I'm nothing. It was rare for Wu Lai to speak freely. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to belittle the Blazing Sun Crown Prince. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Some people felt a stronger sense of belonging because of Wu Lai's grand blueprint. Found it. As they chatted, Wu Lai didn't stop his exploration. His large hand suddenly reached for a pool of lava to the side. His hand didn't fear the high temperature, and he forcefully pulled out a scarlet gem from the lava pool. This gem was excessively transparent, and there were fragments of light constantly flowing within it. One look was enough to tell that it was priceless. This is the sun's true soul? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. That's right. This item can improve the physique of our descendants and increase their cultivation. It is of great significance. The reason why my father asked us to bring this item out is that it is a test and also to enrich the national treasury. Wu Lai said. With his status, he had naturally received help from the true soul of the sun during his cultivation. However, ever since the ancestors' land was sealed, it had become difficult to mine the true soul of the sun. The amount of the true soul of the sun in the national treasury had been decreasing year by year. In the earliest days, all the descendants of the Scorching Sun clan could obtain the true soul of the sun from the national treasury. However, it was difficult for the descendants of his generation to obtain the true soul of the sun unless they had made some great contributions. Putting aside the result of this test, as long as they could bring out a large amount of true soul of the sun from the ancestors' land, they could easily win over a large number of people in the clan, which would be of great help in the fight for the throne. However, the amount of true soul of the sun in the ancestors' land was decreasing. Wu Lai had led the group to search for a long time, but they had only found one. This item doesn't seem to be easy to find. With so many of us working together, we won't be able to find many after 10 days. Wu Lai gave the group the true soul of the sun to familiarize themselves with. The elder consecrator looked at it and muttered. In that case, should we split up? Another consecrator suggested. Split up? Do you want to be defeated by the Qianquan Association and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince? The clay bodhisattva sneered. The consecrator held his breath and understood what the clay bodhisattva meant. On the surface, the mission of entering the ancestors' land was to search for the true soul of the sun, but in reality, it was to fight for the throne. No matter how many true souls of the sun they found in 10 days, as long as they had more than the enemy team, it would be enough. And if the other team failed to leave the ancestors' land, the result would be even more obvious. The rules were barbaric and bloody. This meant that the two teams were destined to have a big battle when the time limit was almost up. It could even be brought forward at any time. Under such circumstances, splitting up was a very stupid choice. It would be easy for the enemy team to defeat them one by one. Moreover, everyone's first priority was to protect Wu Lai's safety. Splitting up would increase the risk of him being killed. Even if the efficiency of the collection is lower, we still have to ensure our combat strength is intact. We can't lose the watermelon and pick the sesame seed. Gu Chen summarized the plan for the next 10 days. No one objected and they all nodded. On the other side of the ancestors' land. It won't be easy to find the sun's true soul. We don't have enough manpower. Brother Xianxia, I'll have to trouble you to ask your undead army to help us search. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince looked at Morning Yen in anticipation and said. Xianxia nodded. He raised his right hand and slowly removed the dead man's hand from his face. Then, his mouth, which was covered with scars on both sides, gently exhaled. A mouthful of grey gas rapidly expanded and turned into surging netherworld chi. Within the netherworld, there seemed to be countless corpses flashing. The surrounding temperature dropped a lot in an instant, and it was rather cool. Morning Yen said, Go. Find him. Instantly, the countless of corpses in the grey mist dispersed at an alarming speed. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince hurriedly reminded the Crown Prince. Brother Xianxia, I haven't told them what the sun true soul looks like. Why did you let them go? How stupid are you? Morning Yan's face was filled with impatience. He smiled coldly and said, Why are you looking for the sun's true soul? As long as you find Wu Lai and that fellow from the Qin clan and kill them all, you will naturally inherit the throne. Why bother? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince held his breath. He finally understood that Morning Yen had summoned the undead army not to help him find the sun's true soul, but to find his enemies. Although Morning Yan was right, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince was still infuriated that Morning Yan had said it so bluntly and even insulted him. Brother Morning Yan, although you are right, what if? What if we can't find them or kill them and let them leave the ancestral grounds? By then, without the sun's true soul, we will be in a disadvantageous position. There is no what if. If I make a move, none of them will be able to escape. Morning Yan interrupted the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's words with a murderous look in his eyes. He had endured for many days and could not wait to tear that fellow from the Qin clan into pieces. Why would he be in the mood to search for the sun's true soul? He would use the fastest and cruelest method to kill all his enemies. That was his way of doing things. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince saw that Morning Yan was acting in his own way and his face turned ashen. He could not help but look at Mingxiu. Only Mingxiu would listen to him. Your Highness, all you have to do is wait patiently. The throne of Diqing will fall into your hands without a hitch. Mingxiu had no intention of stopping Morning Yan. Instead, he smiled at the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince felt helpless. He was the one who should be making the decisions. However, it seemed like he could only listen to the two of them. It was pitch black in the underground palace. It was impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Emperor Sheng, who had been meditating for a few days, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the glowing array in front of him. Old friend, how many days has it been? He asked calmly. His wrinkled face could not be seen clearly in the darkness. It has been 5 days since the two princes entered the ancestral grounds. The old crow in front of him answered immediately. Good. It's about time. We can make our move, Emperor Sheng said. Old Crow fell silent for a while and a complicated look appeared on his face. Your Highness, do you really want to do this? Those two princes were once your most beloved sons. Haven't we discussed this a long time ago? Why are you getting more and more merciful as you get older? Emperor Sheng shook his head and sighed. After all, they are your two most outstanding sons, Your Highness, Old Crow said. Outstanding? I don't have such sons. One is being used by the Qianquan group and the other is being coerced by the Qin clan. Emperor Sheng's murky eyes suddenly became sharp and cold. Deshang. It is the Burning Sun clan's Deshang. It is my Deshang. As the Emperor of Deshang, I can only represent the interests of the Burning Sun clan. No matter which one of them inherits the throne, with their stupidity, they will eventually lose the empire of their ancestors. These foreign forces are trying to infiltrate Deshang. Since that is the case, I will personally set up a trap and wipe them out. Although I am old, I am still the Emperor of Deshang. Emperor Sheng's words were sonorous and powerful. Old Crow was moved. Finally, he knelt down and accepted the imperial edict. I hereby make a military pledge and swear on my life that no one in the ancestors' land will leave alive. Old Crow promised solemnly. There was no hesitation on his face. There was only killing intent. You have worked hard, old friend. In order to protect me, you have not even tried to break through to the Saint Realm for so many years. Emperor Sheng was silent for a while and then said with a hint of guilt. Your Highness, you are too kind. The three-legged Golden Crow clan has followed the Burning Sun clan for generations. I will do my best for your Highness, even if I die. Old Crow said seriously. You can't die. Emperor Sheng crawled up from the ground with difficulty and helped Old Crow up. I don't have long to live. In the future, I will need you to assist the new emperor. Old Crow's face was filled with sadness and he nodded silently. Then, a door of light appeared in the giant array formation. Old Crow bowed to Emperor Sheng again and then entered the door of light. Inside a ravine with raging flames, Gu Chen and his companions were suddenly surrounded. Frightening martial corpses with sinister expressions blocked off the entrances and exits on both sides of the canyon. Due to the corpse horde, the originally hot canyon cooled down a bit. What's coming has finally come. Wu Lai's expression was gloomy. It had already been 6 days since they'd entered the ancestral land. More than half of the time had passed, yet Yan Yang and his men had taken so long to find them. The ancestral land's territory was very large. They'd tried to find the enemy's whereabouts over the past few days in an attempt to take the initiative, but in the end, they hadn't found any traces of the enemy. It wasn't until today, when they'd stepped into the canyon, that they'd suddenly heard ghostly wails and large numbers of martial corpses surging out from behind the rocks. Only then did they realize that the enemy had taken a step ahead of them. Although the enemy had taken the initiative, Wu Lai didn't panic. They'd long since predicted the enemy's movements. Setting up an ambush in the canyon wouldn't give them much of an advantage. Frankly speaking, the ancestral land's environment was special. As a direct descendant of the Blazing Sun clan, he was like a fish in water here. Not to mention that the martial corpses surrounding them belonged to the dark side. Their strength had clearly been reduced in the ancestral land. The martial corpses wielded their weapons and weren't afraid of death as they charged towards the 11 people in the center of the canyon. Wu Lai's consecrators were scattered in the outer region, forming a tight defensive line that didn't allow the martial corpses to approach Wu Lai. These martial corpses weren't very strong, but they weren't afraid of death. Although they were a bit troublesome, they weren't hard to deal with. Aside from Wu Lai, Gu Chen and the clay bodhisattva were also protected. This was a strategy that everyone had already discussed. The Qin clan's cultivators were proficient in the fixed body technique, so they didn't need to be at the front to kill the enemy. Instead, they could use the technique from behind in a safer location. Gu Chen naturally didn't have any objections to this strategy. Being protected, he would occasionally flick his finger and use the heaven-winding silk to restrict the martial corpses' movements, making it easier for his companions to take action. Martial corpses were inanimate objects. Even if their heads were chopped off, they'd still advance courageously. Only by destroying their limbs or completely killing them could they be considered finished. This undoubtedly increased the burden on the worshippers. Fortunately, the heaven-twining silk restricted the movements of many of the martial corpses. Most of the time, the worshippers felt like they were attacking immobile targets. They were much more relaxed and felt that their strategy was wise. There was an endless stream of martial zombies, but they did not pose much of a threat. Everyone's attention was always on their surroundings, keeping an eye out for the flaming Sun Crown Prince's troops that could appear at any time. Gu Chen's mind was also active. After entering the ancestors' land for so many days, he had been thinking about how to fight. He wouldn't be able to attack Morning Yen freely while Ming Shou was present. So, he had to think of a way to divert Ming Shou away or just kill him first. It was not realistic to send Ming Shou away. Everyone had a clear goal in the ancestral land, and it was difficult to find an excuse to make him leave Morning Yen. In that case, the only way left was to kill the other party. However, this was not an easy task. He could not use the glorious ancient overlord body in front of Ming Shou. He could not even convert the secret technique energy to use Dao techniques of various elements. Fang Yuan had seized his divine Dao origin back then and was very clear about his techniques. As long as he used a Dao technique that he was familiar with, he could not guarantee that Ming Shou would not see through it. After all, Ming Shou was extremely sharp. Gu Chen thought about it and realized that the only thing he could use was the heaven-twining silk. He had only cultivated the soft twining silk mystic technique after coming to the Dao world. Fang Yuan had never seen these two mystic techniques before and could not associate them with him. After having a breakthrough in the thousand twining silk mystic technique, Gu Chen could now release up to 10 heaven twining silk at the same time. These 10 heaven twining silk were flexible and changeable. Coupled with the combination, their power increased greatly. However, it was still very difficult to kill Ming Shou immediately by relying on the mystic technique alone. First of all, Ming Shou wasn't that easy to kill. Gu Chen had killed him once, so he knew that Ming Shou had the ability to reconstruct his body. Unless Gu Chen extracted the blue stone in his head, Ming Shou wouldn't die. Second, he had Sang Yan by his side. Sang Yan was now a sevenfold realm expert and was completely different from when he had been in the Chaos Sea. The heaven-twining silk was good at binding the enemy. In a situation where he could not use other powerful killer moves, it would be very difficult to kill Ming Shou. Gu Chen had not been able to think of a good idea for the past few days. Today, his target had come knocking on his door. There was no time left for him to plan. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the right opportunity. The battlefield was ever-changing. Perhaps he could find a chance to kill Ming Shou in one blow. Haha, I finally found you. A huge dark cloud suddenly covered the sky above the canyon, and a cold laugh came from above. Everyone's eyes turned cold as they looked up. A huge corpse koan melted out of the void. As it swayed its tail gently, a sinister wind blew. Many of the burning flames on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon were extinguished. Sang Yen, Ming Shou, the flaming sun crown prince, and the others were on top of the corpse koan's head. The leader, Sang Yen, looked down with a sinister smile. Wu Lai's expression immediately changed when he saw the corpse koan. They had no idea about such a huge and ferocious flying mount. With the corpse koan around, Yan Yang's group could come and go as they pleased. It would be very difficult for them to chase after them. Gu Chen frowned when he saw the corpse koan. He had actually seen this dead creature the night the Luo sect was destroyed. If Ming Shou stayed on the corpse koan, it would be impossible for Gu Chen to find a chance to kill him in one blow. Chen, this genius is here to kill you. Sang Yan's gaze quickly locked onto Gu Chen. He raised his right hand and a huge gray aura spread out from his palm. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the gray aura contained destructive power. It roared as it charged towards Gu Chen's group. Seeing this, the clay bodhisattva waved his sleeves. Dozens of explosive clay balls flew into the sky and collided with the gray aura. In the Blazing Sun clan's ancestral land, his ability to transform into a swamp wasn't very useful. Fortunately, his earth technique was extremely profound, and he still had the explosive clay. The explosive clay would explode with a single touch. In the ancestral land, it was even more explosive. He was confident that he could block the other party's attack. Sizzle. Sizzle. Unexpectedly, the explosive clay balls didn't explode as expected when they landed on the gray aura. Instead, they were rapidly corroded. The gray aura seemed to have the power to melt everything. Even a small Dao technique would be at a disadvantage in front of it. Not good. The explosive clay balls had no effect at all. The clay bodhisattva's expression changed greatly. Beside him, Wu Lai's face also turned pale. Elder Chen was his greatest support. But now, he couldn't even block a single attack from General Star Morning Yen. At this critical moment, Gu Chen's eyes flashed. 10 strands of heaven-twining silk shot out from his body, instantly forming a huge net that enveloped the group. In an instant, the gray aura's momentum was blocked. The gray gas surged violently, but when it landed on the heaven-winding silk, it was as if it had sunk into a swamp. No matter how it flowed, it could not break through the net. Every strand of heaven-winding silk was vibrating at a high frequency. This was the essence of the origin of vibration, which had been cleverly attached by Gu Chen to the silk. The heaven-winding silk was formless and formless. In the eyes of the onlookers, the gray gas in the air seemed to have met with some unknown resistance and suddenly stopped moving. That was close. Wu Lai heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the clay bodhisattva, thinking that he had made a timely move. The clay bodhisattva secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He immediately guessed that it was Gu Chen who had made a move. However, this made him feel a little discouraged. He had thought that he could at least deal with the enemy. Who would have thought that he would be able to defeat the enemy with a single blow? The explosive clay was created by a small earth technique, but it could not block the gray gas that the enemy had seemingly casually sent out. This was enough to show that the enemy was far stronger than he had imagined. Blocked? What kind of Dao technique is this? Morning Yen, who was on the corpse koan, was slightly surprised. In his senses, the gray gas seemed to have fallen into an invisible net. The more it tried to break through, the deeper it sank. Rumor has it that the space-fixing technique of the Chen tribe's 3 fixed saint techniques can even fix unstable energy. Could these 2 really be from the Chen tribe? Ming Shou said thoughtfully. His eyes flashed as he tried to see through the mysteries of the Dao technique below. Space-fixing technique? The Chen tribe has really put in a lot of effort to help Wu Lai ascend the throne. The flaming sun crown prince cursed in his heart. The Chen tribe's 3 fixed saint techniques were said to be the pinnacle of the great Dao of the sages. How could he not have heard of them? The body-fixing technique was said to be the lowest of the 3. It could fix the body of others and restrict their movements. The space-fixing technique could freeze everything in a space. This might sound mysterious, but in reality, it was ridiculously powerful. All Dao techniques required the surging and changing of Dao power, and Dao power was a type of energy. The space-fixing technique could tame and fix extremely violent energy. Ordinary energy surges and changes were naturally no exception. Therefore, this extended a terrifying effect. As long as one was within the range of the sky-fixing art, ordinary Dao techniques would be rendered ineffective. Even the most powerful Dao techniques would be greatly reduced in power. The space-freezing technique was so powerful that it was not easy to learn it. Therefore, it was rumored that only a few people in the Qin clan could master this technique. As for the last of the three stabilizations, the soul-stabilizing art, there was no need to mention it. It was said to have been lost a long time ago. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the three fixed holy arts, so those who could master two were undoubtedly at least elders of the Qin clan. Their status was extremely high. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince didn't expect the secluded Qin clan to send out their strongest member for Wu Lai. His heart was filled with anger and jealousy. What virtue did that Wu Lai have? Only he was fit to inherit the throne. Pfft, what sky-freezing technique? What saint's great way? They are all meaningless in front of my talent. Morning Yan smiled disdainfully at Gu Chen and the rest. His right hand emanated even thicker and thicker gray gas. It was as thick as water, swimming around him and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Gu Chen's expression was slightly solemn. He knew clearly that the technique that blocked Morning Yan's attack was not the space-fixing art. It was purely due to the heaven-twining silk mystic technique's ability to convert other people's energy. Back in the Chaos Sea, Gu Chen had interacted with Morning Yan before, so he had some understanding of his ability. That gray gas originated from Morning Yan's talent. It was the power of his talent. That power symbolized extreme death. Everything that came into contact with the gray gas would be completely annihilated. Back in the Chaos Sea, Morning Yan's power was not considered strong. Under the tyrannical suppression of Gu Chen's cultivation realm at that time, Morning Yan could not even use it. However, Morning Yan had already been in the primordial Dao world for 100 years. Given his talent and the fact that he was following Feng Yuan, this power had already been developed to an extremely terrifying degree. When the heaven-twining silk net blocked the gray gas, Gu Chen sensed that the gray gas contained the power of annihilation. It was not something that ordinary cultivators of the same cultivation realm could resist. Morning Yan's current cultivation was at the 7 realization realm. With this unique talent, even if he was only at the initial stage of the 7 realization realm, he could defeat most of the 7 realization realm cultivators. This was determined by talent. It had to be said that some people were blessed by heaven from birth. The clay bodhisattva's earth skill was strong, but it could not compare to Morning Yan's talent. Moreover, there was a difference in their cultivation realms, so there was no way they could fight, thus, only Gu Chen could make a move. However, Gu Chen could not use his full strength under Ming Shou's eyes. Through the feedback from the heaven-twining silk net, Gu Chen could conclude that it would be very difficult to defeat Morning Yan with just a secret technique. The power of annihilation was too strong. The heaven-twining silk net needed time to convert it into harmless energy. But with Morning Yan's cultivation, as long as he attacked continuously or increased his strength, he could easily break the net. Gu Chen was well aware of this. Thus, when he saw Morning Yan raise his right hand high again, the gray gas surging out of his body became even more intense. He immediately shouted, "Disperse." With that said, he dodged to the side. If he could not block it head-on, then he would dodge. The clay bodhisattva did not hesitate and dodged after Gu Chen. Wu Lai was half a step slower, and the other consecrators' reactions were even slower. Rumble, the gray gas rushed to the ground and instantly melted a huge hole in the ground. A consecrator who could not dodge in time was grazed by the gray gas. His entire arm was instantly annihilated and turned into nothingness. It was not just an arm. The gray gas was extremely ferocious. It moved along his arm and was about to devour his entire body. Clang, the consecrator reacted quickly and chopped off the arm with his sword. Only then did he save his comrade's life. However, his sword came into contact with the gray gas, instantly rusted and corroded, turning into ashes. The consecrator hurriedly threw away his sword and looked at Morning Yan in shock. He blurted out, "What kind of monster is this guy?" When he saw Elder Chen blocking the gray gas, he did not think much of it. It was only when he faced the power of the gray gas that he realized how troublesome it was. This kind of gray gas could not be touched at all. It was even more terrifying than poison. How was he supposed to fight against the opponent? The generals of Qianquan group were indeed terrifying. Their troops have dispersed. Attack! Ming Shou's eyes lit up when he saw that the troops that were originally centered around Wu Lai had dispersed. Hence, the 8 experts on the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's side leaped down from the corpse Kuan and charged towards the enemies in the canyon. Hee, I'm going to play too. Morning Yan's face was filled with bloodthirsty excitement. He also leaped down abruptly and headed straight for Gu Chen. At that moment, only the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou were left on the corpse Kuan. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince was the target of their protection. They could not afford to lose him. Ming Shou was in charge of protecting the Flaming Sun Crown Prince while also coordinating the overall situation from the sky. Morning Yan leaped down. While he was still in midair, he let out a shrill cry. Instantly, the eyes of the martial corpses in the canyon turned red. As if they had gone mad, they attacked Gu Chen and the others even more ferociously. Because of Morning Yan's attack, the team's formation was in chaos. Their outer defense line was destroyed, and they could no longer cooperate with each other. The martial corpses surrounded them. The 8 experts who jumped down from the sky added to the chaos. They targeted their enemies and took advantage of the chaos to gain the upper hand. In almost an instant, Wu Lai's men were killed. The most tragic ones were those who had just dodged the enemy's hidden weapons from above and were drowned by the tide of corpses. They were chopped into pieces and not even a complete corpse was left. Morning Yan landed steadily 100 feet away from Gu Chen. He looked at Gu Chen mockingly, as if he was looking at a cornered prey. Gu Chen's face darkened. He glanced at Ming Shou in the sky and said to the clay bodhisattva, "Protect Wu Lai. Run if you have the chance. Don't worry about anything else." First, they used the martial corpses to surround them. When they had formed their battle formation, they would get used to the rhythm of their attacks. Then, Morning Yan would launch a sudden attack and destroy the formation. They would attack from both inside and outside. This series of tactics was meticulous and effective. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince stayed on the corpse Kuan instead of coming down. This effectively ensured that no accidents would happen. They could only lose this battle. There was no chance of winning. Gu Chen was sure that the mastermind of this plan was not Morning Yan but Ming Shou. It was obvious from the fact that he stayed on the corpse Kuan. In fact, Gu Chen did not care if Wu Lai and his men would be annihilated. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to avoid the attack. His targets were Morning Yan and Ming Shou. Before killing Ming Shou, he could not use his true strength. However, Ming Shou's arrangement had disrupted his plan. If he did not come down from the corpse Kuan, it would be hard for Morning Yan to find a chance to kill him. Gu Chen was in a dilemma. What should he do? Whoosh, Morning Yan made his move. A terrifying gray aura surged endlessly and swept toward Gu Chen. Swoosh, Gu Chen's body turned into a shadow and dodged the attack with extreme speed. Although he could not use the power of the glorious ancient overlord body, his physique was still there. His agility was extraordinary. Boom. Boom. Boom, Morning Yan formed a giant hand made of gray aura. Everything in its path, be it the rocks or the ground, was reduced to ashes. However, Gu Chen was so fast that Morning Yan's attacks could not catch up. Is there any point in jumping around like a monkey? Don't you have the courage to take my attack? Morning Yan sneered. He wasn't angry at all, enjoying the feeling of hunting prey. During this process, everyone was afraid of being sucked into the terrifying gray chi, so they fought and retreated. The clay bodhisattva obeyed Gu Chen's arrangements and followed Wu Lai to protect him. He was not worried about Gu Chen's safety. Gu Chen must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. Gu Chen would only be a burden if he stayed. Moreover, he was best at escaping, so he was able to handle the chaotic situation with ease. Gu Chen dodged Morning Yan's attack and suddenly leaped. He tapped on the cliff wall a few times, trying to get closer to the corpse Kuan. He was looking for an opportunity to kill Ming Shou in one strike. However, Ming Shou was observing the whole situation. He sensed that Gu Chen was getting closer to them. He immediately ordered the corpse Kuan to float higher. The corpse Kuan was far away from the two sides of the canyon. Even if Gu Chen could jump, he would not be able to get close to them unless he could fly. Lord Morning, Cheni still has the strength to attack the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. What do you think? Ming Shou's voice came from the sky. He thought that Gu Chen wanted to attack the flaming Sun Crown Prince to turn the situation around. Gu Chen sighed. Ming Shou was too vigilant. He was not as rough as he looked. It would be difficult to kill him now. How dare you look down on me? Morning Yan realized that he had been underestimated by Gu Chen. He was furious. A majestic gray aura surged from his body. He left the ground and flew into the sky. Under the influence of the primordial Tao world's sturdy spacetime, it was not easy for a cultivator to fly in the sky without the help of external forces. The sevenfold realm was a watershed. Only a sevenfold realm cultivator with a Tao force of 10 million could escape the influence of spacetime and truly fly. Sang Yan flew in midair, while Gu Chen's leaping potential was exhausted, and his body fell down. Die. Morning Yan waved his hands. The gray aura turned into a giant python. It opened its mouth and wanted to swallow Gu Chen. Gu Chen had no place to borrow strength from in the air. His eyes were abnormally calm. He flicked his left hand. Poof, a heavenly winding silk shot into the side of the cliff like an arrow. Then, the silk softened. His whole body swayed, and he narrowly escaped Morning Yan's attack. Escape? Let's see where you can escape to. Morning Yan saw that his attack was dodged again. He was enraged. Gray light enveloped his body. Endless gray smoke surged out of his body and swept across the entire canyon. Not good. Run. The cultivators who were fighting in the canyon were shocked. Even the flaming Sun Crown Prince's men were no exception. Morning Yan's attack was indiscriminate. With the power of the gray aura, if they were to be sucked into it, they would definitely die. This is my chance. The clay bodhisattva was looking for an opportunity to escape. When he saw the gray smoke filling the sky, he immediately grabbed Wu Lai and turned into a swamp. He turned into a puddle of mud and escaped. Under normal circumstances, with the environment of the ancestors' land, turning into a puddle of mud would be very conspicuous and meaningless. However, the gray smoke had blocked everyone's vision. A puddle of mud escaping from the canyon suddenly became very inconspicuous. At least, it was much less conspicuous than the others. Many cultivators fled in panic. However, the martial corpses without intelligence did not have the instinct to escape. They continued to chase after their enemies. Some of them were entangled, and their bodies were engulfed by the gray smoke. They screamed and died. Gu Chen, who was on the cliff, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Seeing that there was no place to escape, he simply punched the cliff. His physical strength was astonishing. With a single punch, he created a huge hole and dove into it. The terrain of the ancestors' land was complicated. The hole that he created was connected to a karst cave. An astonishing amount of hot air came from it. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately ran into the karst cave. The gray smoke bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it chased after him. He deliberately did not shake off the gray smoke completely. He slowed down to ensure that Morning Yan could find him. Since there was no chance to kill Ming Shou, he might as well lure Morning Yan away and kill him in a place where there was no one else. He believed that with the clay bodhisattva's abilities, he should have already escaped. He had no other worries. Morning Yan was a proud and easily angered person. Since the large area of effect attack did not kill him, he would definitely chase after him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could not miss it. 661-58 After the gray smoke dissipated, the canyon was full of holes. Whether it was Wu Lai's consecrator or the flaming Sun Crown Prince's cultivators, none of them managed to escape from the sudden explosion of destructive energy. This lunatic, the flaming Sun Crown Prince, stood on top of the corpse Kuan and looked down at the ravaged canyon. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Other than the two cultivators from Qiankuan group, the rest of the cultivators he brought into the ancestors' lands were his trusted followers. Not only were they strong, but they were also extremely loyal. However, Morning Yan was so angry that he didn't care about their lives. When he killed Wu Lai's men, he killed them as well. The flaming Sun Crown Prince was furious, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about it. As a general, Morning Yan never really cared about him. He looked around the ravaged canyon anxiously. The most important thing now was to confirm whether Wu Lai was dead or alive. as long as Wu Lai was dead, even if his men were to die, it would be worth it. Wherever the gray smoke passed, even the rocks were annihilated. Thus, the canyon was abnormally spacious and empty. A few cultivators were lucky enough to survive. This included the consecrator who was supposed to be by Wu Lai's side. The flaming sun crown prince saw that he was covered in blood and his expression darkened. This consecrator was deeply trusted by Wu Lai and had been by his side for a long time. The flaming sun crown prince had seen him many times. If this old man was still alive, then Wu Lai was most likely alive as well. His gaze swept across the ruins but he couldn't find any trace of Wu Lai. He couldn't help but feel anxious. If they let Wu Lai escape just like that, the consequences would be dire. The ancestors' lands was huge and there was a limited amount of time left. They might not be able to find Wu Lai again. Because of Morning Yan's stubbornness, they didn't search for the true spirit of the sun. If Wu Lai managed to leave the ancestors' lands with enough true spirit, then he would have lost. Brother Morning Yan, where's Wu Lai? Thinking about this, the flaming sun crown prince looked at Morning Yan who was floating in the air and asked anxiously. He knew that the gray smoke released by Morning Yan was connected to his soul. Everyone was within his attack range and he should have sensed where Wu Lai was hiding. At this time, Morning Yan was also looking for someone, but he wasn't looking for Wu Lai. He looked around and finally stared at a hole in the cliff, which was obviously man-made, and his expression darkened. You escaped quite quickly, but do you think you can escape? With a swoosh, he flew into the air and chased after the flaming sun crown prince. He didn't care about the flaming sun crown prince's question at all. Doesn't this guy know what's important? Right now, Wu Lai is the one that should be killed the most. The flaming sun crown prince was exasperated. From the direction he was heading, it was easy to tell that Morning Yan had gone to chase after Chen Yi. However, Chen Yi was insignificant to the situation in Great Qing. In fact, he wasn't even as much of a threat as the Chen clan elder. What was Morning Yan thinking? From the moment he arrived in Beijing, he had been acting arrogantly above her. She couldn't stand it anymore. The flaming sun crown prince stared at Sang Yan's back as he left. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Ming Shou's voice came from beside him. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Wu Lai was taken away by the Qin clan's elder in that direction. We have the corpse Kuan with us. It won't be difficult to catch up to them. Ming Shou pointed towards the west. He had been observing the entire situation and his main focus was on Wu Lai. Although it was a mess just now, his observation skills were outstanding. The clay bodhisattva's actions couldn't escape his eyes. Oh? That's great. Let's hurry up and chase after them. The flaming sun crown prince was overjoyed. However, he immediately thought of something and asked worriedly, Brother Morning Yan has gone to chase after Chen Yi. There's only the two of us left. Are we confident? He wasn't worried about Wu Lai's strength. His main concern was the Qin clan elder. The sky-fixing technique just now had left a deep impression on him. That was a top-notch expert of the Qin clan. He was worried that he and Ming Shou wouldn't be able to defeat him. If they were to fail miserably and end up losing their lives instead, it would be a tragedy. Your Highness, don't worry. I'm confident. Ming Shou replied calmly. He then controlled the corpse Kuan beneath his feet and chased after the clay bodhisattva. The flaming sun crown prince saw how calm Ming Shou was and felt more confident. He was very clear that although Morning Yan was the one making the decisions in name, Ming Shou was actually the one making the decisions. Ming Shou's background was very special. He could communicate directly with the leader of the Qiankuan group, Elder Chen. What should we do now? Should we just run away like this? A strange puddle of muddy water quickly escaped on the ground. Within the swamp space, Wu Lai was filled with unwillingness. He had heard of Morning Yan's strength. However, he never imagined that it would be that terrifying. Under that attack, not many of his men would be able to survive. It could be said that he had suffered heavy losses. He was already considered lucky to be able to escape from that kind of situation. However, he was still unwilling in his heart. He knew that if he ran away like this, it would be equivalent to him losing. He would rather die than hand over the throne to Yan Yang. Therefore, he was asking the clay bodhisattva to find out if he had a chance of defeating Morning Yan. He had seen the sky-fixing technique earlier. Therefore, even if the clay bodhisattva chose to escape, he still held on to the hope of turning the tables. Faced with Wu Lai's stubbornness, the clay bodhisattva chose to remain silent and focused on escaping. He couldn't be bothered with him. What did the throne of Great Qing have to do with him? The most important thing right now was to preserve his life. Morning Yan's strength made his hair stand on end. He was worried that even Gu Chen wasn't his opponent. Therefore, he needed to escape as far as possible, in case the other party caught up to him. Boom. The ground in front of him suddenly exploded as countless raging flames engulfed him. The clay bodhisattva's face changed as his muddy body was sent flying backwards. By the time he landed, he had already transformed back into his human form. Wu Lai appeared beside him. He stared in bewilderment at the figure of Old Crow that had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Old Crow? Wu Lai followed the clay bodhisattva's gaze and realized that it was the three-legged Golden Crow tribe's patriarch. Wasn't it said that the Golden Crow tribe wasn't allowed to enter the ancestral land? That was a rule set by the patriarch himself. Why did he break it? Wu Lai's first thought was that his imperial father might have changed his mind. The test might have been interrupted, or there might have been a new requirement. Otherwise, Old Crow wouldn't have appeared here. After all, for so many years, Old Crow had practically never left his imperial father's side. This was the first time Wu Lai had seen him leave his imperial father's side. Old Crow, does imperial father have any new instructions? Wu Lai hurriedly asked. He was currently at a disadvantage in his fight with Xianxia. If there really was a change in the test, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. Wu Lai didn't have his guard up against Old Crow because of his high status. However, the clay bodhisattva was different. Wonderful book house, he was an extremely sharp person. The explosion that forced him to revert to his original form didn't seem to be an accident. He looked at Old Crow cautiously. When he saw the old man suddenly disappear, his pupils shrank and he yelled, "Run!" With that, he immediately fled again, completely ignoring Wu Lai this time. He was very clear about Gu Chen's instructions. If Wu Lai could be protected, then protect him. But if he encountered an extremely dangerous situation, then his own safety was the priority. Although Morning Yan's attack was terrifying, he believed that he still had a chance to escape with Wu Lai. But now, the feeling Old Crow gave him was far more dangerous than Morning Yan. His intuition told him that if he stayed, he would undoubtedly die. Puff. The clay bodhisattva instantly fled. Wu Lai didn't even have time to react. When Old Crow's figure suddenly reappeared in front of him, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. He lowered his head, only to see a black claw emitting a scarlet gold glow piercing through his body. Fresh blood continuously flowed from his body as his life force rapidly faded. Why? His eyes widened, unable to believe what had just happened. This old patriarch before him had watched him and Yahuan grow up together, so how could he bear to kill him? "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Old Crow sighed. "This is father's will? He still chose Xianxia in the end?" Wu Lai quickly understood. Old Crow had always been loyal, and the only person who could make him want to kill him was his father, the emperor. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When father had suggested this test, he'd felt that he was biased towards Xianxia. He never thought that the result would be true. In order to help Xianxia successfully ascend the throne, father had actually chosen to kill him. "Your Highness, please don't blame His Majesty. His Majesty was forced to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. You and the Crown Prince have been fighting for the throne for years. It's fine that you've turned Great Qing into a mess. His Majesty can tolerate that. However, you've colluded with outsiders and even been used by them. This has violated His Majesty's taboo. Don't worry. This old servant will not only send you on your way, but also the Crown Prince. I hope that this old servant's words will allow you to leave without regrets." Old Crow explained sincerely. Wu Lai's eyes flashed with understanding as he felt incomparable regret. The heart of a monarch is hard to fathom. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his mouth, and after he finished his last sentence, his life force completely dissipated. The Old Crow sighed heavily again. It pulled its sharp claws out of Wu Lai's chest and glanced in the direction the clay Buddha had escaped. "Humph, reckless idiots. How dare they abandon Prince Wu Lai and escape by themselves without hesitation? His Majesty was right. These people clearly want to destroy Great Qing. How can they be loyal and courageous? Do you think you can escape? From the moment you stepped into the ancestral land, you were destined to be buried with the two princes. The old crow murmured. Just as it was about to chase after the clay bodhisattva, a commotion came from the horizon. Ming Shou controlled the corpse Kuan, which had the advantage of airspace, and finally caught up with them. But they didn't expect to see Old Crow personally kill Wu Lai the moment they arrived. Wu Lai is dead. Great, ha ha ha. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince was overjoyed. When he saw that it was Old Crow who helped him, he was even more excited. He thought that his father had finally made up his mind to let him inherit the throne. Ming Shou, on the other hand, was much more sensitive. Seeing that Old Crow had noticed their arrival and was looking at him with hidden killing intent, Ming Shou's heart shuddered. Whoosh, he immediately ordered the corpse Kuan to turn around and escape. Old Crow followed closely behind and flew into the sky. A terrifying aura rippled from his body. The rumors are true. The old leader of the Golden Crow tribe has already reached the peak of the 7th level. He has the ability to break through to the Sage Realm. However, in order to protect Emperor Sheng, he has been suppressing his breakthrough. He is a lesser sage. I am definitely no match for him. Emperor Sheng is cruel and merciless. He didn't even let his two sons go. Ming Shou guessed the truth of the matter in a very short time. The so-called test was just a carefully designed trap. Emperor Sheng wanted to kill all of them in one fell swoop. Emperor Sheng was getting old and the people of Qiankuan group thought that he was no longer ambitious. They had underestimated him. What's going on? Father wants to kill me as well? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince wasn't stupid. When he felt the strong killing intent coming from behind him, his face turned pale. If the ancestral land was a carefully designed trap, then with his father's personality, he would definitely ensure that nothing went wrong. Old Crow was a guarantee. Apart from that, his father would definitely have a backup plan. In other words, his dream of becoming the emperor had been shattered. Even if he could leave the ancestral land alive, his father would never allow him to become the emperor of Great Qing. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Father, you are so cruel. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince's heart was filled with hatred and fear. Under such circumstances, would he be able to escape this calamity? Now that things have come to this, the most important thing now is to find a way to leave the ancestral land. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have allowed Lord Morning to act so recklessly. Ming Shou's expression was solemn. Their original plan had been completely disrupted by Emperor Sheng. The most important thing now was to ensure that Morning Yen and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince could leave this place. He was assigned to assist Morning Yen. Naturally, his first priority was to ensure his safety. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince was related to the Qiankuan group's plan in Great Qing. Nothing could go wrong. Ming Shou quickly analyzed the probability of escaping but found that the probability was terrifyingly low. Ignoring the possibility of an ambush outside the ancestral land, just the lesser sage Old Crow alone was exceptionally difficult to deal with. Yet at this time, Morning Yen was still chasing after someone else. He had no idea what was going on. He allowed Morning Yen to chase after Chenyi because he thought that everything was under control. However, he felt that something was off about Chenyi. He wanted Morning Yen to capture him and figure out what was going on. However, in this situation, not having Morning Yen by his side was a big problem. Old Crow was chasing after him relentlessly. He had no time to look for Morning Yen. All he could do was run as far away as possible. At an unknown depth underground, the underground river was flowing with magma, and the surrounding temperature had reached an extremely high level. Gu Chen landed on the side of the river. He watched as the boiling lava flowed endlessly. The lava converged with other underground rivers and flowed deeper into the unknown. It's about time. This is the place, Yi Futian muttered. He muttered to himself. He followed the cave all the way down until he reached the depths of the underground. The safe distance was enough. He could sense that Morning Yen was chasing after him. At the same time, he couldn't sense Ming Shou's aura. Morning Yen had fallen for his trap. He had indeed arrogantly chased after Ming Shou. Ming Shou believed that he had enough time to finish off Morning Yin. Gu Chen looked up and waited for his prey to come to him. He wasn't disappointed. A moment later, a terrifying gray aura surged out of the cave. Morning Yin had descended on the underground river. Miaoshu House standing on the underground river, Morning Yan's gray hair fluttered in the wind. He looked at Gu Chen with a tyrannical and condescending gaze. "Why aren't you running anymore? Is this the place you chose to be buried?" He mocked coldly. The gray gas that emanated from his right palm had already covered his entire arm, forming a hideous ghost face that was quite similar to his current expression. "Running?" Gu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. This was the place he had deliberately chosen to fight. Poor Morning Yin, yet he did not sense any danger at all. When he saw that not only was Gu Chen not afraid, but his expression was even faintly mocking, the veins on Morning Yan's forehead bulged. The reason why he was so determined to kill this person was not only because of his provocation in Dragon's Village, but also because he gave off a very uncomfortable vibe. That vibe was not very flamboyant. He had seen people who were even more arrogant than him, but none of them made him feel like this. He could not tell where this feeling came from or what was going on, but he had always trusted his instincts. He had to kill this person in front of him. "I will make sure that you will never be able to smile again. You will kneel before me and beg me to spare your life." Morning Yan's eyes surged with coldness. As he spoke, his voice turned into a roar. His entire body turned into a gray torrent that charged towards Gu Chen. He charged at an extremely fast speed. The gray ghost face on his right arm exploded with a terrifying aura. At this moment, even if there was an ancient mountain in front of him, he would be able to destroy it with a single punch. Of course, he held back. Judging from how Morning Yin had been dodging earlier, if he had been serious, Morning Yin would have been destroyed in an instant. He had once said that he would torture Morning Yin to death. Of course, he would not let Morning Yin off so easily. That was why he held back. He only planned to cripple Morning Yin first, then slowly humiliate and torture him. Gu Chen watched Morning Yin charge at him aggressively. With his combat experience, he could tell at a glance that Morning Yan's attack seemed overbearing, but he was holding back. "I advise you to give it your all. Otherwise, you won't have another chance to attack after this one," Gu Chen reminded him calmly. The hot wind caused by Morning Yan's charge ruffled his black hair. "Shameless boasting." Morning Yan's face was filled with disdain. As he spoke, he was already 10 feet in front of Gu Chen. The terrifying gray aura surged and bared. It was a power that ordinary cultivators could not contend against. It was Morning Yan's supreme talent. Gu Chen's expression remained calm. When Morning Yan's right fist came into view, a peerlessly domineering aura finally erupted from his body after such a long time. The cross-shaped rune between his brows instantly disappeared. The yen Morning Yan's body was yin. Resplendent golden light overflowed from his body, far more dazzling than the flames in the depths of the ground. Yen Yu, and, Yans, and, S, and. The Yans kinked, the golden light, king light, Jinkama god, Yen. However, this punch still flew out. The gray energy that could annihilate everything collided head-on with the golden light surrounding Gu Chen's body. An incredible scene appeared. The power of annihilation, which was said to be the pinnacle of death, was unable to surpass the golden light released from Gu Chen's body. It was as if an unimaginable moat was standing in its way. How is this possible? Morning Yin looked at Gu Chen as if he had just seen a ghost. At that moment, with the unsealing of Yonggu Overlord body, Gu Chen's facial features had changed. His body had become taller than before, and his black hair was dancing in the wind. He revealed his original appearance. Even if 100 years had passed, even if it had been reduced to ashes, Morning Yin would never forget this face. Gu Chen raised his hand and easily caught Sang Yan's fist. His golden eyes were exceptionally indifferent at this moment. He raised his other hand and casually threw a punch. His punch ignored the barrier of the gray gas and landed a heavy blow on Morning Yan's abdomen. Ugh! Morning Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. He landed heavily on a rock wall, forming a pit. Cracks spread out like a spider's web, causing a huge commotion underground. Morning Yin, who had been domineering just a moment ago, was now like a dead dog, drenched in blood. Gu Chen retracted his fist. His body was surrounded by a boundless golden light as he slowly walked towards the place where Morning Yen had fallen. That punch just now was not enough to take his opponent's life because he had controlled his strength. He had captured Morning Yen to dig out important information about Feng Yuan. Of course, he would not let him die just like that. Impossible, impossible. How could the Overlord appear here? Morning Yen fell into the pit. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. His body trembled non-stop as he mumbled. Nothing is impossible. I've come to the Tao world, as you can see. Gu Chen said expressionlessly. Morning Yan's current state was perfect for interrogation. After obtaining a clear answer from Gu Chen, Morning Yan's body trembled even more violently. He lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Even if Morning Yan knew his true identity, there was no need for him to be this terrified, right? Although he had interacted with Morning Yan in the Chaos Sea back then, it did not leave such a huge shadow on him, right? Morning Yan's body trembled non-stop. When he finally raised his head, Gu Chen saw unprecedented excitement and even madness in his gray eyes. Ha 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 ha. So many years have passed. Overlord, I thought I would never have the chance to see you again in this lifetime. This is heaven's will. This is heaven's will. Heaven has given me a chance to ruthlessly defeat you, the publicly acknowledged genius of the Chaos Sea. Morning Yan laughed hysterically, his gaze like that of a wild beast. Gu Chen was surprised. He did not expect Morning Yan to have such a reaction after knowing his true identity. Morning Yan struggled to climb out of the pit. His body was swaying, and there was a gray aura lingering around the spot where Gu Chen had struck. It seemed to be healing him. Wow. Wow. However, not only did the gray aura not successfully heal Morning Yan, but it also affected his wound. Morning Yan vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood, and his face was filled with unbearable pain. How can this be? It can't be healed? Cold sweat broke out on Morning Yan's forehead, and his expression was extremely ugly. The gray energy he was born with was an unstoppable destructive force to his enemies, but it actually had a miraculous healing effect on him. In the past, no matter how serious his injuries were, his gray aura could heal his body. This was one of the main reasons why he was rarely defeated in battle. However, he realized that the gray aura's healing effect had disappeared after Gu Chen's punch. No, it was not that the gray aura's healing effect had disappeared. Instead, there was a domineering aura lingering around his wound. That aura was so terrifying that it suppressed all the characteristics of the gray aura. It even made it instinctively not dare to approach him. The power of the Overlord body, Morning Yan's eyes revealed a look of fear. Back then, the Overlord's name had spread throughout the entire Chaos Sea. He naturally knew how terrifying the Overlord body he possessed was. However, he did not expect that after 100 years, he would still be suppressed by the other party even though his strength had improved by leaps and bounds and he was no longer the same as before. He recalled the scene of the final battle on the Chaos Myriad Spirit list back then and an intense indignation surged in his heart. Back then, he was determined to obtain the first place on the Chaos Myriad Spirit list. However, he did not expect that the monkey would use despicable means to snatch it away. He was naturally indignant, but he did not expect to be suppressed by the Overlord who was on equal footing with the various Tao Lords back then. If not for Tao Lord Heaven Eye's plea, he might have lost his life. That matter had always been a thorn in his heart. Be it the Overlord or the monkey, he never thought that he would lose to them. In his opinion, the Overlord was merely born earlier than him and was slightly luckier. As long as he had sufficient time to grow, he would definitely not lose to him. He was ambitious. Of course, although he endured it, he had already sworn in his heart that he would regain his lost pride sooner or later. Unfortunately, he did not expect the Overlord to be killed later on and be eliminated from this battle of geniuses after suffering a crushing defeat. He had become Feng Yuan's companion. After coming to the Tao world, he naturally gradually understood what had happened back then. He had once felt regret for not being able to kill Gu Chen personally and scoffed at him for being schemed against by Feng Yuan to such an extent. Such a person was not qualified to be his opponent. Over the past 100 years, Morning Yan would occasionally think of the former Overlord. However, he had never thought that he would have the chance to fight him again one day. After all, Feng Yuan had personally killed Guchen back then. Even if he was lucky enough to revive, how he came to the Dao world was still an unimaginable question. There were too many unexplainable questions, but Morning Yan did not want to know. He only treated the person before him as a chance given to him by the heavens to make up for the regrets in his Dao heart. That was why he was overjoyed earlier on. He believed that after 100 years of growth and with his talent that was already unparalleled in the Chaos Sea back then, the Overlord was nothing. He was extremely confident and didn't even consider the possibility of losing. However, the domineering aura in his body that was strong enough to suppress his talent stimulated his nerves, as if telling him that something still hadn't changed. Your talent is very strong, but in front of me, it's all meaningless. If you want to live, you'd better cooperate. When Guchen saw that Morning Yan was trying to heal him, he said calmly. This was not arrogance, but an objective fact. His glorious ancient overlord body was known as the strongest physique of the ancient underworld era, and it could suppress the 3,000 great Daos. Morning Yan's grey energy could annihilate everything in its path, but it couldn't break through the glorious ancient tyrant body's defenses. As soon as the grey energy came into contact with the tyrant body's life essence, it would vanish, no matter how strong it was. The overbearingness of the glorious ancient overlord body was unimaginable as well. When he struck Morning Yan earlier on, his overbearing aura entered his opponent's body and suppressed it. To put it bluntly, this was the difference in talent. Although Morning Yan's physique was blessed by nature and could be ranked at the peak of an era, Guchen's glorious ancient overlord body stood at the peak of countless eras. Morning Yan's talent was extremely high, but because of that, he relied too much on his talent. With his current cultivation and attainments in Dermic Dao, he was no match for Guchen when he unsealed his overlord body. When Morning Yan was lured underground, the outcome was already decided. Hehe, what an overlord. Do you think that you, a Dao Lord, have the final say in everything in the Chaos Sea? Guchen's words further stimulated Morning Yan's pride, and his expression became even more sinister and cold. No wonder I had such a bad impression of you and wanted to kill you so much. You're just a loser. Back then, you lost terribly to Feng Yuan. Now that you're in the Dao world, you'll only lose even more miserably. The current you doesn't even have the right to fight against Feng Yuan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have disguised yourself as a lowly Qin clan mercenary and stayed in a godforsaken place like Pei country. Morning Yan mocked to his heart's content. Suddenly, he removed the ghostly hand that was covering his mouth and nose and blew out a mouthful of Yin Qi. The Yin Qi surged. It was an extreme Yin Qi that turned into a death fog, causing the temperature underground to drop rapidly. Guchen narrowed his eyes slightly and discovered that there were 10 ghostly figures moving in the death fog. None of them were weak. Overlord, 100 years have passed. If you think that I'm still the same Morning Yan that you can do whatever you want in the past and needed Dao Lord haven't I to beg you to spare my life, you're too naive. What do you have to compete with me today? Yama Kings of the 10 Halls. Morning Yan roared maniacally. Amidst the rumbling, 10 ghostly figures walked out of the death fog. They had different appearances and sizes and were from different races. All of them were inanimate objects and possessed Rakshasa bodies. Their cultivation realms were at the 7 realization realm, 10 Rakshasa helpers at the 7 realization realm who were loyal and fearless. This was Morning Yan's greatest trump card. The 10 Rakshasas surrounded Guchen right away and their ghastly green eyes shone. The Yin Qi that emanated from their bodies was so strong that it froze the surrounding lava. Every single Rakshasa is stronger than you. It's no wonder why you're the #1 talent on the Chaos Myriad Spirit Rankings Earth ranking. Guchen's expression remained unchanged as he exclaimed in admiration. Morning Yan's talent was not as simple as being born with an attribute that could annihilate everything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to surpass Feng Yaya to obtain the #1 spot on the Earth talent ranking. Feng Yaya's divine hands of creation possessed the heaven-defying ability to alter the structure of all living things. It was naturally even more terrifying for someone to surpass her talent. Even though Dao Lord Heaven I had put in a lot of effort to seal off all information regarding Morning Yan's abilities back then, Guchen was still able to guess it. Morning Yan possessed the ability to revive all corpses under his control. Rebirth of the dead in his left hand and disintegration in his right. It was precisely because he possessed these two terrifying abilities that his talent was ranked higher than Feng Yao's. Be it the Yama kings of the 10 halls before him, the corpse Kuan, or the countless martial corpses in the valley earlier, they were all the work of Morning Yan's ability. Yahuan had once said that Morning Yan had reared a large group of fearsome death warriors. In reality, it wasn't that these death warriors were fearless of death. Rather, they were inanimate objects. Inanimate objects had no concept of death, yet they retained the powerful strength they had when they were alive. They were completely obedient to orders. Such an ability was too terrifying. You finally admitted that my talent is above yours? Morning Yan was overjoyed when he heard Gu Chen's evaluation. One must know that he had spent a lot of effort over the years in order to collect these Yama kings of the 10 halls. He had used his connections with the Qianquan group to collect these corpses from the various dynasties. They could be said to be the strongest corpses below the sage level. With these Yama kings of the 10 halls, he could sweep through all experts below the sage level. To the east, a strange man with a face full of hair was holding a huge axe, lightning was flowing on the hammer. To the west, a skinny variant human woman was wrapped in chains, the chains extended to the ground and rattled. To the south, a talisman master was standing with dozens of glowing talismans floating around him, each emitting an unusual aura. To the north, a swordsman was holding an unassuming black saber. Even though he was already a corpse, he had actually reached the realm of being one with the saber. Other than these 4 directions, the other 6 Rakshasas were standing in a much more casual manner, as if they were ready to substitute for their companions at any time and launch a sneak attack on Gu Chen. The 10 Yama kings have all retained the powerful Dao techniques they cultivated when they were alive, and they are well versed in both offense and defense, cooperating well. Overlord, I want to see how many rounds you can last against them. Morning Yan's face was filled with ruthlessness. He raised his hands, and a boundless gray fog spread out from his body, taking away all the light in the surrounding 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye. The underground river disappeared, the boiling magma disappeared, and Morning Yan's gray power of annihilation covered every corner, forming a domain of absolute death that belonged to him. In this domain, the 10 Yama kings were like fish in water, and not only would their enemies' 5 senses be gradually stripped away, if they were careless and came into contact with the gray fog in the air, their limbs would turn to ashes. It could be said that this was Morning Yan's strongest ability. He was intentionally showing off to Gu Chen, showing off his growth over the past 100 years. Back then, when Gu Chen was an examiner of the chaotic myriad spirit board, he had suppressed everyone's abilities with just a casual move. Morning Yan was extremely shocked, and he could not forget it even now. Right now, he wanted to let Gu Chen experience that feeling, to crush his opponent's Dao heart step by step under his absolute control of the domain. Morning Yan gave it his all, but Gu Chen did not express any praises. Looking at the surroundings sinking into darkness, the golden light that surged out of his body became brighter. Ever since I learned that you followed Fang Yuan, I have a question that I have been wanting to ask you. Gu Chen spoke plainly. Right now, Morning Yan himself had vanished into the darkness, and only the figures of the 10 Yama kings could be seen. What problem? Morning Yan was not in a hurry to kill Gu Chen. He wanted to enjoy the feeling of superiority that came from completely suppressing this tyrant. Dao Lord have an eye. He was your benefactor, and he was killed by Fang Yuan. In this situation, why did you join Fang Yuan and even become his so-called star general? Gu Chen said. The reason why Morning Yan's terrifying talent had been unearthed and why he was able to stand atop the Chaos Myriad Spirit ranking was largely due to Dao Lord Sky-Eye's love for him. Thanks to Dao Lord Sky-Eye, very few people knew of Morning Yan's true talent until the finals, and it had benefited him quite a bit. It was only because of Dao Lord Sky-Eye that Morning Yan had been spared his life after offending him. However, even after Dao Monarch Heaven Eye, who was so indebted to him, died miserably at Fang Yuan's hands, Morning Yan still followed Fang Yuan and became one of his subordinates. Back when they crossed the Realm Sea, the situation was special and Fang Yuan was too powerful. It could be understood that Morning Yan had no choice but to follow him. However, after arriving in the Dao world, 100 years had passed. There was no way he would not have a chance to leave Fang Yuan, right? Gu Chen was very curious if Morning Yan was truly loyal to Fang Yuan because this concerned other old friends that he cared about. Dao Lord have an eye? He's just a failure. what's there to mention? Morning Yan was extremely displeased when he heard Gu Chen's question and revealed a hateful expression. That old man did me some favors back then, but so what? Didn't he want to nurture me because he valued my talent? He's trash, and so are the 100 commandery Dao lords. You didn't see for yourself how they despaired in front of the leader back then. I almost died of laughter. Instead of worrying about the dead, why don't you worry about yourself? Do you think you can still live today? Gu Chen fell silent. He could tell that the mockery and indifference in Morning Yan's tone was not fake. He truly did not care about Dao Lord Heavenai's death. To think that Dao Lord Heavenai's painstaking nurturing would turn out to be such an ingrate. Although I don't have much of a relationship with fellow Daoist Heavenai, I acknowledge him as a person. Seems like I'll have to get rid of him today. Although Gu Chen was expressionless, his tone turned colder. Hee, don't use the tone of an elder to lecture me. Overlord, who do you think you are? Gu Chen's words enraged Morning Yan. Without another word, the Yama kings of the 10 halls howled in the darkness one after another. Swoosh, the first to attack was the skinny variant human woman. She attempted to restrain Gu Chen's movements so that the other Rakshasas could attack more easily. Gu Chen's eyes turned completely golden in the darkness, as though 2 golden flames were burning within them. Swash, he dodged the chains that circled around him with ease. The golden blood chi in his body rippled and every inch of his skin shone with golden lightning. Many Rakshasas attacked him at the same time. Sharp saber chi and resplendent runic lights appeared one after another in the darkness. The Yama kings of the 10 halls were powerful battle corpses that Morning Yan had handpicked over the years. His requirement was not only for their cultivation realms to be at the 7x9 realm. More importantly, the 10 of them had to be able to form a perfect synergy that was far greater than the sum of their parts. After years of battle experience and the elimination of some useless Rakshasas, Morning Yan was most satisfied with the current Yama kings of the 10 halls. That was also the reason why he was so confident that there was no way Gu Chen was a match for the Yama kings of the 10 halls. The moment his death domain was released, Morning Yan imagined that Gu Chen would soon be overwhelmed by the attacks of the Yama kings of the 10 halls and end up begging him for mercy while covered in injuries. However, the situation before him had exceeded his expectations. The Yama kings of the 10 halls were still the same as before. Their coordination should have been flawless. However, the reality was that Gu Chen was like a golden bolt of lightning circling around them. Each time, he would just barely dodge their attacks. In fact, he would even be lucky enough to break through their joint attacks. He had clearly seized the opportunity to release a destructive hidden weapon attack, sealing off almost all possible dodging angles for the other party. However, the other party just happened to not be hit. In fact, the hidden weapons even landed on one of their own, riddling a Rakshasa with thousands of holes. It was an accident that something like this happened once. However, when Gu Chen dodged the killing moves one after another and destroyed the Rakshasas one after another in a seemingly relaxed manner, Morning Yan could not help but break out in cold sweat. In just a short while, the attacks of the Yama kings of the 10 halls were no longer coordinated at all. They were completely destroyed by Gu Chen. It felt as though Gu Chen had seen through all the possible attacks of the Yama kings of the 10 halls in advance. No matter how intricate their coordination was, it was meaningless before him. Impossible. Impossible. That guy clearly hasn't reached the sage realm. He doesn't even have a trace of Dao power in his body. How could he possibly defeat the 10 Yama kings with just his physical strength? Fear spread in Morning Yan's heart. He muttered to himself. His original confidence gradually disappeared. Crack, Gu Chen's fist shattered the sword in the swordsman's hand and smashed the opponent's head. The tyrannical strength directly crushed the opponent's head. He raised his other hand and didn't even look at the chain-chained woman who was trying to sneak attack him. For golden 7ju Tyrant blades flew out of his palm and cut off the chain-chained woman's limbs instantly, making her lose the ability to move. Suddenly, a large number of talismans glowed and scattered down from the sky. The Rakshasa talisman master had launched a fatal attack. Tyrannical grand ambition, an imposing golden shadow appeared around Gu Chen, protecting his body. All of the talismans exploded, releasing a destructive force. However, it couldn't break through tyrannical grand ambition's defense. Bang bang. Bang bang, the strange man with a face full of mane wielded a huge axe. A tyrant spear immediately appeared in the golden shadow's left hand. Poochie, the spear pierced out with golden light, and the axe in the strange man's hand was directly shattered. His entire body was also forcibly split into two halves. The golden shadow didn't seem to have any intentions of stopping. The spear continued to stab into the boundless darkness. A tyrannical aura spread out. Boom, the death domain created by the power of annihilation collapsed, revealing the original appearance of the underground river. At the same time, it also revealed Morning Yan's panicked appearance. Gu Chen's thoughts moved. The huge golden shadow collapsed and disappeared. He indifferently and emotionlessly walked towards Morning Yan. At this moment, the so-called 10 Yama kings were either injured or crippled. They were no longer a threat to him. No. How can you still be so strong? 100 years ago, the leader clearly took away all of your origin. Even if you came back to life, you should be a cripple. Morning Yan hysterically roared. He couldn't accept the reality of his crushing defeat. He thought that after 100 years, he was qualified to challenge the Tyrant King in front of him. He didn't expect that even after losing his origin, his opponent was still so strong. Didn't you say that you would let me know what kind of unattainable genius is? The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he returned Morning Yan's words to him. He had been maintaining the seal of the glorious ancient overlord body for a very long time. Now that he was finally able to unseal it, Morning Yan had given him a good time. The 10 Yama kings weren't weak. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be that easy to deal with them. The 10 Yama kings weren't weak. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with them. Gu Chen of Yama King. Now that he had unsealed his tyrant body, all the attacks of the Yama kings of the 10 palaces had been seen through by him in advance. Under such circumstances, no matter how exquisite their coordination was, it was meaningless. They would only be destroyed by him, as Gu Chen had, of ancient Go became more and more excited. Fight with him. No matter how strange the other party's Dao techniques were, he could sense how they were going to attack in advance. Under such circumstances, how could there be any excitement in a life-and-death battle? However, the 10 Yama kings had the advantage in numbers. Although their cooperation was meaningless, they still created some trouble for Gu Chen and made him enjoy himself. Tyrant King, Morning Yan's entire face was contorted. Not only was he unable to prove himself after 100 years, he was humiliated once more, causing his body to tremble. Gu Chen looked at him indifferently. The golden blood chi in his body turned into Overlord Truth Rope and extended from his back, dancing in the air, ready to attack. Although he said that he was going to help Dao Lord Heaven Eye clean up, he couldn't kill Morning Yan directly. He still had to obtain all the information about Feng Yuan from him. The moment Morning Yan saw Overlord Truth Rope, he knew that Gu Chen was treating him like a fish on a chopping board. He was even more agitated and charged forward in a frenzy. The grey chi in his body surged out at that moment and gathered on his right fist, forming a terrifying grey lightning bolt. Ah! He roared and swung his fist towards Gu Chen's face with all his might. However, before he could touch Gu Chen, his fist was caught by Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at Morning Yan with pity and said, "You have extremely high talent, but you've been abusing that strength all this while. You can't be considered a Dao technique at all. What has it got to do with you? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Morning Yan roared in a frenzy. However, his all-out attack could not advance even an inch. Gu Chen's fingers that were pressing down on his fist did not budge at all, as though they were nailed to the void. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Swish. Swish, Overlord Truth Rope flew out at this moment and pierced Morning Yan's shoulder blades, causing him to let out a tragic cry. Soon, he fell to the ground. Overlord Truth Rope coiled around his limbs, causing him to be unable to move. All of his strength receded like a receding tide. The battle had ended with Morning Yan's crushing defeat and his Dao heart almost shattering. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was almost completely unharmed. "It's time for you to tell me about Feng Yuan." Gu Chen looked down at Morning Yan and began his interrogation. "You're here for revenge after all." Morning Yan said through gritted teeth, still trying to break free from Overlord Truth Rope's restraints. "Revenge? Perhaps." Gu Chen laughed self-deprecatingly when he heard this. Feng Yuan had never been his ultimate goal, but he did not mind taking revenge on him during this process. This was not just for himself, but also for the countless lives that had died directly or indirectly because of that chaos 100 years ago. With your current strength, it's wishful thinking to take revenge on Feng Yuan. Morning Yan sneered and looked at Gu Chen with a sympathetic gaze. The feeling of having your origin taken away must be terrible, right? I don't know how you survived, but the humiliation back then must be unforgettable for you, right? It's a pity. So what if you chased him to the Tao world? Feng Yuan is different from me. 100 years have passed, and the gap between you and him has widened to the point that you can't even imagine it. Morning Yan was an extremely proud person. Even when facing Gu Chen, who had shaken the entire Chaos Sea 100 years ago, he did not feel the slightest bit of submission. However, he seemed to be completely convinced by Feng Yuan and was willing to admit that he was inferior to him. From this, one could see how powerful Feng Yuan was. We haven't fought yet, so how can we know who will be the final victor? Since I've come to the Tao world, I won't repeat the same mistake, Gu Chen said indifferently. No. You know nothing. I don't know your plan, but you're staying in a tiny country, while Feng Yuan is plotting an unprecedented change. You can't compare to him at all. Morning Yan laughed heartily. Right now, he could only use this method to protect his dignity. A never-before-seen change in the situation? Feng Yuan is only a small cultivator from Chaos Sea, can he do such a thing? Gu Chen's gaze flickered, saying Yan's mental defenses were crumbling due to his agitation. It was the best time to beat around the bush. Feng Yuan is not a native of Chaos Sea, he is a person of Tao world, he is a big shot that you cannot imagine. As expected, Sang Yen fell for Gu Chen's trap. In order to suppress his arrogance, he started to reveal Feng Yuan's secret. Gu Chen had some guesses about Feng Yuan's origin back then, and now, Sang Yan's words confirmed his guesses. Gu Chen was overjoyed, he wanted to continue the interrogation, but his eyelids twitched for no reason, his expression changed. He immediately grabbed Sang Yen and was about to leave this place. However, there was a loud explosion, a sudden explosion occurred, terrifying flames engulfed this place. The rock layer also collapsed completely, the earth's crust shook intensely for a long time, countless rocks fell down, some fell into the lava that could melt everything, some piled up into small mountains. When the commotion finally stopped, a hand reached out from the pile of rocks that was emitting green smoke, a person slowly stood up. It was Gu Chen. At this moment, his clothes were almost completely destroyed in the explosion just now, revealing his streamlined and almost perfect muscles. His body was shrouded in golden light, his black hair fluttered in the wind as he looked around with an ugly expression. Soon, he saw half of Sang Yan's corpse at the edge of a lava pool not too far away. What was left of his body was beyond recognition, while the other half fell into the magma pool and was melted to the point that not even his bones were left. Damn it! Gu Chen's mood was terrible to the extreme, the explosion earlier was too sudden, even though his foresight instincts had sensed it, he could not protect the heavily injured Sang Yan in time. The explosion occurred deep in the earth's crust, there was a huge amount of fire energy here, it caused a chain reaction. He had underestimated the power of the explosion and was hit by countless rocks. In just an instant, the heavily injured Sang Yan, who had lost his defense, ended up like this. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he couldn't be any more dead. His plan to capture him and interrogate him for information had come to nothing. After busying himself for nothing, Gu Chen abruptly raised his head and looked at the sky. His body exuded an extremely strong murderous aura. The rock layer he was in earlier had collapsed, he was now in a huge underground space, most of the area was boiling lava. The flat ground he was in was formed by the huge amount of rocks that had fallen earlier. That explosion earlier was not an accident, it was man-made. Gu Chen was very sure of this, someone had tried to kill him and Sang Yen at the same time, he didn't know who this person was. He went through all the cultivators in the Scorching Sun tribe's ancestral land in his mind, but he couldn't find anyone who fit the description. The one with the most motive should be the Nether Hunter. It was very likely that he had chased after them and found out that Sang Yen was about to reveal the secret, so he simply wanted to kill them both. However, the attack just now was able to use the power of the entire underground fire energy to deal with him. It was clearly an extraordinary fire element Dao technique. It did not seem like something the Nether Hunter could do. Those who had a deep foundation in fire element Dao techniques should be the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Wu Lai, the two direct descendants of the Scorching Sun tribe. However, that explosion could even threaten him. It did not seem like something the two of them could do with their cultivation. Gu Chen looked up and down with his golden eyes. He did not find any trace of the enemy, his expression becoming even more gloomy. With his powerful spiritual sense, it was reasonable to say that he could not find the other party. Not only was the explosion in front of him, but it was also illogical that he could not see it until the last moment when the explosion happened at such a close distance. Gu Chen's foresight ability was limited by distance, he could only see what was about to happen within a certain range. However, after the glorious ancient tyrant body was unsealed, the range of his five senses increased by a lot. It was more than 10 times that of his foresight ability. The fact that his foresight ability only reacted at the last moment meant that the other party had felt something that his foresight ability could not, but was within the range of his five senses. In the unsealed state, his vision and hearing had reached an extremely high level, but he could not find the other party. What did this mean? It meant that the other party had completely merged with the surroundings, which was in line with his guess that the other party was a powerful fire element cultivator. Because the other party's aura had perfectly merged with the fire element energy here, his powerful five senses were ineffective, and he could not even find the other party's trace. Since you've already made a move, why are you still hiding? Could it be that you only know how to scheme against others, but don't have the courage to fight me fair and square? Gu Chen spoke to the void, his voice rolling like thunder. The current situation was not good for him. He did not have time to consider the losses caused by Xianxia's death. Who knew how long this person had been hiding in the dark, and whether or not he had heard the conversation between Xianxian and him, it was very likely that he already knew about his background, and with his stealth ability, if he escaped, there was nothing he could do. If this person brought his secret out of the ancestral land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fighting against the legendary glorious ancient tyrant body indeed requires courage. An old voice suddenly sounded from the void, causing Gu Chen's expression to relax. He was most afraid that the other party would run away after failing to kill him, then he would not be able to do anything. However, since he was still here, there was still room for negotiation. "May I know who you are?" Gu Chen asked, his eyes revealing a pondering look. From the other party's voice, he was not the underworld hunter, nor was he the Flaming Sun Crown Prince or Wu Lai. The other party immediately recognized his identity as the glorious ancient tyrant body, which meant that his vision was not ordinary. One must know that Xianxian had just fought with him for so long, and even at the time of his death, he still did not know what was going on with him. A cultivator with a high cultivation and extraordinary vision. Gu Chen first guessed that someone might have sneaked into the two teams that entered the ancestral land, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. However, after considering all the cultivators he had seen, he did not think that there was such a person among them. As such, there was only one possibility left. Gu Chen's pupils instantly shrank, and he blurted out, "You are one of the old emperor's people?" The entrance and exit of the ancestral land was controlled by the old emperor, and the other party was neither the Flaming Sun Crown Prince nor Wu Lai's people. Moreover, there were no other life forms in the ancestral land, so the other party could only have been sent in by the old emperor. But what was the purpose of the old emperor sending this person in? This person secretly spied on the battle between him and Xianxian, and did not help either side until the outcome was decided. Then he took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, clearly wanting to kill both of them. Emperor Xing's men had attacked the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Wu Lai's men at the same time. What did this mean? Emperor Xing wants to kill the two princes and help the other princes ascend to the throne? Gu Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. He didn't need the other party to answer. At this moment, he had guessed the truth of the matter. He understood the true meaning of this test. "You're quite smart. No wonder Wu Lai was used by you. It's just that you realized it too late. You and the others won't be able to leave the ancestral lands alive." An old crow slowly appeared in the void, looking at Gu Chen with an indifferent and merciless gaze. "It's you." Gu Chen's expression changed. It was the old chief of the three-legged Golden Crow tribe who attacked. No wonder the Golden Crow tribe is not allowed to enter the ancestral lands. Emperor Xing is really cruel. He didn't even give him a chance. He wants to kill his two sons. However, the Deshang court is already divided into the Crown Prince and Wu Lai. Emperor Shing's actions could cause chaos in the Deshang. Gu Chen sighed. Emperor Shing's plan was highly confidential. It was likely that only he and Old Crow knew about it. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Wu Lai had infiltrated the court. If a third person knew about it, the matter could be exposed. If that happened, Emperor Shing would most likely be the one to die. Who would have thought that Emperor Shing, who was usually so weak, could be so decisive and ruthless? This was a dangerous move. Gu Chen understood Emperor Shing's motive. Emperor Shing wanted to get rid of Gu Chen and the people of the Qianquan group. Emperor Shing wanted to ensure that after he died, the Deshang dynasty would not fall into the hands of the mutated tribe. Gu Chen thought that he had hidden himself well enough. He didn't expect Emperor Shing to know his true intentions in the Pei state before he even met him. Emperor Shing wanted to destroy him in time. Old ginger is spicier. As long as the Scorching Sun clan and the three-legged Golden Crow tribe don't fall into chaos, all the chaos can be quickly suppressed. In order for the new emperor to succeed, some sacrifices are necessary. Old Crow replied expressionlessly. It can't be that simple, right? The noble young master is a loyal supporter of Wu Lai. If he knows about the changes in the ancestral land. Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He had been caught off guard by Emperor Shing. He needed to know what was going on outside. Emperor Shing couldn't have only targeted his two sons. There must have been a series of coordinated actions outside the ancestral lands. Old Crow mockingly glanced at Gu Chen, seemingly seeing through his intentions. He sneered and said, "There's no harm in telling you." Before the old man came in, he had already taken control of Crow Huan. At the same time, the Crow General Army had also received the order to surround the entrance of the ancestral land. Except for the old man, no matter who leaves the ancestral land alive, they will be besieged by the army. Gu Chen's heart sank when he heard this. Sure enough, this was a dead end. Great Chang's 100,000 Crow generals were famous, and they were even more threatening than this old crow in front of him. This was troublesome. Whether it was him or the Qianquan group, everyone's plans had failed. Whether they could get out of here alive was a big problem. His Majesty is a man of great talent and strategy. No matter how hard you try to think of a way to escape, it's meaningless. You have already lost. Old Crow teased when he saw Gu Chen deep in thought. The so-called loss doesn't just mean that you will die in the ancestral land. Even Prince Pei, Lu Yan, whom you support in Pei State, won't be able to live for long. The 7 countries are the 7 countries of Great Qing. How can we allow you, an outsider, to meddle in their affairs? In fact, the series of actions that you and the Qianquan group have taken in the 7 countries has long been seen by His Majesty. His Majesty is just using you to get rid of the obstacles in the 7 countries. When you all die in the ancestral land, the 7 countries will be without a leader. His Majesty will take the opportunity to unify the 7 countries and take all the power into the hands of the dynasty. When the new emperor ascends the throne, there will be a new atmosphere. Great Qing will usher in a new era. When Old Crow talked about old Emperor Shing, his eyes were full of respect and even a hint of fanaticism. Gu Chen knew that he was right. If everything went according to old Emperor Shing's plan, not only would Great Qing not weaken, but it would also become even more powerful because of the centralization of power. Even though he was about to die, he still racked his brains for the Blazing Sun clan. This old Emperor Shing could be called a wise ruler. However, Gu Chen wasn't used to losing. He had been working in Pei State for so long. He wouldn't allow everything to go to waste. After sorting out his thoughts, Gu Chen raised his head and looked at Old Crow again. His eyes were cold. Old Emperor Shing is indeed far-sighted. However, there is a very big flaw in his plan, said Gu Chen. Nonsense. His Majesty's plan is almost perfect. How could there be a flaw? Old Crow sneered. He felt that Gu Chen was just being stubborn. The biggest flaw in this plan is you. Gu Chen smirked. Old Emperor Shing's entire plan is carried out through you. If you betray us, his plan will become a joke. The old man will never betray His Majesty, said Old Crow immediately. That's right. You have been by old Emperor Shing's side for so long. Everyone knows that you are loyal and devoted. However, it was also because you were so loyal that Emperor Shun trusted you to take care of everything. What will happen if someone as important as you dies in the ancestral land? As soon as Guchen finished speaking, a powerful aura surged from his body. It was as if it wanted to suppress the entire world. Old Crow's expression changed when he heard this. He understood what Guchen meant. As long as you die, old Emperor Shun won't be able to do anything with his weak body. No one will obey him either. If that happens, Great Qing will enter a truly chaotic world. As long as I can leave this place alive, my original plan will be realized faster than I imagined. Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, causing it to completely collapse. His entire body shot up into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Sometimes, a crisis was an opportunity. He would not be upset about what had already happened. Instead, he would think of a way to break through the current situation. He flew straight towards Old Crow. Halfway through, he felt the immense pressure of the Tao world. He began to show signs of falling. Only a sevenfold realm cultivator's Tao power was strong enough to support flight. However, Gu Chen had no Tao power in his body. Logically speaking, he should not be able to fly. However, the unsealed tyrant body's physical strength had reached a very shocking level. Gu Chen was in midair. He stomped his feet again. It was as if he was stepping on air, causing the airflow to explode. Boom, he used the momentum in the air a second time and flew towards Old Crow at an even faster speed. He was like a golden wave of air. In the Tao world, Gu Chen flew for the first time. He was like a real dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. He roared at Old Crow. Do you want Great Qing to fall into chaos so that you can realize your ambition? It's a pity that I'm deeply trusted by His Majesty. I won't allow the mission to fail, let alone die here. Even if the opponent is the legendary glorious ancient overlord body. Seeing that Gu Chen was like an arrow leaving the bow, Old Crow didn't back down in the slightest and raised its claw. Whoosh, Gu Chen's fist instantly collided with Old Crow's claw. Golden blood qi erupted from Gu Chen's body, while Old Crow's entire body was covered in raging flames. The two seemed to be equally matched in this first exchange. Fighting spirit burned in Gu Chen's eyes. Old Crow might look old, but his body was well trained. He had developed the three-legged golden crow's bloodline talent to a terrifying degree. You might be the glorious ancient overlord body, but you are far from great success. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to stay in a small corner of Pei State. It seems like the old man's judgment was right. Old Crow quickly determined Gu Chen's strength through the head-on collision and heaved a sigh of relief. He had witnessed the battle between Gu Chen and Morning Yin. He was very wary of this legendary supreme body. However, he had already studied Gu Chen's information. Gu Chen had been hiding his strength in Pei State under the identity of Chen Yi. He kept a low profile most of the time, which was not the style of the legendary glorious ancient overlord body. One should know that every generation of the glorious ancient overlord body was in existence that dominated the entire era. There was no need for him to hide. Therefore, he determined that Gu Chen was far from a great success overlord body. This could be seen from the details of his battle with Morning Yin. However, speculation was speculation. He could not be sure that Gu Chen was not hiding his strength on purpose. He was still a little uneasy. Only now did he feel at ease. So what if you're not a great success overlord body? Do you think you're my opponent just like that? Gu Chen's eyes flashed with cold electricity, and his aura rose again. It was rare for him to unseal the glorious ancient overlord body without hesitation, and it was even rarer for him to meet a suitable opponent. New 81 Chinese website updates fastest mobile, /rumble. His other hand emitted terrifying golden lightning, which was compressed and twined. In an instant, it transformed into a dazzling golden heavenly tablet. The sky tablet emitted an overbearing aura. As Gu Chen waved his hand, it seemed to be able to crush the entire sky. Tyrannical martial tablet. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly monument smashed down heavily. Old Crow's expression changed, and it only had time to use its other claw to block. Crack! The sharp claws that had caught Gu Chen's fist had only just collided with the tyrant martial world-suppressing tablet when they directly shattered and blood splattered everywhere. However, the heavenly monument's momentum didn't slow down at all. It tore through Old Crow's protective flames and smashed into half of his body. The Old Crow let out a miserable howl. Its entire body was badly mutilated, and the raging flames that had wrapped around its body suddenly extinguished as if they had been extinguished by water. Only its blood-stained feathers were emitting billowing green smoke. Old Crow howled in pain. His body was a bloody mess. The flames on his body were suddenly extinguished as if they were doused with water. Only green smoke rose from his blood-stained feathers. When Guchen saw that his attack had succeeded, he stomped on the void again and used the impact of the airflow to chase after Old Crow. Golden light shone from his left hand, forming a conqueror spear. Guchen was like a waterfall falling from the heavens. He wanted to make Old Crow lose all ability to fight. Old Crow was covered in blood. His aura was weak. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He had no power to resist. Suddenly, when he was only 20 feet away from Old Crow, Guchen's body flipped in the air. The conqueror spear in his hand stabbed into the air behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless tongues of flame emerged from the void, and the shadow of a golden crow fled in panic, leaving behind countless fluttering feathers. That shadow quickly fled to a safe place and revealed its true form. It was the appearance of Old Crow. Guchen expressionlessly looked at the Old Crow that had just ambushed him. Then, he glanced at the heavily injured Old Crow and said, "You want to use your avatar to attract my attention so that you can strike a fatal blow from the shadows? Unfortunately, such a small trick is meaningless to me." Guchen wasn't boasting. He had the ability to see the future for a short period of time. This kind of tactic would have no effect at all. Old Crow's avatar wasn't simple. It wasn't a normal avatar. Even he couldn't see through its flaws. But, such a well-thought-out strategy was powerless in the face of Lin Ming's foresight. Sacrificing an avatar didn't bring about the desired result. Old Crow's expression was dignified. He let out a light whistle. Suddenly, all the fire origin energy in the world began to gather around the heavily injured avatar. As a large amount of fire origin energy entered the avatar's body, flames began to appear on the avatar's body. But as soon as the flames appeared, most of them were extinguished and turned into smoke. It was as if the avatar was being suppressed by some mysterious force. It's said to be able to suppress the 3,000 great Daos. It really lives up to its reputation. Old Crow's expression turned ugly. He could feel an overbearing aura entering the avatar's body due to the Heavenly Monument's attack. This aura was suppressing the power of fire in his body, making it difficult for him to unleash his usual power. The Tyrants had the power to weaken others. As the top bloodline of the Tyrants, the glorious ancient overlord body directly suppressed the avatar in this aspect. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and didn't attack with his real body. Otherwise, once he was affected by the suppressing power of the Tyrants, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. Then, he would end up in a miserable state. Although his avatar was being suppressed, his real body was unharmed. There was a way to solve this situation. Old Crow suddenly spread his wings wide. The majestic fire origin energy underground was injected into the avatar's body at an even faster speed. Then, the dark feathers and flesh on the avatar's body began to peel off. Life was reborn from within, just like a phoenix being reborn from the fire. When the avatar transformed back into a majestic golden crow, Guchen felt that the power he had left in the avatar's body had disappeared. The avatar roared into the sky, flapped its wings, and turned into a ball of flames. It quickly rushed toward Old Crow's real body. Boom! When the avatar fused with his real body, Old Crow's aura expanded rapidly. The fire origin energy in the entire underground space seemed to be rushing toward him uncontrollably. Interesting. Guchen looked at Old Crow's real body. His fighting spirit grew stronger, and he was about to rush forward again. However, with a swoosh, Old Crow suddenly flapped its wings and quickly put a distance of at least 10,000 feet between them. Guchen frowned slightly when he saw this. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. "Why? Don't you want to fight anymore?" he asked. "I have to kill you. It's just that the old man has decided to change his fighting style." Old Crow had a mocking look on his face. The glorious ancient overlord body is indeed an extremely terrifying physique. Not only will he not gain any advantage in close combat with you, but he will also be suppressed once he is injured. What's more troublesome is that you can see all of the old man's attack routes in advance. Guchen's eyes narrowed slightly. This old crow's battle experience was truly rich, seeing through the secret of his foresight ability so quickly. During the course of battle, he would never deliberately display his foresight ability, so it was not easy to see through it. At most, others would think that his five senses were exceptionally sharp. However, Old Crow had previously secretly watched his battle with Morning Yen, so he was most likely suspicious. After a head-on confrontation, he was finally able to confirm this secret. Being able to foresee the old man's every move, coupled with the suppressive power of the innate overlord body, he has no chance of winning in close combat. Fortunately, this foresight ability is not without its weaknesses. Before, the old man successfully ambushed you, which means that the range of foresight is limited. Old Crow spoke frankly with assurance. The distance he had opened up was the safe distance he had maintained when spying on the battle between Gu Chen and Morning Yen. At that time, the other party had not discovered him, which meant that this range was absolutely safe. So what if you know this? By staying so far away from me, you will lose the possibility of killing me. Even though his secret had been seen through, Gu Chen still did not panic. If this was the outside world, it would indeed be difficult for the old man to kill you. Under these circumstances, but it's different here. This is not only the ancestral land of the Scorching Sun tribe, but also the ancestral land of my three-legged Golden Crow tribe. The old man can borrow the power of heaven and earth here on a large scale, but you can't. Old Crow's eyes shone brightly. He had already thought of a way to defeat his enemy. So, you plan on exhausting me to death? Gu Chen somewhat understood his opponent's intentions. That's right. Under the endless power of fire, the old man wants to see how long your overlord body can last. As soon as Old Crow finished speaking, he let out a clear cry. The entire underground space was filled with a myriad of strange phenomena. The massive amount of fire Yuan Qi was driven by him, turning into countless golden crows. At a glance, they were densely packed as they swarmed toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. He stomped his feet again, ignoring the sky full of golden crows, and charged straight at Old Crow. Swoosh. Old Crow's movement technique was fast to the extreme. He had perfectly fused with the fire origin energy here, and like a fish swimming in water, he easily avoided the pursuing Gu Chen. Gu Chen needed to borrow momentum in midair to fly. It was impossible for him to catch up to Old Crow, who had the geographical advantage. The crow dove into a rock formation with a whoosh, disappearing from Gu Chen's senses. Behind him, the golden crows that filled the sky had already arrived. Gu Chen's expression was gloomy. Grand tyrannical aura extended out from his back. It rapidly expanded, transforming into a golden giant that could support the heavens and the earth. Gu Chen leaned against the edge of the rock formation while the golden giant opened and closed its hands. Wherever it passed, countless golden crows would explode on the spot and turn into pure fire energy. Roar! Suddenly, a huge energy approached from the rock formation, accompanied by the roar of a fire dragon. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. His figure instantly disappeared, and the rock formation shattered with a boom. A terrifying fire dragon formed from magma bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged at him. Grand tyrannical aura immediately went up to meet it. His two hands pressed down on the fire dragon. The fire dragon's ferocious mouth dripped lava, as if it was about to burn through the void. Roar! Roar! Even more giant magma dragons broke out of the rock formation. Their momentum was vast, and they relentlessly chased after Gu Chen. Grand tyrannical aura had no way of dealing with them all. Bang bang bang. New August 1st Chinese network. Gu Chen was sent flying by a giant magma dragon. Along the way, he smashed through countless rock formations. Powerful explosions continuously followed, and terrifying flames constantly tried to devour him. Wow. Under the unending explosions, Gu Chen finally couldn't endure it anymore. The blood in his body flowed backwards, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Old Crow wasn't exaggerating. He could indeed borrow the power of the ancestral land. If the ancestral land was a gunpowder warehouse, then Old Crow was the fuse. He only needed to use a small spark to incite the power of the entire ancestral land to surround and annihilate him. Right now, Gu Chen wasn't just facing Old Crow, but the entire ancestral land. How long has it been since I've been injured? Gu Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with excitement. His 2 feet stepped on a giant rock underground. Facing the unending attacks, he no longer dodged. Monstrous golden blood continuously flowed out of his body, making him look like a sun. The enemy was the entire ancestral land. There was no way to escape. All he could do was face all the attacks head-on. Die. Old Crow's murderous voice came from somewhere underground. Giant magma dragons drilled out from all directions, surrounding Gu Chen. Each magma dragon was thousands of meters tall. Their scales were made from magma, and they were filled with an explosive power. Gu Chen took a deep breath and watched as dozens of giant dragons opened their ferocious mouths and charged toward him. Their tongues were like spring thunder. Overlord Nation. With him as the center, dazzling golden buildings rose from the ground one after another, forming a golden kingdom under his control. Dozens of giant dragons charged into the Overlord Nation. The magma scales on their bodies quickly dimmed and billowed green smoke. The gigantic dragons wailed in anguish. Their golden-red divine dragon bodies all turned into volcanic ash. Then, they scattered and disappeared. Inside the Overlord Nation, all the fire origin energy had been sucked out. It was not allowed to exist. How long can you hold them off? Do you think you can fight against the ancestral land that gave birth to my Golden Crow tribe and the Blazing Sun tribe by yourself? Old Crow sensed the tyranny of the Golden Kingdom. It had forcefully opened up an area in the ancestral land that was under its complete control. This was disrespect and contempt for the ancestral land. He roared again, and more fire energy gathered in the earth's crust to form crows and magma to form dragons. Charging towards the hegemonic state, Gu Chen stood in the Tyrant Kingdom, and no matter how many dragons and golden crows entered his territory, they would quickly return to dust, and dust to dust. He was the overlord of this domain, immovable like a mountain and impervious to all techniques. Good, very good. Looks like the old man has to use all his strength to slaughter you here. The old crow saw that it couldn't defeat Gu Chen even after a long time, so its voice was as cold as the winter wind, and it whistled again. This time, the howl reached the ground, as if it was summoning something. Not long after, a golden crow dived into the ground and disappeared into a certain place. Su-su-su-su-su-su-su-su-su-su-comboom, Gu Chen sensed the old crow's aura again, but this time, it was even stronger than before. He could vaguely feel that it had touched upon a certain realm. There's another clone? Gu Chen's pupils shrank. So the old crow had another clone that had gone somewhere and only returned now. As this avatar fused with his original body, his Dao power also reached a peak. 99,999,999 Daos. Just a little more and he would reach the Saint Realm. This old crow was a quasi-sage. At this moment, he used all his strength to kill the glorious ancient overlord body. What's going on? Somewhere in the Burning Sun clan's ancestral land, the flaming Sun Crown Prince looked as if he had just escaped death. His clothes were tattered and Ming Shou was beside him. His body was also a mess of blood and flesh. Many tentacles were protruding from his body, repairing his broken body. After the old crow killed Wu Lai, it chased after them. They didn't know how far they had run but they couldn't shake it off. After that, something strange happened to the corpse Kuan they were riding. It fell straight down to the ground. After hitting a cliff, the corpse Kuan let out a mournful wail and turned into a huge skeleton without any spirituality. Everything happened too suddenly. The two of them fell from the sky and were confused. At this time, the old crow caught up to them. The two of them naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. They started to fight with the old crow. The old crow's strength was beyond their imagination. He seemed to be able to use the power of heaven and earth in the ancestral land. The two of them suffered a lot and were about to die. However, at this time, the old crow suddenly gave up on fighting with them. He turned around and flew into the sky as if he had something urgent to do. This scene left everyone scratching their heads in bewilderment, but at the same time, they felt extremely fortunate. I don't know what happened but this is a chance. We have to find a way to escape the ancestral land and Beijing as soon as possible. The flaming Sun Crown Prince took out a healing pill and said to Ming Shou. At this point, he could imagine that the situation in Beijing was under his father's control. Whether it was him or Wu Lai, it was all over. However, no matter what, he was still luckier than Wu Lai. At least he was still alive. His base was not limited to Xinjiang. As long as he could escape from Beijing, he believed that there was hope for a comeback. As the Flaming Sun Crown Prince spoke, he realized that Ming Shou was ignoring him. He couldn't help but look at him and found that his expression was extremely ugly. What's wrong? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince's heart tightened. They had just escaped death. Shouldn't he be happy? The corpse Kuan will not die unless its owner is released or it is already dead. Ming Shou glanced at the huge skeleton that had lost its spirituality and said solemnly. He didn't have much time to think when he was facing the old crow. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, he realized the seriousness of the situation. You mean? Brother Xianxia is already dead? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince realized it very quickly and his expression changed. It was impossible for Morning Yen to remove his control over the corpse Kuan for no reason, so the greatest possibility was that he had already been killed, but who killed him? Did Chenyi do this? He actually has the ability to kill Brother Xianxia? How is that possible? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince guessed. The reason why Morning Yen had separated from them was because he was chasing after Chenyi. Now that he was dead, the one who was most likely to kill him was naturally Chenyi. I'm afraid it might not have been Chenyi. Since Emperor Sheng set up this trap, he wouldn't just go after us. Ming Huntsman's eyes flickered. His understanding of Morning Yan's strength far surpassed the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's. Based on what he knew about Chenyi, he didn't think that Chenyi had the ability to kill him. Chenyi had a hard time dealing with the power of annihilation alone, let alone Morning Yan's trump card, the Yama Kings of the 10 Palaces. Thinking back to Old Crow's pursuit of them, it was more likely that Emperor Sheng had also made a move on Morning Yen. However, Emperor Sheng had been weak for a long time. Apart from Old Crow, who else could pose a threat to Morning Yen? Even if Morning Yen had been ambushed, with his strength, he shouldn't have died so quickly, right? Ming Huntsman didn't know what had happened. His mind kept running through all sorts of possibilities. I heard that Old Crow is an expert in the art of cloning. Could Brother Xianxia have been killed by Old Crow's clone or his original self? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince guessed. Clone? Ming Huntsman's eyes narrowed as he recalled how Old Crow had suddenly given up on chasing them. If it was Old Crow's clone that was chasing us, then Lord Sang might have been killed by Old Crow's original self. But here's the problem. Corpse Kuan died before Old Crow left. This means that Old Crow didn't leave because of Lord Sang. The more Ming Huntsman thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. Seeing how Old Crow had left in a hurry, it was highly likely that he had encountered a problem that even his original self couldn't solve. Even Lord Sang had been killed by Old Crow. Who else would require Old Crow's full strength to kill them? Ming Huntsman analyzed all sorts of possibilities in his mind, but he couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer. Finally, he had to admit that the situation in the ancestral lands was completely out of his control. Even Brother Xianxia is dead. What should we do now? The Flaming Sun Crown Prince's mind was in a mess. He was worried that Old Crow had left and returned. At the same time, he was worried that something else might happen. Regardless of why Old Crow left in a hurry, there must be enemies that we can't fight in the direction he went. Now that Lord Sang is dead, we can only prioritize those who are still alive. We can't afford any more losses. Ming Huntsman came up with a ruthless conclusion after analyzing the situation rationally. Although he had been by Xianxia's side for a long time, he didn't have the slightest thought of avenging him. That was because from the moment he was created, he didn't have such meaningless emotions. Everything was about the big picture. After Xianxia's death, his first target became the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. If the Flaming Sun Crown Prince died, there would be a problem with the Qianquan group's arrangements in the Desheng dynasty. It would indirectly affect the leader's plan. Let's escape in that direction and think of a way to leave. Ming Huntsman pointed in the direction opposite to where Old Crow had left. He prioritized the survival of the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Before the situation in the ancestral lands was clear, he didn't plan to take any further action. That's the only way. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince smiled bitterly. He had no better choice. Rumble, the earth cracked on a large scale, and the mountains collapsed one after another, forming new cliffs and abysses. At the bottom of the abyss, hot magma surged and spewed out from time to time, triggering a new round of natural disasters. The clay bodhisattva stood on a hill. The sky above him was covered in volcanic ash. He looked ahead with a gloomy face. The shaking of the earth's crust was the loudest in front of him. It was as if some terrifying existence was fighting underground. Just now, he saw with his own eyes the old crow that killed Wu Lai circling in the air for a while before rushing into the earth's crust in front of him. After that, the shaking of the mountains and the cracking of the earth became louder and louder. It even showed signs of spreading. He instinctively wanted to escape. However, after thinking about it calmly, where could he escape to in the ancestral lands? The old crow's appearance in the ancestral lands already explained everything. This place was covered in a huge conspiracy. He had nowhere to run. They could only pin their hopes on Gu Chen now. He had been by Gu Chen's side for a while now. The longer he followed him, the more he realized how unfathomable Gu Chen was. He had more or less guessed the reason for the huge commotion ahead. Therefore, after clenching his teeth, he made up his mind to wait here. Even if waiting here meant that there was nothing he could do and that he might be caught in the crossfire, he had to do this. Ever since he left the barren swamp with Gu Chen, he and Gu Chen had already shared the same destiny. Deep underground, endless fire elemental energy gathered around Old Crow, turning into a giant three-legged golden crow. The golden crow's wings were fully spread out, spanning tens of thousands of meters and piercing through countless layers of rock. At the very front of the body made of fire, the golden crow pecked at an area shrouded in golden light. In that area, there was a tiny human. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Under the golden crow's attack, the golden area managed to hold on, but the earth's crust could not withstand the impact of the two sides and continued to collapse. Tens of thousands of meters, 50,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 300,000 meters, there seemed to be no end to the underground. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became, and the power of the golden crow became more and more terrifying. Whoa! Whoa! Inside the Ba Nation, Gu Chen spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead and instantly turned into smoke when it touched the ground. The glorious ancient overlord body should not have been afraid of heat or cold, and all the rules in the Ba Nation should have been ineffective. However, he was still being eroded by the heat, which showed how much pressure Old Crow was exerting. After the clone returned, Old Crow's cultivation had reached the peak of the sevenfold state, and he was only one step away from the saint state. As the tide rose, Old Crow's control over the power of the world in the ancestral ground became even more terrifying. It was as if he was attacking Gu Chen with the power of the entire world. Under these circumstances, even the Ba Nation could not withstand it. Gu Chen's internal organs felt like they were on fire, and he felt an unprecedented pressure. Is this my current limit? Gu Chen's feet were planted on the ground as if he was sitting on a stake. The veins on his arms were completely bulging. Under his messy black hair, a pair of golden eyes burned fiercely with fighting spirit. Ever since he awakened the glorious ancient overlord body 100 years ago, he never knew where his limits were, even when he was suppressing the dark chaos. After coming to the Tao world, he had met a few experts, such as the Luo sect's great prophet and the Hidden Dragon clan's clan leader. However, he had never fought with them with his full strength, so he still didn't know the limits of his tyrant body. Until today, when he was faced with the Old Crow, who was determined to kill him, and his glorious ancient overlord body attacked without holding back, he finally knew his limit. It had been a long time since Gu Chen felt a life-or-death crisis in a battle, but he did not feel any anger towards Old Crow. Instead, he felt a trace of respect. He could tell that Old Crow, who was only one step away from the Saint Realm, was deliberately suppressing himself from breaking through. Otherwise, his Taoist power wouldn't be so close to the 100 million mark. The Saint Realm needed to undergo the tribulation of the Saint Realm. As long as one survived this tribulation, he would be promoted to a real big shot in the Tao world. However, if he failed to pass the tribulation, he would be crippled like Emperor Shun, or his soul would be destroyed. Therefore, not everyone had the courage to try. Old Crow did not seem like the kind of person who did not even have the courage to try. Therefore, there was only one reason why he had delayed breaking through. After Emperor Shun failed to pass the tribulation, he needed protection. The Great Qing dynasty also needed a guardian. If Old Crow failed to pass the tribulation, then the Great Qing dynasty would face an unprecedented crisis. Emperor Shung's enemies would not let him go. Therefore, in order to protect Emperor Xing and the great Qing dynasty, Old Crow chose not to break through. This was hard to imagine for a person who was determined to walk the path of cultivation. How loyal and righteous must one be? How foolish must one be to be able to do this? It was no wonder that Emperor Xing had placed all his chips on Old Crow. There was a strong bond between them that ordinary people could not imagine. Gu Chen had a lot of respect for Old Crow. He didn't hold any grudges against Emperor Xing, who had set up this trap. To put it bluntly, it was a battle of standpoints. Emperor Xing and Old Crow wanted to protect their great Qing dynasty. Meanwhile, Gu Chen wanted to place his chess piece on the chessboard of the Dao world, which had been in place for many years. He wanted to stir up the endless storm. He was not a person who would settle down. To everyone in this world, he was a troublemaker. This battle had nothing to do with justice or evil. It was a battle of standpoints and beliefs. Crack. Crack. Under Old Crow's attack, the great Qing dynasty finally could not withstand it. The golden buildings began to collapse one by one. The terrifying power of fire poured down on Gu Chen's body. His body shone brilliantly. Every inch of his golden flesh and blood was intertwined with electricity. He withstood the endless light and heat. Rumble, the rock layer that he was standing on could not withstand it again. It seemed that he had finally reached the bottom. Gu Chen fell directly into the boiling magma. He quickly climbed out of the magma. The flesh and blood of his tyrant body gradually became thinner under the roasting flames. His entire body exuded an even more vigorous aura. Screech, Old Crow transformed into a giant golden crow shadow and attacked again. The space at the end of the ancestors' land was extremely vast. The fire energy was also purer. It was extremely convenient for Old Crow to move. Gu Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a deep breath. Even the air was extremely hot. Looks like I can only use the top 9 magical powers, he murmured. At the same time, he looked around to make sure that there were no other dangers. Although he had unsealed the glorious ancient overlord body during his fight with Old Crow, he had only used the tyrant body magical powers that he had mastered a long time ago. As the strongest physique of the tyrants, the glorious ancient overlord body had unique magical powers that no other tyrant body could replicate. Back then, Gu Chen had received the tyrant's inheritance treasure book from Li Wuwei. In the treasure book, there were 9 powerful magical powers created by the 9 glorious ancient overlord bodies in the history of the tyrants. These 9 magical powers were known as the top 9 magical powers. During the 100 years of suppressing the darkness chaos, Gu Chen had relied on his own comprehension and Zhou Fengling's help to explore the glorious ancient overlord body from scratch. He had also made some gains in the cultivation of the top 9 magical powers. Each of these 9 unparalleled magical powers was extremely difficult to cultivate. After 100 years, Gu Chen had only learned 3 of them. As for the other 6, he was either unable to cultivate them or the inheritance left in the treasure book was not complete enough. Although he had only learned 3, Gu Chen's talent still amazed Zhou Fengling. He even had tears in his eyes. The top 9 magical powers had once represented the glory of the tyrants. They had suppressed all the other races in the world. Because of its uniqueness, Zhou Fengling had made Gu Chen promise him that he would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Old Crow's strength had forced Gu Chen into a corner. Today was the day when the top 9 magical powers were reborn. The gigantic golden crow phantom brought with it an unprecedented pressure. The air was scorching hot, and with every breath he took, his internal organs and blood vessels felt like they were about to melt. At this dangerous juncture, Gu Chen suddenly closed his eyes and muttered something. All things have their own strengths, change shape, and the hidden gate will open. As he murmured, the majestic golden blood energy in his body flashed with electricity, and within his flesh and blood, the vague phantoms of several mysterious gates appeared. In the air, the old crow sensed that Gu Chen's entire aura was changing. He frowned and had an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Bang bang! Bang bang! From the numerous mysterious gates in Gu Chen's body, golden runes flowed out and gathered in every corner of his body. His arms suddenly swelled up, becoming even thicker than his legs, and his 10 fingers turned into sharp claws that flickered with a dark golden luster. His legs became even more vigorous, like those of a Tyrannosaurus rex, filled with explosive power. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his teeth turned into slightly sharp fangs. What was even more obvious was that the golden blood energy that had been surging around his body had turned from pure gold to a reddish gold color. Every wisp of blood energy was also far more active than usual, as if countless sparks were exploding. "What the hell is this appearance of yours?" The old crow looked at the savage and fierce Gu Chen, and his body involuntarily tensed up. He once again let out a shrill cry, and gathered even more fire energy, causing the gigantic golden crow phantom to solidify a bit, and its might became even more frightening. Gu Chen ignored him, and at this time, images of the 100 years of suppressing the dark chaos appeared in his mind. All things have their own strengths. In order to adapt to the dangerous environment and survive, the body structure of any species will change, and from there, they will evolve to their own advantage. Black leopards have extreme speed, lions and tigers have sharp claws, and dragons and elephants have overwhelming brute force. No matter which species, their advantage is always reflected in their body structure. Therefore, if one can combine the excellent body structure of many species, then the human body's potential can be further developed. The overlord body's majestic blood qi is the foundation of strength. The place where the blood qi and potential converge is the gate of secrets. Limited by the structure of the body, even if it's the overlord body, it's hard to fully develop the hidden gate in the body. There's boundless potential that's permanently hibernating in the depths of the body. In order to explore the ultimate potential of the body, the eighth glorious ancient overlord body in the history of the Tyrants found another way to change his body's structure and obtain the advantages of other species. He created this unparalleled magical power. The conversation he once had with Zhou Fengling echoed in Gu Chen's ears as if he had heard it yesterday. Change the structure of your body? Is that still an overlord body? It's not changing into another species. Instead, it's allowing one's body structure to lean towards the strengths of many species. From there, the hidden gate within one's body will be opened, and more potential will be unearthed, allowing one's strength to reach a higher level in a short period of time. This kind of remarkable ability that can greatly increase one's strength is of great significance to the entire Tyrants, right? Apart from the 8 ancestors, has no one else in the Tyrants succeeded in cultivating it? This remarkable ability is very restrictive. Only the glorious ancient overlord body has such a strong physique and can cultivate it perfectly. In fact, the 9th ancestor also studied this remarkable ability and even modified it into a remarkable ability called Berserk. Ordinary members of the Tyrants also have the possibility of cultivating it. However, the Berserk ability is still far inferior to the one created by the 8 ancestors. Not only is the increase in strength far inferior, but it also has a lot of side effects. Even the 9th ancestor, who mastered the complete remarkable ability, sighed that he was far inferior to the 8 ancestors in terms of developing this remarkable ability. The reason why the 9 remarkable abilities are called the pinnacle of the Tyrants is that each of them is unique. Even among the glorious ancient overlord body, only the ancestor who created the remarkable ability can exert the ultimate power. 9 is the extreme number of heaven and earth, and I'm the 10th glorious ancient overlord body of the Tyrants. I'm going against the heavens. Can I create the 10th unparalleled remarkable ability? Gu Chen clearly remembered his yearning back then. Your birth may seem accidental, but it's the result of the painstaking efforts of the ancestors of the Tyrants and Li Wuwei. I don't know if you can create the 10th unparalleled remarkable ability one day, but as long as you can cultivate the 9 remarkable abilities, even if it's only a few of them, your safety will be greatly guaranteed when you reach the Tao world. Zhou Fengling's earnest teaching voice gradually faded into the distance. Gu Chen's mind was filled with the experience of facing the darkness and honing his remarkable ability in the chaos and at the edge of the broken world. He traveled all over the chaos and met countless powerful species. In the end, he obtained various divine forms and cultivated the 8 ancestors' remarkable ability. Tyrant Transformation, 100 Beast Strange Gate. Swoosh, Gu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes became vertical like some unknown primordial fierce beast. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the old crow in the sky. His figure suddenly moved, his 2 legs produced an explosive force in an instant, pushing the magma under his feet to form a large hole. Meanwhile, Gu Chen's body had already shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. The silhouette of the golden crow, which was already on the verge of collapse, let out a ripping sound as Gu Chen brandished his claws. A golden wave of qi killed its way into the silhouette, heading straight for Old Crow's main body. What? The old crow's expression changed drastically. At this moment, not only was Gu Chen's speed extremely fast, but he was also unstoppable. In less than 3 breaths, Gu Chen had already passed through the layers of fire and arrived in front of him. Gu Chen stretched out his left claw. In this critical moment, the old crow was not afraid of fighting. 3 claws surrounded by flames reached out at the same time. One claw met Gu Chen's attack, while the other 2 claws tried to attack the vital parts of his body. Swoosh, however, Gu Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. The old crow's 3 claws all missed. His body staggered in the air. Then, in disbelief, his eyes widened and he turned around to look behind him. There, where he had originally been, was Gu Chen standing expressionlessly. His blood-stained left hand was clutching a heart. That was his heart. It was still beating strongly, as if it didn't realize at all that it had left its master's body. I was careless. The old crow's mouth revealed a bitter smile. A strong sense of weakness came from his body. His life force was quickly dispersing. That attack not only destroyed his body, but at the same time, an even more terrifying and domineering aura rampaged through his body. Even his soul could not withstand it and began to crack like a spider web. Deep regret grew in his heart. If he hadn't taken that attack head-on, he definitely wouldn't have been killed in one blow. He never would have thought that Gu Chen, who had been completely suppressed, could suddenly explode with such terrifying strength. His speed and strength had all gone up a level. Wonderful book house, don't regret it. Even if you chose to dodge just now, you won't be able to escape this. Gu Chen looked at Old Crow and said calmly, as if he had seen through Old Crow's thoughts before he died. He wasn't boasting. After using the 100 Beasts' strange gate, his strength didn't just increase by a few times. Even if Old Crow hid in the earth's crust again, it would not be difficult for him to find Old Crow when his eyesight had reached its limit. Moreover, his speed was 100 times faster than lightning speed. Old Crow could not escape into the earth's crust in time. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. When one's physical body reached its limit, they did not need any extra Dao techniques to subdue everything. The power of the Sage Realm, blood gushed out of Old Crow's mouth, and his old eyes quickly dimmed. As expected of the legendary Yonggu Overlord body. He obviously has not reached the Sage Realm, but he has the power to rival a sage. He was already at the quasi-sage realm, and his Dao power was only 1 step away from reaching 100 million. However, he knew that it was this step that made him far inferior to a sage. Even though he was called a quasi-sage, he could not withstand a single blow from a true sage realm power. In this world, only a few powerful physiques like the Yonggu Overlord body had the power to fight with a sage. Old Crow suddenly felt a little unwilling. If he had broken through to the Sage Realm today, he might have been able to have a more satisfying battle with the Yonggu Overlord body instead of ending in such a way. I had a great time fighting this battle. Thank you. Gu Chen looked at Old Crow and said. There was no pride of a winner or contempt for a loser in his eyes. There was only respect for a respectable enemy. He had really enjoyed this battle. After coming to the Dao world for so long, this was the first time he had fought to his heart's content. Did you enjoy yourself? Old Crow heard Gu Chen's words and looked at his sharp appearance. He suddenly had a trace of curiosity before he died. Tyrant clan supremacy, what do you want after killing the old man and obtaining Dasheng? Your clan is a taboo to the 9 Dao courts. If you continue to go down this path, one day you will go against the entire Dao world. What will you do then? Do you really think that you can change the established rules of the entire Dao world with your strength alone? Gu Chen looked at Old Crow and calmly replied, I've been mentally prepared. Seeing him like this, the Old Crow shook his head regretfully. What a pity. What a pity. The glorious ancient Overlord body has appeared once again, and the primordial Dao world's golden age will open once again. The past situation will be challenged, and heroes will rise up and geniuses will compete. However, the old man will not have the chance to see him again. The old man once had great ambitions, but in the end, he chose to be loyal to his duty. In the end, he missed the great path. Gu Chen looked at the dying Old Crow and could feel the sorrow and regret in his heart. He asked solemnly, do you regret it? If he hadn't chosen to protect Emperor Sheng, perhaps Old Crow would have become a holy crow by now. He might even have replaced Emperor Xing and taken control of the Desheng dynasty. With the support of the entire dynasty's foundation, it was not impossible for him to advance further in the future. No regrets. Old Crow answered resolutely, but after answering, tears trickled down his face. The only thing the old man was worried about was His Majesty. The old man failed to live up to His Majesty's expectations and messed things up. The old man is a sinner of Desheng. After the old man dies, how can His Majesty deal with a tiger like you? What should the Golden Crow tribe do? 2 lines of tears flowed down Old Crow's eyes. He originally thought that even if he died in the ancestral land, the preparations outside would be enough to kill the glorious ancient overlord body. However, after seeing the power just now, he was not confident. Putting aside the fact that it was impossible to kill the glorious ancient overlord body, even if it was possible, there would be heavy casualties. At that time, the weakened Desheng would definitely be attacked by everyone. Emperor Xing would die, and the Golden Crow tribe might also be destroyed. He had promised Emperor Xing to support the new emperor, but he did not expect that because of his failure, Emperor Xing's plan would fail. One careless move and he would lose everything. Facing the tearful Old Crow, Guchen chose to remain silent. Although he respected Old Crow's loyalty, his position did not allow him to waver in the slightest. Is there no way to save Desheng? If His Majesty chooses to support you. Old Crow looked at Guchen and wanted to do something for Emperor Xing. However, he stopped halfway through his words. He had served His Majesty all his life and knew that with his temperament, he would never yield to the tyrants. However, the tyrant supreme martial artist in front of him had a strong will. He could not be swayed by a few words. Old Crow was confused. His strength was almost gone. In this last moment of his life, he did not know what else he could do. Emperor Xing must die, but the Scorching Sun tribe does not have to be destroyed. The 3-legged Golden Crow tribe can also have a different fate. Guchen looked at Old Crow, who was still worried about his death. After thinking for a while, he finally felt compassion for him. Emperor Xing had single-handedly designed the killing plot in the ancestral land. He was too scheming. He did not even spare his own son. How could he yield to him? Therefore, he had to kill him. However, the Scorching Sun tribe and the 3-legged Golden Crow tribe did not have to be destroyed. As long as they were willing to be loyal to him, there was still room for negotiation. Upon hearing Guchen's words, Old Crow's gloomy eyes lit up slightly and its voice trembled. His voice trembled as he said, "Is what you said true? The flag of Desheng must change. I want to support the Lu family of the Pei Kingdom to take over. If the Scorching Sun tribe is willing, they can retreat to their own land. As for the Golden Crow tribe, the 100,000 crow generals are very famous. I hope that they will be in my hands." Guchen said bluntly. This was the best solution he could think of. It could reduce the internal friction in Desheng. After all, he did not want a dynasty that was in ruins. That would not be beneficial to his later plans. The Desheng dynasty was originally the Pei Kingdom. Back then, the Scorching Sun tribe had taken over from the Lu family. It was not impossible to return it to them now. After returning the throne, they would still have a country as their fiefdom. This was definitely preferential treatment. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that he could trust the king of the state of Xing. He did not want the new Pei Kingdom to have too many hidden dangers. After hearing Guchen's words, the hope in Old Crow's heart was extinguished once again. He shook his head. The old man is willing to die for the continuation of Desheng. Naturally, Emperor Xing can do the same. However, if the Scorching Sun tribe cannot maintain their position as the royal family, His Majesty will never yield. Do you think that after you die, as long as I live and say that I am willing to let the Scorching Sun tribe continue to rule Desheng, Emperor Xing will let me go? All transactions will only exist after Emperor Xing dies. I only have one question for you. Are you willing to leave a spark for the Scorching Sun tribe and the Golden Crow tribe? Guchen's words were firm and his tone was unquestionable. Old Crow seemed to understand what he meant and his expression changed. What do you want the old man to do? I want a way to make the Golden Crow tribe listen to my orders. As the old chief of the Golden Crow tribe, can you do this? Guchen asked without hesitation. Divine Martial Hegemon Chapter 1899, Golden Crow Imprint. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Divine Martial Hegemon, Chapter 1900, Tao Spirit. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Divine Martial Hegemon Chapter 901, The Way to Leave. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Divine Martial Hegemon Chapter 1902, Collapse of Ancestral Land. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. So many days have passed. With the old chief's ability, he should have finished his task long ago. However, he still hasn't left the ancestral lands. The commotion in the palace must have been caused by the collapse of the ancestral lands. Although the collapse of the ancestral lands was within my expectations, it shouldn't have happened so quickly. It must have been done by someone. It's not surprising that someone who could cause the ancestral lands to collapse killed the old chief and ruined my plan. I was too careless. I didn't expect the Chankuan group or the Chen clan to have such an expert. The old chief lost his life in vain. Now that things have come to this, I have no way out. No matter what, I can't let the people in the ancestral lands leave Beijing alive. Otherwise, Desheng will be in danger. Emperor Shun clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with determination. The palace and the entire capital have been sealed tightly. The enemy can't escape. Your Majesty, why do you have to stay here? Wu Huan's face was filled with sadness. The old chief hadn't come out for so many days. He had already guessed some possibilities. However, when Emperor Shun said it himself, his hopes were completely shattered. Although the clan leader and Emperor Shun conspired against Wu Lai behind his back and tried to kill Wu Lai, he still chose to stand on the side of righteousness. He knew that the old chief was right. He was loyal. If there was anyone to blame, it was Emperor Shun who was in the wrong. He was the one who cruelly wanted to kill his son. Although he had a problem with Emperor Shun, he respected the old chief even more. Not only did the old chief raise him, but he was also a spiritual flag that guided him so that he wouldn't lose his way. But now, the old chief was dead. In the end, he sacrificed his life for the righteousness in his heart. For the sake of the relationship between a ruler and a subject. I don't have much time left. It doesn't matter if I leave or not. Let me stay here and accompany the old chief. I owe him too much in my life. Emperor Shun had made up his mind to stay in the palace no matter what. Wu Huan was moved when he heard this. The dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. The old chief didn't follow the wrong person. Emperor Shun stayed to live and die together with the old chief. I understand. I will do my job well. 100,000 Crow generals will seal the capital. We won't let any enemy escape. Ye Huan resolutely guaranteed. Activate the 10 Sun Capital Protecting Array. Judging from the commotion, the enemy will come out soon, said Emperor Chun. Understood. Ye Huan left behind 2 guards and left hastily to carry out his orders. Not long after he left, the 2 guards suddenly groaned and fell to the ground. They were dead. Emperor Shun was left alone in the underground palace. His expression was grave and his pupils constricted as he looked into the darkness. Although Emperor Shun is crippled, his spiritual senses are still as sharp as ever. A figure walked out from the darkness. The newcomer was dressed in a yellow robe with an empty left sleeve. Half of his face was covered by a mask while the other half revealed his true appearance. One could vaguely see that he was handsome and confident when he was young. Yi Wunyan. Emperor Shun blurted out when he saw the man's face. Emperor Shun knows me? Yi Wunyan said with a smile. How can I be at ease knowing that such a powerful force as the Pavilion of Innocence exists in the dark within the borders of my Desheng dynasty? Of course, I have investigated you. Emperor Shun didn't try to hide anything. So that's how it is. Emperor Shun has always been wise and resourceful. You should know why I am here, right? Yi Wunyan stepped forward and slowly approached Emperor Shun. Emperor Shun's face tightened and he said gloomily, I knew that you have wild ambitions. Now that you are here to kill me. I was too careless. I thought that the internal strife of the Pavilion of Innocence could hold you back for a while. The Pavilion of Innocence is active in the Desheng dynasty. Some of the elders in the Pavilion of Innocence have received bribes from you and become your informants. Emperor Sheng, do you think that I won't be wary of this? You have been fanning the flames in the dark, trying to make the Pavilion of Innocence fall into internal strife. Do you think that I don't know? Yi Wunyan said mockingly. You can settle the internal strife so quickly and even come to kill me. It seems that you have the help of other forces behind you, Emperor Sheng said coldly. His words caused Yi Wunyan's eyes to narrow. He felt that this old man was too smart. It seems that I have guessed correctly. Emperor Sheng felt a little sad when he saw Yi Wunyan's reaction. There were too many tigers and wolves eyeing his Desheng dynasty. He didn't have the power to stop them. What's the point of guessing all this? You know very well that you have already lost. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said so much to that junior just now. Yi Wunyan's expression returned to normal and he laughed coldly. You, the Emperor of Desheng, are cold-blooded and good at scheming. If you had a choice, would you be willing to die with the old chief of the Golden Crow clan? I'm afraid that he messed things up. You are actually very dissatisfied with him, right? Emperor Sheng remained silent. You know very well that the old crow is dead. No one can protect you anymore. Even if you escape from the capital, it will be meaningless. You have so many enemies in the past. You will only implicate the new emperor that you have chosen. On the contrary, if you choose to stay and die with the old crow, you can win over the hearts of the people. You can make the young chief of the Golden Crow clan, who was originally dissatisfied with you, sacrifice his life for the Scorching Sun clan. Your acting is indeed very sincere. But if you understand the scheme behind it, even the most loyal people will feel disappointed. Yi Wunyan continued, his tone full of mockery. You can say whatever you want. Emperor Sheng's face was expressionless. He neither refuted nor admitted. It is normal for emperors to be heartless. It is a pity that the old crow sacrificed himself for you. He even gave up his hope of becoming a sage. Yi Wunyan sighed. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why bother talking so much nonsense? Emperor Sheng seemed to be angered by these words. He closed his eyes. You have a good resolve. That's right. Everything has been arranged. As long as we get rid of all the enemies in the ancestral land, the new emperor will have 100,000 crow generals to protect him. It will not be a problem for the Scorching Sun clan to survive this. Unfortunately, your plan is destined to fail. With me here, no one who comes out of the ancestral land will die. Emperor Sheng, who had his eyes closed, trembled. Yi Wunyan completely understood what he was thinking. He knew that Yi Wunyan had the ability to make him fail. What if the people who come out of the ancestral land are not your people? If that is the case, what is the point of you saving them? Emperor Sheng said weakly. His voice was unprecedentedly old. Are you talking about Chen Yi? He is indeed one of my people. However, I am afraid that his chances of survival are not high. Yi Wunyan shook his head. Your people will not survive. Desheng will not fall into your hands. What are you so proud of? Emperor Sheng said angrily. He was like a dying lion. He wanted to know why he was dying. Yi Wunyan smiled but did not answer. His eyes flashed. Emperor Sheng looked at his expression and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that you want to save the Qianquan Association? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. His consciousness quickly became blurry. Was he dead? He knew that Yi Wunyan had finally made his move. Yi Wunyan was most skilled at this kind of spiritual secret technique that could kill people without leaving a trace. I am not willing, Emperor Sheng mumbled to himself. Then, his consciousness dissipated. From the world. All that was left was an old and frail body. Within the Great Qing Imperial Palace, a series of tremors shook the palace. Many of the palaces collapsed. Most of the Burning Sun tribe members in the palace had already been evacuated. At this moment, there were large numbers of Crow generals patrolling the palace. Outside the palace, Beijing was not calm either. The entire city was suddenly locked down and 10 suns rose into the sky from all 4 corners of the city. The 10 Suns Ring city had forcibly constructed a huge and complicated array outside the city. Every rune of the array was like a red-hot soldering iron, forcibly separating Beijing from the outside world. Although the citizens in the city did not understand what was happening, they could feel the tense atmosphere and saw countless crow generals flying across the sky. They knew that something big had happened. In a corner of the palace, beside a collapsed palace, the void suddenly twisted and a huge hole appeared. Two figures escaped from a hole in a sorry state. "We're so lucky. We've finally escaped from the ancestral lands," the flaming Sun Crown Prince said excitedly. At this moment, half of his body was drenched in blood. This was the injury he received when the ancestral lands collapsed. Even though he was injured, he was glad that he was able to escape in time when he recalled the destruction of the ancestral lands. "We're not really safe yet." Compared to the flaming Sun Crown Prince, Ming Shou was much calmer. He immediately raised his head and glanced at the patrolling crow generals in the sky. Then, he looked at the 10 shocking suns in the distance. With this reminder, the flaming Sun Crown Prince came back to his senses. His expression was extremely ugly. "Even the 10 suns formation has been activated. Father, do you really want to kill me?" "Your Highness, the most important thing now is to escape from Beijing. As long as we reach the territory of Yu country or Yan country, you still have a chance to make a comeback," Ming Shou reminded. Right now, the palace was in chaos. Emperor Xing's army had yet to discover them. However, if they continued to delay and were discovered by the crow generals, the consequences would be unimaginable. Escape? The 10 suns formation is impenetrable. Now that there's only the two of us left, how can we escape? The flaming Sun Crown Prince shook his head. Without Morning Yan, he did not think that Ming Shou alone would be able to bring him out. Rather than blindly seeking death, it was better to go see his father. Now that Wu Lai was dead, there was no longer a need to fight for the throne. Perhaps there would be a chance. The flaming Sun Crown Prince hesitated for a moment before telling Ming Shou his thoughts. Ming Shou frowned and fell silent. Based on Emperor Xing's careful planning and his many years of forbearance, it was unlikely that he would change his mind. The flaming Sun Crown Prince was too naive. If he went to Emperor Xing, he would be committing suicide. "Your Highness, this isn't a good idea. Let's find another way out," Ming Shou objected. "Then tell me, what's the other way out? As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. I believe that Imperial Father won't really kill us. Only by surrendering will we be able to keep our lives." The flaming Sun Crown Prince's eyes flashed. There were some words that he didn't say out loud. The reason why his father wanted to kill him was because of the Heaven and Earth group. As long as he showed his determination to sever all ties with the Heaven and Earth group, he believed that there was a high chance that his father would change his mind. After all, among the many princes, there were only a few who were suitable to inherit the throne. He also held influence over the various countries, so his father had no choice but to consider this. However, if he did that, Ming Shou would definitely die. It wasn't convenient for him to say anything now, lest Ming Shou was driven to desperate action. "Your Highness, please reconsider." Ming Shou's expression darkened. Although the flaming Sun Crown Prince didn't say it explicitly, he could more or less guess what the flaming Sun Crown Prince was thinking. He didn't care about his own life. To him, the fear of death was nothing. However, if the flaming Sun Crown Prince did that, regardless of whether Emperor Xing accepted it or not, his plan for the Heaven and Earth group would be ruined. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't let the flaming Sun Crown Prince do that. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate and were about to tear each other apart, a voice came from the side. "I have a way to get you out of the capital safely." The expressions on the two of them changed at the same time. They turned around and saw a masked man in a yellow robe. "Who are you?" Ming Shou asked nervously. Although the palace was extremely chaotic at the moment, he didn't even notice that the other party had come up to them. This showed how powerful this person was. "Yi Wunyan." The other party stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. "The pavilion leader of Honesty Pavilion?" Ming Shou quickly searched through the information in his mind. His face was full of surprise. Honesty Pavilion was the strongest assassin organization in the Desheng dynasty. As the pavilion leader, the other party naturally had some confidence to say such a thing. However, according to what he knew, Honesty Pavilion and Chinny seemed to have some unclear relationship. Yi Wunyan suddenly came out and said he wanted to help them. He didn't know if he had other intentions. Why do you want to help us? Although he was afraid, he had no other choice. Ming Shou could only ask. Where is Brother Morning? Yi Wunyan didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked around, feeling a little confused. He had been paying attention to the situation in the palace. In his opinion, the only person who could make the old crow die in the ancestral lands was General Morning Yen of the Heaven and Earth Group. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince and the people of the Heaven and Earth Group had successfully escaped before the ancestral lands completely collapsed. This also proved his guess. But what about Morning Yen? Where did he go? Only the higher-ups of the Heaven and Earth Group could guarantee the deal he wanted to make. Lord Morning escaped first. His current whereabouts are unknown, Ming Shou said immediately. He didn't tell the Crown Prince that Morning Yen might already be dead. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince understood what the Crown Prince was trying to say and nodded in agreement. He escaped first? That's troublesome. Yi Wunyan frowned. He felt that Ming Shou was lying, but he didn't expect that Morning Yen was already dead. Pavilion Master Yi, please speak directly. I can represent Lord Morning fully. Time was pressing. Ming Shou said anxiously. Oh? Then what if I want to see Mr. Gu? Can you make the decision? Yi Wunyan said. Mr. Gu, Ming Shou's expression suddenly became serious. There was only one person in the Heaven and Earth Group who could be called Mr. Gu. He didn't expect that the Pavilion Master of Honesty Pavilion was willing to save them just to see their leader. The leader isn't someone anyone can see. May I know why Pavilion Master Yi is looking for him? Ming Shou asked carefully. He indeed couldn't make the decision on his own. He had to ask for the leader's permission. This is a serious matter. Forgive me for not being able to say it clearly. Anyway, I have no ill intentions. If Mr. Gu doesn't have the time, we can meet in the Divine Ascension realm. Yi Wunyan held back a lot of his words, so Ming Shou couldn't guess what he was thinking. However, it was fine to meet in the Divine Ascension realm. This greatly reduced the risk, which made his heart beat faster. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince's safety was related to his plans in Great Qing. There was no loss in meeting the Pavilion Master of Honesty Pavilion in the Divine Ascension realm. He believed that the leader would agree. Okay, I agree to your request. I'll facilitate your meeting with our leader. Tell me, how do we leave the capital? Ming Shou asked quickly. Yi Wunyan saw that she had achieved her goal and smiled. Don't worry. Come with me. I'll take you away. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince didn't trust Yi Wunyan and didn't want to go with her. But seeing that Ming Shou had already agreed and didn't want him to make the decision, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince could only grit his teeth and follow. If they could leave the capital successfully, their lives would be in their hands. It would be better to go and beg Emperor Sheng. Yi Wunyan used her excellent stealth skills and quickly left the palace with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou. They arrived at the secret branch of Honesty Pavilion in the capital. At this time, there was already someone in the branch. It was Yi Mi, who had followed Gu Chen's instructions and hid after he entered the ancestors' land. Godfather, Yi Mi was surprised to see Yi Wunyan suddenly appear with the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou. She didn't understand what was going on. Don't ask so much. Have you prepared the escape route? Yi Wunyan asked coldly. Yi Mi heard Yi Wunyan's tone and looked at the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou. Her heart suddenly tightened. The so-called escape route was carefully arranged by her in the past few days. It was an escape route for Gu Chen. She remembered Gu Chen's instructions before he entered the ancestors' land. Since she said she would help him, she naturally had to do her best. She wasn't surprised that her godfather knew about the escape route. He was the Pavilion Master of Honesty Pavilion. Since he was in the capital, the branch wouldn't hide anything from him. But her godfather had brought the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou, who were Gu Chen's enemies. What did he want? Could it be that he had to help the two of them escape? Yi Mi had already noticed the situation in the capital. After all, Gu Chen had asked her to keep a close eye on the situation in the capital. What's wrong? Didn't you hear what I said? Yi Wunyan frowned when Yimi didn't answer. Yimi calmed herself down and answered honestly, everything is ready. But the grand formation outside the city has been activated, which increases the risk. Also, Chani has yet to come out of the Blazing Sun clan's ancestral land. Don't worry about Chani. He's probably already dead in the ancestral land. Let's go now. Come with us. Yi Wunyan replied without hesitation. Chani is dead? Yimi's pretty face instantly turned pale, and she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Haha, that fellow was personally pursued by Brother Xianxia. It would be strange if he didn't die. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince mocked. He could tell that this woman had a close relationship with Chani. Godfather, are you sure Chani is dead? Yimi ignored the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and asked Yi Wunyan anxiously for a definite answer. The ancestral land of the Blazing Sun race has already collapsed, and he was unable to escape in time. What do you think his chances of survival are? Alright, his life isn't important right now. Let's leave Beijing as soon as possible. Yi Wunyan didn't have much patience to answer, nor did he care about Yimi's current mood. To him, the most important thing right now was to send the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou out of Beijing. Only then could his plan proceed smoothly. After getting the answer, Yimi felt as if she had lost her soul. She felt inexplicably sad, but she could only pull herself together and do as her godfather said. She knew her godfather's character very well. If she dropped the ball at such a crucial moment, he wouldn't be merciful. Thus, the escape route that was originally prepared for Gu Chen ended up benefiting the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. In just an hour, they successfully appeared outside the capital. I didn't expect Wangshu Pavilion to infiltrate the capital so deeply. This time, it's all thanks to Pavilion Master Ye's help. Ming Shou smiled at Yi Wunyan as he relaxed when they arrived at a safe zone. They had escaped secretly with the help of a general stationed at the city gate. Although it took some effort to pass through the 10 Sun formation, it was a daunting experience without any real danger. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince had been operating in Beijing for so long, but he couldn't even plan such an escape route. Compared to Wangshu Pavilion, he was practically an idiot. Wangshu Pavilion can still help a lot. I believe Mr. Gu will be interested in learning more about it. I'll wait for your good news, Yi Wunyan said meaningfully. Yi Wunyan said meaningfully. Ming Hunter nodded. He had already left a way to communicate with Yi Wunyan. After talking with Ming Shou, Yi Wunyan looked at the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and smiled. Your Highness, where are you going? My daughter, Yimi, is good at taking care of people. Now that your Highness is short of people, how about letting her serve you? Hearing this, the Flaming Sun Crown Prince was greatly tempted. Yimi was an outstanding beauty. If she could really take care of his daily life, wouldn't it be great? More importantly, she was the adopted daughter of the pavilion master of Wangshu Pavilion. Yi Wunyan was throwing an olive branch to him. If he agreed, he might be able to get the power of Wangshu Pavilion. This time, he had completely fallen out with his father. If he wanted to take over the world of Deshang from him, the more power he could borrow, the better. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince was tempted. Yimi felt like the sky was about to collapse when she heard this. Her godfather didn't even discuss it with her. He was going to give her to the Flaming Sun Crown Prince as if he was giving her a worthless gift. She couldn't help but think of her 2 sisters in the capital. Would she have to live as pitiful as them after losing Gu Chen? Yimi was suddenly filled with fear. Fortunately, Ming Shou spoke at this time. We are planning to go to the Yan nation. Miss Yi is of high status. It will be inconvenient for you to stay by our side. Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master Yi. Ming Shou rejected on behalf of the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince was a little displeased, but thinking of the other party's possible intentions, he didn't refute and nodded. After all, they didn't have any relations with Wangshu Pavilion in the past. Although they had helped them this time, who knew what their intentions were? They had to be more careful. Keeping Yimi by their side was equivalent to letting Wangshu Pavilion have a spy by their side. This wasn't a wise choice. Yi Wunyan saw through their precautions. She smiled and didn't mind. Since that's the case, I wish you a safe journey to the Yan nation. He suspected that the Yan nation wasn't their destination at all. They were just using it to fool him. However, it didn't matter. As long as he could successfully meet with the leader of the Qianquan group, his goal would be achieved. Ming Shou and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince left quickly. Yi Wunyan looked back at the turbulent capital and sighed with a smile. The Desheng Empire is going to be in chaos very soon. Yimi listened in silence. She still couldn't accept the fact that Gu Chen was dead and that her godfather was going to give her to another man to make the best use of her. Although she was lucky to escape this time, what about next time? Could it be that she would never be able to decide her own fate? Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the distant capital, interrupting Yimi's thoughts. It also made Yi Wunyan look up suddenly, her eyes extremely sharp. Not too long ago, the entire ancestral land of the Burning Sun clan had almost completely collapsed. Broken space and chaotic yuan qi were everywhere, making one's scalp tingle. The clay bodhisattva cautiously approached the place in front of him. The place in front of him that was flowing with light and swallowed all the primordial yuan qi in all directions was the only surviving place in the ancestral land. Just now, there was a space crack in front of him that people could safely enter. However, the clay bodhisattva hesitated and did not choose to escape alone. On one hand, he knew very well that the collapse of the Burning Sun clan's ancestral land was caused by Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen did not seem to be in a hurry, which gave him a bit more confidence. On the other hand, he had a bit of loyalty in his heart. If he escaped alone at this time, he could not afford to lose face. However, as time passed, the collapse of the surrounding space became more and more serious. There were fewer and fewer passageways that could be used to escape, and a large area was swallowed up by the space turbulence. His heart was in his throat. "Boss, are we still not leaving? If this goes on, we will lose our lives." The clay bodhisattva was sweating profusely. As he approached Gu Chen, he shouted from time to time, hoping that he would respond. Unfortunately, Gu Chen seemed to be out of his mind. His eyes were closed, and his body was covered by an unknown mysterious aura. He only quietly floated in the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, another large area was annihilated in the space turbulence. Scalding magma and broken rock formations were all sucked in. "It's over." The clay bodhisattva's face turned pale. This time, he could not escape alone even if he wanted to. The nearest space crack was thousands of feet away from him. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to pass in such an environment. He complained bitterly in his heart, regretting that he didn't just run away himself. There was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only try to get as close to Gu Chen as possible. He instinctively felt that it would be safer that way. Buzz, when he was only a few dozen feet away from Gu Chen, he suddenly discovered that there was a crystal-clear thread floating in the void in front of him. Under normal circumstances, this thread could not be seen at all. However, because the surrounding fire yuan qi was too large, the thread was contaminated by the flames and appeared. If one looked closely at the threads, they would discover that all the flames seemed to be being devoured by them, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. The clay bodhisattva carefully avoided the threads and moved forward. Soon, he realized that there was more than one thread. Instead, they filled the void and there were probably thousands of threads, and in the center of all the silk threads was Gu Chen. He was actually wrapped by a large number of silk threads, which was why he was floating. What kind of Tao technique is this? The clay bodhisattva was shocked and bewildered. At this moment, how could he not understand that the reason why Gu Chen did not move for so long was that he was cultivating some kind of secret technique? He tried his best to move forward until he could no longer avoid the threads. He stopped where he was and waited anxiously. The space in the area covered by these threads was much more stable than the outside world. It was as if one was in another world. It was very magical. Whoosh, the clay bodhisattva was staring at Gu Chen's movements. When he found that his tightly closed eyes had suddenly opened, he could not help but be delighted. "Boss! We have to leave now," he shouted. When Gu Chen saw that he was still there, he was surprised and a little touched. He nodded. "All right." His words were extremely short. After he finished speaking, the thousand heaven-entangling threads floating around him trembled and were retracted into his body. As the heaven-entangling threads entered his body, the cross rune between Gu Chen's eyebrows lit up. The Tao energy that surged out of his body actually soared at an unbelievable speed: 600,000, 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, 10 million. The Tao energy in Gu Chen's body soared to the level of 10 million at an unbelievable speed. It far surpassed the standard of the clay bodhisattva's 7 million Tao energy. The expression on the clay bodhisattva's face froze. He suspected that there was something wrong with his senses. However, this was not the end. After his Tao energy broke through the 10 million level, it did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, it skyrocketed even more crazily: 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. Only when the aura emitted from Gu Chen's body reached the level of 60 million Tao energy did this momentum stop and slowly converge. How is this possible? The clay bodhisattva witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. He could not help but exclaim with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. One must know that before entering the Scorching Sun clan's ancestral land, Yahuan had personally tested Gu Chen's cultivation. He was clearly only at the level of 600,000 Tao energy. How could his Tao energy have increased by 100 times in just a few days? It had risen to the late stage of the sevenfold realm. This subverted his worldview. For a moment, the clay bodhisattva did not even have time to think about escaping. Compared to the shock of the clay bodhisattva, Gu Chen felt the surging 60 million Tao energy in his body. He was much calmer. Just now, his 1,000 entangling threads secret technique had reached the large success stage. Originally, he had only just cultivated the 1,000 entangling threads to the level of 10 heaven entangling threads. Who would have thought that after defeating the Great Light Technique's Tao spirit, he would reap such great benefits? 10 heaven entangling threads turned into 100, 100 into 1,000. In an extremely short period of time, he had reached the large success stage. One must know that the heaven entangling threads were constructed from secret technique energy. The more heaven entangling threads he could refine, the more secret technique energy he could absorb from heaven and earth. This time, the number of heaven entangling threads had increased by 100 times. This directly caused the secret technique energy that could be stored in his body to reach the level of 60 million Tao energy. This was equivalent to breaking through from the five-fold realm to the late stage of the sevenfold realm in a day. No matter which cultivation sacred ground in the Tao world, this was something shocking. Gu Chen could not help but sigh at the power of the 33 levels of heaven's secret technique. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. This meant that his glorious ancient overlord body was extremely powerful. If it was anyone else, even if they had this opportunity, their body would not be able to withstand the impact of 60 million Tao energy. The Tao energy in his body surged like never before. This caused Gu Chen to have the illusion that his divine Tao foundation had returned. Before this, the secret technique energy that could be stored in his body was not much. As a result, the combat power that he could unleash was also very limited. It was far from being comparable to the overlord body. However, now that his Tao energy had increased by 100 times, even if he did not use the glorious ancient overlord body, Gu Chen was confident that he could take down any expert below the sage realm. This greatly increased his strength, and he could not wait to try it out. Swoosh. Gu Chen's eyes instantly fell on the clay bodhisattva, who was in a daze. With a thought, a heaven entangling thread flew out of his body and instantly wrapped around the clay bodhisattva's body. After the secret technique of 1,000 entangling threads had reached the large success stage, not only did the number of heaven entangling threads increase, but it also became more malleable. It could be released from any part of his body, and even if it completely left his body, it could still retain its power for a short period of time. The clay bodhisattva felt that he was tied up by an invisible rope. He immediately came back to his senses. Before he could ask anything, Gu Chen had already taken him up into the sky. Sevenfold realm cultivators could use their powerful Taoist powers to fly in the air. Although Gu Chen's secret technique was slightly different, he could do the same thing now. He controlled his powerful Taoist powers and grabbed the clay bodhisattva with one hand. Then, he headed straight for the nearest exit. The exit was thousands of feet away from him. As soon as Gu Chen moved, the space seemed to shrink. Everything along the way, including the floating gravel, suddenly slowed down. Whoosh, the clay bodhisattva closed its eyes and blinked. It found itself at the exit. Before the tunnel completely collapsed, it had escaped from here. His Majesty is dead. Damn it. Who killed His Majesty Emperor Sheng? Guchen and a clay bodhisattva had just escaped from the ancestral lands. When they found their footing, they heard mournful cries and roars from not far away. Emperor Sheng is dead? Guchen was surprised. They just happened to appear in a place not far from the original underground palace formation. Who are you? Assassins. They must be the ones who killed Emperor Sheng. Take them down. The two of them had caused quite a commotion when they escaped. They immediately attracted the attention of the Crow generals. Suddenly, many of them surrounded them in grief and anger. This is bad. The clay bodhisattva's expression changed. They had run into the muzzle of a gun. They had inexplicably been charged with the murder of Emperor Sheng. Guchen was much calmer. He held the clay bodhisattva in one hand and flew up. He broke through the layers of obstacles in the underground palace and landed on the ground of the palace. As soon as they came out of the ground, they heard a continuous stream of shrill cries. From the grooves in the walls of the palace, Crow generals flew up one by one and swarmed towards the two of them. Emperor Sheng had already set up a backup plan. He would not allow anyone who came out of the ancestral lands to live. The space that Guchen escaped from was not good and there was no one to help him secretly. Instantly, he became the target of the army. At this time, there were at least tens of thousands of Crow generals rushing towards them. There were even more on the way. Chen Yi. Are you the one who killed Emperor Sheng? Go to hell. A roar could be heard. Crow Huan appeared on the eaves in the distance. He was clad in armor and his cloak fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bloodshot and he was furious. He had gone under Emperor Sheng's orders. Who would have thought that he would find Emperor Sheng dead when he returned? Emperor Sheng's death was strange. The guards he had left behind had the same fate. This made Crow Huan feel extremely humiliated. Guchen frowned slightly as he looked at the enraged Crow Huan. Emperor Sheng's death was beyond his expectations. He didn't know who killed Emperor Sheng. It was most likely Ming Shou and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. According to Guchen's original plan, after destroying the ancestors' land, the two people would definitely escape as soon as possible and alert the army in the imperial palace, thereby exposing their location. Chen. You would Ming would moon, Ming would E, and would he would be, if kings, he Chen E, he would, Emperor Chen, and the Xing, he, and Ming, he would E, king, emperor king, he, and, King Chen. The two of them had a motive to kill Emperor Sheng. However, Crow Huan didn't even know who killed Emperor Sheng. That was strange. Guchen couldn't figure out what was going on in such a short amount of time. However, Emperor Sheng's death would only benefit Guchen. He had originally planned to kill Emperor Sheng when he got out. Now, it would save him a lot of energy. I just escaped from the ancestral lands. I don't know who killed Emperor Sheng. I think it was the Crown Prince. Although Emperor Sheng's death was a good thing, Guchen wasn't interested in taking the blame for someone else. Crown Prince? I didn't see him. If you have the ability to do it, you should have the courage to admit it. All generals, listen up. Capture these two. If they resist, kill without mercy. Crow Huan didn't believe Guchen at all. Even if Guchen was telling the truth, according to Emperor Sheng's last wish, those who escaped from the ancestral lands had to die. Yes. The Crow generals roared in response. Emperor Sheng's death had turned them into a group of mourning soldiers. Their already formidable combat power had now become even stronger. Guchen sighed softly when he saw the Sky Crow generals sweeping toward him from all directions like a torrent. Originally, his agreement with Old Crow could have been carried out after Emperor Sheng's death. However, looking at the Golden Crow tribe, today was definitely not the right time. That Crow Huan didn't even ask about Wu Lai's life or death. It was as Old Crow had said. He had already made his choice. Now that things had developed to this point, it was impossible for him to convince Crow Huan to become a friend. Only when the Scorching Sun tribe and the Golden Crow tribe faced the real threat of extinction would there be a chance for them to negotiate. Since there was no way to negotiate and he wouldn't gain anything from fighting the 100,000 Crow generals, there was only one choice left. Guchen looked coldly at the thousands of Crow generals that were charging towards him. He placed one hand on the clay bodhisattva. Crackle, his body suddenly surged with blue electricity and his hair stood on end. should we fight? The clay bodhisattva stared nervously at the incoming flock of crow generals. There were so many of them and they had the advantage in the air. If they really fought, there was no chance of victory. Guchen didn't reply. He let the crow generals charge towards him until they were less than 1,000 feet away from him. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The numerous crow generals suddenly lost control and began to crash into each other in the sky. It was as if they had fallen into an invisible net. This was a huge net made of thousands of threads. In an instant, Guchen had placed it all around him. However, the crow generals didn't notice it at all. As a large number of crow generals fell into the net, the original battle formation was instantly thrown into chaos. The crow generals that came later either crashed into the net or did not dare to get close. Guchen seized this opportunity. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared. Lightning speed. This extremely powerful speed technique had already become very useless after Guchen's divine Dao was crippled. But now, with the support of a large amount of Dao energy, it burst forth with its speed once again. In just a few flashes, Guchen had already escaped out of the palace with the clay bodhisattva and headed straight for the outside of the city before Crow Huan and the countless crow generals could even react. In another few breaths of time, he had already appeared at the city gates. He noticed the 10 suns that connected the heavens and the earth outside the city. A grand formation? With his path blocked, Guchen was expressionless. He was still holding on to the clay bodhisattva with one hand while his other hand was clenched into a fist. A terrifying vibration force surged on his fist. The large amount of secret technique energy in his body transformed into the source of vibration and surged into his fist. "Open for me!" He shouted loudly and punched at the 10-sun grand formation. The city tower in front of him instantly collapsed and was turned into dust. This punch brought about a terrifying explosion. The vibration force was transmitted into the depths of the grand formation, causing the 10 suns to dim one by one and forming the formation's eye. When Guchen saw the eye of the formation, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out. When he got close to the eye of the formation, he casually slapped his hand and countless heaven-twining threads flew out. Pft, pft. The heaven-twining threads fell into the formation's eye and fused into the complicated formation patterns. The formation patterns instantly collapsed. The more mysterious the grand formation, the more intricate the formation patterns. It was particular about the coordination between different types of energy. And the heaven-twining threads could easily transform into different types of energy. It was simply the nemesis of all kinds of grand formations. Rumble, a gap appeared in the 10-sun grand formation. Guchen rushed out with the clay bodhisattva and successfully escaped from Beijing. From the time they were surrounded by the crow generals to the time they escaped from the capital, it had only been a dozen or so breaths of time. The clay bodhisattva looked at the vast land in front of him and then at the capital behind him. He was in a daze. Too fast. He had thought there would be a difficult battle, but he had not expected them to break through the crow generals' encirclement so easily. Even the grand formation that enveloped the capital was like a piece of paper. Was the formation really so fragile? Were the famous 100,000 crow generals all idiots? Of course not. The clay bodhisattva was deeply aware of the terror of the person in front of him. When he thought of the inexplicable rise in his cultivation in the ancestral land, he felt like he was looking at a tall mountain. This man had too many secrets. There seemed to be endless possibilities by following him. The blue lightning on Guchen's body slowly retracted into his body. He deactivated the lightning speed shocking thunder and his breathing became slightly rapid. The lightning speed shocking thunder technique was very effective in unexpected situations, but it was not suitable to be used for a long time, especially when flying consumed a lot of Dao energy. He had used up almost 20 million Dao energy to deal with the 10-sun formation, and this energy could not be replenished in a short period of time. This was a disadvantage of the lightning speed shocking thunder technique. After all, it was different from true cultivation. Flying in the air consumed a lot of Dao energy. He was going to fly a long distance away from Xinjiang realm, so it was better to conserve some Dao energy. Besides, lightning speed shocking thunder was a Dao technique he had 100 years ago when his divine path was not crippled. Others might not be able to tell if he used it suddenly, but if he used it for a long time, it would become a symbol and there was a risk of being discovered by Feng Yuan. The situation in the capital is not right. Yimi should have retreated in advance according to my instructions. I wonder where the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Mingshou are now, and whether they have escaped the capital. No matter what, with the old Emperor Xing's death, Great Qing will be in complete chaos. Heroes will rise up. I should return to Pei Nation as soon as possible. Gu Chen went through many things in his mind. After confirming that he had not overlooked anything, he soared into the sky with the clay bodhisattva. The two flew towards the border of Xinjiang realm. As long as they left the territory of the Burning Sun tribe, the chances of being caught by the 100,000 crow generals would be greatly reduced. Only then would they be truly safe. Screech, not long after ascending into the sky, there was an incessant whistling sound coming from behind. A huge red cloud surged out from Qingjing City. Those weren't real clouds, but countless crow generals flying across the sky, burning half the sky red. So fast? Gu Chen frowned slightly. He had thought that it would take some time for the city to react, but he did not expect Crow General to be so fast. The Crow General's flying speed was not slow by any means. Gu Chen had no choice but to fully utilize the secret technique's energy within his body to further increase his speed. However, even though he was faster, he was still not fast enough to shake off the Crow General who was chasing him. Furthermore, from the various military camps outside of Xing capital, troops were quickly mobilized to surround him, regardless of whether it was in the sky or on the ground. Desheng's military mobilization was unexpectedly outstanding. Invisibly, they weaved an inescapable net. The little advantage that Gu Chen had in speed would soon disappear. If this continues, the situation won't be good. Gu Chen estimated how long it would take to leave the Xinjiang realm. For a moment, he felt troubled. At this rate, the secret technique's energy reserves would be exhausted before he could leave the Xinjiang realm. At that time, he would be surrounded by an endless stream of troops. If he wanted to protect himself, he would have to unseal the glorious ancient overlord body. At that time, all the hard work he had done in Desheng would be wasted, and he would no longer be able to act in secret. When we reach a place with no one around, we will split up. Their main target is me. With your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to escape from the Xinjiang realm. Looking at the large number of crow generals chasing after him, Gu Chen thought for a moment before speaking to the clay bodhisattva. Boss, let's move together. Now that I can use my earth technique, they might not be able to discover us, the clay bodhisattva suggested. The outside world was not as special as the Blazing Sun tribe's ancestral land. Now that his swamp transformation ability could be put to use again. Indeed, with your ability, it will be difficult for them to discover us. However, it will also be difficult for us to escape from the Xinjiang realm. We have to leave this place as soon as possible, so let's take a gamble. Gu Chen had his own considerations. The world was about to descend into chaos, and he had to rush back to Pei Nation as soon as possible in order to control the situation. Although he could hide with the clay bodhisattva's ability, the Blazing Sun tribe and the Golden Crow tribe would not give up until they caught them. When that time came, they would have a tight lockdown on the Xinjiang realm, which would only be more troublesome. Therefore, it was better to split up. Not only could it disperse the enemy's forces and divert their attention, but it would also be more convenient for him to display his abilities. Gu Chen decided on a plan and decided to carry it out after he had pulled away from the pursuers. Who would have thought that he would suddenly enter a strange place? There was clearly an unobstructed plain in front of him, but for some reason, as he flew, he suddenly entered a mountain. He was surrounded by undulating mountains and lofty ridges, and the roars of tigers and cries of apes could be heard incessantly. It was completely different from the scenery along the way. For a moment, Gu Chen stopped in midair and looked around. What's going on? The clay bodhisattva's eyes also widened as he sensed the abnormality of this place. An obscure golden light flashed across Gu Chen's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "It's an illusory technique." The entire mountain range was an illusion, and they had entered someone else's Taoist technique. Not knowing whether the newcomers were experts from Desheng, Gu Chen was about to look for an exit when he heard a slightly familiar voice. "Follow the directions." Immediately, a door of light appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Gu Chen flew in with the clay bodhisattva. As soon as he entered, the whole world changed, and all the illusions disappeared. Two people appeared in front of him. "Thank you for your help, Pavilion Master." Gu Chen looked at Yi Wunyan, who was in front of him, and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. At this moment, a large number of crow generals chasing after him had already entered the illusory technique. They flew around in the air like headless flies, but they didn't notice anything. You're welcome. Officially, you're a member of Honesty Pavilion. Privately, you have a close relationship with my adopted daughter, Yimi. It's only right that I help you. Next, you can leave Xinjiang without worry. I'll set up some misleading formations along the way to prevent them from catching up with you. Yi Wunyan smiled, appearing much friendlier than the last time they met. At the same time, he greeted the clay bodhisattva. At this moment, the clay bodhisattva was still disguised as an elder of the Chen clan. He cupped his hands at Yi Wunyan. Fellow Taoist, I can't thank you enough. Yimi looked at Gu Chen from the side, her face filled with uncontrollable joy. For a moment, she forgot to speak. Gu Chen didn't reject Yi Wunyan's arrangement. When he revealed the news to Honesty Pavilion, he had already guessed that Yi Wunyan would come to the capital. In fact, he was a little surprised to see him now. At the same time, he was quite confused. However, this wasn't the time to talk. De Sheng's pursuers were rushing over at top speed, and the illusory technique couldn't stop everyone. They had to leave as soon as possible. Since Yi Wunyan took the initiative to help him solve his problems, Gu Chen wouldn't refuse. Mir will stay with you. I can't use any spells with her by my side. Let's go. Leave Xinjiang region as soon as possible. Yi Wunyan urged. Gu Chen could feel an extremely pure wave of soul power from him, which was constantly merging with the surrounding void. All right. Be careful, Pavilion Master. Without hesitation, Gu Chen stepped forward and grabbed Yimi's arm. At the same time, he took her and the clay bodhisattva into the air. He didn't hide the fact that he could fly. In any case, Yi Wunyan must have noticed. Seeing that he had made a prompt decision to leave, Yi Wunyan looked thoughtfully at Gu Chen's back. This is going to be a little troublesome. Chenyi, it's great that you're safe and sound. Yimi, who was high up in the sky, spoke with the joy of a girl. She was really happy. She thought that Gu Chen was already dead. She didn't expect him to come out of the capital. I was just lucky to survive. It was very dangerous this time. Gu Chen shook his head and sighed. Old Emperor Xing's trap was very meticulous. Not only was Old Crow powerful, but he was also fearless in the face of death. This made Yi Futian feel touched. If he hadn't accidentally discovered the Great Light Technique's Tao spirit, he might still be trapped in the Scorching Sun clan's ancestral land. If he hadn't destroyed the Tao spirit, it would have been difficult for him to escape from the heavily guarded capital even if he had left the ancestral land. He would have had to reveal his true identity and might have even been forced to flee for his life. It could only be said that Old Emperor Xing and Old Crow didn't make any mistakes. It was just that the situation wasn't on their side. It's not as simple as luck. You've hidden your strength so well. Yimi smiled. She was surprised that Gu Chen could fly in the sky. This was a sign of a sevenfold realm cultivator. This meant that Gu Chen had been hiding his true cultivation from the beginning. No wonder Taoist Master Peach Blossom was no match for him. No wonder he could return safely from the great desolate swamp. Yimi now had a lot more confidence in Gu Chen. She was glad that she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Knowing that Yimi had misunderstood, Clay Bodhisattva opened his mouth. He wanted to say that Gu Chen hadn't hidden his cultivation at all. Instead, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds overnight. It was too shocking to jump from the fifth-fold realm to the sevenfold realm. Clay Bodhisattva, who had witnessed the whole process, wanted to share it with someone. However, since Gu Chen didn't say it, he didn't dare to say anything. Even if he did, Yimi might not believe him. Let's talk about something else. It was already late when I came out. Did you notice the Flaming Sun Prince and the others? Gu Chen was concerned about the whereabouts of Ming Shou and the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. He had instructed Yimi to keep a close eye on the situation in Beijing. Perhaps, Yimi might know where the two of them were. Hearing Gu Chen's question, Yimi's expression became a little unnatural. She recalled what her godfather had said to her before. After sending off the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, a shocking explosion was heard in Beijing. So, she and her godfather secretly approached the area to find out what was going on. Unexpectedly, that huge movement was actually caused by Guchen breaking the formation. Yimi, who was originally sad, was suddenly enveloped in a huge surprise. As she watched Guchen escape from Beijing, she really wanted to chase after him. However, a large group of Crow generals was about to rush out of the city, so she had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea. Instead, she used her hummingbirds to track down Guchen. Following that, the mobilization of the Desheng army exceeded her expectations. She was worried that Guchen would not be able to successfully escape from the Xinjiang territory. In her anxiety, she could only ask her foster father for help. Under such circumstances, only her godfather could help reduce the pressure on Guchen. However, after her godfather helped the Flaming Sun Crown Prince escape, Yimi knew very well that he might not be willing to help. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Qianquan group were Guchen's mortal enemies. If Guchen found out about this, his relationship with Wang Xian Pavilion would definitely become delicate. In fact, her godfather could have helped Guchen the moment he escaped from Beijing. However, he had held back. It was very likely that he was considering the pros and cons of helping. Yimi knew that her godfather might not help Guchen. However, if Guchen died, her fate would be unimaginable. Thus, she could only grit her teeth and ask her godfather for help. I will help him, but you are not allowed to reveal anything about what happened before to him. If he asks about the Flaming Sun Crown Prince's whereabouts, tell him that you don't know. This is for his own good, and also for your own good. Now that he has displayed such great strength, I will increase my support for him. However, the premise is that there is no undue rift between the two of us. Her godfather's words were still ringing in her ears. The way he looked at her at that time made Yimi even more nervous. Her godfather didn't need to explain anything to her. He could have just ordered her not to say anything. Yet, he had said so much. The only possibility was that he had noticed something and started to doubt her loyalty. Yi Wunyan's name had been around for a long time. Coupled with the fact that he had indeed saved Guchen, Yimi finally said something against her conscience. I'm not sure. Previously, the buildings where the palace was located suddenly collapsed one after another. Following that, the entire capital was in chaos. The Crow generals surrounded the area around the palace so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. After that, my godfather appeared and told me that it was not safe in the city. He took me away. After Yimi's explanation, Guchen looked at her expression that quickly returned to normal and fell into deep thought. When did the pavilion master appear? Do you know where he went before this? Guchen continued to ask for more details. Emperor Xing's death was too sudden. At first, he suspected that the Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou were the culprits. However, after Yi Wunyan appeared, he changed his mind. The Flaming Sun Crown Prince and Ming Shou's strength was limited when the ancestral lands collapsed. It was unlikely that they had the time and strength to kill Emperor Xing without alerting the Crow generals. However, Yi Wunyan was different. Because of Yimi's intelligence, it was very likely that he had been hiding in the dark for a long time. He had ample time to kill Emperor Xing. Although Yi Wunyan's strength had not reached the Sage Realm, without the Crow generals to protect Emperor Xing, it would be difficult for anyone in the palace to be his match. Yi Wunyan had designs on the Desheng dynasty. This was something Guchen had guessed long ago. Yi Wunyan had the motive and strength to kill Emperor Xing. At this time, Guchen's focus was on Emperor Xing's death. He did not consider the possibility that Yi Wunyan might have saved the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. After all, Yi Wunyan had no motive to save the Flaming Sun Crown Prince. Although he noticed that Yimi's expression was a little strange, he did not think too much about it. Yimi answered Guchen's questions one by one. She thought that he had guessed something and felt a little uneasy. Ever since her godfather saved the Flaming Sun Crown Prince, things had spiraled out of control. She was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Now that she thought back to how her godfather had agreed to give Guchen the information of the 7 nations' secret members of Honest Pavilion, she realized that both of them were plotting something big. She was caught in the middle of the most difficult situation. She could not afford to offend either side. What worried her the most was that if one day, the two of them clashed with each other and fell out with each other, what should she do? Fortunately, there was still room for negotiation. Since her godfather had saved Gu Chen, it meant that his intention of helping Gu Chen was most likely true. Yimi did not know about Emperor Xing's death. Gu Chen naturally did not get much useful information out of him. Thus, he gave up quickly. The border of the Xinjiang region is not far away. Let's go. We have to hurry back to Pei State. Gu Chen suddenly sped up and flew through the air, leaving the center of Desheng. End of chapter 1909. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.